Chapter 261. Anyone with eyes can see that the unification of the natural alliance has become an undoubted outcome. Next, there are all kinds of earthly affairs. These affairs are not difficult, but they are very tedious and trivial, as vast as the vast sea of stars. If Rosen is left to do everything by himself, he will be directly turned into a prisoner of power. Then he would rather quit. Fortunately, he can exploit Duke Rosen unscrupulously. Oh no, it should be Emperor Rosen now. Therefore, Rosen's freedom is basically not affected. His main energy is still on the research of the elf fruit. He is obsessed with this thing, and doesn't believe that he can't figure it out. When focusing on research, time flies. About 3 months later, Shuya sent a message saying that the Holy Elf Empire has been unusually calm recently, and has stopped most of the harassment of the Empire's borders. The reason is not clear for the time being, but the Shadow Guard is investigating. This is good news for the entire mortal world, as it is a good opportunity to quietly accumulate strength. But it is a little bad for the Natural Empire, because the Glorious Empire has the energy to cause trouble in the Natural Empire again. This is certainly not Shuya's wish, but the small actions of various interest groups within the Empire. In this regard, Emperor Shuya can't control it. Because for the Empire is like the head of a big family. There must be many naughty children in a big family who are not very obedient. If you manage everything, you will not only be exhausted, but also be scolded. Therefore, the wisest way is to firmly grasp the general direction of the family's development and maintain the family's superficial harmony. As long as the naughty child doesn't go too far and cause a big disaster, the parents will just ignore it. The two empires have been feuding for generations, so all kinds of small frictions on the border have increased again. Although annoying, it's not a big deal. In addition, although the conflict with the Glorious Empire has increased, the economic exchanges between the Natural Empire and other glorious kingdoms are becoming increasingly close. It is worth mentioning that most of the trade seems to be done with the glorious principalities, but in fact these small principalities are only secondary agents, and the final goods are shipped to the Glorious Empire. For example, the luxury lightning car. The nobles of the Glorious Empire like it very much, and they are crazy about buying it even if the price is doubled. A typical political coldness and economic heat. 3 months later, the weather entered winter, and the temperature began to cool. Some news came from Nawat. The news was good and bad. The good news is that with the help of the legendary crystal, the legendary power of the Nawat Republic has exploded. The Republic began to counterattack the demons and successfully recovered a large area of lost land, and even killed 2 demons. One of them has a power level of Legend 7. There are 2 bad news. The first one is about the demons. There is only 1 demon invader left in the Nawat Plain, with the power of Legend 9, nicknamed the Joyful Mistress. The death of her companions made her very cautious. She completely gave up the direct confrontation with Nawat and hid in the dark, using people's desires to stir up trouble everywhere, becoming very difficult to deal with. The second one is from the mortal world. As the threat of demons was greatly reduced, the differences between the major interest factions of the Republic became more and more obvious. The Republic, which was once a solid bloc, began to show a very obvious tendency of division. There are currently 3 factions. They are the Sky faction where Naya is, advocating win-win cooperation, and the National faction where Sasmar is, advocating that national interests are supreme, and that for the sake of national interests, no means are unscrupulous. Finally, there is a faction called the Holy Faction, which is composed of the remaining members of the royal family and the nobility, and is full of thoughts of restoration. The last piece of news made Rosen full of emotion, but not pessimistic. Without external enemies, it is also good to create enemies by yourself, and only by competing with each other can you make progress. After all, it is a matter of another plane. Whether it is through the magic ring or from the universe, it is very difficult, so Rosen does not intend to, and temporarily has no ability to interfere too much. It is worth mentioning that the data obtained by the Star Observation Bureau and the knowledge obtained from the what have allowed Rosen to confirm that the planes where life is known to exist are all planets of a star. It is very wonderful and really lively. According to Rosen's calculation, the reason why it is so broad is mostly due to the influence of the creation magic ring. Back to the topic. Rosen continued to maintain exchanges and cooperation in the field of magic with the Sky sect where Naya was based on their past friendship. But his main focus was still on studying the elf fruit. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and it was spring again. There was still no breakthrough in the research of the elf fruit. Counting the time, it has been 9 months. Rosen was a little discouraged, so he connected to the puppet and found Queen Juya to exchange the results. While Julia was free, Rosen sent her a natural secret message. Your Majesty, come to me, let's talk? How come you have time to find me today? Although she asked this, Julia immediately came to the secret compartment. Click. The door opened and then clicked shut. Julia walked in. It was late spring, the weather was warm, even a little hot, and she was wearing a light golden dress similar to the silk cheongsam on Earth. It was particularly figure-flattering, and a pair of long, straight, and plump legs could be clearly seen. Rosen admired it unscrupulously and asked, I heard that many people have proposed to you recently? Julia sat down on the chair beside Rosen, crossed her legs and sat sideways, so that Rosen could appreciate it better, because she knew that Rosen liked to watch this the most. What, are you jealous? Rosen said half-truthfully, Julia, don't seduce me like this, I can't help it, I will come to you tonight. Julia giggled, then shook her head seriously. No, unless I get married, I will maintain my virginity. This is the tradition of the glorious royal family. Rosen knew this, of course, and he also knew that the fundamental reason for this tradition was to maintain the complete purity of the spiritual blood of future generations. This is very important, because the children born by promiscuous royal women are far less talented in magic than those who keep their chastity. In this regard, Zigralana and the Banshee are the same. The principle is unclear, just like the elf fruit, but it is a practical fact. Rosen retracted his fantasy and put his results on the desk. I just made this thing, show me your results. Julia was well prepared and quickly brought all the results obtained by the Imperial Magic Department. Rosen flipped through it and was immediately disappointed. You have a lot more data than me, and some new ideas, but not much results, not even half as good as mine. I lost money. Julia smiled with narrowed eyes, but also sighed. Your initial suspicion seems to be correct. The elf fruit seems to really exceed the limit of mortal wisdom. For more than half a year, she has invested a lot of resources in it, and even intercepted a batch of elf fruits on the market as research samples. As a result, countless geniuses spent a lot of brainpower, but still couldn't find a clue. Rosen didn't believe it, then continue. Julia immediately reminded, I say, don't put all your energy on this matter and forget to develop the natural empire. I heard that you have been borrowing money everywhere recently, and you have borrowed until 20 years later. Don't be unable to pay it back by then. Rosen knew that she was talking about the issuance of national debt by the Imperial Citizens Bank, and smiled. Don't worry, I know what's going on. If the empire integration plan is to get on the right track, it will take 2 trillion Klee in the early stage alone. If all this money were to be taken out of the current empire treasury, it would directly bankrupt the country. So, he asked the Empire Citizens Bank, renamed from the former Whalon Citizens Bank, to issue medium and long-term national debts and borrow money from the private sector. In one go, he borrowed a total of 1.5 trillion Klee. Julia still felt that Rosen's move was too risky. Such a large national plan, if something unexpected happens in the middle, it will take decades to recover, and it may even plunge the country into chaos. Naturally, if the empire is in chaos, their engagement will be hopeless. Seeing that Julia's worry was genuine, Rosen consoled her earnestly. National debt is the citizens' confidence in me, and the source of confidence is the ever-changing results of magic, so nothing will go wrong. Julia immediately said, the development of magic will also encounter bottlenecks. If it cannot be broken through, the confidence of the people will not be maintained. You are right. But I still have a lot of magic results that have not been invested in the people. If I invest them, it will be enough for me to borrow another 3 trillion. This made Julia feel a little comforted. Well, I hope everything goes well. Afterwards, Rosen took the detailed research data obtained by the Imperial Magic Department and returned to his laboratory to continue his research. This drill lasted another 3 months, and it was autumn again. Rosen used all kinds of methods he could think of, and the number of magicians in the Empire's medical laboratory also increased to 5,000. With the joint efforts of all parties, there were some new results, but they were all peripheral results, and the core problem was still unchanged. His brain was like paste, so he simply put everything aside and came to the Swan Lake outside the Swan Castle alone, walking alone along the quiet lakeside path. The lakeside path in early spring is full of vitality and pleasant scenery. After walking for a while, Rosen felt relaxed and refreshed, and the accumulated fatigue in his heart was instantly dissipated. As he walked, he came to the green grass by the lake and sat down, thinking to himself, it's been 7 months, and I have built a nuclear bomb, but I can't handle this fairy fruit. It's really strange. The nuclear bomb was really built, or more accurately, about 300 kilograms of weapon-grade enriched uranium had been extracted. For safety, these goodies were stored separately by him, and all the auxiliary equipment needed for the nuclear bomb was also built. When needed, the nuclear bomb can be assembled in less than half an hour. While daydreaming, he suddenly felt footsteps coming from his side. Immediately afterwards, someone sat down next to him. This person was very strange. He appeared after a breakthrough, and the power fluctuation when he appeared was very slight, almost imperceptible. Rosen felt strange, but he did not feel any hostility, so he did not move, and did not even turn his head, but he felt that this unidentified person was coming for him. After a while, a slightly teasing female voice came to his ears. Rosen Saxon, an apostle I have never met before, you look so sad, are you in trouble? The voice was mellow and soft, with a sense of inhuman indifference, and a lot of agility of a living person. For a moment, Rosen could not tell who this person was. The content of the words shocked him slightly, and he immediately turned his head to look, and saw a white-haired, old and frail old woman, with wrinkles on her face that could even kill a gadfly. Are you disappointed with my appearance? Do you think I should look young and beautiful? Rosen ignored the other party's teasing. Great Palominas? Yes, it's me. Rosen connected the magic ring at a millisecond speed and disconnected it quickly. As a result, he did not find any extraordinary void creatures in the void, nor did he find any power connection channel. Are you lying to me? The old woman smiled slightly, and suddenly raised a finger, and a little water blue light condensed on the fingertips. Before Rosen could react, the water blue light spread in all directions, and then Rosen himself arrived in a strange place wrapped in thick fog. Here, except for the existence of the clone that can be felt through ghost resonance, everything else cannot be sensed. So, he sat there motionless, and asked the strange witch who was still sitting next to him. What does this mean? The witch smiled. This is a chaos barrier, which can prevent people from snooping. Then she said, you borrowed my name to solve a problem, so you have to do me a favor. Do you agree with this? Rosen nodded. It's fair. The witch continued, I know the trouble you have encountered recently. Coincidentally, the trouble you have encountered is also what I yearn for the most. After a pause, she said, to be more precise, what I yearn for is called the branch of life. The name is very ordinary, but it is one of the most wonderful things in the world, a real artifact. Rosen was surprised. Artifact? Yes, artifact. It is something that mortals cannot understand, cannot be destroyed, and cannot be copied. No one knows where it comes from, and no one knows how long it can exist. Dariton accidentally got the branch of life, and therefore called himself the Lord of Truth, and was proud of it for thousands of years. I just want to see what's so good about this thing. I also really want to see what kind of expression Dariton will show when he loses the branch of life, haha. Speaking of this, the old woman couldn't help but smile. Then she said, I want you to disguise yourself as an elf, sneak into the Holy Elf Empire, and find a chance to steal the branch of life for me. This news surprised Rosen. This favor is a bit big. I have to take a huge risk, and you only help me a small favor. So this is unfair. The old woman smiled slightly, raised her hand, and took out a spell book with a black cover. There was no title on it, just a naked, very delicate human brain. She pointed to her forehead. Guess, am I a void life or a mortal? Rosen looked at the other party carefully, and recalled the observation just now. Are you a mortal? Click. The witch snapped her fingers. Yes, I am a mortal, a remnant of a lost advanced civilization. And this book is a weapon refining book, and it is also a precious relic of my civilization, called Legendary Archmage Hat. I'm giving it to you as a reward now. Do you think it's fair? Rosen didn't believe the witch's words, and felt that the other party was probably lying to him. But because the other party had more knowledge and stronger power, he currently had no ability to expose it. But no matter what, this book really attracted him. At the same time, he and Daruidan were indeed opponents. He was also extremely interested in the so-called artifact, the tree branch of life. It's fair, but I'm afraid I can't steal it alone. Don't worry, I help you at the critical moment. Okay, take this book back and study it. Try to improve your legendary level, and deal with everything in the Natural Empire, and then set off for the Holy Elf Empire. It's quite humane. Rosen nodded immediately. Okay, I get ready now. Finally, I want to remind you that the Lord of Truth is very perceptive. You better go to the Holy Elf Empire in person, instead of using a puppet substitute. After the voice fell, the endless aqua mist and the old woman disappeared, leaving only a string of mellow and pleasant chuckles in the air. There was also a black-covered spell book in Rosen's arms. Rosen flipped through the spell book and snorted in his heart. I was stupid to go there in person. Don't say that he was not sure whether the other party was a real witch. Even if it was true, He would not take such a huge risk. Chapter 262. Lakeside Study Room of Swan Castle. Your Majesty, the Sandu Railway will be officially open the day after tomorrow. You will be required to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow. The schedule is scheduled for 9 a.m. tomorrow. The so-called Sandu Railway refers to the railway that starts from the Rhine city of Erin, passes through the Silver Moon city of Cal, and then to the Platinum city of Lavender. This is the first railway on the continent, with a total length of 1,800 kilometers, double tracks, and a total cost of 120 billion Klai. Not only does it pass through 3 capitals, but it also passes through 7 large cities and 17 small towns, forming a major transportation artery in the southeast direction. Rosen nodded to his itinerary secretary. Then let's go to Erin later. How to go? Of course, take the Emperor's special transport plane to go, and it will reach the Rhine city in 2 hours. This world doesn't worry much about air crashes, because mages can fly and won't fall to death easily. The itinerary secretary is none other than Alice. Now she is 19 years old, her figure has grown up completely, the innocence of a young girl and the charm of a young woman are mixed together, just like a plump and juicy peach. Of course, she is very serious and responsible during work hours. Then she said, "Tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., the first Apocalypse Chariot of Erin Lion Military Factory needs your war blessing." Apocalypse Chariot, what is it? Rosen only knew that this thing was a rune tank, but he couldn't remember the specific appearance of this thing for a while. There was no way, the Emperor had too many affairs, so if he didn't call the live food database, he would often be in a semi-amnesia state. This situation had happened before, but not as serious as it is now. One of the biggest reasons is that he invested most of his computing power in the witch spell book. Brush. Alice put a picture album next to Rosen. Apocalypse Chariot, full name Special Lightning Chariot, will be the main combat weapon of the army. 30 meters long, 8 meters high, 8 meters wide, weighing 150 tons, the body is made of rune steel, and the track wheels are made of hardened krypton gold. In terms of power, it uses phlogiston pure water batteries as energy, and 6 supermotors directly drive it, with a peak power of 4,200 horsepower and a maximum speed of 70 kilometers per hour. In terms of weapons, it is equipped with a 155mm caliber Vulcan cannon, 2 omnidirectional air defense destruction lights, and 4 high-power metal storms. Finally, the body is equipped with a ghost stealth array, a water floating array, and a cage-type cockpit with a legendary 8 defense strength. Rosen remembered this thing, which was the product of his occasional inspiration. After that, he opened a Chariot Research Institute and invested a sum of money. Then, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, in the age of airplanes and warships, tanks were useful, but not particularly strong. But he didn't expect that these engineering wizards would actually create a chariot, and create such a crazy thing. If this kind of thing appeared on the battlefield and clustered into a large scale, it would definitely be able to push back the Earth Dragon Legion of the Holy Elf Empire. Looking at the ferocious appearance of the Apocalypse Chariot and the weapons that exuded a creepy aura, Rosen really liked it and praised it. Not bad, very good. The royal clerk on the side immediately wrote down his words. His Majesty the Emperor saw the Apocalypse Chariot and praised it. Seeing this, Rosen immediately knew that he had said too much again. Every word of the Emperor was watched by others, and every attitude was pondered by others. Now that he had praised it, the difficulty of the Tank Research Institute in seeking financial support would be reduced many times. He secretly warned himself, "I have to keep my mouth shut." Alice added, "The truth ring led by Master Cavendish has once again reached a new milestone in the conversion efficiency of pure force. Now, it has achieved a maximum conversion rate of 8% and achieved a breakthrough in the self-sustaining force. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., the laboratory will demonstrate this achievement to His Majesty. At that time, the new force ring will be installed on the heavy object to be lifted, and will be suspended in the sky with a heavy object of up to 100 tons. Rosen's eyes lit up. Very good, it has become practical, but what is the current shortcoming? The biggest shortcoming is the power source. According to the data provided by Cavendish Laboratory, the force ring requires a huge amount of power supply when working. Although burning black stone can obtain enough power, it is difficult to sustain. Well, black stone is indeed not enough for this thing to consume. Rosen took the relevant information handed over by Alice, looked at the latest data of the truth ring carefully, and at the same time, the main body called part of Lai Fu's computing power to help. After careful calculation, it was found that the efficiency of the new force energy ring seemed to be close to the threshold of nuclear fusion. On Earth, The effect of controlled nuclear fusion using magnetic confinement is far inferior to that of pure force energy confinement. As long as the efficiency of the latest force energy ring is improved a little bit, and the upper limit of strength is increased a little bit, it can be used to create a force energy confinement ring, realize controlled nuclear fusion, and thus obtain an extremely powerful source of power. If controlled nuclear fusion is achieved, combined with a self-sustaining power ring, it will be possible to build an aerospace mothership that is difficult to achieve on Earth, or even a propellant-free spacecraft. Then interstellar travel will immediately become possible, and the efficiency will far exceed that of chemical rocket ships on Earth. Rosen felt his heartbeat slightly accelerated, and then he praised loudly. This result is very wonderful. It is simply a miracle. This money is worth spending. The clerk immediately recorded the Emperor's quotations faithfully. His Majesty saw the power ring, and praised it highly, calling it a miracle. Alice whispered, "Your Majesty, the Cavendish Laboratory has received a total investment of about 60 million OGs, which has caused other laboratories to be quite psychologically unbalanced. 60 million OGs, that is, 90 billion Kleis of funds, indeed made many mages' eyes blue with envy." Rosen smiled and said, "This is worth it. I have a hunch that the research results of the Cavendish Laboratory, once put into practical use, will completely change the world." Naturally, this sentence was also faithfully recorded by the clerk in the Emperor's quotations. Next, Alice continued to read the itinerary, and Duke Rosen also listened carefully, trying his best to maintain the image of a perfect emperor. But in the underground laboratory, Rosen's body didn't have time to be so energetic. He slapped the experimental table hard with his palm, and burst out a Chinese curse. I knew that this witch had bad intentions. Why? Because the spellbook legendary archmage hat she gave was a real thing, but it had loopholes, and there were quite a few. This is a soul auxiliary magic weapon. The effect is simple and crude, which is to improve the basic soul strength of the mage, and can achieve soul legendary strength +2. Note that it is the basic attribute. After the upgrade, the mana generated by the soul can continue to enjoy the various amplification effects of other legendary magic tools. For example, after Rosen wears this hat, the basic soul strength can be increased from the current legendary 3 to legendary 5. Then he is a legendary 5 mage. The focusing effect of the legendary crystal on his mana will become +5, and the wave focusing spell will increase to legendary +15.3. The effect is amazing. However, the structure of this thing is extremely complicated and cumbersome, but the principle is unclear and obscure. If an ordinary magician simply imitates and builds it, he can also build a usable legendary hat. But Rosen has obsessive-compulsive disorder, and must understand it thoroughly. The difficulty is really high, mainly because the amount of calculation is amazingly high. If Rosen relies on himself alone, it is estimated that he will not be able to figure it out in 1,000 years, but after borrowing Lai Fu's supercomputing power, it greatly saves his time. After fully understanding it, he found at least 3 major loopholes, 18 medium loopholes, and 23 minor loopholes. There are so many loopholes here, even more than the Windows system on Earth. What to do? Of course, plug them. Because this magic weapon is directly connected to the wizard's soul. Once someone exploits this loophole, they can enter the soul silently and do bad things, which can make people unconscious or turn them into puppets. Rosen is sure that this witch is definitely planning to use the loophole to control him. But the magic weapon is indeed a good thing. So, he started to plug the loopholes one by one. After plugging them, he felt uneasy, and tested them again and again. After finally confirming that there was no problem, he began to design his own legendary wizard hat. After understanding the principle, and having ready-made creations as reference, the design was naturally not difficult. It was quickly finalized, and finally achieved the effect of basic soul strength +3. In other words, with the hat on, he is a legendary 6 wizard. Then, the ordinary focus effect becomes legendary +7, and the wave focus can reach legendary 16.2, almost catching up with the witch's legendary 17. When making it, many ideas came to his mind. It can be felt that there is still a lot of potential for improvement on this road. If the witch is really immortal, then she should also use this thing to improve her soul strength. Since she can reach legendary 17, I may not be too far behind. But I currently lack the corresponding knowledge, and I am afraid that I will not be able to reach it in a short time. Wearing a hat all day is not a big deal. You can't wear it 24 hours a day, right? Well, I have it. I will shave my head and design a perfect wig for the legendary archmage. This way, you can wear it 24 hours a day without attracting suspicion. There is no need to worry about hair growing out. With his current understanding of the human body, it is easy to control his scalp from growing hair. About a month later, he successfully created a legendary wig. Try to wear it on your head. The moment he put it on, he felt his soul slightly shaken, and it was obviously much stronger. What surprised him most was that Lai Fu's computing power also increased. The increase was not small, more than double directly. What a good thing! As soon as this legendary wig was put on, Rosen knew that he would probably never be able to take it off in this lifetime. In the future, not only should we work hard to improve this magic weapon, but we should also make a few more to avoid them being broken and useless. Next, we will prepare to meet this witch with ulterior motives. In the past 6 months, although I have not studied the elf fruit clearly, I have a thorough understanding of the body and soul of the lower elves. It happened that Lai Fu's computing power increased greatly, so I created a perfect lower elf substitute to deal with the witch. This witch has extraordinary means, so her real body must go with us. If a fight really breaks out, we will all fight together. Chapter 263. A month later, Whalon entered winter again, and the first snow fell. The Swan Lake was wrapped in a thick layer of winter clothes. On a remote island in Swan Lake, Rosen, who looked like a lower elf, raised his hand and drew a rune in the air, muttering, "Palaminas." This was the signal he and the witch agreed on. After more than 10 seconds, a white-haired, old woman appeared out of thin air beside Rosen. This time Rosen understood that the other party used a very sophisticated phase transfer technique. The transfer speed was very fast and very secretive. With the perception of mortals, it was no different from appearing out of thin air. But with Lai Fu's millisecond-level detection ability, everything was exposed. In the middle of the phase transfer, the most unguarded moment, perhaps less than 1/10 of a second, Lai Fu had already collected 2 key information. Basic Soul Strength Legend 14, Mana Scale 35 Rosen. Rosen's fear suddenly dropped by 90%. It's really a fake witch. According to the Encyclopedia of Void Life, the real witch is the soul of Legend 17, and the soul scale is hundreds of thousands of times that of Rosen. She is much stronger than the man in front of him. On the other side, after the old woman appeared, she looked at Rosen carefully with turbid eyes that were almost indistinguishable from the white and black of her eyes, and then shook her head slowly. No, although your substitute is perfect, it has no soul core and can't fool Dritten. It must be you. Rosen was secretly shocked. This guy's perception is really sharp. He kept a calm face. "Madam, my original body is the emperor of the natural empire, and I can't take risks easily." The old woman chattered. "I can feel that your real body is nearby. Since you are here, don't hide." Rosen's real body is indeed not far away, about 5 kilometers away from this lower-level elf substitute, and is almost perfectly hidden. If someone hides in a similar way, Rosen will not be able to find it. Now this old woman can see through it at a glance, and she really has some tricks. But Rosen is not afraid, because this old woman's fighting ability must be not very good. At least she is not sure to deal with him, otherwise she would not have to play tricks with him. So he smiled lightly. "My real body will not take this risk for you. Either you find a way to help my substitute disguise, or you can only give up this plan." The old woman smiled slightly. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid you can't refuse my proposal." When Rosen heard this, his mind was instantly tense, and the alert level of the god of war heart of his real body was raised to the extreme. The old woman said again, "I don't like chatting with a stand-in, I go find you directly." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared on the spot, but a few seconds later, she appeared by the Swan Lake. Beside a metasequoia tree by the lake, Rosen was leaning against the tree trunk with his arms around his chest, waiting for the old woman to arrive calmly. When the old woman appeared, he smiled faintly. "Just say it directly." The old woman looked Rosen up and down and smiled. "It's a good idea to make the legendary wizard's hat into a nearly perfect wig. But you probably don't know that this magic weapon has loopholes." Rosen shrugged slightly. "Then what?" The old woman was stunned for a moment, thinking that Rosen's reaction was a bit wrong. She said hesitantly, "I can invade your soul through the loophole and make you my real apostle." Rosen stared at the other person's thick white hair. "I guess you are also wearing the hat of the legendary wizard, right?" The old woman felt more and more that something was wrong, and frowned and stared at Rosen. "Since I said it clearly, you are not afraid, then you probably found the loophole. But even so, I still have to give it a try. If it succeeds, then there is no need to talk nonsense. If it fails, then we will continue to discuss new ways of cooperation." Rosen has completely understood the principle of the hat of the legendary wizard, so he nodded. "You can try, but I have to try too. Let's see who invades the other person's hat first and enters the other person's soul." The old woman frowned again. I advise you not to try. Because my tolerance for provocation is limited, you'd better not force me to get angry. This can scare ordinary people. And it was also useful to scare Rosen in the past, but it is useless now. He has seen through the other party's tricks, and what he has not figured out yet is the other party's true identity and intentions. So he replied with a faint smile, I have always believed in a saying, that is, only by drawing the sword can you gain equal power, and retreating will only make you a slave. So, as long as you make a move, I will draw the sword without hesitation. The old woman sighed, You are really stubborn, then you can try it. After saying this, her cloudy eyes emitted a faint light, and at the same time, Rosen felt that there was a hidden force oppressing his soul, making him feel depressed. If there was really a hole in the legendary wig at this time, then this force would obviously penetrate into his soul. Rosen was not polite, and immediately counterattacked. He is now at the basic soul strength of Legend 6, and can focus a stable soul power of Legend 13, which is a little worse than the opponent, but not much. He followed the loopholes he found on the legendary wizard's hat before, and tried them one by one. At the same time, the heart of the god of war was running to the extreme. Once it found that its soul was invaded, it would immediately attack and destroy the opponent's body. At this moment, both sides were like network hackers on Earth, looking for loopholes in each other's souls at a very fast speed. Rosen is immortal after all, so his speed is naturally not fast enough, but Lai Fu is a soul GPT. After training, the speed of trying loopholes is at the millisecond level. Within 1 second, he attacked each loophole one by one, as fast as lightning. So, when Rosen was still feeling a little bored, Lai Fu found a loophole on the opponent's legendary wizard's hat, which was one of the 3 major loopholes he had found before. The situation is obvious. The opponent has filled 2 of the 3 major loopholes, and thought he had filled them all, but he didn't expect there was another one. After finding the loophole, Rosen immediately adjusted the Diabwa focusing technique to the waiting state, and then used the soul power of Legend 13 to gently poke the opponent's soul loophole. In order to avoid poking the opponent to death, the force was very small, and the touch was like poking tofu brain. Plop. The old woman knelt down on the snow, her body fell forward, her trembling hands supported on the snow, and she let out a shrill scream. Rosen did not continue to attack, but just stared at the old woman. As long as she moved abnormally, he would immediately use Diabwa focusing to make a fatal blow, and on the physical level, poke the opponent's head through. After a while, the trembling of the old woman's hands gradually eased. She slowly raised her head, and looked at Rosen with a fearful look. You are definitely not immortal. Who are you? Rosen had already thought of a rhetoric. The Lord of Truth was lucky enough to pick up the branch of life, so I can naturally pick up other artifacts. The other party could fool him, so of course he could fool the other party. It depends on who can fool more. The old woman's pupil shook violently. Picking up an artifact? Is it so easy to pick up an artifact that 2 appear in one plane? From this, she believed it at least 70%. Rosen couldn't help laughing. Now, don't hide your true face. Show your true face within 3 seconds, otherwise I will kill you. The old woman's face shook, and after hesitating for a few seconds, light and shadows suddenly flowed on her body. 10 seconds later, a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, whose skin and white snow complemented each other, appeared. Why is its skin all over? For some reason, she had no clothes on her body. She only wore a dark blue wide-brimmed peaked hat on her head. The linen skirt on the old woman before was actually a magic disguise. Rosen was very curious. Where are your clothes? The first principle of infinite phase transfer is to reduce the number and quality of personal belongings as much as possible to reduce mana consumption and abnormal disturbance of the soul. Rosen understood, so he took off his fur cloak and threw it over. Put it on, and then tell me your true identity. The witch put on a thick fur cloak and sat cross-legged on the snow, but the cloak was not wrapped very tightly, so Rosen could see a lot of scenery. This made him feel that the other party might want to seduce him, but it didn't matter. Even if his mind was seduced and confused, the reaction of Heart of God of War was still as fast as ever. She spoke, her voice slightly tired, as if she had not recovered from the pain of her soul. I am not a void life, I am a mortal, or rather, an upper elf of Druden. I have lived for 7,000 years, my real name is Dora. Dora? Moon Goddess Dora? Rosen's heart was slightly shocked, and he suddenly felt that things had become very interesting. Of course, he did not believe it completely, only 5 or 6 points. Then why did you betray the Lord of Truth? I did not betray, but rebelled. 5,000 years ago, I used some tricks to scare Dritten away, but after 5,000 years, this guy is coming back and wants to continue to rule us elves. This is absolutely not possible. As she spoke, she took off the hat of the legendary wizard, and with her action, Rosen clearly felt that her legendary power had dropped from the previous unfathomable to the legendary 8. In other words, her hat has an extraordinary effect, and the soul strength can be +6. Judging from the strengthening effect alone, it is definitely a good thing. Dora is very sensitive, even to the point where she can feel the voice of the heart. Without Rosen asking, she took the initiative to explain. I didn't tell you all the knowledge about making a legendary hat. My hat was made by Druden, which can be legendary +6, so my real soul strength is legendary 8. And yours can only be legendary +3, right? At this point, Rosen believed it about 70%. How do you prove what you said? Wow. Dora lifted her cloak. My soul has been injured and I can't cast spells for a short time. Just check my body. I believe you definitely know how to identify the upper elves. Rosen really wanted to check. He used the brilliant insight spell to take a photo, and then carefully observed the deep structure of its body. Soon, he concluded, from the perspective of the body structure, you don't seem to be lying. This is indeed the body of an upper elf, very similar to the legendary upper elf he killed, but there is also a difference, that is, it seems too perfect. It can be felt that the designer has spent a lot of effort to transform it, so that no flaws can be found inside or outside. Rosen has never seen such a perfect body in his previous life, not to mention this life. He has never dreamed of such a perfect body in the era of photo editing in his previous life. It is too perfect to feel real. In addition, this person is 80% similar to an upper elf. It is Miss Sisai who once visited him as an envoy. But she is a super high-end Sisai. Compared with her, the latter is like a shoddy product. After comprehensive consideration, he believed it 90%. So the Lord of Truth really has a magic weapon. That's right. Why don't you steal it yourself? All elves are the creations of the Tree of Life. They have no ability to steal, so they can only bring in an outsider. And this outsider must be as powerful as possible. Obviously, you are the best candidate. Then you can tell me directly and openly, oh, I understand, you not only want me to steal the staff, but also want me and the furious Lord of Truth to die together, so that you elves will not only be completely free, but also severely defeat your opponents in the world, and even master the magic weapon. That's why you insist on letting my body enter the elf empire, right? Dora was silent. What a great plan. Rosen praised, and then his face turned cold. Now, convince me to spare your life. Dora wrapped her cloak again, this time tightly, leaving no gaps. The return of the Lord of Truth is a disaster for our elves, and for the human race. And I am his most beloved elf. If he wants to steal the branch of life, my help is indispensable. Interesting, is there anything else? Through the branch of life, the first generation of elves can be directly controlled, and all mortals with elven blood can be subtly influenced. And the elven blood has long been spread throughout the Wick continent, even in you. And I know how to block this weak influence. This greatly convinced Rosen, because it was closely related to him and his family. He asked, the mystery of the branch of life, can mortals really not understand it? Dora shook her head. I don't know, but I happen to hear the master say that if you want to truly understand it, you need a truly great power. So I guess it may require a great soul higher than Legend 15 to be sensitive enough. Rosen suddenly felt a headache for a soul higher than Legend 15. Because this is the basic soul strength, not the power after various later focus. Even with the legendary wig, he is only Legend 6, and even with Dora's +6 hat, he is only Legend 9. It feels like a long way to go to Legend 15. But as long as it is understandable, he has the confidence to crack it. At this time, Dora said, I can't leave the Tree of Life for too long, otherwise Druden will notice it. If you want me to continue to be Druden's insider, then let me go back as soon as possible. Her voice was a little urgent. Rosen thought for a while, shook his head and said, I won't let you go back, you will stay with me in the future. Because I am short of research samples of the upper elves. Dora was shocked. If that's the case, Druden will immediately launch an army to attack you after his return. Rosen snorted and smiled, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Come on, I'm afraid he won't come. He has created so many powerful war weapons, and he always has to use them. Chapter 264. A secret room with a phase confinement array installed. Your Majesty, I think you better let me go back. There's no need to confront Druden head-on. Although Dora gave up resistance, she still didn't give up persuading. A set of winter clothes in the style of Waylon was thrown on the bed. Put it on. Rosen looked calm, as if he was completely unmoved. Moon Goddess Dora ignored the dress and argued anxiously. Rosen, Druden's power is far beyond your imagination. The various fighting races created by the branches of life have incredible war power. Paw. A thick stack of white paper was thrown on the desk opposite the bed. Write down all the spell knowledge you know for me, especially the life spells of the elves. Dora seemed not to hear, and kept talking to herself. It's useless. Life spells without the support of the seed of life are like your muskets without bullets. They are useless. Mortal, even if you are the emperor of a country, even if you hold great power in the world, you are too proud. Do you know the golden tree species? The golden dragon that grows from the golden tree species flies several times faster than the sound. Just flap its wings, and the strong wind it stirs up can blow your plane out of the sky. Do you know the big war tree? The war tree opens up the magic field, which can not only resist the attack of legendary spells, but also quickly turn the surrounding land of hundreds of kilometers into a war field. Not to mention that Dritten already has an extremely powerful soul, which is at least 10 times stronger than 5,000 years ago. Swish. Rosen grabbed the neck of the moon goddess Dora with one hand and pushed her back continuously. After retreating to the bed, she fell uncontrollably. Rosen immediately suppressed him, easily suppressed his struggle, and then leaned over to stare at the blue eyes of the darling of the Lord of Truth, which were engraved with silver eye patterns. Ms. Dora, I know everything you said. But times have changed. The ultimate goal of the many war weapons I developed is not to compete with the mortal kingdoms, but to kill gods and demons. I want to tell you that the war weapons I currently display are only a small part of all war weapons. When necessary, I can even summon the sun to the mortal world to annihilate everything you mentioned. Since he can take a fission nuclear bomb, it opens the prerequisite for making a fusion nuclear bomb. It is only a matter of time to create a fusion nuclear bomb. That thing is really the sun on Earth. You are so arrogant. Dora's face was full of shock. As a mortal, what qualifications do you have to summon the sun? Do you know how great the real sun is? Rosen laughed, but did not respond. He took off the legendary wizard hat of moon goddess Dora, stood up and stepped back to the wall, and looked at it carefully. Needless to say, this should have grown from the tree, right? Because this hat is integrated, revealing the perfect style of the elves' unique life transformation. Rosen knew at a glance that he couldn't make this thing. Dora wanted to persuade, but was interrupted by Rosen. Answer my question, ma'am. Dora had no choice but to suppress her anxiety. Yes, it was controlled by Dritten himself, and it grew from the tree of life. There is only one in the whole empire. Well, good skills, but it's a pity that I can't learn it for the time being. Rosen turned the hat in his hand and pointed to the white paper on the desk. Do as I say, and write down your spell knowledge quickly. Especially all the knowledge of making the soul hat. What if I don't write it? Rosen chuckled. If you write it, and I confirm that there is no problem, I will let you go back. Not only will I let you go back, I will continue to cooperate with you and continue the infiltration plan. But it's not me who is infiltrating, but the lower-level elf puppet substitute I made. Don't rush to refute me. I know that the powerful people of Legend 12 have incredible sharpness. You have clearly told me before. I showed this, but as far as I know, Dryden's legendary strength is less than 13, while you have reached 14. At the same time, he is in the void outside the ring, and you are inside the magic ring. As long as you are willing to help, you can definitely help me hide from Dryden's perception, right? Dora pursed her lips. Yes, but once I am discovered, I will die. So you are afraid of death? Of course I am afraid of death. I can live for a long, long time, and I also have a soul and body that are far more perfect than you mortals. My life is much more precious than your mortals. This is really annoying, but it is not wrong to some extent. Rosen smiled and said, then, let's work together to try not to let the truth come out, but if it does, I will try my best to rescue you. Finally, I want to remind you that you have no choice. Dora lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, her face full of helplessness. Yes, I have no choice. Rosen looked at her and felt like a snow lotus growing on the lake. He had the urge to force himself to be happy, but reason told him that this was the first apostle of the Lord of Truth, and if he messed around, there was a high probability that something would go wrong. Simply put, the valley might contain a soul poison that he couldn't handle. So, he could only suppress his impulse wisely. After a while, Dora finally accepted the fact. She sat up and put on the dress Rosen gave her. Give me paper and pen. 1 set is not enough, 3 sets are needed. I want 3 sets to write together, and write it for you as soon as possible. Because I have to rush back within 3 days. Rosen immediately prepared it for her, and then reminded, don't write carelessly, I will always be watching you. I can also easily find your mistakes, because I have a magic weapon that can see the truth. Dora began to write quickly. You may have some special skills, but I don't believe you have a magic weapon. She had recovered from the initial shock and thought that Rosen was most likely lying to her, just like she lied to him that she was a witch before. Rosen stopped talking and sat beside her, carefully looking at what the other party wrote, and quickly included it in the LiFu database. Dora wrote very quickly, 3 lines in parallel, and in less than an hour, she wrote down all the knowledge of legendary Archmage Hat. Rosen watched silently, and then quickly calculated and analyzed based on the known knowledge, and then came to a general conclusion. The amplification limit is probably legend plus 8.92, right? Dora glanced at him with obvious surprise in her eyes. Yes, it is 8.92. Rosen motioned for him to continue writing. In his heart, he thought, if it is 8.92, then with my current level of legend 3.1, it can be improved to 12.02, which is considered an upper middle level. But with the foundation of this moon goddess Dora legend 8, that is 16.92, which has reached a very amazing level. So he said, it seems that I have to find a way to make a hat of perfect quality. This is very difficult. The Lord of Truth tried for 100 years, and only made a +6 hat. That's because his magic weapon is not good. My magic weapon is better than his. Dora was skeptical again. After all, bragging is useless. You must show the actual creation. But Rosen didn't say anything again, so she could only suppress her curiosity and continue writing. The next thing to write is the content of the life spell. Rosen watched carefully, and about 3 hours later, he suddenly spoke again. You have actually mastered most of the uses of the branches of life, right? Dora's pen trembled slightly. Yes. The greatness of this artifact lies in its ability to inspire a power that completely changes the essence of life, right? That's right. Can both the soul and the body be changed? Both can be changed, and they can be changed very, very finely. It's really a divine artifact. But do you know where this thing came from? Dryden picked it up. Where did he pick it up? I'm not sure, because he never said it clearly. But when chatting, he mentioned the term lost advanced civilization, so I think it should be picked up from this place. And I think he may have returned to this place in the past 5,000 years. How advanced do you think the lost advanced civilization is? This word made Rosen's heart tremble slightly, not only surprised, but also produced a sense of vicissitudes of civilization extinction. This is normal. People will age, countries will age, and civilization will naturally age. If you age, you will die. I couldn't help but think, I wonder how long my natural empire will last. I don't know, let it go. On the other side, Dora paused. I'm afraid it has greatly exceeded all known worlds, reaching an incomprehensible height, and may even exceed Legend 19. And the tree branch of life is one of its creations. Rosen immediately became very interested, but it was obvious that only Dryden knew the address of this lost advanced civilization, so it was useless to just be interested, and he had to find a way to get the specific address from Dryden. This is very difficult to do, and it can't be done in a short time. So, he put away his mind and continued to read. As he looked, he said again, the golden tree species is really strong. According to Dora's description, the golden tree species can cultivate various fighting races. And no matter what race, the starting strength is Legend 7, and depending on the talent, the highest can even reach Legend 14, and the minimum mana scale is also 10,000 times that of mortals. It's not just a little bit strong, it's very strong. So strong that even Dryden himself is a little scared, so he dare not use it too much. That's really scary. This is simply a void demon that can enter the mortal world. The creature is stronger than himself, and he doesn't understand the principle of the tree of life. If he doesn't do it well, and it devours the master, anyone will feel guilty. He continued to look down, and as he looked, he explained, oh, the tree of life is actually grown like this. This is a bit cruel. Dora said bitterly, imprisoning the soul in an eternal cage and becoming an eternal slave is not just a little cruel, it's very cruel. Then she said, this time when he returned, Dryden not only increased his strength, but also his confidence. I suspect that he has a deeper grasp of the use of the tree of life, so that he can completely control the golden race. That means there will be a lot of golden warriors on the battlefield. Yes. How many will there be? 1,000 or more. TSK, it's really scary. Is it a bit? It's obviously very scary. After saying this, Dora snorted again. Don't talk nonsense about summoning the sun to the mortal world. I don't believe it at all. Rosen shrugged his shoulders, and didn't argue. When you go back, find a way to send an upper elf over. I want to study life spells. Don't worry, I won't torture him or kill him. Dora was silent for a while and said, I sent Sissy over. Sissy, the girl with a bad brain? Yes. Why send her? Do you have a grudge against her? Because she has a bad brain and is easy to deceive. What an irrefutable reason. While talking, Dora kept writing and made logical errors several times. Rosen would always correct him immediately. Don't play tricks on me, my artifact of truth is not for show. Dora was a little skeptical. Do you really have an artifact? Really? Where did it come from? A real witch gave it to me. So, are you really the witch's apostle? Not an apostle, the witch doesn't accept apostles. I just got lucky and got a gift. Okay, then you are really lucky. At this time, Rosen saw some knowledge about elves and was very surprised. Elves actually grow from the tree of life? I thought they were born in the belly. You can grow and give birth. The bloodline that grows out is pure, and the speed is fast. Because the soul is ready, you are an adult at birth. Rosen's mind moved. This is equivalent to the prisoners released from the tree of life, right? Dora nodded, yes. Rosen was immediately very curious about the tree of life. If so, if the interior of the tree of life is made more comfortable and magnificent, wouldn't it become a paradise for the soul? Natural deism has always described the kingdom of God, but it is actually false, because it does not have the ability to store souls on a large scale. But now it seems that the ability of the tree of life perfectly meets his needs. Not only can it store souls, but it can also allow souls to reincarnate. Dora shook her head. You are not the only one who thinks so, the elves think so too, and Dragon has tried it, but he can't do it. Just because he can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. I have a divine artifact that can see the truth. That's useless, because you don't have a branch of life. This is really a pity. Okay, you're right. He continued to ask, what if it is a born elf? It's more difficult to give birth. The gestation period is very long, up to 10 years, and the blood is also prone to degeneration, but it is one of the ways to create a new soul. One, what about the other? You know, it is to use the elf fruit to transform the mortal race. Oh! Soon, Dora began to write the knowledge of the elf fruit, and Rosen stopped talking and read carefully. Just writing and reading like this, after 2 days of sleepless nights, Dora wrote down all the knowledge she knew. I have to go back. Okay, then you go back. Rosen agreed very straightforwardly. After all, the other party got nothing from him, and when she went back, she was a mine next to the Lord of Truth. My lower-level elf clone will be here soon. Remember to take care of me. Don't forget to send the upper-level elf research samples. He was not worried that the other party would go back on his word, because he had evidence of the other party's betrayal of the elves, and he said only a clone, so if it was damaged, it was damaged. Yes, give me back the hat. It's hard to explain why the hat was lost. Rosen was reluctant to part with this good thing, but what the other party said made sense, so he returned it. Dora put on the hat, took off her human dress, and disappeared the moment she left the imprisonment array. Rosen took the large amount of knowledge left by Dora, especially the knowledge about the branches of life, and produced a preliminary idea in his mind. There is a kind of thing that you don't know its essence, but you know many of its characteristics. Isn't this quantum mechanics? He couldn't understand the power of the branches of life, just as mortals couldn't really understand microscopic particles. But with this life knowledge as a foundation, he could understand, even predict, and even use the various modes of action of the fruit of life to a great extent. What is this? Is it life mechanics? But the data is still too little. My life mechanics is not perfect. I have to go to the Holy Elf Empire to collect more first-hand information. This is the task of the lower-level elf clone. As for the main body, it is naturally to develop the national strength of the natural empire and prepare for a big battle with the elves. The various golden warriors bred by the golden tree species are still very powerful. With the current equipment and weapons, they can fight, but even if they win, they will suffer heavy losses. We must develop stronger war weapons. What is the strongest? Of course, it is the sun. If the small sun is not enough, we need a big sun. When the weapon is not enough, we have to be a source of power. Chapter 265. Bell is a busy man, and so is Cavendish. Both of them are workaholics with strong paranoia, never taking a vacation, and spending 24 hours a day, or even 25 hours a day in the laboratory. For Rosen, this is naturally a good thing, but it is quite difficult to get the two together for afternoon tea when necessary. Either one is busy, or the other is doing experiments, or they are not free. In addition, the confidentiality level is also high, so it is really troublesome to organize a bureau. So, although they are all by the Swan Lake in Mondania, they have never gathered together to have a good chat in nearly 4 years. But this time, Rosen forcibly pulled the two out and had an afternoon tea party in the garden of Swan Castle. Your Majesty, I have a regular meeting later. Your Majesty, my experiment cannot be delayed. The two looked anxious. Rosen was calm and composed. Okay, I pushed it for you. Take a good rest this afternoon. By the way, I have a new idea and I want to talk to you about it. While talking, Rosen personally gave each of them 200 milliliters of the improved taste of Golden Blessing. Come on, drink as much as you want. There's more after you finish it. Since that was the case, the two had nothing to say, and could only relax and let their bodies limp on the soft thick leather chairs. You have to drink Golden Blessing too. Because it's very refreshing, and you won't feel sleepy after drinking it. Rosen didn't rush to talk about business, and also lay in the garden, bathing in the golden sunlight of the warm winter sun. After a while, when he was almost sleepy from being exposed to the sun, Rosen suddenly said, Tell me, why does the sun stay bright all the time? Both Cavendish and Bell are people who can't keep their brains idle. They lay there for a while, although they felt comfortable, but they also felt bored. Suddenly hearing Rosen's question, their minds immediately turned rapidly. A few minutes later, Cavendish was embarrassed. I have never thought about this question. Now that I think about it carefully, I don't know. This is normal. After all, he has been working on the energy conversion array for many years. Although he has a deep understanding of a single point, he is almost a novice in other fields. Bell has been studying various basic elements and how to combine elements to create new materials that meet the requirements. He barely has something to do with Rosen's question. He said, I think the sun should be the source of everything. The ring, the elements, and everything we see, all come from the sun. So does light. To some extent, this may be true. But Rosen smiled and said, But my question is, why is it always on? Won't the power run out? Bell was stuck immediately. After a long time, until he unconsciously drank 400 milliliters of Golden Blessing oral liquid, he spoke. From the observation results, the sun is very big. Could it be filled with endless black stones? As soon as he finished speaking, Cavendish shook his head and rejected it. I just made a rough estimate. The black stones can't burn for that long. He explained, My estimate is that the sun can burn for a maximum of 5,000 years, but the history of the plane is much longer than this, and the sun in ancient times does not seem to have changed much from now. So the two top geniuses in magic had nothing to say, and subconsciously turned to look at Rosen. Rosen spread his hands. I don't know either. Before disappointment could creep onto their faces, he added, But I do have a vague idea. The two immediately pricked up their ears. Rosen squinted his eyes, and looked at the sun in the sky. First of all, the sun is very, very big. According to the data from the Star Observatory, it is estimated to be millions of times larger than our world. Then, there must be a lot of elements on the sun, almost endless, right? Both nodded. Rosen said, Furthermore, the temperature of the sun must be very, very high. At such a high temperature, most of the elements must be in liquid or even gaseous form. That's right. Cavendish's eyes lit up. Bell looked thoughtful. Rosen continued, So, the sun should be composed of a gas with extremely high temperature and pressure. Why is the pressure extremely high? Oh, I understand, because it's big. Bell's face became more thoughtful. Cavendish was also enlightened. He whispered, The larger the mass of an object, the more it will naturally attract each other. For an object as large as the sun, this attraction must be incredibly strong. Bell silently estimated and was shocked. If the sun is millions of times larger than our world, even if it is composed entirely of the lightest elements, the pressure at its center is unparalleled. Rosen nodded. I made a brief estimate, and found that we can already reproduce an environment similar to the sun on Earth. Then, we can see what will happen. After saying this, Cavendish could no longer lie down and sat up straight. How is it possible to reproduce the situation at the center of the sun on the Earth? He had just been silently estimating the approximate value of the pressure in his mind, and then he found that this pressure could easily destroy any object in the world. Now that Rosen said that it could be reproduced on the Earth, he immediately felt it was outrageous. Rosen did not say anything, but looked at Bell. Bell whispered, From the perspective of pressure alone, it is very difficult. But I think the sun must have a force that explodes in all directions to resist the attraction between matter. Because if there is no such explosive power, I can't think of anything in the world that can withstand such a huge pressure. Then the sun must not be so big, it will keep compressing, and may even disappear into a small dot. This is an extremely counterintuitive inference, and most people can't think of this level at all. But Bell easily came up with this step, and he must be said to be an extremely smart guy. Cavendish was a step slower, but he understood immediately. This must be a force that is countless times more powerful than the most violent explosive gunpowder in the world. If this explosive force and attraction cancel each other out, then the environment inside the sun may not be as bad as simply speculated. But how to achieve it on Earth? Your Majesty, do you plan to achieve it with the power ring? He has already reacted. Rosen nodded. Yes, create a stronger power ring, construct a unique shape of pure force energy, constrain the elements, and then use the light of destruction to heat the elements to an astonishing degree, thereby simulating the environment of the sun. Then, we may know why the sun can always be so bright. The two mages became excited. After calculating silently in his mind, Cavendish immediately said, if we really find the reason, we can light up the sun on the earth and obtain an inexhaustible source of power. This source of power must be countless times stronger than the black stone. Bell immediately considered it from the perspective of elements. After a long time, he said, I guess there may be a conversion phenomenon between basic elements. Rosen was happy to hear this and sighed. Hey, how did I find these two great treasures? He immediately said, let's try it. Cavendi immediately said, Your Majesty, if you want to light up the sun on the earth, the current power ring is far from enough. I estimate that the scale should be at least 10 times. Bell followed. Yes, the general light of destruction is not strong enough, and if you want to achieve a strong enough light of destruction, or other methods of heating gas, it must take a huge amount of power. Rosen laughed and crossed his hands behind his head. I only heard two words, money. Cavendi and Bell looked at each other and laughed dryly. Your Majesty, you must be very curious, right? Cavendish asked. Your Majesty, you must have a way, right? Bell asked. Of course Rosen has a way, otherwise he would not have mentioned this. He smiled and said, this can be done in 3 steps, from simple to difficult. The first step is to simulate the solar environment in a very small area for a short period of time. This step is the simplest, and can be achieved with focused destructive light. I estimate that with the equipment and conditions of Cavendish Laboratory, it can be done with a few modifications, and the cost will not exceed 100 million Klee, right? Cavendish thought about it carefully and nodded. Yes, it can be done. I feel that the first step of verification may be completed in 3 months. Because most of them are ready-made. Bell immediately said, then what can I do? Rosen certainly thought about it. Provide various basic elements, try them one by one, and see if there will be a transformation of the basic elements. Bell's eyes lit up, and he jumped up from the recliner. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Cavendish also jumped up from the chair. I do it now. The two even forgot about etiquette and ran away. After running a few steps, Cavendish staggered and was about to fall. Rosen quickly supported him with the magician's hand and said, Alia, are you just standing there? Why don't you escort the two magicians back to the laboratory? Oh, okay. Alia was a little sleepy when she was listening, and she woke up immediately. In the following time, Rosen verified the knowledge of life magic provided by Dora while waiting for news from the laboratory. About 2.5 months later, Rosen created a legendary wig with a legendary +4, and raised his basic soul strength to legendary 7. It's not that he doesn't want to go higher, but his ability has reached its limit. Then, the paper from Cavendish Lab arrived, and the paper was called Artificial Sun. There were 2 results in the paper. The first one was exactly as Rosen expected, that is, the phenomenon of hydrogen isotope fusion under high temperature and high pressure was discovered, and the incredible power was released in the fusion. The second one was completely beyond Rosen's expectations. It unexpectedly synthesized a strange substance. The substance has a strong property that cannot be destroyed by conventional means. If you want to destroy it, you can only simulate the solar environment again. This thing was packed in an exquisite wooden box, and a magnifying glass was installed on the top of the wooden box. The reason is that the substance is too small, just a small sphere with a diameter of less than 1 millimeter. Rosen checked it, and it looked like a small stone at first glance. Immediately tried to touch it lightly with legendary 7 mana. He touched it once, just like touching a stone. He didn't feel anything, but Lai Fu reported something unusual. The phenomenon of mana solidification was discovered, with a freezing rate of 0.01% and unknown freezing properties. The freezing rate was very low, far beyond the limit of mortal perception, but Lai Fu discovered it. Rosen was startled, and then his heart beat violently. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Then, he felt a burst of ecstasy. Hiss, it seems that I touched the big treasure. Chapter 266. Lakeside Study. The clerk wrote down the emperor's words, with a shocked heart. The artificial sun is a great idea that can make mortals comparable to gods. Once it is truly realized, our natural empire will truly become a divine kingdom on earth. After writing it down, the clerk asked fearfully, Your Majesty, should this achievement be kept secret? Rosen smiled faintly. What do you think? The highest level of confidentiality. Yes, Your Majesty. If it was just an artificial sun, Rosen would make it public, even issue a solar bond, raise funds, build a giant power ring, and start feasibility research on the practical application of artificial suns. But now that something with strange properties, and similar to a divine artifact, has been created, it must be kept secret. And it must be kept secret at least until the natural empire has established an absolute advantage in this field. Or, if it can no longer be concealed, he will slightly announce the relevant concepts. On the other side, Rosen's body immediately went to Cavendish's laboratory and found Cavendish. Continue to improve the performance of the power ring. When the performance is sufficient, we will conduct practical verification of the artificial sun. For now, we will stop for the time being. Cavendish was a little surprised, but why? Rosen shook the small wooden box he gave him in his hand and used a mental secret, because this little thing. It is not a material, but a crystal of mana, and its strength exceeds that of Legend 19. Cavendish's eyes widened. Is it the divine power that may exist in the unified formula prediction? Yes, it is divine power, real divine power, and it is 1,000 times more wonderful than the divine power predicted by the unified formula. Before we fully master it, it should not be made public. Cavendish immediately understood. Then I will continue to improve the power ring. Rosen said, Don't forget to prove the artificial sun. This must be done, and we must prepare in advance. Understood. Rosen said again, Also, I need a group of people to open a confidential laboratory to study this little gadget. Recommend a group of young people to me. The scale of the laboratory is very large now, and there is no shortage of such young people. Cavendish quickly assigned a group of young and promising wizards. Following that, Rosen found Bell again. Bell has naturally been paying attention to the content of the paper, and he already knows the results of hydrogen isotope fusion, which makes him extremely excited. After seeing Rosen, he immediately said, Your Majesty, since the basic elements can be transformed into each other, as long as they are continuously transformed, we can achieve true alchemy. Rosen sighed in his heart. You are blindly optimistic. You want to fuse gold, but even the sun can't do it, let alone mortals like us. Anyway, in his opinion, the human race on Earth in the previous life, even if it is extinct, can't think of fusing gold. As a mortal in this world, there may be a slight possibility, but the possibility is definitely not high. Of course, this cannot be said out loud, otherwise it will discourage the enthusiasm of young people. He patted Bell on the shoulder and encouraged, Then open a separate laboratory to study the transformation of basic elements. No problem. Bell looked excited, but then asked, When will the real artificial sun be realized? It will take some time, because the power ring is not yet mature, but don't worry, Cavendish is already working hard to improve it. Well, that's really good. Bell's curiosity had been satisfied by the experimental results. He also knew that the improvement of the power ring would not happen overnight, so his mind was attracted by the element transformation. Rosen had another thing. Bell, I need a group of mages to help me purify hydrogen isotopes from seawater. The more the better. Bell only thought that Rosen was doing solar research on hydrogen isotopes, and had never thought of building weapons. The reason was that the conditions for the transformation of basic elements were too harsh, and could not be achieved in a large-scale explosive manner. He nodded immediately. This is simple. We have accumulated sufficient experience, and can start working immediately. Rosen was very satisfied, and left Bell Labs after instructing the need for confidentiality. Then, he took the young people from Cavendish Labs to set up a high-energy magic laboratory, and began to study the characteristics of mana under high-energy conditions. He had a clear premonition that the breakthrough point of the mystery of the tree branch of life was most likely in the high-energy magic laboratory. So, he personally sat in the laboratory and focused on studying the solidification of mana. Time passed day by day, and 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. It has been almost a year since the engagement with Queen Zoya. Rosen also obtained enough hydrogen isotopes from Bell Labs. He used the principle of elliptical double focus and detonated a fission nuclear bomb to create a big sun with good fusion efficiency. In order to be sufficient, he built 5 big suns. In order to prevent accidents, he classified and stored the components, but ensured that they could be assembled in half an hour when needed. For ease of use, he built an unmanned aircraft vehicle with a flight range of 1,500 kilometers based on the size of the sun and the highest technology available in the Empire, regardless of cost. Because this vehicle does not require high precision, it doesn't matter if it is off by a mile, so the flight speed is very fast, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Of course, all this is done in secret, and no one else in the world knows except Rosen himself. So far, he has 2 bullets in his hands, and his anxiety is swept away. Even if the great demon king of destruction, Gal Miller, comes, he will not be in vain. So, he gathered his mind, and put almost all his thoughts on the high-energy magic laboratory. But if he doesn't look for trouble, trouble will look for him. On this day, he had just arrived at the laboratory, and was arranging a day's tasks, when he suddenly heard the Queen's call. The Queen's status is still very important. He immediately connected to the puppet substitute, and then saw Joya holding a report, and looking at him with a heavy face. Rosen glanced at the report, and saw the title was Annual Trade Statistics, and he immediately knew what was going on. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Zoya put the document on Rosen's desk. In the past year, the reserve gold coins of the Glorious Empire Bank have decreased by 20 million lira. Lira is the unit of glorious gold coins. 1 lira is about 1.2 augurs, which means 24 million augurs are missing. Rosen knew it well and smiled. Your Majesty, this is the result of free trade. Zoya sat down next to Rosen. Yes, it's the result of free trade. But I have to intervene, otherwise my country will be out of money. This is a bit serious, but it really can't go on like this. If a country has a deficit for too long, and has no other income to fill the gap, it will go bankrupt. As an emperor of a country, Julia certainly cannot sit idly by. She said, we have to balance the trade between the 2 countries. Rosen nodded in agreement. I agree. I am very willing to buy the Empire's steel, black stone, silk, grain, and various fruits. By the way, we also need the high-quality crystals of the light of destruction produced by the Empire. Julia shook her head. Of course I will sell these, but our glorious empire also wants to produce lightning cars. The 2 things that the natural empire makes the most money from are the lightning car and the high-precision ring scale. These 2 things are simply gold-eating beasts, swallowing the gold coins of the glorious empire in big mouthfuls. Rosen pretended to be ignorant, knowing the truth, then just produce it. No one is stopping us. Joya pouted. I tried to make it, but the quality is far inferior to yours, the cost is far inferior to yours, and the performance is far inferior to yours. It is impossible to sell it. Rosen smiled and said, take your time. I spent a lot of effort to cultivate the production line at the beginning. Talent cultivation, magic technology, engineering technology, etc., are not a matter of 1 or 2 days. I know, but if the car can't be sold, I can't get back my investment at all. So, I have to increase the import tariff of imported lightning cars to increase the market competitiveness of our own lightning cars. Rosen spread his hands. You can increase it. This is the legal power of the glorious empire, and he has nothing to say. Joya said again, then, I will increase the export tariff for our country's exports. In other words, she wants to raise the price of exported goods. This is also the legitimate power of the glorious empire. From a moral point of view, Rosen has no reason to interfere. And what Joya did was indeed able to balance the trade between the 2 countries. But Rosen thought it was not a good idea, because it was essentially dividing the cake that had already been made, and the most important thing to do was to make a new cake. In addition, the natural empire was busy with domestic construction, and Rosen's energy was mostly on the high-energy magic laboratory, so he had no time to have conflicts with the glorious empire. Do you want to hear my ideas? Joya immediately listened attentively. Rosen pointed to the west. The Holy Elf Empire has been very peaceful in the past year. Do you know why? Joya really didn't know. Although she wanted to know, and sent many spies to investigate, the Holy Elf Empire was hidden in the endless forest, and was extremely difficult to infiltrate. So, she only knew that the elves seemed to be doing something big, but she didn't know what big thing they were doing. Rosen smiled and said, let me tell you, the Holy Elf Empire is currently at war with the fusion empire of the great demon Buck on the storm continent across the sea. Joya was shocked. Ah, are you sure? Rosen nodded seriously. I'm sure. Joya knew that Rosen would not lie about such a big thing, and immediately understood Rosen's intention. Go to the Holy Elf Empire to rob? She was very tempted, but immediately frowned. This is very difficult to do. The forest sea of the Elf Empire is very dense, hiding countless dangers, and even fireproof. A normal forest sea can be burned clean with a fire, but the Elf Forest Sea does not have it, so it can't be burned at all. Rosen smiled and said, you can go to the Storm Ocean to rob the Dragon Islands. I heard that many Dragon Islands have rich resources, gold mines, silver mines, iron mines, and too much. If you continue to pursue free trade, I will provide you with weapons. Shuya was very tempted, because she knew what Rosen said was right, and she had coveted the Dragon Islands for a long time. But she could naturally see Rosen's plan, and couldn't help saying, "You are so beautiful, let me rob money for you to spend." Rosen laughed. "I can not only provide weapons, but also the fleet. But if I provide the fleet, then the robbed Dragon Island will be mine." Shuya immediately refused. "No, just provide weapons." Rosen shrugged. "As you wish." To be honest, he didn't have much idea about Dragon Island. Because Dragon Island is too far away from the natural empire, and there is the glorious empire in between. If he occupies it, it will be an enclave. If something happens in the future, it will take a lot of effort to rescue. It is far less comfortable and happy than making money from the glorious empire. Then is this settled? It's settled. Shuya is a man of swift action, and immediately began to prepare a robbery strategy. Rosen immediately returned to the laboratory. After another month, he finally got what he wanted from the high-energy magic laboratory. It turns out that the tree branch of life is a special crystal of divine power. From this perspective, it is indeed appropriate to call it a divine weapon. Can I make it? He now has a very good understanding of life magic, and the so-called life mechanics is already quite perfect. With the new knowledge of high-energy magic, it is really possible to make it. Of course, it is just possible. Because Rosen currently does not have a stable and controllable solar furnace. There are unstable and uncontrollable solar furnaces. After a careful calculation, he had an idea in his mind. Try to make it. What if it works? Chapter 267. Late autumn, 7 o'clock in the evening. Wail on. At this time of year, the sky at 7 o'clock in the north of Wick continent is already completely dark, so dark that you can't see your hand in front of you. At the northern airport of Mondania, a medium-sized military transport aircraft painted in pure black quietly took off. No one knew the purpose of the plane's takeoff, and no one knew its destination. They only knew that this was a top-secret mission approved by His Majesty the Emperor himself. This is a state-of-the-art aircraft, with a speed of 900 kilometers per hour, a ceiling of 12,000, and extreme stealth performance. After the plane took off, it climbed all the way to a height, and soon reached the stratosphere of about 10,000 meters, and then activated the highest intensity of stealth, flying all the way east. There was only one pilot on the plane, that was Rosen. It was either a stand-in or the real person. The cabin was carrying about 10 tons of extremely tightly wrapped supplies. After takeoff, we headed eastwards. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the plane quietly arrived above the central area of the Golden Ocean. Looking up, there was a sea of stars in the sky, and looking down, there was a dark ocean like a bottomless abyss. The only noise came from the plane engine, hissing, which was the latest Rune Flame jet engine developed by the Empire. It was equipped with 4 engines, 2 of which were enough, and the other 2 were backups. With the help of the high-precision compass developed by the Imperial Surveying and Mapping Bureau, Rosen roughly determined his position. 1,200 kilometers due east of Shire County, 31 degrees east longitude, 58 degrees north latitude, with an error of 1%. He looked at the fuel gauge again. Consumption was 18%, very good. The maximum range of this transport plane with a full load was 4,000 kilometers, which was not enough to meet his needs. But he didn't pack much supplies, so the remaining space was used to load flight fuel, which increased the range to 11,000 kilometers. He was almost completely invisible. This time, the invisibility was not aimed at the natural empire, but to prevent any possible snoopers. Optical invisibility was secondary, mainly the invisibility of the magic ring, faith invisibility, and destiny invisibility. Not to mention direct detection, even divination could not find him. Because his goal this time was absolutely confidential, and the means he used were also absolutely confidential. Any leakage would cause a huge shock to the entire multidimensional world. After making the corresponding preparations, he activated the latest recorded shadow secret technique. Suddenly, a strange breath spread out, completely wrapping the fuselage. In an instant, Rosen was disconnected from all existence in the outside world. The substitute, the faith puppet, and even the magic ring were completely undetectable. There was a feeling of being isolated from the world. But this was necessary caution. In the endless silence, the plane turned to the north, crossing the Golden Ocean, crossing the White Sturgeon Island, and finally reaching the ice field in the far north. The North Pole of this world is not a floating piece of ice, but a continent of about 15 million square kilometers. The continent is covered with ice and snow all year round, with an average temperature of minus 40 degrees Celsius, and in extreme cases it can reach minus 90 degrees Celsius, so there is no life. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the plane arrived over a huge Arctic mountain range. After circling for several times and confirming that the target was available, Rosen controlled the plane to slow down and land slowly. When it was about to land, he activated an endless crystal and performed a super large-scale legendary levitation technique, which steadily stopped the transport plane weighing more than 50 tons in a call. After landing, Rosen did not delay for a moment. He activated the sonic detection technique to detect the structure of the mountain. After confirming that it was strong enough, he used the transformation technique and began to dig all the way down. He kept digging and digging, and the mana consumption was extremely huge, but he brought enough endless crystals and soul-burning rings, so the efficiency was very high. At 12:30 in the morning, Rosen consumed 40,000 tubes of focused mana with a strength exceeding Legend 12. He penetrated the thick ice layer and dug 200 meters down in the extremely hard permafrost layer, and built a complex and precise and extremely strong secret room in the permafrost that was harder than steel. No, it should not be called a secret room. It should be called a disposable solar furnace. After building the furnace body, he immediately returned to the plane and moved all the 10 tons of supplies in the cabin in. There are many kinds of supplies. There are a large number of rare magic materials, with a total value of 500,000 OG. There are many functions, some of which are to control the smelting conditions, and some are to strengthen the furnace body. There are also many precision measuring instruments, which are used to precisely measure the various parameters of the solar furnace to ensure that it meets the design requirements. Finally, there is a good thing, which is a metal ball with a diameter of 1 meter. This is naturally the sun fire cast by the sun this time. A small sun weighing up to 3.2 tons, and with an explosion equivalent of 20,000 tons of TNT. After the materials arrived, Rosen got busy in the underground secret room. According to the pre-designed shape, the secret room structure was strengthened, various smelting arrays were arranged, and various precision detectors were used from time to time for correction. The solar furnace is not small in size, with a size of about 50 meters, but the required precision is at the level of 10 microns, which makes Rosen feel thrilling like a pole dancer stepping on a steel wire strip. Without Lai Fu's help in controlling the magic power, he really couldn't do it by himself. After working for more than 2 hours, everything was ready at 3 a.m. Finally, he checked the solar furnace and confirmed that there was no problem, then set the countdown for melting and casting. The countdown started, and melting and casting began in 15 minutes. Rosen ran out of the solar furnace, closing the gates of the solar furnace while running. The gates were very strong and disposable. To be honest, Rosen was really a little panicked, fearing that he would make a mistake in operation and let himself and the little son share a room. Fortunately, there was no such low-level mistake. 5 minutes later, he exited the solar furnace and returned to the ground. Exiting was not enough. He immediately boarded the plane and took off, climbing sharply. While climbing, he checked the synchronized timer in the cabin and muttered silently in his heart, "I hope the melting and casting will be successful." When the plane climbed to an altitude of 10,000 meters, the timer jumped to 0. The next moment, the ground below did not change much, but Rosen felt the magic ring around him shook violently. Even though he was not connected to the magic ring at this moment, even though he had added the highest intensity of the Shadow's secret art, he still clearly felt a violent shock. He carefully evaluated the intensity of the shock. Well, it was probably about the same as the magic ring shock caused by a small volcanic eruption, not very conspicuous, considering that this place is at least 2,000 kilometers away from the edge of civilization. When this fluctuation was detected by the magic ring meter, the intensity had dropped low enough to attract attention, but it would not cause a shock to the magic world. After all, similar small volcanic eruptions occur many times every day. After circling in the air for half an hour, Rosen landed again. After landing, it was discovered that the ice and snow covering the ground were melting. This made Rosen very happy. Aha, this is really a natural coolant. What to do next, of course, is to open the furnace for acceptance. He put on a fully sealed protective suit, carried an oxygen tank, and added a layer of anti-radiation shield specially developed to resist nuclear radiation, and flame shield to resist high temperature on his body surface. He measured the earth again, and then opened a reserve pressure relief channel. As soon as the channel was opened, a stream of extremely hot high-temperature air flow suddenly sprayed out from the ground, and it kept gushing for more than 10 minutes before stopping. Then, Rosen entered the underground secret room again along the hot channel. The radiation in the secret room was terrifyingly high, and the temperature was also terrifyingly high. If Rosen had not been fully prepared, ordinary mages would have been wiped out as soon as they entered. While walking in the channel, Rosen kept repeating in his heart. Must succeed, must succeed. He has achieved the extreme of his existing capabilities in all aspects and invested nearly 1 million OG. If this fails, it will be really painful. After entering the harsh underground environment, he searched everywhere, looking for the expected molten product. As he searched, he saw an irregularly shaped stick in a pool of half-melted lava. It was about 50 centimeters long, 5 to 6 centimeters thick, dark green, a bit like a crystal branch growing in a solution, but more like a branch. At first glance, it was the kind of rotten branch that no one would pick up if thrown on the ground, and would be stepped on by someone. But Rosen certainly knew what this thing was. He felt ecstatic, and his breathing was slightly rapid. Aha, there is a big difference from the shape simulated by Lai Fu, but it is almost the same. He rushed to the lava pool quickly, took out the dark green rotten stick, and carefully cleaned the stains on the surface. Then, he carefully checked the secret room again, and after confirming that no other divine crystals had condensed, he quickly turned around and left. As he walked, he completely sealed the secret room. After returning to the ground, he quickly destroyed all clues, and then flew into the sky. After flying for a while, the sun rose, and the light golden sunlight reflected on the clouds below, coating the clouds with a solemn and heavy bronze color. Rosen flew quietly on the clouds, looking at the dark green branches beside him from time to time, with unspeakable joy in his heart. This is the ultimate creation that integrates life mechanics, high-energy magic mechanics, and all the magic knowledge Rosen knows. Take a look and giggle. This is the life branch I made, He was a little anxious in his heart, because the answer he had been looking for more than a year was all on this inconspicuous stick. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Rosen returned to the underground secret laboratory of Swan Castle. He took the dark green branch and poured mana into it bit by bit according to the method taught by the moon goddess Dora. Sure enough, a drop of emerald green liquid condensed at the tip of the branch. This is a liquid condensed by pure mana, which Dora called life dew and is the embodiment of life force. Drop this dew on an apple that had been prepared long ago, and the liquid immediately seeped in and disappeared without a trace. Then, Rosen concentrated his mind and followed Dora's method again, to carefully perceive the apple in front of him. After a moment, his eyes shook slightly, and he saw a mysterious, magnificent, and brilliant world. It was just like watching an ultra-high-definition fantasy movie. He was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what was going on. Wow, it's the dynamic perception ability of life activities, and it's so fine that it's down to the molecular level. The movie he saw was the life activities at the molecular level. But how did he see it? Why can he see it? Why is there no observer effect of microscopic particles? Rosen didn't know. TSK, quantum mechanics is invalid. Then, Rosen discovered something new. No, it can not only perceive, but also control, very finely, control single molecules. It can see and change. It's really a magic weapon. No wonder it can transform life so finely. But obviously, it's not enough to have this ability. You have to know how to change it. For this matter, you have to keep experimenting, a lot of experiments. The good news is that the Lord of Truth has produced enough results, and he can use them directly. The bad news is that it is difficult to achieve the ultimate fine transformation with the power of mortals. Because the workload is too large, the brains of mortals are not enough. Tedious, massive, and fine work, isn't this Lai Fu's strength? This ability is also easy to train, because there are lives everywhere, so there are training data everywhere. Training ability is just one of them. There is another very important thing to figure out. For the lives that have been controlled by the Lord of Truth, can I change them back? Will the life force I activated conflict with the life force of Deruitan? This matter must be figured out, and it must be very clear. Coincidentally, Rosen has a very good research sample on hand, that is, Miss Sisai from the Holy Elf Empire. Chapter 268. Sisai has been in Whalon for almost 4 months. Her current public identity is an assistant researcher at the Natural Empire Medical Research Bureau, and her secret identity is a spy of the Holy Elf Empire. She is the top spy who is only responsible to the moon goddess Dora, and is responsible for collecting information about the Natural Empire, especially the customs and practices of Whalon. As an assistant researcher, her job is to assist in various experimental research in the laboratory. For example, she provides some controlled blood samples, or helps debug various new magic tools. There is not much work to do, and most of her time is free, and no one restricts her freedom, which allows her to drive the lightning car and wander around Mondania. The lightning car belongs to the laboratory, but the right to use it is hers, and it is considered her special car. This day, Sisai, who has not received any tasks from Her Majesty the Moon Goddess and has no serious job, feels bored again, so she drives the lightning car around the city again. To be honest, this human city is still quite fun, at least it was fun at the beginning. But no matter how fun the city is, you can't stop wandering around every day. The novelty soon wore off. With no friends and no tasks, life is really boring. In fact, she knew in her heart that she was not valued by His Majesty. Although she had a very good appearance, even comparable to His Majesty the Moon Goddess, she was not gifted in magic power, magic, and interpersonal relationships. In short, beauty became the only thing she could show off. Alas, it turns out that I am not the child of destiny, but just an ordinary person. Recently loss, sadness, and confusion have become frequent visitors in her mind. While wandering aimlessly on the wide streets, enjoying the envious gazes of ordinary human beings, the car communication rang. Miss Sisai, there is a very important and urgent task. Please return to the laboratory immediately. Important task? Oh, finally something to do. Sisai was refreshed and rushed back to the Medical Research Bureau on the outskirts of the city. When she got off the car at the bureau, an experimental mage came up to her. Please follow me immediately, Miss Sisai. Sisai hurriedly followed, very curious. What is the important task? There is a very important new drug experiment. The director of the experiment needs some control groups, that is, some volunteers taking placebos. Because the task is urgent, we can't find enough volunteers for the time being, so we need you to help. Sisai's interest was immediately gone. Hey, I thought it was a big deal, it's so boring. After staying for half a year, she was already familiar with the basic process of human beings developing new drugs, called a large sample randomized double-blind experiment. Anyway, it was a hassle. She felt tired just by looking at it. She thought that these human mages were just idle and looking for things to do. But the treatment given by the Research Bureau was very good. Although she was an assistant experimental mage, there was something called Foreign Employee Subsidy, which gave her a salary of 50,000 Kli a month, and her daily living expenses were all covered, so she had no complaints. Although it was boring, there were new things on the market from time to time, which always gave her some surprises, which was much more interesting than her unchanging hometown. Soon, she followed the secret passage and came to an underground laboratory. Hey, this lab is very secretive. I don't think I've been here before. The Empire has many secret experiments, and naturally there are many secret labs. Madam, I take you here. Just walk along the corridor, and there will be a door at the end. That's the entrance to the lab. Although it was an underground corridor, it was very bright, so Sisai didn't feel scared and walked over with big strides. She soon reached the door. She knocked on the door gently, and then a familiar voice came from inside the door. Come in. When she walked in, she found a wide room with 5 beds, and 4 of them had a person lying on them. Everyone closed their eyes, breathing steadily, and seemed to be asleep. There was one empty bed left. An experimental mage in a white coat, a thick cotton mask, and only a pair of eyes came over. Miss Sisai, lie on the empty bed. Sisai lay down skillfully. Mage, have we met before? I have met once or twice, but I have never spoken. Oh, no wonder I feel familiar with you. As he spoke, the experimental mage handed over a bottle of water and a small white pill. This is a new drug to be tested for the treatment of malaria, and the side effect is sleepiness. Sisai hesitated a little and took it, because she had done this many times, and there was no problem every time. The pill was a little bitter, so she quickly drank a mouthful of water, and then she knew nothing. Hey, a confused personality is also good, at least there is no trouble. Rosen helped Sisai and laid her flat on the small bed, then took out his life branch and started to do experiments. In this experiment, Cece was the main experimental subject. In addition to her, there were 3 legendary wizards of the lower elves and a human volunteer as a control group. To avoid trouble, he kept the 4 elves asleep. To avoid them dying in the middle of the experiment, he cast various life-sustaining spells on them. Next, he carefully conducted various experiments on these elves. Time passed day by day. On the 5th day, due to a mistake, a lower elf was made stupid, and his soul was damaged, and it could not be repaired. There was no way, so he had to destroy it. On the 15th day, the 2nd lower elf was also declared scrapped. The death of the 2 lower elves was not in vain, and greatly deepened Rosen's understanding of the elves. There is no essential difference between the upper and lower elves, but the degree of improvement is different. The 3rd lower elf lasted for a long time, and lasted for 100 days, allowing Rosen to thoroughly understand the elves. The long-term experiment allowed Rosen to obtain 3 very reliable conclusions. The first conclusion is the quality of life force. The life force transformed from the branches of life is essentially the same, there is no difference in strength, and there is no conflict between them, but there is a difference in quality. Quality is only related to the branches of life. The higher the quality, the more refined the perception and control of life activities. Probably because of luck, the quality of my branches of life is higher. Because of the limited reference, it is difficult for Rosen to make a precise quantitative distinction between the quality of the branches of life. For the time being, I can only simply position the quality of the branches of life of the Lord of Truth as one, and my own as two. In other words, in terms of hardware, Rosen is stronger than Dryden. The second conclusion is the elves are imperfect. It is an indisputable fact that the bodies of elves are better than those of mortals. If the highest legendary level that can be achieved is used as the basis for the classification of body quality, then mortals can reach up to 7, and elves can reach 12. But according to Rosen's experimental results, the human body has the potential to reach 19. The Lord of Truth, Dryden, is limited by the quality of the branches of life and the constraints of his own abilities, and can only make minor improvements to the human body. Quality 12 is already Dryden's limit. Because of this, he had to find another way to create various non-human races in order to gain stronger improvement potential. But Rosen has already mastered the training of Lifu's life transformation. If there is enough time and patience, he can even transform one molecule at a time. Of course, this is not very realistic, because the workload is too huge, and there is no practical significance, because molecules are constantly changing. In short, Rosen is far superior to Dryden in software. The third conclusion: the soul of mortal life must rely on elements to exist, and elements can only carry the soul of Legend 19. That is to say, mortal life composed of elements, or elemental life, can only reach the power of Legend 19. But it does not mean that the limit of life power is Legend 19. Because not all life is composed of elements, such as void life, which is the product of pure soul self-organization. From this point of view, it is possible that there are lives exceeding Legend 19 in the void. In addition, although the soul of elemental life itself cannot break through Legend 19, it can also drive power exceeding Legend 19. For example, the branches of life. Based on this, Rosen can improve his life quality little by little until Legend 19. It may take a long time, maybe 10 years, maybe 20 years, but it will definitely be achieved in the end. After the research was almost done, Rosen turned his attention back to the sleeping upper El Sisai. In terms of appearance alone, she is not inferior to the moon goddess Dora, but her inner qualities are far behind. And she was born, so this appearance was given by the Creator. It's a pity that she is so beautiful, but she is a straw bag. Well, I change it for you, and then you can go back and be my hidden chess piece. With his current means, it can be changed perfectly. Rosen activated Lifu's life transformation and began to optimize Sisai's inner qualities little by little. Lifu's work efficiency is extremely high, but the workload is also amazing, so it took a full month to improve Sisai's life quality to Legend 17 in one go. This means that she can break the ring wall with a little practice. After reaching the 10th ring, she can be promoted to Legend directly with the help of the legendary crystal. Others work hard for 10 years, but she works hard for one night. Improve the quality, slightly reduce the emotional area of Sisai's brain, strengthen the logical area, which can make her smarter. Finally, leave a highest level control secret door in the deepest part of her brain. In this way, Sisai has 2 control secret doors in her brain. The other one is left by Dryden. Rosen has the ability to erase it, but it is specially left to confuse Dryden. After doing all this, he raised his hand and pressed it on Sisai's body, silently saying in his heart, "Wake up." Well, Sisai woke up. How long have I slept? About half an hour. Rosen was not worried about being exposed because he had quietly modified Sisai's time memory. While Sisai was getting up, he said, "Ms. Sisai, I just received a message from the Ministry of Internal Affairs saying that His Majesty the Moon summoned you to return to the Holy Elf Empire. Perhaps you should go back immediately." Sisai patted her head and felt a little headache. "Your medicine has a really big side effect." "There are indeed some side effects, but it will recover soon. Drink some water, it can relieve the headache." Rosen handed over a glass of water, and the latter gulped it down, then sighed. "Oh, I really don't want to go back to that boring forest." "Lin Na." Rosen smiled slightly, and said in a strange tone, "Miss Sisai, if you don't want to be manipulated by others, work hard to practice, and try your best to improve your magic power." Sisai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "You are right, I really have to work hard to practice." Rosen gave her a good quality legendary crystal pendant. I hope you can use this gift one day. Sis I knew this, of course, and was a little surprised, but more bitter. Maybe I will never use this, but thank you. After that, she got up and left. Rosen watched her leave, thinking in his heart, don't worry, you will be able to use it in a year at most. He immediately left the Medical Research Bureau and returned to the underground laboratory of Swan Castle to maximize the use of the Tree of Life. For example, optimize the quality of his own life, such as making molecular synthesis instruments such as the Tree of Life, making elf fruits, and creating legendary wigs. Just when he was busy, many things happened on the continent one after another. In the southwest sea of Wick continent, the 4th Expeditionary Fleet of the Glorious Empire came to the vicinity of the Dragon Islands in the Storm Ocean and fought fiercely with the elves. The fleet commander was none other than Sarikar, who had served as the general of the 1st Legion of Shadow Guard. Now, he is the naval marshal of the 4th Expeditionary Fleet. Sarikar was not dissatisfied with this, because Shadow Guard was very boring and far less exciting than the naval marshal. At this moment, he was ambitious and devoted to expanding the territory for the Empire. Natural Empire. The first hydroelectric power plant was officially put into use. At the same time, at the center of this hydroelectric power plant and 2 thermal power plants, the 6th underground military factory was secretly put into production. It directly doubled the production capacity of various main battle weapons of the Natural Empire, raising the already amazing production capacity to a nearly terrifying level. Chapter 269. Although there were some fights in the Storm Ocean, the Wick continent was generally very peaceful, at least on the surface. In the Royal Horse Farm of the Glorious Empire, a national horse racing event had just ended, and the staff were busy maintaining the horse farm. In a corner of the horse farm, Queen Joyelle was riding side by side with Rosen's puppet substitute. When Rosen controlled the puppet's external performance was no different from that of a living person, which made Joyelle feel that it was no different from a face-to-face conversation. Joyelle sighed with emotion. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 2 years since that night. Rosen felt the same way. Seeing Joyelle's cheerful face, he smiled and said, "Are you asking me good news?" Joyelle smiled. "You know it, but you still ask me. I only know the general idea. You have to tell me the details." Joyelle did not hide it. The island-grabbing campaign went smoothly. We won several large islands, obtained the treasures of several flying dragons, and discovered several mines. There is a silver mine with amazing reserves. There is also a Titan God iron mine, with proven reserves of more than 30 million tons. Titan God iron is titanium white stone ore, and titanium is a perfect metal. Not only does it have perfect physical properties, it also has a lot of uses in magic. Rosen was a little envious when he heard this. Wow, this harvest is really huge. Joyelle glanced at Rosen. The harvest is great, but after these good things go through my hands, at least 70% to 80% will be taken away by you. 2 years have passed, and the magic industry of the Natural Empire has been expanding rapidly, to a point that Joyelle is terrified just by looking at the data. For example, the annual crude steel production has reached 50 million tons, which is more than 3 times that of the Glorious Empire. Another example is the production of various types of lightning vehicles, which has reached 2 million. A year ago, there were still pro-war factions against the Natural Empire in the Glorious Legion, but now the pro-war faction only exists among the people. On the other side, Rosen shrugged, it's not taken for nothing. Our citizens have put in real work, so it's earned. At this time, the two walked to the end of the horse farm, where there was a very well-maintained royal garden. They all dismounted and walked instead. Rosen, my birthday is in a month. It happened to be the victory on Dragon Island, so I plan to make a good plan. Half of it is to celebrate my birthday, and the other half is to celebrate the victory of the soldiers. Rosen understood Joyelle's intention as soon as he heard it. Are you planning to invite me? Yes. Do you dare to come to the Nevernight Palace? Joyelle looked at Rosen with a smile, and there was a hint of provocation on her beautiful face, but there was a hint of expectation in the depths of her eyes. Most people can't see this expectation, but Rosen's legendary strength has been optimized to legendary 3.8, and he has also synthesized a legendary plus 8.4, which is extremely close to the theoretical limit of 8.92. After the legendary wig, the basic soul strength has been raised to 12.2. His current sensitivity is catching up with the legendary 14 moon god Dora, and he can see Joyelle's mind clearly. His heart moved slightly, and he chuckled. Why wouldn't I dare to come? I'm just afraid that His Majesty wouldn't dare to see me. Joyelle's eyes lit up slightly. Then should I really send out invitations? Send it. When the time comes, I will give you a big gift to improve the relationship between the peoples of our 2 countries. In this Dragon Island victory, the Natural Empire provided the Glorious Empire with a lot of useful weapons. Although the weapons provided were not advanced, they were very reliable and never failed. They were much better than the Glorious Empire's own weapons, and the soldiers loved to use them. Therefore, the Glorious Legion's perception of the Natural Empire has greatly improved, but the people still maintain their past arrogant attitude and cannot change their mind for a while. That's why Rosen said this. Zhuye was very happy to get a clear answer, and her steps were obviously much lighter. Rosen reminded, although things have been good recently, we still have to be careful of the elves. Why? I sent some battlefield observation ships to the Storm Continent to observe the battles between the elves and fusion monsters at close range. I found that the elves are very powerful, and there is a kind of transformed life with a golden appearance, whose combat power is even more extraordinary. Zhuye smiled and said, "You are not the only one who sent observation ships to the Storm Continent. I also sent one. So don't worry, I have done enough work on defense." Rosen is indeed much more relieved. By the way, I have some experience in the research of elf fruits. Breakthrough. To be more precise, I have obtained a magical tool for identifying elven fruits, which is convenient and accurate. I will share the refining book with you later. This is good? Zhuye was very happy and immediately gave a reward. I will pay for it. How about 3 million tira? You decide, I don't care. Zhuye did not hesitate and asked again, if the Lord of Truth returns, and if it launches an attack from the void regardless of everything, do you have a countermeasure? Yes, I have formed many endless crystal arrays, called Demon Slaying Array, which is specially used to protect our important personnel and facilities. Okay, I did the same. After a pause, Zhuye sighed, legendary crystals are indeed good things. They greatly enhance the power of mortals to fight against gods and demons, but they have caused the Nawat Republic to fall into division. This happened 2 months ago, and Rosen also knew it. Nawat successfully killed the Mistress of Joy and completely eliminated the demonic threat in the plane. The people were jubilant and thought that good days had come. As a result, less than 2 months later, the high-level conflicts that had been suppressed by gods and demons for a long time broke out completely. The Republic was divided into 3, becoming the Sky Republic, the Glory Republic, and the Cologne Empire, and the 3-country confrontation began. Alas, who could have expected this result? Rosen sighed, and he thought of the guardian mage Elena, who burned her soul in the wilderness, so he felt a little melancholy. So, the two began to talk about Nawat's past again. Both of them were knowledgeable people, and even if they were just chatting, they were evenly matched, so the more they talked, the more speculative they became, and in the end, they almost forgot the time. Unknowingly, they walked deep into the garden. Until the end, the maid came to remind her, and Zhuye was shocked and said with a smile, I am already looking forward to the birthday dinner in a month. A breeze blew, and the flowers in the garden swayed continuously, making her more gorgeous and delicate, just like the flower god in the myth. Rosen's heart was hot, and his eyes were full of aggression, which made Zhuye's cheeks red. I am looking forward to it too. Because of the large-scale promotion of the Lightning Communicator, a direct communication line was built between the natural royal family and the glorious royal family. So, when the queen sent out the invitation to the state banquet, Wellon received it immediately. The other party invited with state ceremony, Rosen either declined politely or attended the invitation with the same state ceremony. These days, it is a big deal for the emperor to go abroad. If it goes wrong, the emperor will die abroad. It would be fine if the emperor had an heir, but the problem is that the emperor's heir is still in the queen's belly. So, as soon as Rosen passed the news to the cabinet, it was unanimously opposed by the cabinet. Not long after, the Minister of State Kruber rushed directly to the study room by the lake. Before he arrived, the voice came first, Your Majesty, you must be cautious. Emperor Rosen sat calmly, and after Kruber entered the study room, he closed the door of the study room. I plan to go, but not in person. Ah. Kruber didn't quite understand what he said. I used transfiguration to create a substitute to go in my place, and tell the public that I went there in person. It will save Queen Zoya's face, and you don't have to take risks. Anyway, I won't have much to do at the banquet. I just sit there and make a few speeches. That's all. Don't worry about being exposed. Well, if it's exposed, the queen won't look good. Although the relationship between the two countries is not very good, they have made a lot of money. If the queen feels despised, she will definitely make less money in the future. Then I make it more delicate. With the help of the true God, mortals will definitely not be able to see the flaws. Kruber was speechless. Then I wish your majesty a safe journey. That's it. After watching Kruber go away, Rosen put his hand on his cheek and thought to himself. After more than 2 years of training, Zoya's feelings for me have grown stronger. Although the glorious royal family has a tradition of chastity, if I really want to go to Medacillin, she will definitely not refuse me. Should I go or not? After a little consideration, Rosen decided to go. I have worked so hard to get so many good things. It is only natural for me to go to Medacillin and hug the beauty. He casually picked up his magic treasure house and sighed secretly. There are too many good things. I can't use them all. With his current means, unless he fights to the death with the army, it is really difficult to die. Of course, hugging the beauty is only one purpose, and the other is to beware of the elves' revenge. It was he who proposed the idea of seizing Dragon Island. He got most of the benefits. Naturally, he had to help deal with the troubles. The queen's birthday party was naturally spread to the Holy Elf Empire. Osella, the sun god, was secretly angry about the failure of Dragon Island. After hearing this news, his anger was ignited, and he broke through the calmness that had been maintained for thousands of years and showed on his face. Well, we've robbed Dragon Island and held a party to celebrate, right? I haven't been so grand in my thousands of years, but you, a queen who's less than 100 years old, can really make a fuss. I just turned your birthday into your death date. But the glorious empire is not a weak opponent. Ordinary elf warriors are really no match for the glorious legion. We have to use the golden warriors. But this matter is a big deal, and he has no say. So he immediately went to the moon rising land. In front of the tree house, he told Dora everything from beginning to end, and couldn't help complaining. To be honest, we should focus on dealing with the human empire at this time, instead of fighting those fusion monsters across the ocean. Dora replied, Osella, don't always complain to me, it will be more effective if you complain to the master. Osella smiled bitterly. I only dare to complain to you, how about it? Does the master agree that I can use golden warriors? The master agreed, but the number of golden warriors is precious, so there can only be 3, so as not to delay the situation in the storm continent. After a pause, Dora said, the master also said that he did not return alone this time, but also brought back 2 equally powerful companions to form the court of life. So, the day he returns is the day when the ancient order returns. Osella was surprised, a little excited, and a little scared. Can I know the names of the 2 gods? The master didn't say. Okay, you should get ready quickly. For some reason, Osella vaguely felt that Dora's tone seemed to have a hint of anxiety, but he didn't think much about it, just thought it was an illusion. After he turned and left, the moon goddess Dora in the treehouse sighed softly. 3 powerful gods, this is really troublesome. She couldn't think of any way to fight. We have to tell Rosen about this. Rosen has a lower-level elf puppet in the forest, but this puppet is on the edge of the forest, far away from her. The gap between the upper and lower elves is much greater than that between the nobles and mortals of the human race, and they almost never interact with each other. The current forest is full of spies of the Lord of Truth, and she really doesn't dare to send him a message. After thinking about it, she gritted her teeth. I can only go to Waylon again. Chapter 270. The last time I went to Swan Lake, it was a cold winter. This time I came to Swan Lake, the weather was the same, even worse. The dark clouds were low, the cold wind was howling, and the tiny snowflakes were flying everywhere. The grass and trees on the lakeside were all withered, and the whole world was bleak and gray. Just like Dora's mood at the moment. Time flies so fast, a year has passed in the blink of an eye. I vaguely remember that when I was a child, time was very slow, so slow that a few minutes felt very unbearable, but as I grew older and experienced more things, time became faster and faster. It seemed that a year had passed in just a blink of an eye. What's more amazing is that although a year has passed, I haven't changed, and the world doesn't seem to have changed at all. It seems that everything is eternal. However, this numb mentality, like the stubborn rocks and plants in the mountains, soon dissipated. She found that she had not changed, and the capital of the Elven Empire, Atlason, had not changed much either, but the city of Mondania in Varen had undergone earth-shaking changes. A year ago, when she came here, she saw construction sites everywhere, as ugly as scars on the earth. But when she came back a year later, the original scars had basically disappeared, and they had basically turned into bright and beautiful buildings, and there were many things she had never seen before. But on the edge of the bright city, many new scars had grown. Dora sighed with all her heart. Ah, the short-lived species are really energetic, tossing around from morning to night, just like a tireless spinning top. Some envy the vitality of the short-lived species, but at the same time, she also despises their short-sightedness and blindness. As she was sighing, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Miss Dora, I thought you would never leave Atlassen again. Atlassen is the capital of the Holy Elf Empire, which means the city of eternal life. Dora was slightly surprised, but then she was relieved. I didn't hide myself carefully this time, so it's normal for him to find me. So, she began to locate the other party's soul, thinking about talking to him, and then she found that something was wrong. Hey, how did your strength increase so much? She remembered very clearly that a year ago, the other party's soul strength was Legend 7, and it was only achieved with the Legend cap, and the body was only Legend 3. It was still outstanding, but far worse than her. But now, she found that the other party's soul strength exceeded Legend 12, and she was only one step away from her. Increasing 5 levels in 1 year, it was like a dream. Your power? The voice in her mind smiled. Didn't I tell you that I have a divine tool that can see the truth? Why don't you believe it? Dora still didn't believe in the idea of a divine tool. Of course, she also thought that Rosen must have something very powerful in his hands. Where are you now? Go north, about 20 kilometers, there is a hill with a steep peak. I built a small manor on the top of the mountain for snow viewing. Dora thought, and used the infinite phase transfer technique directly. In less than 10 seconds, she stood at the door of the manor. The door was originally closed, but with her arrival, the door opened silently, and Dora walked in. Going around the secondary wall that blocked the view, she saw a very quiet courtyard. There was a tall and lush tree in the yard, and there was a pavilion under the tree to shelter from the rain. A circle of faint runes surrounded the pavilion, blocking the cold wind and chill. Rosen was half lying on a spacious warm chair, with a small stove and a small wooden table beside him. The fire was jumping and burning, and the wine pot on it emitted a strong aroma of wine. On the small wooden table were several fragrant small dishes. Dora hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. The experience of dealing with him last time told her that the Emperor of the Natural Empire was a very rational person who could control his desires very well. Because last time she found that the other party had thought about it several times, but he finally held back. Rosen did not react much, and did not open his eyes. He just moved his body to the side, and patted the soft chair beside him. Come, sit next to me. Dora has lived for more than 7,000 years, and no longer cares about any rules. Facing this person who once defeated her, she was not arrogant. Anyway, there was no one else around, and she had a magical dress to cover her, so she did as she was told. After lying down, she found that she could drink warm wine, taste delicious food, and watch the snow falling in the mountains, which was quite comfortable. Your Majesty Rosen, you are quite leisurely. Rosen raised his hand and touched Dora's body, and then he saw her illusion dress, and then he naturally stroked the smooth and warm silk. Dora was surprised and tensed up. What are you doing? Oh, don't be nervous, we are old friends. Isn't it normal to be close? This is not normal. Rosen ignored her and asked, Madam, you must have something to ask me, just say it directly. Seeing that Rosen did not make any further moves, and considering that he was not the opponent's opponent, Dora could only tolerate this somewhat overstepping action. The latest news is that my master has accelerated his pace of return, and will be back in 2 years at the latest. And he is not coming back alone, but with 2 equally powerful companions. Rosen stroked Winnie with one hand, and picked up the warm wine with the other, tasted it happily, and said with a smile, 3 powerful gods? Interesting. The powerful gods are not only powerful, but also have some very powerful things in their hands, so they should not be underestimated. But then again, he also has unique skills, and there are quite a few. And for his unique skills, there is no difference between 1 god and 3 gods. So he still relaxed. Dora frowned. What do you mean? This is not a trivial matter. She originally had the confidence to resist, but now she is almost desperate. As a result, this mortal emperor did not take it seriously at all. The wine was a bit strong, which made Rosen grin. Would you like to try it? The recently released Mondania ice liquor tastes very good. Dora was in no mood to drink. Seeing Rosen's hand still touching her body, she became more and more irritated and grabbed his hand. Rosen, stop it, I want to talk to you about serious things. Rosen finally showed a trace of seriousness on his face. I have a solution, but if you want to know, you have to drink a few glasses with me. Dora was stunned and very curious. After a little hesitation, she agreed and took a sip of the wine. After taking a sip, she coughed repeatedly because of the spiciness. Then, she felt a hot stream going down her stomach, turning into a ball of fire flowing all over her body. At first, she thought it was the effect of the strong wine, but after a few seconds, Dora felt something was wrong and her face changed color. This is not wine. It's medicine. You drugged me. Ha ha ha, yes, it's medicine. Rosen laughed, his face full of pride. He could actually subdue the moon goddess in many ways, but tricking her into drinking was the easiest, haha. Dora felt as if there was a strange force drilling around in her body, making her sore and weak all over, and even difficult to gather her magic power, so she could only collapse on the warm chair. Dora was terrified. Is this poison? Are you going to kill me? Rosen shook his head. It's not poison, and it's not even entirely medicine, because it's fine for me. Dora had also discovered it, because Rosen had been drinking, and he was not abnormal at all. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have drunk it. After taking a few sips of wine and a few bites of snacks, Rosen smiled and said, the effect of the medicine will last for half an hour. After half an hour, you will be both the apostle of the Lord of Truth and my apostle. If there is a conflict between the two sides, you will have to listen to me in the end. Dora was shocked and immediately thought of a possibility. She asked repeatedly, you have cracked the mystery of the tree branch of life, right? Do you really have a divine tool that can see the truth? Rosen did not answer but asked, really want to know? Really want to know? Yes. Rosen leaned close to her ear and whispered his conditions. After the voice was finished, the eyes of the noble upper elf suddenly widened. You might as well kill me directly. Rosen did not force it, but waited patiently. About half an hour later, he thought about it, and the magic power flowed, and he used the magic mantra to state his conditions again. Dora found that her body followed the instructions meticulously, as if the body was not her own, but Rosen's. Rosen squinted his eyes, enjoying the clumsy service of the upper elf moon goddess, and couldn't help laughing. Miss Dora, you see, you have to listen to me in the end. With these words, Dora found that she had regained some control of her body. She was angry and shocked. I don't understand. Rosen used the mana mantra again to release the control of the other party, and then said, I don't like to force people. If you take the initiative to serve me, I will tell you. Dora shook her head. No, Dritten has an obsessive-compulsive disorder of pursuing perfection. Once he finds that I am not perfect, he will decisively abandon me. Rosen smiled. Don't worry, I can fix it if it is broken, and I can fix it so that Dritten can't see it. Dora had nothing to say, and she was silent for a long time before she spoke. Rosen, you are such a bastard. She misjudged this guy, underestimated his ability, and overestimated his morality. Now, this guy is not her ally, but her new nightmare. The reason why nightmares are nightmares is because there is no choice. So, she could only take the initiative to get up and sit on Rosen's lap. After being served diligently, Rosen was satisfied. I have completely cracked the mystery of the tree branch of life, and I have also completely freed you from Dritten's control. Of course, in order to avoid being noticed by Dritten, I still retain his control channel, so you can still feel Dritten's control intention, but as long as you don't want to, he can't force you. Dora lay softly beside Rosen, and the more she listened, the more incredible she felt. She probably knew that the other party used a method similar to the fairy fruit. But how did he use it, and why could he break Dritten's control? She had no idea. You are not a mortal, you are a god, right? Since she was willing to guess so, Rosen was naturally happy to follow her guess. Yes, I am the elemental incarnation of the true god in the mortal world, and my body has the supreme power. I like playing games very much, all kinds of games. I like watching my opponents jumping around in front of me, until they think they are about to win, and then slap them to the ground. The transition from ecstasy to despair is very interesting. This time, Dora believed it completely. She didn't know how to describe her mood, it was very complicated, but mainly awe. The rebellious heart was completely gone, leaving only obedience. Supreme power, is it Legend 19? Rosen shook his head, a little higher. If you want to brag, you have to brag. Dora was so shocked that her hair stood on end. Oh, you joked with me like this a year ago, right? Yes, isn't it funny? Dora thought to herself, what a joke. But of course she didn't dare to say it out loud, and she even flattered him. Funny. Rosen could see that she was not sincere, and couldn't help laughing again. He thought to himself, the upper elves are really used to being dogs. After changing their masters, they adapt very quickly. From the perspective of social development, this master-servant relationship is naturally far behind the current era, but for the master, it is very refreshing. Just think about it, such a beautiful and almost perfect, and also the most honorable majesty of the moon goddess among billions of elves, flattering him, wagging his tail like a pug. Oh no, it should be shaking his butt to beg for mercy. That taste is 10 times sweeter than the best wine in the world. The taste of absolute power is really fascinating. He couldn't help but have an idea. Should I, like Dritten, turn the natural empire into my elves? As long as you are willing to spend time and energy, this is completely possible. But this idea was dismissed by him after a while. The reason why power is sweet is not because of power itself, but because of the process of conquest. If I turn all the human race into my lapdogs, then the world will be meaningless. But no matter what, conquering the moon god still makes him feel very happy. He was so excited that he went to His Majesty the Elf to do things, and the other party could only carefully hide his dissatisfaction and try his best to cater to him. Afterwards, Rosen lay lazily and said, "Miss Dora, I am different from Dryden." Dora didn't say anything, but her heart was full of resentment. "Yes, you are different. You are much worse than him, and you almost broke me down." Rosen seemed to be unaware of her thoughts, and said leisurely, "Dryden treats mortals as tools to consume, but I treat mortals as flowers in the garden. I will spend time cultivating each flower. If it grows well, like a delicate flower like your Majesty, I will care more. If it doesn't look good, I won't treat it harshly. Because I know very well that there is no so-called perfection in the world. Everything is imperfect, with both advantages and disadvantages. Roses are beautiful, but they are easily destroyed by wind and frost. Wildflowers are inconspicuous, but their vitality is very tenacious. If someone pursues perfection, then the essence is to regard himself as the supreme creator, and to determine the direction of the world with his own aesthetics. The essence is still to pursue absolute power. In my opinion, this man is arrogant, ignorant, and boring. So, if you help me manage this beautiful mortal garden with your heart, I will not only help you, but also help the elves get rid of the so-called Lord of Truth." Dora listened quietly, casually at first, but gradually listened seriously. She immediately thought of the natural empire created by the other party, from which she could clearly see that the other party was not lying. This almost completely dissipated the little dissatisfaction in her heart. "Master, what should I do next? Of course, I will return to Atlason and continue to be the moon god of the elves. But I am not perfect now." Simple. Rosen restored it to its original state after some operation, and then said, "I will give you a secret channel later, and we can contact each other at any time. If you encounter danger, you can also call me for help, and I will come to save you immediately." Dora breathed a sigh of relief, and there was no fear in her heart. She naturally began to serve her new master. "Master, there is one more thing." She told him about Asura's revenge by sending the Golden Warrior. After listening to her, Rosen laughed. "Interesting, really interesting. We can have fun again." Seeing this, Dora couldn't help thinking, the temperament of this great man is a bit like the legendary witch. Rosen learned her thoughts through the secret information channel set up in advance, and laughed in his heart. "I want you to think so." Chapter 271. The Emperor was invited to visit, so the commotion was naturally huge. The Natural Empire directly sent a super-elite Royal Guard Corps of 2,000 people to accompany him. The schedule was to send the Guard Corps to Medassalin first, and then the Corps would build a place in the glorious capital called an embassy on the surface, but it was actually a good place for a war fortress. Then, the Emperor would fly over. In short, it was a real mobilization of troops, and it was extremely troublesome. Rosen hated such troubles the most, so he pushed all of them to the puppet Emperor Rosen. He brought a combat Rosen with him, sneaked into Medassalin, and entered the underground secret room of the embassy. In the underground secret room, all kinds of combat supplies were in place. Among the supplies, there were 10 power arrays made of perfect endless crystals, 10 perfect ghost resonance staffs, 20 consumable perfect soul burning rings, and 3 perfect life and death rings. Finally, there was a batch of special functional transformation injections, which were also good things of perfect quality. Why is it perfect? Because these goodies are synthesized from his unique tree of life, achieving atomic level flawlessness. Under this perfect quality, the maximum storage of a single endless crystal is increased to 24,000 tubes of mana, and the focus strength is +8. Combined with the basic soul strength of Rosen Legend 12, the mana strength has reached the extreme of the mortal world. Soul Burning Ring. The charging time is 4,000 tubes per second, and an endless crystal can be fully charged in 6 seconds. Ghost Resonance Staff. Because of the perfect quality and short distance, the transmission loss is only 50%, so the maximum spell that can be released is 12,000 tubes of mana. Life and Death Ring. The death rate of this thing has been increased to 59.8%, reaching the theoretical limit. Because the death rate is reduced by 4% for each legendary level, strong people with soul strength below 15 legendary can be sentenced to death. Finally, there is Combat Rosen. This is the latest generation of puppet substitute, made from the Tree of Life, and is specially born for combat. Not only can it perform 6-line ultimate combat operations without delay, but its perception of various forces and its own concealment ability are far beyond the limits of mortals. It is simply a Superman from another world. Of course, even with such power, Rosen still does not forget to be cautious, because the main body is still the only one. Even if he now has the means of soul transfer, he dare not turn around, for fear of turning Lifu bad. He just stayed in the embassy, and remotely controlled Combat Rosen to wander around the city of Medaxilin. At this moment, Combat Rosen was sitting in a high-end lightning taxi, letting the driver take him to see the street scene in the city. The cost was certainly not cheap, but Rosen was certainly not short of money. The driver was a third-ring mage, very professional, and was very silent at first, but he could not resist Rosen's teasing. Soon, he started talking. "Oh, I never thought that a little baron would become an emperor." He looked at the welcome banners on both sides of the street, with a complicated expression. Rosen sat in the wide back seat, crossed his legs. Yeah, who would have thought? But the lightning car of the Natural Empire is really good, isn't it? It's good, but it's expensive. I spent 2,000 liras on this car, and I was in debt for 5 years. Rosen calculated a little. I think it will pay off in 3 years at most, right? About the same. The driver glanced at Rosen through the rearview mirror and smiled. Especially recently, there are many foreign visitors in Medaxilin, and the business is very good. But sitting in the car all day is a bit uncomfortable for my waist. Rosen also smiled. Making money is hard. If you can make money, you are better than most people. After a pause, he asked, "What do you think of the Natural Empire?" The driver saw that Rosen looked like a local, so he didn't hesitate to sneer with contempt. He is just a nouveau riche, with some skills, but relying purely on luck. I don't think his good days will last long. As he spoke, his tone was a little sour. Those northerners are shrewd and calculating. In the past few years, they have cheated a lot of money. In my opinion, we should fight this group of nouveau riche and get back all the money we have been cheated of. Rosen listened quietly, and clearly felt the arrogant mentality of the driver, a citizen of a big country. This is understandable. After all, the glorious empire has been rising for nearly 30 years. Since the birth of the most recent generation, the empire has always been the strongest mortal empire on the Wick continent. Now that the northern neighbor that has always been looked down upon has suddenly become rich, it is a bit unacceptable in mentality, and it is naturally difficult to balance psychologically. He smiled. War is not fun. Whether you win or lose, the lives of civilians will be greatly affected. Just hold on. When you win, it will be a good life. What if you lose? How can you lose? Look, this time, when we beat the elves, didn't we beat them to tears? The driver looked as if it was natural that the Empire would win. At this time, a security convoy suddenly appeared on the street, blocking the road completely. So the pedestrians and cars on the road had to stop and wait for the road to reopen. Of course, the driver could only stop and wait. He looked curious and impatient, and looked around. This is really a big deal. They don't care about the livelihoods of ordinary people like us. Rosen knew what was going on, so he smiled and didn't say anything. The driver didn't need to answer. He couldn't drive anyway, so he simply opened the door and stood near the door to watch the excitement. After a while, a large convoy came on the road ahead. A full 30 cars of luxury lightning cars, shining with crystal light and covered with a lot of rune light and shadow, drove slowly. In the middle of the convoy, there were 3 identical super luxury lightning cars, painted in gold, emerald and red. The red flags of the Natural Empire were planted on both sides of the front of the car, looking both domineering and elegant. Wherever the convoy passed, it immediately attracted exclamations. The driver was also amazed. Lord of Glory, this is the convoy of the Natural Emperor. TSK TSK TSK, it really deserves to be the hometown of the lightning car. Each of these lightning cars is simply a work of art. If I could own one, it would be worth it to live 10 years less. At the same time, in the Emperor's convoy. In one of the super luxurious lightning cars, Emperor Rosen sat in the back seat with his eyes closed, and his assistant Alice sat next to him. Alice was still a 19-year-old girl, still a little vain, and she never thought that one day she would be able to show off her power in the capital of the glorious empire. She leaned against the black crystal window, looking at the crowd outside the car with excitement. Your Majesty, the people of the glorious empire are really enthusiastic. Emperor Rosen smiled. Only on the surface, they are thinking about robbing us. Whenever something happens to the Natural Empire, the first to come to rob is definitely the glorious empire. Julia can't suppress it even if she wants to, and will be swept away by the torrent of public opinion and declare war on the Natural Empire. because there is no stronger restraining force above the country. If an individual is not restrained, it is easy to transform into a beast of the jungle. A country composed of countless individuals is almost a pure beast that believes in the law of the jungle. Alice is no longer the ignorant girl in the past, and snorted and laughed. It's a pity that now we are robbing their money. Emperor Rosen laughed. Who said it's not? With the continuous explosion of the production capacity of the Natural Empire's magic industry, it gradually began to squeeze out similar industries in the Glorious Empire. So, in the future, the Glorious Empire will continue to become poorer, and the Natural Empire will continue to become richer. Why can't the Glorious Empire compete? Because the aristocratic group of the Glorious Empire is still very powerful, and Juya is nominally the emperor, but her control over the empire is not strong. The power of the country is dispersed among the royal family members, and the ancient glorious nobles. Although this situation is much better than the previous natural alliance, it is still far worse than the current natural empire with an emperor's autocracy. In terms of efficiency, no political system can compare to a centralized dictatorship. If this center still has a long-term vision and outstanding ability, then the explosion of the empire's national power is almost inevitable. Of course, if you take the wrong road, you will collapse quickly. It can be said that there are gains and losses. His eyes returned to the fighting Rosen on the roadside. While waiting for the emperor's convoy to pass, he suddenly had a thought and felt that there was a completely unfamiliar power fluctuation in the crowd. This fluctuation was very weak, far beyond the limit of ordinary people's perception, but it naturally could not escape the detection of fighting Rosen. He took out 10 liras from his pocket and put them on the back seat. He quietly left the lightning car, crossed the crowd, and quickly approached the target. After a while, he was near the target. It was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a black short robe and trousers, wearing glasses, and dressed like an academy lecturer. As the distance got closer, Lai Fu discovered more information through fighting Rosen. Basic Soul Strength Legend 6.5, Basic Mana Strength Legend 14, Mana Scale 300 Rosen, Power Characteristics Unknown. It turned out to be a god and demon apostle. Rosen was quite surprised. This strange situation, where the basic soul strength is lower than the basic mana strength, only occurs in the apostles of gods and demons. Because the apostles' mana comes from the gift of gods and demons rather than the connection ring. Under normal circumstances, the soul strength of an apostle is just that of a mortal. But the apostle in front of him has a basic soul strength of 6.5, which means that he should be a saint of a god or demon. Saints are apostles who have reached the legendary realm. Usually, such people are highly valued by gods and demons, and are generally the top spokespersons of gods and demons in the mortal world. It is equivalent to the cardinal of the God Church on earth. Since they met, they naturally had to say hello and find out the other party's identity and purpose. So he walked to the man and whispered in his mind, "Dude, plane travel wizard?" The young man showed a trace of surprise on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be exposed. He turned to look at Rosen, and after a careful look, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. "Who are you?" "The guardian of Metacillin, serving the queen, eliminating any unstable factors for her." The young man's eyes showed a sudden realization. "I am Grenfell, the apostle of the powerful god Nelly." Rosen's heart moved slightly, and Lai Fu immediately searched for Nelly's information. The master of the dream world, nicknamed the Lord of Dreams, Soul Strength Legend 14. "Then what is your purpose?" Grenfell smiled lightly. "My purpose is to turn comedy into tragedy." As he said this, Rosen found that the sky was rapidly darkening, and dark clouds quickly gathered into a vortex. As the cloud vortex flew, thunder rolled, and lightning was like a snake. It was like the end of the world. Rosen's heart was slightly shocked. The dream realm of the Lord of Dreams. It's interesting. The dream realm is the unique skill of the 14th level Lord of Dreams. Chapter 272. The sky changes dramatically, and the scene of destruction appears. Ah! The pedestrians on the street screamed in despair, and hid in the buildings on the street. Soon, the street was empty, leaving only a mess. In this background, the body of the unexpected dream apostle grew larger and stronger at an incredible speed, and in an instant, he became a giant standing tall. Rosen immediately flew back. The giant raised his mountain-like feet and crushed towards Rosen. Heart of the god of war reacted quickly. The sole of the foot was too big, blocking all the sky, and no displacement spell was enough to escape. This state exceeded Lai Fu's response limit. So, Lai Fu chose to use mana to condense a large-scale force spell to forcibly hold up the giant's pressing soul. But this response method is wrong, because this is the realm of soul dreams. Lai Fu reacted quickly, but the flow of mana takes time, so Rosen has time to correct its mistakes. He immediately took back Lai Fu's spellcasting authority, then stood still, raised his hand, and pointed to the sky, and urged his mind. Move the mountain. With this thought, a huge power ring suddenly appeared around Rosen's body, and the extremely violent pure power went up to the sky and collided violently with the huge foot that was like a sky-falling foot. Wave. Unexpectedly small movements, and the giant was knocked back repeatedly, getting smaller as he retreated. When his body regained stability again, his body had returned to normal size. The vortex clouds in the sky were still there, the thunder and lightning continued, and the street scene on the ground was the same as before, but all of this seemed to be a background, becoming slightly blurred. In this strange world, Rosen and the dream apostle Grenfell stood facing each other 100 meters apart. Grenfell clapped his hands gently. What a great guardian of the imperial capital, you are really capable. You can see through my dream realm so quickly. Rosen did not answer, but carefully sensed his current situation. Although he knew about the ability of the dream realm through the Encyclopedia of Void Life, it was the first time he encountered it, and there were many details that he did not understand. With the help of the super strong detection ability of the Battle Rosen, he quickly got a lot of information. First of all, it was not his original soul that was trapped in the dream realm, but the residual soul of the clone. The residual soul cannot exist alone, and must rely on the main soul to maintain. At this moment, the main and the residual are connected through an extremely secret ghost resonance, and are not isolated by this so-called dream realm. But other powers, including mana, faith power, and even magic rings, are all isolated from the other party's dream realm. In other words, the other party used a dream realm to pull out his soul alone to deal with it. As a result, Rosen's endless mana, various legendary spells, and powerful magic tools all lost their effects. But this battle was unfair. Because the dream realm was opened by Grenfell, he understood the rules of the realm, and was not blocked by the realm. Theoretically, he could continuously reverse the legendary 14 divine magic power into his own soul power. Rosen, because of the shielding of the realm, had his power cut off from the source, and only had a basic soul. When the power is exhausted, the soul will collapse. Therefore, if the main soul is isolated by the realm at this moment, he will be in great trouble. The good news is that the ghost resonance is not blocked. This allows Rosen to continuously provide power to the residual soul of Rosen in battle. But this detail makes him secretly alert. I almost flipped over. There is also ghost resonance, which is very powerful, but too single. If it is targeted, I will be very passive, and I have to develop more diverse means of power connection. After defeating this Grenfell, I have to understand the principles of the dream realm. How to defeat it? Then we have to talk about the magical book Encyclopedia of Void Life. The book records the coping methods of the dream realm. In the realm, souls duel, and imagination in the heart is the weapon of the soul. But imagination cannot be imaginary, it must be true. That is, the imagined object must be believed to exist. Therefore, Rosen's only way to win is to find an imaginary object that is real enough and strong enough to break through the shackles of the dream realm in one fell swoop. Of course, since the other party wants to talk, he is not in a hurry to start a war. I'm curious why the Lord of Dreams wants to get involved in the affairs of our plane. Grenfell smiled softly. It's simple. My master has formed an alliance with Dryden and intends to help him regain control of the plane. Oh! Rosen immediately remembered the news Dora told him, and wanted to ask about the identity of another ally, but he held back as soon as he read it together. This question should not be asked because it will expose Dora's existence. So, we are mortal enemies who will never stop fighting. That's right, one of us will always have his soul broken in the battle. But considering that I am the master of this dream realm, I am also very familiar with the power rules of this realm. Even if your soul is much stronger than mine, my chances of winning are still much greater than yours. Rosen was silent for a moment, and asked in a different way. It seems that Dryden has found a lot of helpers for this return. I really want to know, in addition to the Lord of Dreams, are there any other allies? Grenfell smiled slightly. Don't think about getting the news from me in the end, I won't tell you. We have wasted enough time. Let's end everything now. After saying this, the thunder that was still brewing in the sky suddenly came down. This thunder was connected by countless lightning nets, airtight, as if it could destroy everything in the world. But almost at the same moment, a huge metal net surrounded Rosen. This is the Faraday superconducting cage that Rosen imagined. The thunder hit the net, but it was all attracted by the superconducting network and quickly diverted to the earth, while Rosen in the net was unharmed. The next moment, Rosen's thoughts urged, and condensed a vision of a great Tsar. This thing is the most powerful weapon on Earth, with an equivalent of tens of millions of tons of TNT. When it explodes, it is like a real sun rising from the ground. Rosen pushed up with one hand, and a strong light appeared in his palm. The strong light flashed violently, and turned into a truly destructive force. At this moment, there was endless light, endless heat, and endless power. The clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the world that was virtualized as the background was directly penetrated by the strong light, and the entire dream realm was broken in an instant. After a moment, the dream disappeared. Rosen and Grenfell still stood face to face on the street. The Emperor's motorcade had passed, and cars were coming and going on the street. Everything was normal. Grenfell's eyes were a little confused, and it was obvious that he had not recovered from the previous soul shock. At this moment, his soul was almost defenseless. Taking this opportunity, Rosen gently pressed Grenfell's head and used a soul puppet technique. This soul puppet technique was learned from Dora, which is much stronger than ordinary puppet techniques, and is suitable for controlling such a powerful person. Grenfell was immediately hit, and his eyes became very confused. Rosen whispered, "Let's go, old friends meet, let's have a good reunion." Grenfell nodded, "Yes, we have to have a good reunion." Rosen walked to a hotel on the street, and opened a room, and Grenfell followed him honestly all the way. After arriving in the room, Rosen first cast a shadow secret technique to cover the guest room, and then asked, "How many allies did Dryden find?" 3, namely, the Dream Lord Nellie, the Forest God Perry, and the Great Goddess of Life Adele. "Well, there's one more than the Moon Goddess," Dora said, "and the extra one is very unusual. The Goddess of Life Adele can be called great because her soul strength is legendary 17, and she is one of the 7 greats introduced in the Void Life Encyclopedia. Her soul, her strength, and her wisdom have all reached incredible levels. As for why she calls herself the Goddess of Life, it is because the image she shows to her believers in the mortal world has always been that of a goddess." Rosen thought for a moment and understood the reason. Draytan became the subordinate god of the Goddess of Life, right? Yes. At this moment, Rosen really felt that things were a bit tricky. If it is said that the powerful void gods and demons have unique skills, then the great gods and demons have brought their unique skills to the extreme, to the point where they cannot be cracked by non-great gods and demons. He couldn't help thinking, my big sun has just been made, is it going to be used? When he thought of the big sun, he had a bachelor mentality. Who cares, I will blow it up if I dare to come. So he asked again, which other apostles of God came to the Queen's birthday party this time? The forest god Perry sent a flower saint named Laresia. Mastering the flower array, can turn fragile petals into indestructible blades. And the Lord of Truth, Dryden, did not send believers, but sent a group of very powerful assassins. There are not many, only 20, but they are very powerful, and the 3 leaders are particularly terrible. Rosen understood and continued to ask, I ask you, in addition to the branch of life of the Lord of Truth, what other artifacts do you have? There are 2 more. One is called the Endless Compass, and the other is called the Spear of Annihilation, both of which belong to the Great Goddess of Life. By the way, the branch of life does not belong to the Lord of Truth, but also to the Great Goddess of Life. Rosen's teeth ached when he heard it. Does the Goddess of Life plan to come to this plane in person? No, the Goddess of Life will not leave her plane easily. In addition, the branch of life is still used by the Lord of Truth. That's good. Now, teach me the knowledge of magic you know, especially the knowledge of the dream field. Grenfell began to teach, and Rosen studied seriously. Teaching and learning, most of the day passed quickly. Rosen gained knowledge of the dream realm, but this knowledge was very complicated, and he was afraid that he could not master it in a short time, so he could only learn it first. Looking at Grenfell again, he was still standing there in a daze. Rosen thought carefully, then took out the life injection he had prepared and injected it into the vein of this dream saint. The effect of this injection is very simple. It changes the subtle structure of the deepest part of the target's brain, thereby opening a very secret monitoring backdoor in the deepest part of its soul. In the next period of time, this monitoring backdoor can quietly transmit what the target sees and hears to Rosen's resonance artifact through ghost resonance. Because life is constantly moving, the target himself is also a legendary strongman and a saint of a powerful god, so he is extremely sensitive, so Rosen dare not make too many changes. Therefore, the backdoor will become invalid in as short as 3 months or as long as half a year. But 3 months is enough to gain a lot of inside information. After the injection, he waited patiently for an hour. After confirming that the modification was completed, Rosen cancelled Grenfell's soul puppetry and waited patiently. About half an hour later, Grenfell slowly woke up, looking at Rosen with a strong vigilance. You lost. I don't want to kill today. So, you leave this plane immediately. Grenfell felt that his head was as uncomfortable as paste, and he couldn't fight again in this state. He was very grateful for escaping with his life. Thank you for your kindness, guardian of the Imperial City. After saluting to Rosen, he immediately turned around and left. About 10 minutes later, the power fluctuation of phase shift was heard. Grenfell left, and before leaving, he contacted the flower Saint Larigia and asked her to be careful. Rosen smiled. Larigia, you are really well hidden. Chapter 273. When he got on another lightning taxi and rushed to the hiding place of the Saint of Flowers, Rosen looked at the street view outside the window, still recalling Grenfell's dream realm. According to the quality of power, the soul is slightly greater than the mana. The two have many commonalities, and can be transformed into each other, but they also have many individualities. The soul is more suitable for the void outside the ring, and the mana is more suitable for driving elements. My biggest shortcoming now is that although the soul is strong enough, it is too small. Once the soul is isolated alone, it immediately shows the weakness of mortals. Within the magic ring, he used various legendary magic tools to achieve a huge scale of mana close to the void life, but the main body soul is still immortal. Therefore, the dream realm is terrible because it hits my biggest weakness. The fundamental solution is to create a large capacity soul container similar to the legendary crystal, which is specially used to store souls to strengthen my main body soul. Is there such a soul container? Rosen didn't have it before, but after getting the branch of life, he had it. There is an elemental structure that holds the soul in the brain of a mortal. I used the tree of life to cultivate this structure, and connected it to my soul, which can fundamentally strengthen my soul. This method is equivalent to connecting a super mobile power bank to a mobile phone, which essentially solves the problem of the weak soul of a mortal. In other words, this method is used to fight against the gods and demons in the void. To deal with the gods and demons in the mortal world, spells are still the best. Gaw. The car stopped and the driver's voice came. Sir, we have arrived at the Baiwa Hotel. Oh, very good. Rosen paid the fare and got off the car to look at the hotel. It is a very high-end villa-style hotel, much more luxurious than Weilon's Blue Whale Mansion, and there is a very large and carefully maintained garden in the backyard. Although it is winter, the climate in Medacilon is still warm, and it is the season when violets are in full bloom. Even across the courtyard wall, Rosen can clearly smell the elegant and fresh orchid fragrance. It seems that this flower saint is a very sentimental person. He concentrated his perception again, and soon sensed a weak, but very condensed breath in the backyard of the hotel. Lai Fu immediately came to the conclusion: basic soul strength 7, basic mana strength legendary 13, mana scale 400 Rosen, strength attribute unknown. It is comparable to the Dream Saint Grenfell, but I don't know what it will be like in a fight. Wearing a gentleman's hat, and holding a ghost resonance staff that looked like a gentleman's cane, Rosen walked into the Baiwa Hotel like an ordinary customer. A young and beautiful attendant immediately came up to him. Welcome. Rosen took out a 100 tira deposit slip, rolled it into a small cylinder with a flick of his finger, and stuffed it into the ravine of the attendant's low-cut uniform without any fireworks. Open a good room, and the extra is yours. My name is Robin, from Alilio City in the Northern Gothic province. Okay, don't bother me, I'm an old customer of the hotel, and I want to go to the backyard to enjoy the flowers now. This behavior was so natural that it frightened the attendant. When she came to her senses, Rosen had already walked out of the front hall and entered the flower viewing corridor in the backyard garden. Through a lush violet bush, Rosen saw the Saint of Flowers, Laricia. She was a very beautiful woman, wearing a lavender dress, wearing a few exquisite gold jewelry, with gentle eyebrows and eyes, and elegant manners, like a beautiful hostess in a respectable noble family who takes care of her husband and children. It is hard to imagine that this would be the servant of the void god who is ready to make a big fuss in the glorious imperial capital. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Legendary strongmen are extremely sensitive. Rosen looked at Laricia a few more times, and was noticed by her. She looked up at Rosen, and a pair of lavender eyes showed a hint of confusion, but this confusion only lasted for less than a moment and turned into solemnity. Almost at the same time, Rosen felt the garden tremble slightly, and the air seemed to solidify. What's more peculiar is that the few guests in the garden were all frozen in place, as if they had become lifeless sculptures. Rosen's thoughts were also affected by the magic circle, and they froze for a moment. He immediately knew that the saint had activated her flower magic circle, which had a powerful effect of solidifying the soul. The thinking speed of mortals, Even legendary masters with lower soul strength than him would be greatly affected. Fortunately, Rosen had a basic soul strength of Legend 12, otherwise, he would have been defeated as soon as the fight started. Almost at the same moment, Heart of the God of War responded. At the same time, a thought flashed through Rosen's mind like lightning. The reaction speed of the gods and demons apostles is amazingly fast. Although it is not as good as Lai Fu in absolute value, considering that it takes time to activate the power itself, Lai Fu cannot have an absolute advantage in casting speed when facing the gods and demons apostles. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It seemed as if time and space were stagnant, and it began to rain. After the raindrops fell, they quickly opened up and turned into flawless water mirrors flying around. At the same time, countless violet petals in the garden flew up and swirled around. There were already many petals, and they were reflected by countless water mirrors, forming countless flowers that were difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. What a flower array! It looks so gorgeous, and the technique is extremely exquisite. This is not only a spell, but also a soul technique. At the same time, it also uses the principle of light and shadow, which makes people feel like they are in a dream. And the terrible murderous intent is hidden in the gorgeous sea of flowers. A large number of petals flew towards Rosen, as fast as light and silent as a killer's caress, which was obviously very gentle, but extremely deadly. Faced with this extremely complex situation where it is difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, Rosen can only use a head-on fighting method if he relies on himself. But this is a downtown area, and the Queen's birthday party is about to be held. If the noise is too loud, it will cause panic. Therefore, the best way is to use cleverness to defeat cleverness. There are 3 kinds of petals. One is the magic power illusion, and the other is the light and shadow, both of which confuse perception. The other is the real fatal petal. The opponent has the magic power bestowed by gods and demons, and the strength is legendary 13, so the attack strength of the fatal petal is as high as legendary 13. After Rosen borrowed the +8 focus of the endless crystal, he could reach the almost limit of the magic power strength of legendary 19, so he could actually easily achieve frontal defense. But the aftermath of the power triggered by the head-on collision would turn the garden into a mess. So, he adopted indirect defense, using the ordinary 4-ring magic movement technique, and always avoided it by a millimeter. As for the deceptive ordinary petals, he let them hit the defensive barrier on the surface of his body. How to distinguish between the real and the illusion? This is naturally Lai Fu's job. It has no skills, so it uses supercomputing power to calculate. It was impossible before, and even if it could be calculated, it would be too late. But after Rosen's basic soul strength was increased to Legend 12, Lai Fu's computing power almost exponentially increased, and it could be done. So Rosen walked out of the rain shelter corridor, and walked towards the target step by step at a walking speed. About every 3 steps, his figure would suddenly speed up and dodge. The acceleration time was not much, just half a second, and the dodge range was not much, just a few dozen centimeters. Chi-chi, chi-chi, chi-chi. Petals floated past Rosen's body, seemingly extremely dangerous, but they could never touch his body. About 10 seconds later, Rosen crossed 30 meters, and walked to the side of the flower St. Laricia. Laricia was still sitting. She looked up at Rosen with a strange smile on her face. Rosen also smiled. She suddenly raised her hand, and pointed the staff in her hand at the air beside her. Poof! The staff hit something, and then the light and shadow changed. The saint on the seat disappeared, and a figure appeared in front of the staff. The figure appeared, and it was the real saint of flowers, Laricia. She covered her right wrist with her left hand, and a matte black rune dagger fell on the ground beside her. The dagger was not an ordinary dagger, but a very powerful legendary dagger that broke the law. It seemed to be poisonous. Once it was scratched, it would be a sudden death on the spot. The reason why Rosen was simply knocked out by the staff was because she did not cast a defensive spell on herself. The reason was to be absolutely hidden. With the appearance of the real Saint of Flowers, the time and space that had been almost stagnant before resumed normal flow. There were not many guests in the garden, and the battle was not loud and did not last long. Their minds were solidified by the magic circle, so there was no panic, only a burst of surprise. Rosen did not continue to attack, because the winner had been decided. He broke the flower magic circle head-on, and spared the opponent's life with the last blow. Because he could have used a spell to completely end the opponent's life. Obviously, the opponent also understood this, so he stood there motionless. Rosen retracted the staff and said calmly, "Ms. Laricia, there is a small wine hall over there. Shall we go, and have a good chat?" Laricia knew that she had no choice. The battle just now had shown that the opponent's strength was far above hers. If she did not cooperate, death would be waiting for her. She nodded gently. Okay. She leaned over to pick up the dagger, but before she could move, Rosen stepped forward and stepped on it. With a slight twist of her leather boots, the legendary 19 mana-driven disintegration technique was activated, and the legendary dagger turned into powder and merged into the flower mud. Madam, you are now my captive, and captives are not worthy of having weapons. Okay. A trace of shock flashed in Larisha's eyes, and she couldn't help asking, your mana-focused strength has reached legendary 15 or above, right? It's a very ordinary 4-ring disintegration technique, but it can disintegrate legendary magic weapons. The only explanation is that the mana strength has reached an incredible level. Rosen did not hide it. Legendary 19.9. Larisha's pupils trembled again. How is this possible? Rosen smiled slightly. I am the guardian of the glorious Imperial Capital. How can I protect the Imperial Capital without some skills? He didn't dare to think about this before. It felt very powerful to make a legendary 12 Diablo focus. But who made him make a divine weapon? Larisha was stunned, put away all the extra thoughts, and cooperated honestly. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the tavern in the Baiwa Hotel, and found a seat in an inconspicuous corner. Rosen took a sip of wine and asked with a smile, Madam, I am curious, as a mortal with outstanding talents, why are you willing to serve the void life? Continuously dealing with two saints made him feel that saints all have free will. In other words, they have the ability to resist. Larisha spread her hands. It's very simple, because the void life is much stronger than us mortals. If there is a method that is more powerful than the void life, are you willing to escape from its control? Larisha nodded very simply. It's obvious. Which strong person would be willing to serve the weak? But it is obvious that we mortals are indisputably weak, and there is no possibility of fighting against the void life. For the continued existence of the race, surrender is the only choice. Rosen did not comment. Do all saints have similar ideas? Larisha thought for a while, and nodded. Saints all have similar ideas, and God knows our ideas. We are master and servant, but we are masters and servants with relatively equal status. This reply made Rosen's heart move slightly, thinking to himself, in other words, follow whoever is stronger. I understand. Thank you for sharing the news, ma'am. He drank the wine glass on the table. I don't want to kill today. For this reason, I let Grenfell go. Now, I will let you go too. You leave this plane. Larisha was quite surprised, staring at Rosen with lavender eyes. Who are you? Rosen smiled. If you often come to my plane, you will often deal with each other in the future. You will know who I am soon. Also tell your master a message for me. Tell him that we are not afraid of going to war. Even if we sacrifice 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million mortals, we will not give up completely destroying it. Let him think carefully before wading into this muddy water. Larisha's face was heavy when she heard it, but she was obviously not scared. The biggest shortcoming of mortals is short-sightedness. A short-term unity may unleash great power, but it cannot withstand the erosion of time. Even a strong country like the Nawat Republic has fallen apart, so your glorious empire will definitely not be glorious for long. Then let's try. Rosen put on his hat again and turned to leave, but heard the other party's voice again. This is the will of the great Adele. Even my master has no choice. Rosen paused, turned around and smiled. Then tell the same words to the great Adele on my behalf. You are the natural Emperor Rosen, right? Rosen did not turn around, but raised his hand and waved, acknowledging the other party's guess. You are indeed a very powerful battle mage with amazing mana. I heard that you killed a lot of demons, but they were all small characters. The souls of mortals are far from being able to compete with powerful gods, let alone great ones. You should know this. Rosen did not reply, he walked straight away. Larisha did not break her promise, and after a while, there was a phase shift wave. She left this plane. Then, only the elf assassins were left in the Imperial capital. These guys hid well, but they could hide from others, but not from Rosen who had the tree branch of life. But the Golden Warriors were indeed quite powerful, known as the nemesis of mages. If they really fought in the city, it would be a big commotion. Fortunately, he had already started preparing in Mondania. It was not difficult to quietly subdue these guys. Chapter 274. Damn, how can these prostitutes be so dirty? In a secret basement in the city of Medacillon, a very tall and strong man with bronze skin complained irritably. He was not the only one in the room. In fact, there were 20 people. 3 of them were very tall and strong, nearly 2 meters tall, and the other 17 were also strong, but not so exaggerated. Except for the 3 tall and strong men, the remaining 17 men stood in a row in the room. They were wearing shirts, but taking off their pants, and they all looked dejected. You can see that the lower bodies of these men are covered with red papules, especially on the toy guns. This thing is not only ugly, but also itchy. The men scratched it from time to time, scratching very hard, leaving blood marks on the skin. The 3 tall and strong men were fine, without any symptoms. At this time, the second tall and strong man laughed gloatingly. Captain Tear-Eyes, we all had fun, and we carefully checked before we had fun to confirm that the prostitutes had no health problems. Now, the 3 of us are fine, but these guys look like ghosts. Maybe they are not blessed to enjoy good things. Salai, you can still laugh, this seriously delayed our plan. The third tall and strong man spoke. He held a handful of steel balls in his hand, and after he finished speaking, he stuffed the steel balls directly into his mouth, biting them like eating fried beans. Then he gave his evaluation. Well, mortals' metallurgical skills are getting better and better. These steel balls taste much better than the iron or in the forest. The tall and strong man called Sarai grinned. Libio, eat less, be careful of constipation. The tall and strong man called Captain Tear-Eyes ignored the careless jokes of his 2 deputies. He looked at his men scratching their crotches and felt annoyed. Put on your pants, get out. A group of soldiers pulled up their pants and ran away shyly, as if they had been pardoned. Alas, these guys can't be relied on. We can only rely on the 3 of us. Tear-Eyes sighed deeply, slapped his thigh hard again, and his face was full of regret. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted before. The soldiers left the forest for the first time, and everything was new to them. When they passed a brothel, they were attracted by the sign girl at the door of the brothel, and they couldn't move their feet. He thought that a group of people were working hard, and the brothel girl was indeed extremely charming and seductive. So he was soft-hearted and agreed to let everyone have a good time. As a result, this kind of mess happened. Adjutant Salai shook his head. It's useless to regret now. Another Adjutant Libio said, let's just leave it at that. There are also advantages to having fewer people. There was a knock on the door outside, and a voice came in. 3 adults, it's not good. Everyone's symptoms are getting worse. Everyone is about to drop their toys. It was the voice of the captain, full of anxiety and irritability. Tear-Eyes was startled, walked to the door in 1 step, and opened the door with force. I go and see. As soon as the door opened, he saw the captain with an anxious face and a very bad complexion, and his legs twisted and rubbed from time to time. And all kinds of wailing came from the next room. Tear-Eyes strode into the next room, and found that the soldiers were lying on the bed wailing and scratching, so that their bodies were covered with terrible bloodstains. He was horrified, but there was really nothing he could do. He simply rushed forward and knocked all his men unconscious with 1 punch each. After returning to the room again, he looked worried. This disease is very serious. It seems that the soldiers can't make it. He felt that if it continued like this, people might die. The 2 adjutants were also helpless. They were soldiers, not healers, and even if they were healers, they probably couldn't do anything about this inexplicable disease. Seeing that the Queen's birthday dinner was just around the corner, the teammates turned into this ghostly appearance, and the 3 felt very upset. Just when they were helpless, suddenly there was a strange movement on the floor of the secret room. Immediately afterwards, a line of elven words appeared on the floor. If you want to treat the disease, find me in Butterfly Valley, 30 miles west of the suburbs of Medacillin. The words appeared automatically, and with the sensitivity of the 3 people, they couldn't even sense the location of the writing wizard. The 3 people looked at each other in surprise. After a long time, Tear-Eyes said, I'm afraid it's not a disease, but a poison, poisoned by this bastard wizard who hides his head and shows his tail. Let's go to Butterfly Valley now, and find this wizard. That's right, I must beat this despicable wizard to death. The 3 tall and strong men left the secret room, without hesitation, and left the city of Medacillin. After asking the locals along the way, and stumbling around, they found the so-called Butterfly Valley in a hilly area where few people have ever been. The Butterfly Valley is surrounded by mountains, but the terrain in the valley is very flat. There is a huge rock in the valley, and a black-haired man is lying on the top of the rock. It is Rosen. When the 3 tall and strong men thought of how this man had tortured their men so badly, they were furious, and were about to take action. On the other side, Rosen looked at the 3 angry men approaching, but he still lay there without moving. He just turned his head slightly and smiled. Good afternoon, 3 golden warriors. When they heard the word golden warrior, the 3 of them immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and their forward steps immediately stopped. Captain Tear-Eyes immediately said, How do you know our identity? Yes, they are the golden warriors of the elves. Rosen pointed his staff at his head. I am a mage, and the greatest skill of a mage is erudition. Seeing that the three were about to rush up again, he immediately said, Don't worry, listen to me for a few words. The three golden warriors surrounded the boulder in a triangle position, and then Tirai said, Very good, I will give you a chance to leave a last word, but you only have 5 minutes. Rosen stretched his waist, sat up from the boulder, and looked down at Tirai, who was obviously the leader. The golden elf warrior in front of him was nearly 2 meters tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a square face, and bronze skin with a metallic luster, giving people a feeling of a body of steel. Feeling the soul again, it has reached Legend 11, while the other two are Legend 10, which is quite powerful. But there is no sense of mana, but a strange power similar to the power of steel, but obviously more condensed and pure than the power of steel. Rosen knew that this should be called the power of gold, which is the super high configuration of his ancestor's power of steel. After activation, it can be almost immune to all spells and physical attacks, just like turning on invincibility. If the invincibility is only turned on for a few seconds, it's nothing. The problem is that the golden power of the three people is very huge. If converted into mana, it is equivalent to 3000 to 4000 times the basic mana of Rosen. In addition, Dora told Rosen that the speed of power recovery of these things is also extremely amazing. After the power is exhausted, you can rest for half an hour, and you will be a brave man again. Therefore, invincibility can be used for a long time, and if the battle intensity is not high, it can even be used all the time. Such a warrior is the nightmare of the wizard of the same level. Once you are targeted by it, you can only run, and if you can't run away, you can only wait for death. In addition, even if it is at a disadvantage and turns around and runs away wholeheartedly, it will be difficult for the wizard to keep it. Therefore, even if Rosen wants to ensure that these golden warriors are caught, he has to throw some bait. He smiled and said, You are here to avenge the queen, right? Tirai snorted coldly. None of your business? Salai continued, Stop talking nonsense. Libio shouted loudly, Let's do it, everyone. Listening to these words, Rosen felt that he was facing three extremely confident bulls. He immediately quickened his speech. Do you know why your team members got a strange disease? Tirai snorted coldly. You must have poisoned them in a despicable way. Rosen smiled slightly. If it was poison, why didn't I poison you too? Tirai was startled and immediately said, You definitely want to, but we are immune to most toxins, so it's useless for you to poison us. This is true. In fact, what Rosen used was also a poison, a virus. He developed a virus specifically for the elf bloodline with great effort. In order to avoid losing control, he developed a DNA virus with a stable structure, which must be transmitted through contact with body fluids and basically will not mutate. He wanted to knock down the Golden Warrior together, but he didn't understand the body structure of the Golden Warrior. At this time, the adjutant Sarai shouted, Stop talking nonsense, take out the antidote, otherwise we will let you taste the same thing. Rosen shook his head. I'm sorry, I didn't poison them, and of course I don't have an antidote. But I do know how to treat their diseases. Tirai was a little puzzled. Disease? Rosen nodded. Yes, disease. It is a disease that has been popular among humans recently, called red plum sore. Tirai was half believing and half doubting, and his hostility towards Rosen was also eliminated a lot. Because the appearance of his subordinates did not look like they were poisoned. And if it was a disease, it was most likely transmitted from those prostitutes, and it should have nothing to do with the wizard in front of him. After all, no one forced them to have fun. Rosen felt the change in the other party and smiled. You must be very curious about my identity, right? The three golden warriors nodded. Yes, who are you? My name is Robin, a battle mage who travels in various planes. While speaking, Rosen was still completely defenseless. I am very curious about the strength of the golden warriors, and I really want to spar with you. Tirai snorted coldly. We don't have time. Although he said so, there was not much hostility. Rosen immediately said, How about this, let's make a bet. Just stand on this boulder, don't fight back, and let you attack at will, see if you can break my magic defense. As long as you agree to spar, then no matter whether I win or lose, I will give you the potion for curing the red plum sore. How about it? My medicine is very effective, guaranteed to cure the disease. The three gold warriors looked at each other and started discussing again. The result of the discussion was that this mage should have some skills, but he was really crazy. He couldn't believe everything he said, he might have some tricks. But the illness of his subordinates really needed to be cured, because if they relied on the three of them alone, the danger would be much higher. and they didn't want to die. Therefore, it would be best to capture the mage alive, torture him severely, and find out the truth thoroughly. So, Tear-Eyes pointed to the boulder under Rosen's feet. Let's spar, but you have to change your position. We suspect that there is something strange about the stone under your feet. So, you can't stand on that stone, and the position you stand on must be designated by us. Rosen smiled and said, okay, just point to a random position. This attitude was too confident, making the 3 gold warriors feel a little guilty. The 3 discussed again. After 5 or 6 minutes, Tear-Eyes said, it can't be this valley. There must be something wrong with this valley. We must go deeper into the hill. Rosen laughed. Hey, I thought the golden warriors were strong, but they turned out to be such cowards? You 3 are fighting against me alone, but you are still like mice. Aren't you tired? The 3 warriors were angry. After another discussion, Tear-Eyes said, then go over there, yes, under the big tree. Rosen jumped off the boulder leisurely, walked towards the big tree, and stood against the tree with his arms around his chest. Okay, golden warriors, don't dawdle. I heard that the main dinner of the queen's birthday dinner will be the day after tomorrow. Don't delay the business because of this little problem. After saying this, the 3 golden warriors were suddenly a little anxious. After looking at each other, the 3 nodded to each other and decided to take action. Chapter 275. The 3 golden warriors all have the same weapons. In the right hand is a long sword, and in the left hand is a small round shield with a diameter of less than 20 centimeters and a thickness of more than 10 centimeters. The round shield is made of dark gold and has a frosted surface. Rosen knew at a glance that these 2 things were the creations of the Tree of Life, and the frosted material is essentially a 3-dimensional magic rune. Its attack and defense power must be amazing. The 3 warriors also attacked at almost the same time. After activating the power of gold, their skin showed a faint golden luster, and they rushed towards Rosen in the center from 3 different directions. The speed was really fast. When charging, their bodies turned into golden streams, and Rosen's eyes could hardly catch their shadows. Lifu showed that their ground charging speed reached 100 meters per second. At this speed, they could fly directly into the sky with wings. If it were an ordinary magician, he would probably be killed by it in a single encounter, and after death, he would not even know who killed him. But Rosen was least afraid of this kind of fast and abrupt fighting style, and he completely handed over the control of the battle to the heart of the god of war. 6-line extreme operation broke out, and 3 perfect ghost resonance staffs flew out of Rosen's body, suspended in the air around him in an equilateral triangle. Under the ghost resonance, the majestic mana was drawn in and transformed into 3 super large-scale transformations. Transfiguration is Rosen's most proficient spell, and it is easy to use it at this time. But the object of transformation is not the golden warrior, but the ground around him. There was a strange sound of rumbling, and the ground around Rosen bulged at a very fast speed, and quickly connected together, forming a mud hemisphere with a diameter of 10 meters, covering Rosen. Bang! 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 The 3 golden warriors were blocked by the thick soil layer. Their huge charge force created a huge deep pit in the soil layer, and they almost broke through the soil layer. Tear-Eyes immediately shouted, brothers, work harder. This soil wall is very soft and can't hold for long. The crescent blade is really not suitable for digging, but it doesn't matter. The body of the golden warrior is the best weapon. The 3 guys used their hands and feet to dig into the soil like groundhogs, vowing to catch Rosen inside the earth shield. The digging speed is also really fast. They can advance more than 1 meter in the dense soil layer in 1 second, which is faster than a professional excavator. Rosen laughed secretly. They are really 3 golden warriors with brains full of muscles. The transformation continued to be released, opening a hole on the top of the head, borrowing the flying spell to fly from the soil layer to the big tree next to it, and then standing on the tree trunk, looking down at the earth below and continuing to release the transformation. A huge amount of mana continued to flow into the staff, more than 5,000 tubes of mana per second. At the same time, Rosen's body, hidden in the underground secret room of the embassy, activated the soul-burning ring and charged the endless crystal array with all his strength to ensure sufficient supply of mana. The huge amount of mana was transformed into deformation power, gathering the surrounding soil, wrapping the hemisphere of the ground tightly, and thickening it rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the diameter of the hemisphere increased to 100 meters. The 3 golden warriors were deeply trapped inside the soil layer. This was still not enough. Because the soil layer was too soft, it was easily broken free. But it didn't matter. Because Rosen also had a trick of tempered clay, which was a construction spell currently widely used by the Natural Empire. Because it is used a lot, there are many improvements and spell versions. Not only can it adapt to soil types all over the world, but there are also many super large-scale versions that can accommodate a large amount of mana. At this time, Rosen used it to strengthen the giant ball of soil in front of him over and over again. Not only strengthening, but also constantly deforming. Feeling that the Golden Warrior is about to break through the soil ball, he used deformation to move the soil layer and move the Golden Warrior, who dug to the surface, back to the center of the soil ball, making all his efforts in vain. So, Rosen was seen standing comfortably on the tree, and in front of him was a tempered clay ball with a diameter of 100 meters, which was constantly wriggling and changing. Then, the two sides started a war of attrition. The three Golden Warriors in the soil ball struggled desperately to get out of the trap. Rosen continued to infuse strength and trap them with all his strength. Both sides were very powerful, but in the end, Rosen, who was assisted by magic tools, was better. The tug-of-war lasted for about 10 minutes. Rosen consumed more than 80,000 mana in total and finally exhausted the power of the three Golden Warriors. It must be said that the Golden Warriors are amazingly strong. Trapped in an environment where they can't breathe and digging with all their strength, they can actually hold on for so long. In a normal environment, Rosen estimated that it would take an hour to decide the winner. Rosen felt that the Golden Warriors in the soil ball had stopped moving, and he breathed a sigh of relief. These groundhogs are really good at digging. If he hadn't greatly improved the quality of each magic weapon, he might have been broken free by the other party. Once they broke free, the three of them would run away at full speed, or attack him with all their strength, which would be a huge trouble. But now, of course, he won. With a thought, the earth ball continued to deform and wriggle. A large amount of mana continued to be infused, and the deformation spell exerted a huge crushing force, breaking the limbs and spines of the three Golden Warriors trapped in the soil layer, leaving only an intact head to maintain their lives. Only then did Rosen feel completely relieved and unfolded the earth ball. Plop, plop, plop. Three unlucky guys with severely twisted bodies, torn clothes, and covered with mud and blood fell out of the earth ball one after another and fell to the ground. Even so, they were not dead, still had a weak heartbeat and breathing, and were constantly getting stronger. In less than a minute, the three unlucky guys opened their eyes one after another. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Rosen still sitting on the previous boulder, looking at them with a smile. Three warriors, the challenge failed. Tear-Eyes felt that his body could not move at all, and he could not even feel the existence of his body. His heart suddenly became cold. At this point, even the dumbest people knew that they were being plotted against by this wizard. Despicable. Shameless. Insidious. Vicious. It was clearly said to be a competition, and it was clearly said that they would only defend and not attack, but they plotted against us. Yes, that's right, all wizards are villains without any credibility. You will not have a good end. The three Golden Warriors kept cursing, but there was nothing they could do, because their mouths were the only weapons they could use at the moment. Rosen just pretended not to hear it, and with a thought, the soil layer on the ground surged again, wrapping the three people tightly, leaving only a hole for breathing. He used the levitation technique to wrap the three stone cocoons, and then quickly left the Butterfly Valley with the three unlucky guys. The information provided by Dora told Rosen that the Golden Warriors were formed by the fusion of golden tree seeds by the elves. The stronger the foundation, the higher the final achievement. Over the past 7,000 years, the Holy Elf Empire has accumulated many extremely powerful hiring warriors. Among them, the number of strong men above the 8th ring is about 2,000. Each of these people is a person of extraordinary talent. After fusing the golden seeds, combined with the legendary crystal, it is easy to keep their strength constant above the legendary 7. And the three Golden Warriors he captured are the elite among the elites. Such a big treasure, Rosen naturally couldn't bear to kill them. He planned to use their bodies to study the golden tree seeds, and then subdue them for his own use, so as to maximize the benefits. He had just walked for a while, when he felt a large amount of power rushing towards the Butterfly Valley. It was a glorious warrior, who sensed the movement, and came to check. Rosen felt it carefully, and knew that it was not someone else who came, but the leader of the Shadow Guard's 6th Action Group, Giadia, who also brought a large number of elite subordinates, nearly 5,000 people. Obviously, they felt that the situation was unusual, so they brought a whole Shadow Guard corps. After a brief assessment, Rosen estimated that with the combat effectiveness of the elite Shadow Guard corps, if the three Golden Warriors could be surrounded, they should be able to successfully kill the Golden Warriors at the cost of nearly 2,000 casualties. The premise is that the Golden Warriors choose to fight to the end. If the three insist on running away, the possibility of killing them is extremely low. Therefore, if these three golden warriors really make a scene at the queen's birthday dinner, it will definitely cause a tragedy that shocks the world. If they cooperate with the two saints Meng Jing and Fan Hua before, Jueya may be killed. Rosen thought to himself. Dora said that the legendary crystals of the elves are still extremely scarce, with only 30 pieces in number and poor quality, so the legendary power has not yet begun to erupt. I just took this opportunity to quickly come up with a solution for the golden warriors. Of course, from the news from Dora, with the slowness of the elves, it will take 2 or 3 years to break through the limit of the number of legendary crystals, so the matter is not particularly urgent. It's not easy to come out, and the troubles have been solved, so just enjoy the queen's banquet. He stretched his body, raised his hand, and patted the stone pupa floating beside him. Stop scolding, or I will pick up a pile of dog shit and stuff it into your mouth. The three golden warriors suddenly became quiet. Chapter 276. Dusk. The Nevernight Palace. Queen Jueya stole a rare moment of leisure and hid in a small royal restaurant, quietly enjoying dinner. Her dinner was simple: a medium-sized white bread, a bowl of vegetable soup, and 3 crystal shrimp balls. Of course, she didn't enjoy it alone, as her cousin Jaidia was sitting opposite her. As a Shadow Guard general, Jaidia had a lot of daily activities and a very large appetite. In front of her were big fish and meat, more than 5 times the amount of Jueya. In private occasions, she didn't have so many particularities. She just picked up a greasy fried chicken leg with her hands and bit off half of it in one bite. Sister, my cats can eat more than you. Jueya was concentrating on tasting the crystal shrimp balls, which were her favorite snacks and a unique dish in the Nevernight Palace. Don't look at the small 3, but from the selection of ingredients to the cooking, the process is very complicated, and it takes the royal chefs 3 days to make it. Its texture is elastic, crispy, smooth, and the taste is fresh and full, which is very unforgettable. After eating one, she chuckled. It's not the quantity of food that matters, but the quality. Then she said, so, he is really helping you deal with troubles? Jaidia nodded, yes. These days, many unfamiliar faces suddenly poured into the city. Some are tourists from other places, but some are potentially dangerous people. We have been keeping an eye on these guys. As a result, when he came, several of these dangerous people we were keeping an eye on disappeared. After saying this, Jaidia looked relieved. Cousin, you don't know that the few who disappeared are guys whose strength we are completely unsure of, but they are definitely very, very dangerous. Especially the group of people suspected to be golden warriors. If they really fight in the city, the noise will be very loud, and it may not end well. As a result, he tricked those golden warriors to the suburbs to deal with them, and the noise of the fight between the two sides was indeed very terrible. When I rushed to the battle scene in the suburbs, I found amazing traces of battle, as well as a lot of blood and clothing fragments. Jueya was drinking vegetable soup, and she paused when she heard this. Blood, is he injured? No, we have carefully analyzed it, and confirmed that it is all the blood of golden warriors. As for him, he left some footprints, and some amazingly large-scale deformation relics. Speaking of this, Jaidia chuckled and said, Sister, your reaction is wrong. You are not really interested in him, are you? Jueya's loss of composure lasted less than 2 seconds, and now she has regained her composure. She smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether I personally like him or not. What really matters is whether it is beneficial to the country. Jaidia is not an ordinary person. She is a general who has fought on the battlefield. With the help of the legendary mage Jueya, her magic power has been raised to the middle and late stages of the 9th ring. It will only take 1 or 2 years to reach the 10th ring and even become a legend. She knows Jueya's character very well. In governing the country, she is naturally a resolute queen, but in personal feelings, she is not much better than a blank piece of paper. Perhaps she has seen the love, hatred of many mortals, but some things, seeing others' experiences and experiencing them yourself, are completely different. Jaidia saw at a glance that her cousin had fallen in love with that guy. She wiped her greasy mouth with a napkin and laughed. Sister, don't use cliches to perfunctory me. You are the queen, but you are also a mortal. Mortals have feelings. If you ask me, in terms of magic and intelligence, he is certainly the best figure in the Wit continent, but he is also the emperor of the natural empire. As an emperor, he has a very deep character, much deeper than you, even surpassing your great-grandfather. No one knows what he is thinking. Also, he is very dissolute and has married several wives. He is really not suitable to be your husband. Jueya listened quietly, then smiled. I just want to inherit the glorious bloodline, and I don't think about relying on him to support me. Why should I care about his past? Besides, you think he is a deep character, that's because you don't understand him. In fact, his thoughts are not difficult to guess. His goals can be easily seen from the way he governs the country. Judea was dissatisfied. Oh, then tell me, what is his goal? Juya became serious and said in a concentrated voice, to establish an extremely powerful mortal kingdom that has the power to resist and even crush all alien races, including demons and gods. He has always insisted on this point, and has been working hard for it. He has never compromised, even if he will pay the price of his life for it. You may not believe it, but he did this in Lavender, in the what, and even in the palace to deal with his grandfather, who colluded with the devil, didn't he? Speaking of Lavender, Judea immediately recalled the past, the redemption on the verge of despair, and the thrilling battle in the Platinum Palace. The deep memory of the past told her that her cousin was right. She shrugged. Well, you are right, and I owe him my life for it. At least he is a reliable comrade in the fight against demons. If he was not the emperor of the natural empire, I would have nothing to say, and I would even support him. But he is the emperor. Juya asked, what are you worried about? Judea no longer concealed it, and said directly, I am worried that the glorious empire will become your dowry. After that, the sisters looked at each other, and did not speak for a long time. Puff. Juya laughed first, but then her face froze. Judea, first of all, the country is not mine, it belongs to everyone, and it cannot be my personal dowry. I will never sell out the interests of the country, because of personal feelings. Secondly, if the gods and demons really covet our mortal kingdom, and the glorious empire really cannot resist the invasion of the gods and demons, and faces the danger of extinction, then it is reasonable for the two mortal countries to merge into one and advance and retreat together. But if we can resist the pressure of the gods and demons, then with the characteristics of mortals, I am afraid that even if I want to do so, it is impossible to merge the two kingdoms. After all, there are more than 600 million people in the glorious empire. Everyone has their own will, and even if I am the queen, I can't do whatever I want. Judea understood and felt relieved. She asked softly, Sister, do you think we can fight against the gods and demons, especially the Lord of Truth, who is about to return? Juya drank a sip of vegetable soup, and then said, Judging from the terrible fighting power shown by the elves on the Storm Continent, it is probably difficult. We have so many legendary crystals, and so many powerful legendary magic tools, and you are also constantly improving the power of domestic genius magicians. In 2 years at most, there will be more than 30 legendary warriors. Isn't that possible? Juya, this cousin, is completely different from her grandfather. Her grandfather wants to take all the power for himself, but her cousin is trying her best to improve the overall power of the glorious empire. This is also the biggest reason why Judea wholeheartedly supports her to become the empress. Juya whispered, This is not my conclusion, but the conclusion of the war simulation department. The conclusion is that with the current power comparison between the two sides, even if we can win, it will be a miserable victory. Many people will die, maybe 50 or 60 million, and even you and I may die in assassinations. Many prosperous cities will also be reduced to ruins in the war. Speaking of this, seeing Judea's heavy face, Juya smiled and comforted. Okay, no matter what, this is a matter for the future. The strength of the elves lies in the accumulation of 7,000 years. The strength of us mortals lies in the explosion of modern magic power. So, the longer the time, the higher our chance of winning. Besides, isn't he still here? As long as he is here, we always have a way out. That's true. Judea felt much more relaxed and took a bite of steak fiercely. Sister, there will be many young men proposing to you at the dance party in the glorious hall the day after tomorrow. Juya's face suddenly showed a trace of distress. This is really a troublesome matter. Those young men are from the background of the great nobles and big interest groups in the country, and she has indeed reached the time to reproduce, so according to tradition, she should choose one of them to be her husband. If she rejected their proposal at this time, she had to find a reasonable reason, but the problem was that she hadn't thought of this reason yet. Judea smiled. Sister, what are you worried about? If he has feelings for you, he will naturally find a way. If he doesn't have feelings for you, then you don't have to think about him all the time, right? This is true, but it doesn't fit Juya's character. This is a matter between the two of us. How can we let him figure it out? After a pause, her eyes suddenly lit up. I have a good idea. Natural Empire Embassy. Emperor Rosen was naturally diligent in handling government affairs, while Rosen's main body was in the underground secret room, fiddling with the 3 golden warriors with the branches of life. These 3 guys were really energetic. Even though their spines were broken, they could still recover a little bit. In order to prevent them from breaking out of the stone pupa and causing trouble, Rosen had to loosen their bones frequently. While concentrating on fiddling, he suddenly got some news from Emperor Rosen. Hey, someone is actually coveting my girl. The news said that various forces in the glorious empire have put forward 10 young and promising young talents, preparing to propose to the queen at the birthday dinner the day after tomorrow. Behind these 10 young talents stand 5 forces, and each force sends 2 representatives. These young people are also really outstanding, at least they all have 6 rings of magic power, and the highest one has even broken through to the 8th ring. They really have the background, ability, and appearance. Rosen looked at the information collected by the Foreign Intelligence Agency spies, and the photos of the young people, and kept sighing in his heart. Not bad, they look really good. Rosen originally thought that he looked pretty good, but compared with these really handsome men, he was really a far cry. He was not worried that Joyal would agree to the proposal, but this matter must have caused her a lot of trouble. I have to think of a way to delay it. The current relationship between the 2 countries is not yet mature, and it is not yet at the point where a public proposal can be made. While thinking, another message was received. The message said that the queen issued an announcement. The content of the announcement was that she planned to find a husband, but this husband must have a sufficiently intelligent mind. In order to identify this, she issued 3 major mathematical problems. Only those who solved the answers were qualified to become candidates for the queen's husband. Of course, in order to avoid the problem being unsolvable, the time limit for this test is 2 years. After 2 years, if no one solves it, the test will be reissued. Rosen saw the content of the 3 questions. He smiled knowingly. Not bad, really good, really my good girl. After a few glances, he knew that these 3 questions were prepared for him. Because this is a recognized mathematical problem, 2 of which may have solutions, but the 3rd one is far beyond this era. It is impossible to solve it with the brain of a mortal. With this problem as a delay, at least there is no need to worry about someone trying to solve it in the next 2 years. Considering that he has a lot of things on hand, the main body is in a hurry to return to Whalon Laboratory, and can't wait for the banquet the day after tomorrow. Rosen decided to sneak into the Nevernight Palace tonight. Chapter 277. It was a light night. Queen Joyal was still handling government affairs in the study, and only 2 trusted maids were left by her side. This was a habit she had developed over the years, because in the quiet night, she could think more quietly. Normally, at this time, her mind would calm down and focus on government affairs, but tonight, for some reason, her mind was floating and she was always distracted. After all, she had been immersed in the high-level field for decades, and she immediately knew that something might happen tonight. What would happen? Her mood was not heavy, and it should not be a bad thing, but it must be a very unique thing that I had never encountered before. Because she had never had such a subtle feeling before. Because she had never encountered it before, she was waiting with some expectation in her heart. Sure enough, about half an hour later, a familiar voice sounded in her mind. Miss Joyal, long time no see. The voice came from the small compartment next to the study. It seemed that Rosen's puppet was speaking, but the content of the words was very strange. She thought about it for a while, and understood the reason. Rosen, where are you now? At the gate of the Nevernight Palace. I want to come in and chat with my old friend, but there are too many guards in the palace. Wait a minute, I will send someone to pick you up right away. I will open a hole, and then you can come in through the secret passage last time. Okay. Joyal's premonition became stronger, and her mind was full of thoughts. After issuing a secret order to transfer some guards, she couldn't help asking, Rosen, I'm afraid it's not as simple as reminiscing about the past, right? Your Majesty, nothing can be hidden from you. I also want to give your Majesty some birthday gifts. Birthday present, okay, tell me when you get to the cubicle. No problem. Joyal picked up a document and started to read it, but after reading it for a long time, she couldn't get into it. She knew all the words, but she couldn't understand them. Your Majesty, are you tired? The trusted maid Nayli beside her noticed that something was wrong with her. Joyal shook her head. There is a little bit, you can leave first, I will take a rest, and I will call you if there is anything. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 maids left, and Joyal was the only one left in the study. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a mental whisper came from the cubicle. I'm here. Joyal had vaguely realized something, and thought to herself, this guy must be thinking of something bad, but I can't let him do whatever he wants and break the rules of the glorious royal family. Although thinking so, her heartbeat slightly accelerated, and she took a deep breath before getting up and walking towards the cubicle. The cubicle was not far away, and she arrived soon. Pushing the door open, she entered a warm room with an area of less than 10 square meters. There was a small desk in the warm room, and a familiar yet unfamiliar figure sat beside the desk. She said familiar because she could see the same magic puppet every day. She said unfamiliar because the person in front of her was not a puppet, but a living person. In the slightly dim light, he leaned lazily on the thick leather chair, opened his arms to her, and smiled. It's been 2 years since we last met. Let's hug. Shuya hesitated, but still walked forward, leaned forward slightly, and wanted to hug the other person in a ceremonial manner. But she was pulled lightly by the other party without warning, and her body lost balance and sat on the other person's lap. She did not struggle, but snorted and laughed. Rosen, you are so bold, you actually broke into the Nevernight Palace at night. Aren't you afraid that I will call the guards to arrest you? While speaking, she leaned on Rosen's thick chest, listening to the strong heartbeat in his body, feeling the powerful soul and strong magic power, knowing that this time it was the real Rosen who came. A laugh came from this broad chest. If I am not bold, how can I embrace his majesty? With this laugh, Shuya felt the other party's hand on her lower back, which made her hair stand on end and her heart beat more violently. She had completely understood the other party's intention, which was beyond her expectations, and immediately grabbed the other party's hand. Put it outside, don't look into your clothes. This is the limit she can accept at the moment. Rosen did as he said. Shuya, guess what birthday gift I brought you? Shuya shook her head. I can't guess. Rosen stretched out his hand, and took out an exquisite gem forehead band from his pocket. That's it, and I hope you can wear it 24 hours a day. Shuya was puzzled, and took the forehead band and looked at it carefully. Is it a magic weapon? It looks beautiful, but what if it gets dirty if you wear it 24 hours a day? Its material is very special, and will not be contaminated by dirt. If you are psychologically uncomfortable, you can use the cleaning technique to clean it frequently. Come, I put it on you. While speaking, Rosen used the magician's hand to lift Shuya's thick hair, and put the gem forehead band on her forehead. When this action was completed, Shuya's face was already shocked. What kind of magic weapon is this? How can it be so powerful? She felt that her soul suddenly became much stronger, and her sensitivity was many times stronger than before. Before, she only felt that Rosen was very powerful, but now, she could vaguely feel how strong he was. At the same time, she also felt the subtle fluctuations of the magic ring very clearly, and the range was many times larger than before, so that she could sense the soul breath of all life in the entire palace, including the sewer rats. Rosen looked at Shuya's face carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. This forehead band I designed is quite good, it matches your style perfectly, and it looks more beautiful. It used to be gorgeous and exquisite, but now it has a more mysterious temperament, which makes it look more attractive. You haven't answered my question yet. Shuya patted Rosen's arm in a tender voice. Rosen smiled and said, This is a new magic weapon I developed. It can increase the strength of the soul, and make it more tenacious and sharp. It is about the strength of legendary +7. Considering that you are now a legendary +2.5 soul, it will be legendary 9.5 after wearing it. The legendary mana derived from the soul will also be improved accordingly. In other words, you are now a legendary 9.5 mage. Shuya was shocked. There is such a powerful magic weapon in the world. She carefully experienced it, and condensed the mana, and indeed found that the mana became much stronger than before. She immediately picked up the legendary crystal staff again. This staff was newly made by the alchemy department, and could originally focus +3. As a result, it was found that the strength of the mana condensed in the end reached an extremely amazing level. This mana seems to exceed legendary 14. It exceeds, about 14.6. Rosen smiled and said, In terms of mana strength, you have surpassed the Lord of Truth. With some transformation techniques, you can transform soul power of the same strength, which will allow you to face the Lord of Truth more calmly. Shuya fully understood the power of this soul magic weapon, and knew that it must be extremely precious, but still wanted to ask, Is it difficult to make? Low-quality ones are not difficult, but high-quality ones are a bit difficult. Forget it, I won't say anything. She wanted to ask if she could share it, but she felt that she was a little greedy. No, it should be said that she was greedy. Rosen certainly understood what she meant, and he had prepared a plan. He smiled and said, I can share the method of making a legendary +1 magic weapon, but I need a reward this time. The legendary Archmage had a +1 legendary level is Rosen's improved version, which the elves do not have. The difference is that the elves hat can only be worn by legendary mages, but after Rosen's improvement, other things did not change, but the threshold was lowered from legendary to 8 rings. In other words, as long as a mage reaches the 8th ring, after wearing the hat, the soul strength can directly become a legendary mage. This is another way to become a legend, which is much simpler than using the endless crystal. However, the cost of this road is also very high. With the ability of the Glorious Empire Alchemy Department, or his own Natural Empire Magic Department, the difficulty of making a +1 legendary hat is much higher than the legendary crystal. The cost of making one may exceed 200,000 OGs. And it is very difficult to improve. Even if various processes are changed, the maximum improvement can only be to Legend plus 2.5. Therefore, letting the two empires have this new technology can not only greatly increase the number of legendary strongmen and better fight against the Elf Empire, but also will not pose any threat to Rosen. Not only is the strength not enough, but also because Rosen left a very secret and very special loophole in the hat, which can only be discovered and cracked by those with supercomputing power. As long as someone wears this hat to deal with him, he can use the loophole to make the betrayer live a life worse than death. Back to the topic. Julia is now a legendary 9.5 soul strength, with extremely sharp insight. As soon as she heard Rosen's words, she vaguely guessed his thoughts. Her cheeks flushed. Can you change the reward? No, I want this. Julia cursed. You bastard. Can't you wait? She announced the test problem, and made her intentions very clear, but this guy insisted that she lose her virginity before marriage. What a bastard. Rosen smiled slightly and pointed at his lips. A kiss, isn't that enough? Ah? Julia was startled, then realized that she had guessed wrong, and felt a little ashamed, so she said, of course. She took the initiative to give Rosen a kiss. After this kiss, Rosen didn't let go, and enjoyed it for a while, and didn't stop until the lips of the glorious queen were swollen. Julia panted, her face was red, her body was soft and leaned in Rosen's arms, without saying a word. Unexpectedly, Rosen stretched out his hand and took out another thing. I have more than one birthday gift, Your Majesty. Julia turned her eyes to look, but found that it was an exquisite necklace. The material was neither gold nor wood. With her current keenness, she couldn't find the function of this thing. What is this? Infinite Phase Transfer Necklace, also called Escape Necklace. When you encounter fatal danger, it will ignore the effect of any imprisonment array, take you away from the dangerous place, and teleport directly to my side. This necklace was inspired by the moon goddess Dora, but it has been upgraded. The necklace alone is only one part, and the other part is connected to Rosen's rifle. About 1% of the computing power is allocated to it, not much, but enough to judge the danger and activate the magic weapon to take Julia away at the critical moment. While explaining, he gently put the exquisite necklace on Julia's slender white neck, and whispered in her ear, if you encounter a strong enemy that you can't deal with, you must remember that I will always stand firmly behind you. Julia gently stroked the exquisite necklace with a gentle texture, and felt numb in her heart, filled with an indescribable emotion. She has always faced difficulties and obstacles alone since she was a child, and has never asked for help from others. Only Rosen made her feel a sense of solidity like a solid wall. A thought emerged in her mind. Hey, I actually know what he wants. But he treats me like this. Why should I be so reserved? Why not? Let him have a taste of sweetness. Just keep the last step. After this thought emerged, she lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, What reward do you want this time? Rosen felt that the time was ripe, so he leaned close to her ear. I want my hand to go inside the clothes. Go ahead if you want. Rosen touched it in, and suddenly felt warm and fragrant in his hand, and it was refreshing. Julia closed her eyes, as if she fell asleep. Rosen continued, I won't come to the birthday party the day after tomorrow, because I'm in a hurry to get back to the lab. Of course, my puppet will attend. Yes. At the party, I will give you a most advanced and safe lightning car, and I will also give the Empire 200 Apocalypse chariots. Julia was shocked. 200 Apocalypse chariots? Of course, she knew about the Apocalypse chariots, which were the treasure of the Natural Empire army. 6 4-ring mages sitting in this thing can exert amazing combat power on the front battlefield. The Glorious Empire has also developed similar products, but its performance is far inferior to the Apocalypse chariots of the Natural Empire, and its production capacity is far inferior. Before, she had always wanted to buy a few Apocalypse chariots and let the Empire's magic department study them carefully, and she was even willing to pay a huge price, but Rosen had been evasive, but she didn't expect that he would give them to her at the birthday party, and he would give her 200 at a time. She was still a little confused. This is not something you can decide alone, right? Of course not. It was a decision I reached after persuading the various cabinet ministers. In addition to the tanks, we also cover the follow-up maintenance and provide a batch of shells for free. The reason is very simple, that is, the power of the Holy Elf Empire is much stronger than expected, and he is afraid that the glorious Empire can't bear it, so he lost some blood. The performance of the tank is at least 50% better than that of the glorious Empire, but it is worse than that of the self-use. For example, the endless legendary crystal installed in the car has been reduced from the standard 10,000 Rosen legendary mana to 5,000 Rosen. The caliber of the main gun has also been reduced. But this is still a huge concession, which moved Julia so much that she didn't know what to say for a while. At the same time, under Rosen's manipulation, her mind, which was always very calm and clear, was a little confused. She felt her heart beating like a drum, her breathing accelerated, and a surge of hot blood rushed through her limbs. In a daze, she felt that Rosen had reached the bottom line, and her mind suddenly tightened. She wanted to stop him, but Rosen's voice came to her ears. Julia, after this time, I don't know when we will meet next time. Julia's heart softened, she pursed her lips, and said in a low voice, You are so bad. He reminded, Use a magic barrier, don't let anyone find out. Rosen immediately did it, and then continued, Be gentle. As you command, Your Majesty. It is unknown how long it took, Julia complained in a slightly hoarse voice. The skirt is torn. How can I explain it to Nayli now? Rosen knew that Nayli was her trusted maid, and now was not the time to make their relationship public, so he said, Then just take it off, and I will use magic to fix it for you. Julia knew that Luosen had a good skill in refining weapons, so it should not be difficult to fix the skirt, so she did it. Ah, why are you here again? Rosen sighed, Dear, let me have more memories. He was really reluctant to leave, especially Julia's long and straight legs, which were really exciting. Julia was also reluctant in her heart, because the taste just now was far beyond her imagination. She originally thought that this matter was no big deal, even a little scary, but after the real experience, she found that this matter was as refreshing as Ascension. Of course, she knew that this was not only refreshing in itself, but also because Luosen was outstanding. I couldn't help thinking, no wonder Irene would rather divorce than stay in Whalon. It turns out this bastard has such a good ability. If I can't experience this in the future, how sad it will be. Unable to hold back, she took another step back, whispering with a shy face, Or, you can set up a phase transfer beacon in the faith chamber, and come directly when you want me. Really? Really, but it must be locked with a spell, only you can teleport, no one else can. Of course. He has to arrange this beacon carefully. Next, there was another fierce storm, which blew the glorious queen to pieces. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Rosen stopped, and went to the secret room to arrange the teleportation beacon. After Julia was carefully dressed, she left the small compartment. Arrived in the study, summoned the trusted maid again. Nayli was a little surprised. Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? The queen has always been diligent in her work, and I have never seen her rest for so long in the past. Julia shook her head guiltily. No, I accidentally overslept. Your Majesty, your forehead band is so beautiful. Hey, why do you have a new necklace? Julia's face was stern, and she stopped the curious maid. Okay, I just changed my jewelry. Don't be curious, there are still many things to deal with. But she was secretly worried. I feel weird when walking, and I don't know how many days it will take to get better. Don't let anyone see it. Then she couldn't help but think of Rosen, and her face, which had just returned to normal, began to heat up again. It's all this bastard's fault. Chapter 278. In the void outside the ring somewhere far away from the elemental plane, under the wrapping of an extremely dense strange power, there stands an extremely magnificent building complex. This temple is not made of matter, or more accurately, it is not made of elemental matter, but it still shows a texture similar to elemental matter. If someone observes from a distance from the perspective of the soul, those rolling strange forces are like clouds in the mortal world, and the temple is like a sky city standing above the clouds. In the core of this sky city, there is a huge suspended ring, and in the center of the ring there grows a white and transparent tree like white jade. There is a white jade lawn under the tree, and 4 people are sitting on the lawn. From the appearance of the 4 people, there are 2 men and 2 women. Although they are humanoid, they emit light of different colors all over their bodies, and there is a layer of faint strange light field wrapped in the surrounding void. Among them, there is a woman, and the rune square around her body is obviously clearer and more condensed than the other 3. From time to time, a condensed green light ball would emerge from the light field, appearing for a while, and then disappearing. The woman had a thick and long pure black hair, flowing down from her head like a waterfall, mostly covering her naked, plump and graceful white body, which was a little more delicate than the surrounding white jade. At this moment, she was sitting under the white jade tree with her legs curled up, combing her long hair with one hand, and supporting the ground with the other hand. "What a unique elemental life, it looks very interesting." She said so. The other three people heard it, and had different reactions. One of them, a thin man in a dark blue wizard robe, sneered. "Lord Adele, you are unique, but also extremely arrogant and ignorant. The black-haired woman is the 17th level great being, the goddess of life Adele. Draytan, I know you hate him, but don't be so harsh. After all, this is a rare and interesting thing in a long time." After saying that, she looked at another woman with emerald green hair, wearing a long slanted robe that exposed the left upper body. "Nelly, you said he moved Grenfell's head. Did you find where he moved it?" Nelly, the Lord of Dreams, a powerful 14th level god. A trace of distress appeared on her face. "Still looking, but I am sure it must have moved, because I found that Grenfell had lost a piece of memory out of thin air." "Oh, so many days have passed, and you haven't found it yet?" Nelly spread her hands. "Unfortunately, I haven't found it. He is very good at operating the brain of life, even better than Druden." Druden was dissatisfied again. "We haven't compared. How do you know he is better than me? He is a short-lived elemental life. Why is he better than me?" Adele said, "Druden, don't be blinded by jealousy. Life constructed by elements can also give birth to great existence." Druden bowed slightly to the woman. "Maybe, but it takes a long time to accumulate, and he is too young." Nelly turned to the blonde young man who had been silent all the time and said, "Perry, you are not the most talkative person on weekdays. Why are you like a mute today?" The blonde young man sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing a simple pair of leather pants, revealing an extremely strong upper body. He is none other than Perry, the god of the forest, a powerful god of level 13. In fact, Druden, who is less than level 13, is the weakest of the four gods. At this moment, the forest god supported his chin with one hand, and played with a little thing crawling around on the ground with the other hand, making the little thing run around in circles. After hearing the sound, he raised his finger, and picked up the little thing. What is there to talk about? No matter how unique and interesting it is still immortal. In my opinion, it is just an insignificant light spirit. It appears in the morning, and goes out in the evening, so its short life ends, as if it has never appeared in the world." Druden laughed. "Perry, you despise him more than I do." Nelly laughed. "Although it is immortal, it already has a legendary soul, which is much tougher than a light spirit." Perry asked, "Can it block the gun of annihilation?" Nelly shrugged. "Then you are too harsh. It is difficult for us to block this thing." Perry was a little impatient. "Lord Adele, did you summon us to your divine palace just to discuss immortal?" The black-haired woman shook her head. "Of course not." She put away her casual expression. "It's about the birth of a new artifact. The gate of creation on the Lost Plane has shown signs of reopening, and a brand new artifact is likely to be born at that time. The bad news is that everyone wants the artifact, so the competition will be very fierce. I want you to gather the saints in the mortal world, form a treasure hunting team, and try your luck in the Lost Plane. Of course, in order to cope with the battle that may break out at any time, the team must be as strong as possible, with as many people as possible, and each person must provide at least 10 saints. I also promise you that whoever saint obtains the artifact will be the one to lead the use of it." The remaining three listened attentively, with expressions of excitement and anxiety on their faces. If Rosen were present and saw this scene, he would be surprised at the rich expressions of these void gods, which were almost no different from mortals. After the goddess of life Adele finished the news, the Lord of Dreams, Nelly, immediately said, "Oh, now we have something to do." The forest god Perry asked, "Lord Adele, will there be established rules, like last time, or will there be a chaos without any order?" Adele shook her head. "The supreme ruler Gomler fell into a deep sleep, and no one is in charge of the situation for the time being, so it will be a chaos." "Oh, this will be fun, and it is estimated that many people will fall. The people he mentioned are naturally not mortals, but gods and demons." Adele said, "Everyone, do you have any questions?" Draytan immediately said, "Sir, I haven't completely controlled the plane yet, and I'm afraid I can't provide enough saints." Adele glanced at him, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared in her dark eyes. "Draytan, of course you can bargain with me now, and when you need my help in the future, I will bargain with you, okay?" Dreden's face was stern. "I was wrong, Lord Adele. I will definitely control the plane as soon as possible, but I'm not ready for something. I will return to Draytan in half a year. Adlison. The moon rising land. Osula stood at the door of this small tree house again, with a sad face. Dora, the queen's banquet of Medicillin has ended successfully. Tear-Eyes and others did not take action, nor did they come back. They are most likely in trouble. Can you calculate what their current situation is? A few minutes later, Dora's voice came from the tree house. They were caught. The members of the assassination team are currently detained in Yunshan prison in Medicillin, and the 3 golden warriors are currently in Wailon, becoming prisoners of the natural emperor. Osula was not surprised. He had roughly guessed the answer, but when he really heard it, he felt a strong pain in his heart. They are all talented warriors of my tribe. I also clearly told them to give up the mission if the situation is not right. Why were they still caught? I don't know, Osula. I can only predict the vague fate of the warriors, but I can't see the specific fate line. Okay, then I will arrange a rescue now. He could ignore the 3 legendary warriors of the lower elves before. But the 3 golden warriors cannot be ignored. They must be rescued at all costs. Don't go to rescue. Dora's voice came from the house. Fate tells me that Varen is much more terrifying than Medicillin. Unless there is a full-scale war, no matter how many people go there, they will die in vain. Osella was silent. They are now unable to launch a full-scale war because most of the main forces are in the Storm Continent. The good news is that the war situation in the Storm Continent is very smooth. It is estimated that in another year or 2, the so-called Fusion Empire will be completely wiped out. But in the next 1 or 2 years, they are unable to look east. He couldn't help asking again, when will the Master come back? The Holy Elf Empire, the kingdom of the powerful true god, was bullied by 2 mortal empires and could not fight back. It really made him extremely angry. The fundamental reason for the current situation is that the Master is determined to fight the Fusion Empire across the sea. Otherwise, the elf army that activated the Golden Seed would definitely be able to flatten all the mortal kingdoms all the way eastward. It was originally just a venting question, but this time it got a reply. The Master said that he will return within half a year. This is a clear answer, which made Osula's eyes light up, and he almost couldn't believe it. Really? I don't know. Anyway, the Master told me this. In addition, the Master asked you to keep a low profile recently, focus on accumulating strength, and collect souls as much as possible. Whether the soul is from the Fusion Empire or from other mortal empires, it must be as many as possible. Finally, the Master also gave you a list and asked you to collect various resources according to the list. The more the better. As he spoke, the vines in front of the tree house flowed and handed a list to Osula's hands. Osula took it with both hands. I will do my best to complete the Master's order. He left happily. In the tree house, Dora was a little worried. Druden has been contacting me more and more frequently. He may contact me at any time. I guess he is really coming back. She now has an extremely powerful new master, so she is no longer worried about Druden's return. But Druden's frequent contact with her makes it impossible for her to leave the tree house to serve the powerful new master. Although the new master did not require her to serve frequently. But she believes that this kind of service must be done. She must serve at least once a month to enhance the relationship with the new master. Now that her plan has been interrupted, she is very upset. Hey, this damn Druden, he is really bored and has nothing to do. You left and left. Why did you come back? Are you looking for death? Chapter 279. Your Majesty, the number of magic schools in the Empire has increased dramatically again in the past year. At present, we have 75 advanced magic schools, an increase of 50% over last year. 828 elementary magic schools, an increase of 180% over last year. 13,028 enlightenment schools, an increase of 332% over last year. In the Emperor's Lakeside study, the Minister of Education of the Natural Empire is focusing on reporting the latest school data. The Minister of Education is none other than Aaron's original guardian sage Sanchester. In the past 3 years, Rosen has gradually promoted him to an 8-ring mage, making him young again. Today, Sanchester looks like a strong man under 40. Sanchester also attaches great importance to the position of Minister of Education, believing that he shoulders the sacred responsibility of the future destiny of the Empire, so he works very hard. He continued to report. According to statistics, 90% of the citizens' right to education in the Empire has been realized. In the past year, about 7.6 million children of school age entered the Enlightenment Academy to learn basic knowledge for a period of 5 years. After completing the study, the children will be able to achieve basic literacy and arithmetic skills, complete the enlightenment of magic practice, and establish a basic understanding of the world, the Empire, and magic. If they meet the promotion conditions, They will enter the primary school to continue their studies. At present, the promotion rate is not high, only 15%. Rosen listened carefully and asked, "What are the reasons for the low promotion rate?" "The root cause is that the development speed is too fast. Various facilities and personnel have no time to keep up, and the people have no time to adapt to the new changes." Hula. Sanchester instructed the assistant beside him to put a document on Rosen's desk. "Your Majesty, this is a report obtained after a sample survey of Enlightenment colleges in various places. You see, although the number of colleges has increased explosively, the number and quality of tutors, and the number and quality of various teaching aids are very average, and can only meet the most basic teaching needs. In addition, most parents do not attach importance to their children's learning, have low expectations, and are not able to help their children in learning. Finally, the status and treatment of Enlightenment tutors are still not high enough, and the professional ethics, social moral expectations, and other constraints of this profession have not yet been formed. For various reasons, most young mages regard this profession as a short-term transition, and most of their energy is focused on finding a better new job rather than improving their own educational skills." Rosen quickly flipped through the information. The content of the information is detailed and specific, showing a development model like a flash flood. Combined with the content of the daily prayers of natural believers, the two are confirmed, allowing Rosen to have a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the situation of Enlightenment education in the Empire. He gently pressed his hand on the information. "It's already very good to be able to do this in just a few years. I will try my best to increase investment in Enlightenment education. And the focus of your future work, sir, will be on improving the promotion rate. It should be as high as possible, reaching more than 80%. But be careful not to relax the promotion standards in order to increase the promotion rate." Sanchester showed a trace of hesitation. If the promotion rate is so high, then the number and scale of elementary magic schools are far from enough. Rosen waved his hand. "If it's insufficient, build it. The new city of Mondania has been basically built, and a large number of construction teams are looking for new jobs, so let them build the academy. Now there are still countless young mages who can't find jobs, so let them go to the elementary academy to be tutors." Since the Emperor said so, Sanchester naturally had no problem. He continued to report the latest data. In June this year, the number of students who participated in the graduation examination of the Advanced Magic Academy was 400,000, and the number of students who successfully graduated was 180,000, with a graduation rate of 45%. The average age of the graduates is 20 years old, and the median level of mana cultivation has reached 4.3. Among them, the number of graduates above the 5th ring reached 40,000, and the number of graduates above the 6th ring reached 5,000. In the end, there were 33 people who reached the 7th ring or above. This data made Rosen very happy. "Oh, very good, much better than I expected. This is the data of 1 year's graduation. As long as the accumulation of the previous generation is enough to make the national magic level of the natural empire undergo a complete change. In a generation, let alone surpassing the glorious empire, even the former Nawat Republic and the Holy Elf Empire, which has accumulated thousands of years of outstanding talents, will be left behind by the natural empire. And so many high-level magic graduates entering society every year will definitely play an extremely strong role in promoting the development of various fields in the natural empire. It can be expected that in a few years, the level of magic in the empire will have another extremely violent outbreak. Rosen is looking forward to this." On the other side, Sanchester smiled and said, "It is indeed a very amazing data. I heard that various government departments and major legions are almost fighting for outstanding talents. In order to compete for a 7-ring magic genius, the military and political departments have used all means. This is naturally a good thing. Anyway, no matter how they fight, they will eventually serve His Majesty the Emperor." Rosen smiled and said, "Have the outstanding graduates this year been selected?" "Yes, here is the list." Sanchester handed over a thick list with the names and information of 1,000 graduates. Rosen looked at it carefully one by one. This list has a name, called Chiang List, which was proposed by Rosen and is part of the Empire's God's Favor Plan. The so-called God's Favor Plan is said to the outside world that Rosen, the true God husband, will select a group of top magic geniuses with outstanding talents and character in the mortal world. Then, the Mother of Nature will grant divine grace to help these mages break through the ring wall and improve their magic practice level to increase the number of cutting-edge magic talents in the Empire. Such a huge divine grace has greatly consolidated Rosen's status as the Emperor of Nature, and has also greatly enhanced the value of the Mother of Nature, the true God. Naturally, the conditions for being selected into the Chaoyan list are also quite strict. At present, 400,000 people take the college graduation exam every year, and only 1,000 people are finally selected, with a selection rate of less than 0.3%. Everyone knows that once you are selected into the Chaoyan list and become a divine wizard, it is equivalent to embarking on a smooth road in life, so everyone is scrambling for it. It's very competitive, but the results are also very amazing. In less than 2 years since the implementation of the divine plan, 23 10-ring wizards, 121 9-ring wizards, and 328 8-ring wizards have been trained. Clatter clatter. Rosen flipped through the list page by page, but he didn't just look at it. He also compared it with the content of the believer's prayers to confirm that it was worthy of the name. He read it quickly, but also very carefully. When he was halfway through, he took out one of the sheets and pointed to a student's name and said, "This student is suspected of having serious moral stains. Check it out carefully. If it is true, replace him." This was said to the operator of the Island Security Bureau next to him. The operator took the list and immediately passed the information to the work office. Rosen continued to look through it. Soon, he picked out 6 more with serious flaws, mainly with shortcomings such as extreme indifference, extreme selfishness, extreme greed, and extreme violence that are not conducive to cooperation. It's not that these personality traits are useless. They are still useful in some occasions, but these personalities are obviously not conducive to teamwork. If the mortal world wants to gather powerful forces, it must cooperate to a high degree, so this group of cooperative saboteurs cannot be allowed to enter the core layer of the empire. As he looked, he saw an extremely outstanding seedling. Drentz, male, 21 years old, graduated from Whalon Higher School of Magic, focused on practicing for 12 years, used new practice methods for 5 years, broke through the 8th ring 3 months ago, and became the first person to practice this year. TSK, what a genius in practice. He was not surprised at the appearance of such a genius. Because of the current citizen education model of the empire, the number of people receiving education is more than 1,000 times that of the previous aristocratic era, and the efficiency of magic practice is also much stronger than that of the aristocratic era. So, the pearls that were originally hidden in the folk and always covered in dust due to the lack of educational resources were dusted off one by one and bloomed with brilliant brilliance. He looked at the academic evaluation of this Drentz. He has a sharp mind, is very innovative, and is proficient in the creation of photoelectric intelligent puppets. There is also a magic paper attached below, called Universal Intelligent Puppet Concept. Rosen took a closer look and was overjoyed. What a great treasure. Universal Intelligent Puppets are actually computers from another world. Rosen created a belief puppet, an auxiliary flying puppet for the aircraft, and the control core of the unmanned explosive aircraft. Strictly speaking, it should be called Specialized Intelligent Puppet. They can all be used at present, but their performance is far from reaching the extreme. And relying on him alone to develop, the progress is very slow. So, he has been deliberately spreading some subtle magic ideas to the people, and has also opened puppet majors in major advanced magic colleges to cultivate relevant talents. Now, the talents are here, and they are top talents. So, Rosen took out Drentz's list and handed it to the Security Bureau agent. This student, investigate his background carefully. If there is no major problem, arrange for him to work in the Puppet Design Bureau. After saying that, he added another sentence. Notify the director to open a separate laboratory for him, so that he can work on the Universal Intelligent Puppet. Yes. Then he continued to look at the list. Until he finished looking at it, he did not find any more problems, but he did not find any particularly outstanding figures. That's it for today. Mr. Sanchester, thank you very much for your great contribution to the Empire. He stood up and shook hands with Sanchester solemnly. The latter immediately left the study and continued to be busy with the Empire's education plan. Rosen was naturally not idle either. He contacted the Empire's Alchemy Bureau again to continue to guide the production of the +2 legendary hat with a low usage threshold. At present, the Natural Empire has more than 200 mages above the 8th ring. He plans to give all these high-ring mages legendary hats. First, were the Universal Legendary Hat produced by the Alchemy Department. If there is outstanding performance, he will reward a customized legendary hat made by him. When the legendary hat becomes popular, the legendary power of the Empire will increase a lot. Although it is not as good as the Holy Elf Empire, it will not be crushed by it at least. In addition, there are 2 major things. One is to study the Golden Warriors to create the golden seeds belonging to the Natural Empire. The second is to create a soul amplifier to make up for the small size of mortal souls. The first thing is to simply imitate and improve on the original basis. The difficulty is not high, so the progress is very fast. The second thing is original. It doesn't feel difficult when it is conceived, but it is found that this thing is extremely difficult when it is really done. It is not difficult to create a soul container. The difficulty is how to seamlessly connect the soul power in the soul container with Rosen's own soul and integrate them into one. This is extremely difficult. Rosen has thought of many ways, but none of them worked well. Just when he was at a loss, he received an urgent message from Dora. Will Dritten return within half a year? Oh, much earlier than expected. In this case, he will most likely not have enough time to make a usable soul amplification artifact. Once this guy returns, the first thing he will do is to attack me. He is a powerful god, with a soul strength close to 13, and a soul scale more than 30,000 times mine. He must have his own tricks. Even with the protection of the magic ring, I am not completely safe. I may be finished if I am not careful. What should I do? Although there are big and small suns to fight for, I will not use them until the last moment. After some thinking, Rosen has a countermeasure. If I can't beat him, I will hide. As long as he can't find me, I will be safe. Not only do I have to hide, but all important people and important facilities in the natural empire must be carefully hidden. Because of the protection of the magic ring, hiding is not difficult, just muddy the water. You can't just hide, you have to hide weapons in the muddy water. Even if you can't kill Dritten, you have to make him afraid. Chapter 280. Boundless Void. A huge dark blue light and shadows slid silently, like a huge blue whale swimming in the sea. It was the Lord of Truth, Dryden. On the left side of his advanced direction, there was an extremely huge and violently surging magic ring. The magic ring was so huge, it became the background of the entire void. Dryden had been advancing in the void for at least a month, but it only grew slightly. It was so violent that even though it was extremely far away, Dryden could still clearly feel the power fluctuations from this magic ring. This is the Sun Magic Ring. It is the most dangerous existence in the void. No life can get close to it, otherwise it will be destroyed by the violent magic fluctuations in it. It is also the source of almost all power in the void, and the mother ring of all magic rings. Any life, any plane, cannot do without it, otherwise the plane ring will gradually break, and all plane worlds will fall into coldness and darkness. Draytan has not lived enough, so the Sun Ring is certainly not his destination. His destination is a life plane that he once dominated and named after him. As a void life, he cannot use the ring to perform phase transfer, so he can only cruise through the void. This distance is still very long. This is because the void outside the ring corresponds to the starry world in the eyes of mortals. The starry world is extremely broad and bathed in the glory of the sun. The void outside the ring is also extremely broad and is always bathed in the grace of the sun ring. Because the void is vast, it takes a long time to travel from the goddess of life's temple through the void to the Dritten plane. The journey is not particularly boring. You will often encounter souls swimming in the void, just like fish swimming in the deep sea, which are the main food of Dritten. Occasionally, you will encounter large groups of chaotic energy, floating in the void like a huge cloud. These chaotic forces are the prototypes of the magic ring, or in other words, some incomplete magic rings that have not grown completely. Most of them have stopped growing, and a few are still evolving, but the evolution speed is extremely slow. If you want to see obvious changes, you have to take 100,000 years as a unit. The incomplete magic ring corresponds to the comets, planets, and other small stars in the elemental world. In the incomplete magic ring, there are countless void fish hiding, which is equivalent to the fishing ground in the void ocean. If you are lucky, you can also find some materials with strange properties that can be used to create powerful magic tools. Dryden often tries his luck in the incomplete magic circle, and indeed finds some good things, but more often, he encounters other gods and demons who come to try their luck. In this case, both sides will quickly assess each other's strength, and then the weaker will run away at the first time, and there are few who will fight to the death. In addition, the incomplete magic circle can also be used to build a divine court. Adele's sky city is built in the incomplete magic circle. In the void, Dryden just flies all the way, replenishing his strength all the way, and at the same time remotely controlling his mortal slaves in the plane all the way. His mortal slaves are extremely numerous. If calculated by the number of souls, it is estimated to be more than 2 billion, but if calculated by elemental bodies, it is about 500 million. The most valued servant among them is a mortal named Dora. It's not that Dora is so powerful or smart, it's simply because he spent the most effort to improve her body, and she is his most satisfied work. It's a pity that the two sides are a bit far apart. Druden can contact Dora with the help of magic tools, but it will consume a lot of power. So unless necessary, he won't contact her more. After flying for about 4 months, a small blue light appeared in the front field of vision. This is the magic ring that wraps Druden's plane. The magic ring and the plane are one. The plane keeps moving around the sun, and the magic ring naturally moves around the sun magic ring. Fortunately, I didn't get the direction wrong. In the vast void, except for the dazzling sun magic ring that can't be mistaken, other magic rings are very inconspicuous. If you accidentally go the wrong way or miss its moving trajectory, it will take a long time. Sometimes, Druden envied those elemental beings because they could use the resonance of the magic ring to quickly transfer to different planes. Unlike him, it would take at least half a year to travel to another plane. Although he saw the goal, it would take at least a month to reach the destination. I don't know what the plane looks like. Druden felt a little urgent and accelerated his journey. As the distance got closer, the blue light in the field of vision became larger and larger, gradually occupying most of the field of vision. At the same time, there was also a huge chaotic force. This is naturally the incomplete magic ring, corresponding to the moon in the elemental plane. Druden once built a temple on the moon as his daily resting place. But this happened more than 5,000 years ago. Now, this temple is either occupied by someone or completely abandoned. I will build another one when I get to the land. There is no rush for this matter. Let me take a closer look at my plane first. He passed the incomplete magic ring and continued to move towards the plane magic ring. In order to avoid causing a ripple in the magic ring and attracting the attention of mortals, he deliberately slowed down. So, it took him 2 full days to reach the 11th magic ring of the plane. The concept of space in the magic ring is somewhat different from that in the mortal world. It is difficult to explain the specific difference in mortal language, because only by entering the void can you truly experience this. In short, being in the 11th magic ring, you can clearly overlook the situation in the elemental plane from a high position. The stronger the power, the more detailed the perception, the more specific the vision, and the larger the range of vision. Druden floated on the top of the 11th magic ring, looking at the plane below, and couldn't help thinking about it. In the eyes of void life, there are actually 4 types of magic rings. The incomplete magic ring is one type, the solar magic ring is one type, and the plane magic ring in front of us is the 3rd type. There are 10 complete magic rings of this type, and 1 incomplete 11th magic ring, so it is called the lower magic ring. There are 17 similar lower magic rings in the void. It is very strange that they look almost exactly the same, as if they were set by humans. There are lower magic rings, and naturally there are upper magic rings. There are 23 layers of upper magic rings in total, and their structure is extremely stable and introverted. No matter the corresponding elemental world or the magic ring itself, it is extremely difficult to observe. It is said that there are 3 of this kind of magic ring, and it is difficult to get out once you enter. Anyway, Druden had never been in there, nor had he seen anyone from the 23rd ring world. He heard the relevant news from Adele, and sometimes he even suspected that it was fake news. What are you thinking about? Look carefully at the plane. After calming down, Druden slowly moved in the 11th ring, while slowly observing the plane. The forest of the Holy Elf Empire that he saw first. Adlison, the Tree of Life, Dora, and Asura were basically unchanged. Not bad, really good. He liked this familiar feeling. His eyes gradually slid out of the forest, all the way east, and saw 2 empires built by mortals. Oh, this change is really a bit big, and the number of mortals is really too many to count. So many mortals, so many souls, so many new elemental bodies, there are so many to play with. Hey, why is there thick fog everywhere? In normal circumstances, due to the fluctuations of various mortal forces, fog that blocks the view will occasionally appear, but as long as you wait patiently for the fluctuations to subside, the ring will become clear again. But the thick fog in front of him was different. It always existed, one piece in the east and one piece in the west, greatly blocking Druden's sight, making it almost impossible for him to see the situation inside the magic circle. After observing carefully for a while, Druden understood. The prototype should be Nawat's secret magic barrier, but both the scale and strength are much greater than the secret magic barrier. If there was no thick fog, then with his ability, he could sense a range of more than 300 kilometers in diameter, but with the thick fog, his perception range was sharply reduced to a diameter of less than 500 meters. After a tour of the glorious empire, he found that all the big cities in the empire were blocked by thick fog. The fog in the imperial capital of Metacillin was particularly dense, reducing his perception range to less than 200 meters, In this ghost place, he was almost as blind as a blind man. These mortals are really abominable. Dariton thought bitterly, and continued to rush northeast. Northeast of the glorious empire was the natural empire, which had just been established for less than 3 years. The emperor of the empire, Rosen, was the most erratic guy in the mortal world. A small mortal, who kept making trouble in my plane. I will see what you can do today. He made up his mind that once he found the other party, he would kill him directly. Although he knew that the other party had killed many demons, in his eyes, those demons were almost insignificant like ants. So, he didn't take the power of this mortal seriously at all. After a while, he arrived at the territory of the natural empire. As soon as he arrived, Dariton found something wrong. The dense fog in the natural empire was thicker than that in the glorious empire. Not only was it thick, but the range was also particularly large. The glorious empire only covered the big cities, while the natural empire covered almost every town, leaving only some uninhabited wilderness. Fortunately, there are these wildernesses, otherwise, Dridden felt that he would definitely get lost. According to Dora's description, he knew that the capital of the natural empire was built on a huge island called Wailon. He groped all the way, and finally found the target island. The moment he saw the island, Dridden felt a huge anger in his heart. Damn, there is too much fog. The thick fog of the glorious empire can only cover one city at most. The thick fog in front of him directly covered most of the island, and the visibility was extremely low, less than 300 meters. After walking in such a ghost place for a while, Dariton actually felt like walking in a maze. Not to mention finding the mortal named Rosen, he would be lucky to find the capital of the natural empire. He was very confused. Such a huge secret barrier must consume extremely huge power. Where do these mortals get the power? Is it all burned by burning black stones? How much black stone would be burned? He really couldn't figure it out. But no matter what, he was in the 11th ring. Even if he couldn't see clearly, he should be safe. If you can't see the road clearly, just grope for a while, you can always reach your destination. He thought so and did so. But after groping for about half an hour, he suddenly had a huge warning in his heart. What's going on? He was shocked, and the demon's super fast reaction speed made him stay away from the 11th ring at the first time, and escape into the void outside the ring at the fastest speed. The moment he escaped, he felt a soul tide surging out from the thick fog of the mortal world. The tide was not strong, but it made Dariton's heart more alert. He immediately understood that there must be a fatal killing move hidden behind this tide. So, he ran away without any hesitation, and at the same time built a thick soul defense barrier on the surface of his body. This barrier was developed by him with great effort, called Wall of Perfect Truth. When defending, he used deflection as the main means, which could defeat the strong with the weak, and the many with the few. His running speed was also very fast, and his absolute speed was not as fast as the soul tide, but the difference was not much. 10 seconds later, he was far away from the 11 rings, and was finally caught up by the soul tide. The moment he was caught up, Dridden felt his mind tremble. Before he could react, he saw the light flashing violently on the soul defense barrier. There was an extremely fierce soul power attacking him through soul resonance. He felt that his power was consumed like an avalanche, and more than 10% was consumed in the blink of an eye. What a strong attack! If he hadn't run away, he might not be able to block this attack if he was attacked head-on by the opponent. Dridden didn't dare to stop and continued to run to the outer void. He ran for a full hour, and only stopped after confirming that it was safe, and turned back to look at the natural empire with lingering fear. The endless thick fog, and the terrible and fatal killing moves hidden in the fog. The one who attacked me just now is most likely Rosen. This guy is really capable. I originally thought of killing him as soon as I came back, but now it seems that I still thought things were too simple. Staring at the thick fog for a long time, Dridden turned away unwillingly. If the thick fog does not dissipate, the plan of sneak attack from the void will be useless. The only way to defeat these two mortal empires is to form an elven army and attack from the front of the mortal world. But because of the existence of the thick fog, he can't figure out the war capabilities of the mortal empire. No matter what, go find the elves first and get the good stuff I prepared. The Golden Warrior is his ultimate killer, but although the Golden Warrior is strong, it is not mature. And this time, with the help of the goddess of life Adele, he created a more mature, more powerful, and nearly perfect golden seed. When I form a golden army, I want to see how these short-lived mortals with flaws can stop me. Chapter 281. In the darkness, a whisper-like voice sounded in Rosen's mind. Master, Dariton is back. It's Dora. It's late at night in the glorious empire, but it's just dusk in the holy elf empire. Rosen was lying on the bed, hugging Juya's soft body and sleeping. Why Juya? First, because he missed her. Second, because most of his women were pregnant. After being together for a long time, their strengths matched, and their bodies were good, so they would have children if they touched. Especially the three women, Zigralana, Nephronia, and Laertris, all took more than 8 years to take care of their pregnancies, which was longer than Neza. Why? Because they have rich upper elf blood. It is said that the gestation time of pure elf blood is longer, 12 years. Back to the topic. Faced with Dora's news, he replied quietly in his mind. I already know, we fought not long ago. He secretly added in his heart, it's a pity that he ran fast, otherwise he would have died. The reaction speed of the gods and demons is really fast. This has been clearly reflected in the gods and demons apostles, and the speed of the gods and demons is an order of magnitude faster than the apostles. Even with Lai Fu's speed, it is difficult to seize the initiative. Dora's voice came again. He issued an order to start creating a new kind of golden warrior, which is not only stronger than before, but also has more types, lower thresholds, and faster creation speed. This news is very important. Rosen is most concerned about the creation speed. How fast? Currently, there are 4 giant life trees in the endless forest, and more life trees are being planted. According to him, one life tree can give birth to 1,000 golden warriors in a month. Rosen understood. So, he is building a golden army? Yes, the estimated scale is at least 300,000. This is a bit scary. Rosen immediately said, Oh, I understand, then tell me in detail about the types of golden warriors. Dora began to report in detail. There are many types, including land, sea, air, and even underground, with all kinds of military services such as assault, sneak attack, and medical assistance, forming a very comprehensive war army. After Dora finished speaking, Rosen was not worried. Why? Because Druden built the Golden Army according to the standards of the war army. But the times have changed. In the era of cold weapons, this kind of Golden Army is naturally invincible. But in today's era of hot weapons, as long as Druden dares to gather a large army, Rosen dares to wipe it out. So, the so-called Lord of Truth is nothing more than this. I understand. Anything else? Sisai was favored by him, and considered the most outstanding creation of the Creator. He promoted her to the God of Stars, with a higher status than me. Dora's voice was a little disappointed. Rosen immediately comforted her. Then he is really blind. I only like Dora. Sisai was created by him. No matter how perfect she is, she doesn't feel anything. Although Dora was created by Dryden, she has experienced endless time, and has more charm than an immature girl. Dora was really comforted. Master, when will you defeat him? When he thinks victory is just around the corner, Master, you are so bad. She stuck with Rosen in the secret channel for a while, before she was satisfied and disconnected. After being disturbed by her, Rosen's sleepiness also dissipated a lot. He stood up, tiptoed to the window, and quietly looked at the beautiful moonlit night scenery of the Nevernight Palace. Now, Rosen can perform phase shifting quite freely. Because he has fully mastered the infinite phase shifting technique brought by Dora. The threshold of this spell is the basic soul strength of Legend 8. After reaching it, you can perform relatively free transfer within the plane without the assistance of the soul gem and the phase shifting array. It is almost the same as the arbitrary door. Of course, there is still an upper limit on the number of transfers. With his basic soul strength optimized to Legend 12.5, he can safely transfer 12 times a day, so he can sleep with whoever he wants. After watching for a while, Shuya's voice came from behind. Dear, why are you up? Rosen said, the wind is blowing, it seems like it will rain heavily. After a while, Shuya came to Rosen's side and looked out the window. As expected, she found that there were many dark clouds in the night sky. After watching for a while, he said, the weather in Midaxilin is like this, it changes very quickly, and it rains when it says it will rain. It was the end of summer, and the weather was hot. Shuya was only wearing a thin suspender nightgown. Under the hazy moonlight, she was as attractive as a goddess descending from the earth. Rosen was moved by what he saw, and gently pushed Shuya's hands on the windowsill, and he stood behind her. Shuya said coquettishly, I just came twice before going to bed, and my waist is about to be broken by you. Even though she said so, her waist still collapsed. Soon, the emperors of the two mortal empires once again achieved a frank and intimate communication. Driktan is back. Did you feel it? Yes, I felt it faintly. The night before yesterday, a very powerful being flew over from the void outside the ring of Metacillin. It should be him. Juion now has a soul strength of 9.5, which is extremely sharp. He just passed through Medicillin, but he wanted to sneak attack me. Zhuya was slightly surprised. Did you fight? It can be considered a fight. The soul fog blocked his perception, and I took the initiative to hit him, but he ran away. After a pause, Rosen added, Dreden's power is completely different from that of ordinary demons. I hit him, and the soul power I stimulated was unprecedentedly huge, more than 3,000 Rosen, enough to kill any demon below level 10, but I couldn't hurt him. If he attacks us first, it will definitely be very fatal, so the soul fog must be maintained all the time, the thicker the better. Zhuya nodded seriously, but was also a little worried. Although the soul fog is very good, it consumes a lot of energy, and some people can't afford it. This super large soul fog that covers the entire city requires a large amount of legendary crystals and soul-burning rings. And with the current production capacity and legendary power of the glorious empire, it is very difficult to maintain it. But it is obviously not possible not to maintain it. With the power of Dryden, anyone who is targeted by him will die. Rosen smiled and said, Ms. Zhuya, our natural empire can provide support, but these are strategic resources. I need a reason to convince the cabinet. The natural empire has built many high-end alchemy factories specializing in the production of legendary crystals. At present, 1,000 Rosens of quasi-endless legendary crystals can produce 10,000 pieces per day, and the production capacity is still rising. Therefore, there is no pressure to support the glorious empire. Zhuya gritted her teeth and endured the piercing pleasure, trying to keep her mind clear, but in the end, all her efforts failed. She simply didn't speak, patiently waiting for the storm of pleasure to subside. As a result, she waited for nearly half an hour, which almost made her faint. She said lazily, Rosen, I buy it with money. Rosen chuckled, then the trade deficit will expand again. Let it expand. Anyway, the country is not mine, let those nobles worry about it. Zhuya broke the jar. Because she has completely understood that with the current situation of the glorious empire, it is impossible to surpass the natural empire in national strength, and in the foreseeable future, it will only be left further and further behind. And to change this, the glorious empire must also carry out a thorough civil reform, like the natural empire. But this would cost the noble lord his life, so it was impossible to achieve. Zhuya didn't want to start a bloody revolution in the country, nor was she as unscrupulous as the Lord of Glory. After weighing the pros and cons, she simply gave up the idea of competing with the empire. Rosen had a different idea. Maybe I should come to propose. Zhuya was also very tempted when she heard it, because the two of them had been together for half a year, and they didn't know how many times they had done it. It felt that if they continued like this, the baby would be born. But she was not completely overwhelmed by the pleasure. It's almost there. It would be best if the natural empire could create a very amazing magic creation to completely shatter the arrogance of our people. Rosen thought so too. After thinking about it carefully, he said, Then I will come up with something good. Zhuya was very curious. What good thing? She could guess before, but the new things of the natural empire kept coming out, and many of them almost overturned the common sense of magic, so she could not guess at all. Rosen explained a little. The main source of power now is black stone, right? Yes. In this regard, the glorious empire used a lot of black stone, and it increased year by year, but the natural empire used more, almost 3 times more than the glorious empire, and the speed of increase was faster. Rosen continued, although black stone is very good, it is not enough. So, I developed a new source of power. A new source of power? Use the soul-burning ring to draw a lot of power from the magic ring? Rosen shook his head. How can the little power drawn from the magic ring be enough? The results of the High Energy Magic Research Institute show that the magic ring is essentially a strange field, similar to the electromagnetic field and gravitational field. It does not create power, but only transmits and converts power. Therefore, the power source of the magic ring is actually the sun. This means that the energy density of the magic ring is not high enough. It is enough for mortals to practice, but it is far from enough to change the elemental world. Zhuya guessed again. Is it burning something new? Rosen nodded slightly. Yes, burning something new. Zhuya was even more curious. Is it really burning something? What new thing is it? If possible, the glorious empire will also burn it. Although she did not intend to compete, she did not give up on improving the country's strength. Rosen smiled, wiped his hand down, and said, boil water. Zhuya raised her hand and twisted Rosen's arm, saying, I'm talking to you seriously, don't joke. No, it's really something extracted from seawater. Ah, I don't understand. You understand soon. After a pause, Rosen said, by the way, haven't you always wanted to build a lightning network in China? When I come up with something new, I can not only help you build a network, but also provide you with very cheap and continuous lighting power. Lighting is now the most indispensable thing in the new era. The Natural Empire is using it on a large scale, and the Glorious Empire is also popularizing it, but it lags far behind the former. Especially in the field of power generation, it lags far behind. Shuya understood Rosen's ambition as soon as she heard it, and snorted, "I think you want to use the lightning network to control us." Rosen shrugged, "Do you want it?" "Yes. In any case, the lightning network is a good thing, and she doesn't have to use the lightning power of the Natural Empire. Her Glorious Empire can use its own Blackstone power plant. Maybe the lightning burned by Blackstone is not as cheap as that of the Natural Empire, but it must not be much different." Rosen understood her idea at a glance and laughed. "If you want it, I give it to you, ha ha." Chapter 282. Well, it's another busy day. At dusk, Rosen stretched and walked out of the underground laboratory of Swan Castle. The progress of the soul amplifier is very, very slow, almost stagnant. I don't feel disappointed. Because with the help of the tree branch of life, he thought of a very, very clumsy way to design a usable soul amplifier. The biggest bottleneck at present is that the method is too clumsy, there is no shortcut, resulting in a very slow speed of creation. The next thing to do is to move forward little by little until the end. If I'm lucky, maybe half a year. If I'm unlucky, maybe a year, I can get the first version of the finished product. The effect of the first version can increase the size of his soul by more than 5,000 times, which is a little worse than the powerful demon god, but with the protection of the plain magic ring, there is no need to worry about being crushed by the demon god. After coming out of the laboratory, it was almost dinner time, and he turned to the Guanhu restaurant in Swan Castle. Dinner would not be ready for a while, so Rosen sat down on a chair, picked up today's Imperial Capital Evening News, and flipped through it casually. The Imperial Capital Evening News updates news very timely, but Rosen never reads the political section, because he knows all the news in this section. He only reads various anecdotes happening in the corners of society. For example, a fight in a bar, someone inserts a bottle into another person's anus. For example, brothers fight for property, and accuse each other of not being the father's son. As a result, after using blood magic to check, it is found that none of them are the blood of the deceased father. Another example is that the son and grandson are actually father and son, but in fact they are brothers. Anyway, it's very interesting. As he read, Rosen's eyes were fixed on a piece of strange news. The news said that a mare gave birth to a dwarf on a farm in the suburbs of Monaria. The dwarf could run and jump as soon as he was born, and he could speak some words that no one could understand. He ran very fast, and disappeared in a blink of an eye, and never appeared again. There were more than a dozen witnesses at the scene of the incident, and the connection between each witness was not strong, and it was highly likely that they were not in collusion. Everyone also swore that this was true. Among them, 3 witnesses were mages, and they swore that this was definitely not an illusion. Seeing this, Rosen felt that this was really a bit weird. Was the mare giving birth to a dwarf because the travel mage had misplaced the position? However, the Phase Observation Bureau did not report any abnormal fluctuations. Could it be some new way of phase transfer? Or is it the Advent technique newly invented by the void gods and demons? I couldn't figure it out, so I opened Lifu's database and looked through the prayers of natural believers in the corresponding area. After reading it, it turned out to be true. The believers generally believed that the mare gave birth to a demon, and they were all panicked, worried that some unexpected disaster would happen. Rosen was also very curious about this matter. Let's send someone to investigate. So, with an idea, he contacted the Security Bureau and ordered a few agents to find out the matter. After doing this, he continued to read the newspaper for a while, and saw Siglerna walking into the restaurant accompanied by 2 maids. Today, Swan Castle is the status of the Imperial Palace, and the hostess is naturally Siglerna, the queen, and Serena has returned to Adrian's family castle. As for Rosen, he was sometimes in Swan Castle, sometimes in Morning Castle, sometimes in the Shire County, or other places that could not be clearly stated. In short, he appeared at random places, depending on his mood. On the other side, when Zigralana saw Rosen, she immediately smiled and trotted towards him, which made Rosen frightened and reminded him quickly. Slow down, don't fall. There was still a child in her belly. Dear, I'm not so fragile. Zigralana sat beside Rosen, chirping and sharing daily anecdotes with him, all of which were the trivial matters of the ladies in the imperial capital. Rosen wanted to relax his mind, so he listened carefully and occasionally interrupted and commented, which made Zigralana more interested in chatting. While chatting, Zigralana suddenly asked, "Dear, I almost forgot the business." She looked a little serious. "I saw a new announcement from the Department of Magic, saying that they will conduct a feasibility study on the heart of the ocean." "What exactly is this heart of the ocean?" Rosen smiled and said, "It's an energy core, something similar to the current Blackstone power plant." This announcement was published in the annual plan report of the Imperial Magic Department, and he personally published it this afternoon. It was just a short line of words, and the content was ambiguous. People who understand it can naturally understand it, and people who don't understand it can just watch it for fun. Of course, there are very few people who really understand it, only a few magicians in the secret laboratory. Zigralana was curious. "Why is it called the heart of the ocean?" Rosen smiled and said, "Because the Blackstone power plant burns black stones. The fuel of this new generation of energy core is extracted from the sea, so it is called the heart of the ocean." Zigralana didn't quite understand what he said, but she became more curious. Extracting fuel from seawater, there is nothing else in seawater except salt. "Can salt burn?" Rosen smiled and shook his head. "Of course salt can't burn, but water can." "Boil water? Isn't water used to put out fires?" The Empress of the Empire became more and more confused as she listened. She subconsciously tilted her head and looked at Rosen with a confused and suspicious look, as if trying to figure out if he was joking with her. Dinner was ready, so Rosen said, "Dear, have dinner first, and I tell you in detail after dinner." Zigralana nodded immediately. After the delicious dinner, she immediately looked at Rosen eagerly. Rosen took her hand and walked slowly in the garden of Swan Castle. This is a new achievement born from the cooperation of major laboratories. The burn in boil water is not ordinary burning, but the aggregation of basic elements. Zigralana has been the queen for several years. She has been influenced by Rosen and has paid attention to some of the latest developments in magic, so she understands it a little now. What will happen after aggregation? According to the experimental results of the High Energy Institute, after aggregation, it will release very amazing power and produce new basic elements at the same time. Amazing power? How amazing? It's hard to say, but it's much more than black stone. In addition, it's not mature yet, so verification experiments have to be carried out. Rosen didn't want to publicize this matter too much, so he said it very calmly. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this matter couldn't be concealed from those who were interested, and the verification experiment also required a huge amount of funding support, he wouldn't even bother to write this matter in the announcement of the Magic Department. Why can't they keep it secret? Because they plan to build a 2-kilometer diameter power ring. The total cost will exceed 14 million OG. It's unreasonable not to go through the procedures for such a big event and spending so much money. On the other hand, Zigralana is interested in the new progress of magic, but not much. She is not a magician, so after getting a general explanation from her husband, she thought she understood it, and immediately lost interest in the so-called heart of the ocean. Compared to magic, she prefers to stick with Rosen. Even if they don't do anything, just take a walk and chat together, she will be satisfied. So next, her topic turned to various trivial matters in the world, and she talked excitedly. Her little face was flushed, delicate, and her eyes were sparkling and cute. Rosen also chatted with her. Don't look at Zigralana's appearance of a little woman now, that's because she is with him. If it were a stranger, she would be the noble, majestic, and reserved Empress of the Empire, the incarnation of the true God in the mortal world. While chatting, Rosen's mind was still on the heart of the ocean. According to his initial expectation, the so-called heart of the ocean was used to provide power. But with the continuous in-depth research of the High Energy Magic Research Institute, a large number of deep magic secrets were discovered. As a result, the heart of the ocean has many new magic uses, some of which are very amazing. The most amazing one is to create an artificial magic ring. For a long time, magicians generally believe that the magic ring is created by the creator, exists independently, and is the supreme and absolute existence. But the research on high-energy magic shows that elements and magic rings are mutually dependent. In other words, magic rings are a basic attribute of elements. As long as there are enough elements, or the energy contained in the elements is high enough, the magic ring attribute can become very obvious. According to this theory, the sun should have the most powerful magic ring, and as long as a stable high-energy environment is simulated in the mortal world, combined with some special methods, a stable small-scale artificial magic ring can be created. At the same time, creating an artificial magic ring is also very important, and is a prerequisite for star navigation. In short, once the heart of the ocean is successful, it will be a milestone event in a new magic civilization. It will eventually bring about an unprecedented new world that no one can imagine, but is enough to make everyone dumbfounded. This matter has also exceeded Rosen's cognitive scope, and he now does not know where this matter will eventually lead to. But no matter what, as long as you keep moving forward, you will always see it. At night, Rosen's puppet far away in the glorious empire was also questioned by Julia. Heart of the ocean? Is this what you call the thing for boiling water? Speaking of this, her cheeks turned red uncontrollably. She looked confused. I still don't understand. What's so good about boiling water? To Julia, Rosen didn't explain further, just smiled. Don't worry, you know after the experiment is successful. Julia snorted. We also have a magic department in the glorious empire. If you don't tell me, I go ask the magic department. Rosen chuckled. I bet they don't know the answer. He knew the magic department of the glorious empire as well as Julia, and knew that they had not touched the edge of high-energy magic at present. Julia didn't believe it. Then I set up a laboratory specifically for boiling seawater. I don't believe that I can't research it. Because of Rosen's low-key handling, the heart of the ocean incident hardly caused any waves. After a few days, the low enthusiasm among the people faded, and it reached a point where almost no one paid attention. But the matter itself was moving forward steadily step by step. I thought everything would go smoothly, but about 10 days after the announcement, something strange happened. In the morning, as soon as Emperor Rosen entered the study room by the lake, he found something wrong. Soon, he found that there was a thief in the study room and his documents were rummaged through. Chapter 283. The documents that can be placed in the study room by the lake are naturally the most important documents of the empire. The defense of the study room is very, very tight, and even an ant can hardly enter. But the method of turning the documents is very secretive, and there is no clue left for investigation. Therefore, Rosen suspected that it was an insider who committed the crime at the first time. It is very likely that the assistant mages in the study room did it, because they can legally access these documents. Immediately find the elite officers of the Security Bureau, and start to secretly explore and investigate. There are a total of 20 assistant mages, and the investigation was completed quickly. As a result, everyone was proved to be innocent. This result surprised Rosen a little. Did I make a mistake? This is almost impossible. Because Emperor Rosen is the last one to leave the study room every day, and before leaving, he will make a detailed record of the situation in the study room. The reason why he found that someone had moved the documents was because there was a very subtle change in the position of the documents. The change may be less than 1/10 of a millimeter, but it cannot escape Lai Fu's detailed comparison. After another careful comparison, Rosen confirmed that someone really entered the Lin Hu study after him. This person moved a lot of files. Almost every file was turned over. He sneaked into my study, and was able to hide all traces afterwards. This ability is quite amazing. If he can sneak into the study silently, he can sneak into the backyard and even into his underground laboratory. So this matter is very serious and must be figured out. Rosen simply sealed the study, and then replaced Emperor Rosen with Combat Rosen, who has super high perception to search. Not long after Combat Rosen entered the study, he found new clues. This discovery was not about magic, but about smell. There was a very faint smell in the corner of the study, which was the smell of fireworks from the downtown area of Mondania. People who can enter and exit the study by the lake have extremely high status, and rarely go to the downtown area. They don't smell of fireworks, so this smell must be left by the intruder. Because it was still early, the government department of Swan Castle had not yet started work, and the smell left by the night had not been completely disrupted. Fighting Rosen followed this faint smell of fireworks, and tracked all the way. He chased out of the study, passed through the garden, and crossed the retaining wall. Finally, he left Swan Castle, and came to a secluded place by the Swan Lake. Then, he saw an unnatural cave entrance. The cave entrance was very neat, and it was obvious that it was dug out by magic. A faint smell of magic power came out from the cave. Through this breath, Lai Fu concluded, Basic Soul Strength Legendary 17, Mana Strength Legendary 17, Mana Scale 3000 Rosen. At first glance, he looks like a saint of a great god, but the basic soul strength of this saint is ridiculously high, which is not in line with common sense. Even if Rosen is armed to the teeth for this battle, he has no confidence in facing this man. Considering that the other party's actions are very secretive, and he probably doesn't want to make a big deal, Rosen tentatively said to the cave, I found you, come out. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, a female voice came from the cave. Oh, this is really beyond my expectation. How did you find me? The voice revealed a hint of surprise. You have achieved near perfection in magic, but in terms of elements, there is a flaw. Oh, okay, I improve next time. After a pause, another voice came from the cave. I'm sleeping, and I'm too lazy to move for the time being. Either you come in and talk to me, or you wait outside the cave until I wake up. Rosen came as a puppet. After thinking for a while, he walked towards the cave entrance. At the same time, his main body was ready to cut off contact with the puppet at any time. Once he found that something was wrong, he would abandon the car to save the king. The cave entrance was about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, with many vines hanging on it as a cover, and it looked very inconspicuous. Originally, Rosen thought that the cave would be very dark and narrow, but after walking a few meters into the cave entrance, he felt that he had passed through a strange film, and at the same time, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a delicate, fresh, and bright bedroom appeared. It was not inferior to his bedroom in Swan Castle at all. In the middle of the bedroom was a soft couch, and a beautiful woman with black hair and black eyes was lying lazily on her side, covered only with a thin silk quilt as soft as water. The scenery is great, but the girl is a little small. This beautiful woman is less than 1 meter tall, like a dwarf. But she is different from ordinary dwarfs, because the body proportions of ordinary dwarfs are different from those of ordinary people, and their heads will appear large and their bodies will be small. But the dwarf in front of him is a smaller version of a normal person, and looks very well proportioned. This strange scene made Rosen's heart move slightly, and he thought of a strange story he had seen in the newspaper before about a mare giving birth to a dwarf. On the other side, after seeing Rosen, the dwarf woman yawned and asked lazily, "Rosen, who do you guess I am?" Rosen certainly had some guesses. "I guess you have a relationship with the goddess of life Adela, and you are probably a saint she carefully cultivated?" The black-haired woman shook her head. "You guessed half right." She didn't hide it, and said, "To be more precise, I am the elemental projection of the goddess of life Adela, or I am Adela." Elemental projection? This is a new word, I don't know it. Adela smiled and said, "It's normal that you don't know, because this is the result of my latest development of magic, which is my exclusive ability." Rosen praised sincerely, "Awesome." While speaking, he looked up and down at the other party, and said, "But there seems to be a small problem when projecting." Adela's face showed a trace of embarrassment. "Well, the results are indeed not mature yet." "Do I look weird now?" Rosen nodded. "It's really weird. How did it happen?" Adela sighed. "The elemental projection disc has a problem. I adjusted the projection scale, and the projection coordinates incorrectly, which made me experience some extremely terrible things." Rosen immediately recalled the strange news he had read in the newspaper before. "So, you didn't really crawl out of a mare's ass?" Adela's expression became more and more embarrassed. "You are really well informed, but I hope you don't mention it a second time, because I don't want to recall those past events." "Okay, what is your purpose?" Speaking of this, Adela's face became serious. "First of all, I have to formally introduce myself. Adela, the goddess of life, is my name in the mortal world, but this name is used to gather faith and facilitate my management of the elemental plane. And my real identity is the plane supervisor. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it is the plane supervisor who has lost his glory." Rosen was slightly shocked when he heard this. "Supervise what?" "Supervise the development level of the magic of the plane. Once it exceeds the critical point, the plane supervisor must intervene and use various means to suppress the development level back to below the critical point." After saying this, Adela asked with a smile, "Do you think that gods and demons are non-human creatures?" Rosen suppressed his surprise and nodded gently. "I do think so. Your idea is not wrong. Demons are indeed non-human beings, and low-level gods are also non-human, but great gods are not. Great gods are soul projections." The two words elemental projection and soul projection gave Rosen a very strange feeling. He subconsciously asked, "So, there is an origin for projection?" Adela snapped her fingers lightly. "Yes, there is an origin. This origin exists inside the upper ring plane. We call it the divine body, which is the body after the perfect fusion of elements and souls." A large number of unfamiliar words shocked Rosen a little, and he looked at the other party carefully and found that the other party looked almost exactly like a mortal, and he could not feel the inhuman breath of the devil at all. This is the result of Rosen's detailed investigation, so what the other party said is likely to be true. "What is your purpose?" "I want to talk to you." Adela's face showed a trace of solemnity. "I heard what you asked Larigia to bring me. To be honest, this did not threaten me, because our planes are far away, and I don't have any idea about the plane I am in. But I clearly felt your determination and confidence, which made me curious about you." "What are you curious about?" "I'm curious. I want to know what you rely on." Then, I came quietly, and then, I saw the magnificent imperial capital you built, and also heard an amazing plan. At this point, Adela stared at Rosen. Although your ocean-hard plan was not stated explicitly, it has surprised me, because it is very likely to be an important critical point in the development of magic. Rosen did not answer but asked, "So, you sneaked into my study just to confirm this?" "Yes, but you obviously hid it very well. I didn't get an answer, so I just asked directly. I want to know, have you really discovered the sun? Mystery?" After saying this, the elemental projection of Adela said, "I know this issue is very sensitive, so I will state my position first. It is true that I was once a plain supervisor, but my supervisory duties have basically dissipated, so I don't want to meddle in other people's business. I am also the main god of Dryden, because I hope to get his life branch. For this reason, I helped him to improve the Golden Warrior a little. If I can always get the life branch, then I will not intervene in this plain war. Whether you win or Dryden wins, it has nothing to do with me." Rosen listened with half belief and half doubt, but with the means shown by this so-called great god, it is better not to say it firmly. So he said, "Since you don't want to exercise the right of supervision, why do you want to know this matter? It's very simple. If this is true, then Dryden will never be your opponent. I will sever my relationship with Dryden, and cooperate with you after you defeat Dryden." Rosen considered it for a moment and nodded. "I did get some secrets of the sun. With the other party's means, since he suspected it, he couldn't hide it. Since he couldn't hide it, he might as well say it directly." Adela showed a trace of shock on her face, which soon turned into deep emotion. Oh, after 20,000 years, another elemental civilization has finally reached this point. Rosen didn't quite understand what he said, but he had a hunch that the other party would tell him the reason immediately. "Sure enough," Adela said, "if you didn't lie to me, then you and your empire are standing at a crossroads. There are two roads ahead of you. One is complete destruction. The other is to fall into the abyss." Rosen's heart was slightly moved, but his face was expressionless. "I didn't understand." Adela raised her hand and pointed at herself, then pointed at the sky. "There used to be 3 glorious upper ring plains near this sun. But now, the glory of these 3 plains has completely dimmed and has fallen into 3 abysses. The demons of the abyss created inhuman void demons to prevent other elemental civilizations from obtaining the glory their ancestors once obtained." Rosen didn't understand again. "Since you have mastered the power of the sun, you should have endless power and create endless wealth. You should become a real kingdom of God. How can it be an abyss?" Adela sighed lightly. "The process of degeneration is very long, and it is difficult to explain it at the moment, but you must understand the nobles, right?" "Of course. The nobles, especially the great nobles, can also be said to have endless resources, can enjoy the most delicious food, the most exquisite clothes, the most gorgeous houses, and can dominate the fate of countless civilians. But these nobles may strive to make progress in the first generation, emulate their father's glory in the second generation, and stick to tradition in the third generation, but the fourth and fifth generations usually only think about maintaining their glory by any means. Their greed, indifference, and ruthlessness are no different from those of the devil." Rosen understood. "The sands of time have corroded the kingdom of God into an abyss?" Adela nodded. "Yes, the time is too long, more than 300,000 years. The glory of the ancestors has completely dimmed, the virtues of heroes have gone with the wind, leaving only a group of despicable rats, and the abyss of rats. 20,000 years ago, there was an elemental civilization that reached your point, or even went a little further than you. The civilization and its founders saw the tragedy of the 3 abysses. They wanted to get rid of the curse of time, so they kept exploring higher levels, trying to break through the shackles of the solar ring and enter the deeper star realm. But in the end, they failed, and their civilization was destroyed in a terrible war." Speaking of this, Adela turned her head and looked at the Swan Lake in the distance, with a faint sadness on her face. "So Rosen, which path do you plan to take? Destruction or depravity?" Rosen thought for a moment and said, "While I am alive, I will choose to keep moving forward. After I die, I won't care so much." Adela nodded. "Based on your answer, I will try my best to conceal all this for you, but you have to keep a low profile and don't let other void gods and demons know about this. Because although the abyss is corrupt, there are still some legacy of the glory of their ancestors. Once they notice the appearance of the challenger, they will definitely try their best to destroy it. And the ideas of the other 6 great men may not be different from mine." Rosen was a little puzzled. "Why do you want to help me again?" "Because I don't want to be an accomplice of the fallen. I want to see some new scenery in this lifeless world." After a pause, she said, "At the same time, I also need a strong ally who can help me escape from the abyss of fall." Rosen's heart moved slightly, Can you tell me more about the abyss? Adela shook her head. Sorry, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's because I don't know much. In order to protect myself, my body hides in the deepest part of the abyss, basically isolating it from the outside world. So I don't know? But I guess the abyss should be even more corrupt. Because in the past 3,000 years, all the people who emerged from the abyss are cold-blooded demons. Now let's get back to the point. We have two win-win cooperations. One is long-term, that is, I will help you cover up the development of civilization, and when you are strong enough, help me escape from the abyss. One is immediate, that is, you hand over the branch of life to me, and I will not interfere in the war in this plane. Do you agree? Rosen nodded. I agree. Very good, then goodbye for now, the Emperor of Mortals. With these words, Adela's body gradually petrified, and finally turned into an exquisite stone sculpture. Rosen turned and walked out of the cave, stopped by the Swan Lake, and looked at the sun rising slowly across the Swan Lake, feeling a little heavy in his heart. But the mood lasted for a while, and then dissipated. He shrugged. Hey, this goddess of life is not bad looking. He was just an ordinary person on Earth. Coming to this world, he has made a lot of money to get to this point. As for the grand destiny of civilization, if it works, go ahead, if it doesn't work, forget it. In the face of the corrosion of time, even the sun will go out, let alone the civilization of mortals. So, it is better to let nature take its course than to force it. But there is one thing that must be done, that is to kill Druden. It is not enough to just defeat him, he must be killed. I haven't had enough of my good life yet, and you insist on messing with me, so don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Chapter 284. Storm Continent, Southern Thunder Wilderness. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder roared in the clouds, and the wind howled wildly in the wilderness. A storm was brewing. Just above this endless wilderness, two armies were facing each other from a distance of 3 kilometers. One was the elf army. In the army, there were terrain dragons as big as hills, tree warriors holding giant sticks or holding thick wooden shields, dried archers as big as centaurs, sun mages with wings on their backs, and moon mages, who were responsible for various auxiliary duties such as defense, treatment, strengthening, and dispelling, etc., more than 20 kinds. Various warriors cooperated with each other to form a three-dimensional combat system on the ground and at low altitude. There were also many of them, more than 100,000, forming a dense military formation like a forest and a mountain. The other was the Fusion Army. The warriors in the Fusion Army were all a group of strange things. Some were covered with spikes, some had long noses, some had 3 heads, some were more than 20 to 30 meters tall, bigger than the terrain dragon, and some were simply a bunch of huge fleshy flower buds piled together randomly. In short, at first glance, each fusion warrior looked extremely wild, and there was almost nothing in common between them. There were also a lot of these fusion monsters. At first glance, the army formation was almost endless, and above the army formation, there was a layer of dark red dust similar to flour. When the wind blew, the dust flew everywhere, and even a lot of it blew towards the opposite elf army formation. However, whenever the dust was about to reach the elf army formation, a large number of rune lights and shadows would appear in front of the army formation, not only blocking the dust, but also spewing out flames to burn the dust out. The elves were very cautious, and it was obvious that they had suffered a great loss from this thing. Boom, boom, boom. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, splitting the entire sky into a huge crack. At this moment, a roar that competed with thunder came from the elves. Battle preparation. With this sound, the elven army formation, which had been somewhat relaxed, immediately tightened, like a bowstring stretched to the extreme, ready to shoot the arrow of death at the opponent at any time. Almost at the same time, a long dragon roar came from above the dark clouds. This sound was sharp and high-pitched, like a rolling array of sharp knives, crushing towards the opposite fusion army formation. There were visible signs of panic in the fusion army formation, and some small fusion monsters carefully shrank under the big fusion monsters. This was not their fault, because past combat experience told them that the flying dragon that was about to appear in the sky was very powerful, faster than lightning, and its attack power was even more terrible than lightning. And because the opponent could flying higher than the clouds in the sky, they could only take the beating most of the time, and could not make an effective counterattack. Howl. Hiss. Woo. Seeing that the situation was not right, the giants in the fusion army began to roar loudly. At the same time, their bodies like hills kept shaking, making all kinds of strange movements. With these movements, some giants secreted large clumps of mucus like pus and blood. Some giants opened their mouths and sprayed colorful mist into the sky. Others shook out a large amount of colorful dust like flower and butterfly dust. There were so many of these things that they formed an extremely dense protective network, wrapping the entire fusion army into a ball. Many battles in the past have shown that these defensive measures are extremely effective. They can protect themselves and poison their opponents. But it is undeniable that in the eyes of mortals, these methods are extremely weird and disgusting. In the elf army, the warriors looked at such a weird and disgusting opponent with complicated expressions. There was hatred, disgust, but also fear. In the past battles, the direct combat power of these monsters was not as good as theirs, but the various toxins they secreted always caused them great trouble, and even suffered great losses. The highest commander of the elves is a transformed warrior named Antalya, who is more than 5 meters tall. He is one of the most legendary gods of war in the Elf Empire, and the legion he led is invincible on the battlefield. Now, he has even more powerful personal force. Not only does he have a super soul close to Legend 14, but he also has a truth battle body built by the Tree of Life at a huge cost. This battle body is much stronger than the golden battle body, and the power contained in it is almost endless. At this moment, Antalya looked at the fusion army formation opposite, with a scornful smile on his lips. It's still the same old tactics, so wait for death. He immediately contacted the leader of the giant dragons hovering in the clouds. General Ol, let's start. Ol, the commander of the new generation of truth dragons, is also one of the most powerful warriors of the dragon clan, with the soul of Legend 13. Originally, he was already a very powerful golden dragon clan. After the master returned, he gave him the seed of truth, and promoted him and his 10 golden dragons to become truth dragons. Compared with the golden dragons, the mana and body of the truth dragons have been greatly improved, which makes them have almost incredible fighting power. Yes, it was a mighty force, enough to change the situation of the great army. Howl. A distant dragon roar was heard again from above the clouds. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge figure rushed out of the clouds. The figure was dark gold in color, with a wingspan of more than 80 meters, and a golden mist of light like flames lingering all over his body. He swooped down from the sky at an incredible speed. It broke through the clouds and split them in half, like a battle axe in the hands of a giant creator. It passed through the air, causing the air to emit a deafening thunderous sound. The mighty sound made the thunder in the wilderness become an insignificant background. At this moment, he fell into the fusion army below like a dark golden meteor. What was even more terrifying was that there were not just 1, but 10 meteors like this. The power was so fierce that it pressed down from the sky. Before the dragon arrived, the dragon spell crushed the legion below like a divine punishment. It was dark golden dragon flame. It was stimulated from the rune halo in front of the dragon, turning nearly 80% of their legendary mana into a conical high-pressure jet flame. After crossing a distance of more than 700 meters, this terrifying flame spread into a dark golden dragon flame of about 200 meters, crushing the ground fusion legion. The temperature of the dark golden dragon flame was extremely high, and the duration was also ridiculously long, reaching a full minute. A dragon flame burned through the fusion legion, and a 200-meter ash belt immediately appeared in the legion. Not to mention the fusion monster, even the earth was burned into boiling lava. And similar lava ash belts appeared in the blink of an eye. 10 of them, at least 5,000 fusion warriors were evaporated on the spot. Such a blow was too terrible, and the damage it caused was almost 3 times more than that of the golden dragon. The morale of the fusion legion instantly dropped to the freezing point, and began to show signs of chaos and collapse. The morale of the elf legion also instantly rose to the peak. Elf Marshal Antalya waved his hand, and roared like thunder. Legion, attack. With this order, the elf legion on the ground began to charge forward, and the ordinary flying dragons hovering in the clouds also swooped down to attack. The power of these ordinary flying dragons is naturally far less than that of the truth dragon, not even 1/10. But they win in numbers, with a total of 400. For an alien legion with a large number of auxiliary spells, the distance of 3 kilometers is very short. With a full-scale charge, it was crossed in a few minutes. The flying dragons in the sky and the legions on the ground cooperated and rushed into the fusion legion to fight. If it was a normal confrontation, the combat effectiveness of both sides was actually comparable. Because of the poison, the fusion legion could still have the upper hand. But the morale of the fusion legion was almost broken, and the fusion warriors fought on instinct. One was attacking in formation, with tacit cooperation, and the other was just randomly punching, which caused the 2 legions, which were originally not much different in strength, to have an astonishing casualty ratio. For every 10 fusion warriors killed, there would be a loss of an ordinary elf warrior. and the dragon warriors had almost no casualties. The battle started at 10 a.m. and lasted until 2 p.m. There were no more fusion warriors standing in the wilderness. Soon, the statistical battle report was delivered to Marshal and Talia. Our side suffered 6,000 casualties and 1,600 deaths, and the dragon clan was unharmed. The souls of almost all the fallen warriors were successfully recovered. 120,000 enemy soldiers were annihilated, and 87,000 soldiers' souls were captured. And Talia laughed. Not bad, really good. After the soldiers' souls are recovered, they will be infused into the Tree of Life, and the Tree of Life will give birth to their bodies again. In 3 months at most, they can return to the battlefield. And the 87,000 captured soldiers' souls will also be infused into the Tree of Life, and after some soul transformation, they will also be transformed into elf soldiers. So, in this battle, the Elf Corps not only defeated the opponent, but also gained a lot of new forces. Before the return of the Master, such a near-perfect record was completely unimaginable. And Talia looked up at the dragon of truth hovering in the sky, and a deep feeling flashed through his heart. Today's elf army is definitely the most powerful army in the world. With such an invincible army, it is only a matter of time to destroy the Fusion Empire. And Talia recalled the map of the Storm Continent, made a slight estimate in his mind, and came to a rough conclusion. 3 legions, 3 fronts. In half a year at most, the Fusion Empire should be completely destroyed, and by then, not only can a huge amount of war resources be harvested, but also more than 300 million souls can be harvested. These souls will not only be poured into the Tree of Life, but also into every big tree in the endless forest, so that all things have souls, and become part of the Holy Elf Empire. So, this war of conquest of the Storm Continent did involve a huge amount of energy of the Empire in the short term, but in the long run, it actually greatly increased the war potential of the Empire. And Talia thought of the mortal kingdom of the Wick Continent again, and a strong flame of battle ignited in her heart. After conquering the Storm Continent, we will conquer the mortal empire, and let this world bathe in the glory of the Master again. Chapter 285. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, the battlefield images from the Storm Continent were delivered to Rosen. The images were composed of multiple long-range bird's-eye views, very clear, and showed the situation of the battlefield in the alien continent in all directions. Rosen copied a copy and sent it to the Tactical Simulation Department of the Natural Empire, so that a group of commanders could get to know their future opponents and analyze countermeasures. He kept a copy for himself and watched it alone in the underground laboratory. While watching, he compared it with the information sent by Dora to determine the specific combat effectiveness of each combat unit of the elves. The image was very long, more than 4 hours. Rosen accelerated the image 5 times, watched it without missing a word, and came to a conclusion. The elf ground army is completely threatening, just a bomb. With the current production capacity of the Empire's unmanned explosive aircraft, the elves can be bombed to doubt their lives. An ordinary flying dragon can reach supersonic speed when fully accelerated, and its flying ability is similar to that of the Empire's current main man fighter jets. In an air battle, both sides should be able to fight back and forth. But if an unmanned explosive aircraft dedicated to air defense is used, the flying dragon will still be bombed. But this truth dragon is really powerful. The Empire's current air force is no match at all. In 3 years, it may be difficult to build an aircraft capable of fighting against the dragon in the air. Unmanned explosive aircraft cannot catch up, and naturally cannot bomb it. Once the truth dragon is formed, and the number reaches more than 1,000, it can easily gain air superiority on the battlefield. Rosen looked at the truth dragon in the image, and began to recall the detailed data given by Dora. The maximum flight speed is 4.2 times the speed of sound. The cruising speed can reach 1.8 times the speed of sound. The average soul strength is legendary 10. The average mana scale is 30,000 rosens, and the mana recovery speed is 400 rosens per second, which is enough for the truth dragon to achieve a supersonic cruise flight of more than 20,000 kilometers. The body is extremely strong, and the elves do not have the power to break its dragon scale defense for the time being. The soul is extremely strong, and the spell resistance is extremely high. Attacks on its soul and spells will be greatly weakened, and they will be completely ineffective if they are lower than level 3. Dragan plans to create 2,000 dragons of truth, and the current number has reached 40. These detailed data surprised Rosen. The goddess of life is really extraordinary. With a little help, she made such a perverted thing. Why can Dora get such detailed data? Because she is the life saint of Draytan. Draytan descended to the mortal world through her body, and also controlled the branches of life through her body, and carried out various life transformations. There is a detail that when the demon descends into the body of a mortal, the mortal can resist. With Dora's current soul strength, plus Rosen patched the loophole for her, she can refuse Drayton's control as long as she wants. The current situation is that Drayton can destroy Dora with force, but it is not difficult to really control her. But Dora did not refuse control. When Drayton came, she retreated behind the scenes and became a calm bystander, watching Drayton's every move, and quietly passed these actions to Rosen. Therefore, Rosen not only knew the detailed combat capabilities of the Truth Dragon, but also knew the body transformation data of the Truth Dragon. The so-called Truth Dragon is essentially an improved Golden Dragon. The foundation is still the Golden Dragon, but the combat potential has been further developed. I can actually create, and even create a stronger Truth Dragon body. With Rosen's current understanding of the Golden Warrior, plus the data obtained by Dora, he can completely create a powerful creature similar to, or even far beyond the Truth Dragon. However, he did not have enough trees of life, nor did he have strong enough fighting souls, so even if he created it, it would only be an empty shell. Moreover, he did not intend to make any effort to do it. Because in his opinion, although these so-called fighting creatures were fierce, their fighting efficiency was still too low, and it was not cost-effective. At the same time, he did not intend to promote the life transformation system in the natural empire. Because this system would inevitably bring about the theory of noble blood, which was essentially aristocracy, and a more solid aristocracy. He had finally brought the country into the citizen system, but he did not want to return to the cage of aristocracy. Because there was no perfection in this world, only trade-offs. Being strong in one thing would definitely mean having huge shortcomings in another. So, how should I deal with these dragons of truth? Rosen fell into deep thought. After careful thinking, he had an idea. First, we need to create a war weapon for direct confrontation. And we need to prepare for both situations. First, we need to create the heart of the ocean as soon as possible. Once the heart of the ocean is created, we will have a source of power far beyond this era, and the next step is to create a sky battleship. Once the sky battleship is in the sky, it can directly crush the so-called Dragon of Truth with its invincible power and scale advantage. This is also the real great way. As long as it is realized, it can crush all transformed life. What if I am unlucky and don't have time to create the heart of the ocean? First of all, the heart of the ocean can definitely be created. Why? Because there are pioneers who succeeded. The Lost Plains and the three abysses mentioned by the goddess of life Adela are the pioneers who master the power of the sun. But the time is uncertain. If the Fusion Empire is defeated, and the heart of the ocean is not mature yet, we will have to confront the elf army head-on. If we can't deal with the Dragon of Truth, the Empire's air superiority will be gone, which is absolutely unacceptable. A war without air superiority will be very tragic. How to confront head-on? It is unrealistic to have an air force, because the flying ability of fixed-wing aircraft is difficult to surpass that of long-wing aircraft, and the soul of the pilot is far less powerful than that of the Dragon. So, we have to rely on the unmanned explosive aircraft for air defense. The current performance is not enough, so improve it so that it can catch up with the Dragon of Truth. It doesn't matter if the performance is a little worse, it can be compensated by quantity. If 1 is not enough, send 10, and if 10 is not enough, send 100, and it will definitely be able to beat it down. However, both the heart of the ocean and the improved unmanned air defense explosive aircraft need time. However, given the current situation of the Storm Continent, at most 7 months, the Fusion Empire will be completely destroyed, and the elves will completely occupy the Storm Continent. After some repairs, the elves will turn around and cause trouble for them. If there is no interference, this time is estimated to be no more than 2 years. The time is too short, it may not be enough. I have to find a way to delay the elves. How to delay? There are many ways. The open way is war diversion. The first is to unite with the Glorious Empire to attack the homeland of the Holy Elf Empire. They have already done this. The Glorious Empire has robbed 8 overseas dragon islands, with a total area of 50,000 square kilometers. But from the current situation, the war potential of the Holy Elf Empire is very huge, and the 2 mortal empires joining forces will not have much effect on delaying it. The second is to form a fleet, cross the Storm Ocean, and go to the other side of the continent to directly compete with the Elf Empire. The second thing is very difficult to do. Because the mortal fleet's ultra-long distance navigation ability is not strong, the ability to deliver across the sea is limited, and it is far less geographically advantageous than the elves. The Holy Elf Empire has a good place called Sunrise Cape, which is less than 1,100 kilometers away from the Storm Continent, while both the Glorious Empire and the Natural Empire have a cross-sea distance of more than 6,000 kilometers. Therefore, With the power of the two empires, the containment effect of the overt conspiracy is not very effective. If the overt conspiracy doesn't work, then we can only engage in conspiracy. In the video, the Dragon of Truth is still showing its power in the frontal war. Looking at the almost invincible huge figure, Rosen narrowed his eyes, and showed a faint smile. The Dragon of Truth, hee, it can fight, but it's an exaggeration to say that it is the truth. He saw the fatal flaw of this powerful transformed life at a glance. That is, it is man-made. Artificial life has an inevitable shortcoming, which is the lack of diversity. Especially this guy, Dryden, has an obsessive-compulsive disorder of pursuing perfection. He can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. As long as he finds the so-called flaws, he will try his best to improve them within his ability and achieve the ultimate. This personality trait has led to the almost zero diversity of the truth dragon. In nature, when a species lacks diversity, it is extremely dangerous. Random mutation of a highly contagious and deadly virus may make the species extinct. Therefore, in response to this shortcoming, Rosen has a conspiracy to deal with the truth dragon and even all the truth warriors. I will throw a contagious virus specifically targeting the truth race at the Storm Continent, and see what you will do. In Rosen's opinion, the toxins of the Fusion Empire are simply weak. The truly terrible life poison in the world is called virus. With such a single transformation of life, there is almost no firewall between individuals. One dose of the virus can make them feel like they are in heaven and death. In this way, the strongest blade of the elves is broken. The Fusion Empire, which originally only took half a year to conquer, can be delayed for 3 or 4 years, or even 5 or 6 years. This should be enough for him to make a mature heart of the ocean. After thinking of the countermeasures, Rosen handed the strategy of the overt conspiracy to Emperor Rosen, asking him to summon the generals and the heads of the weapons research department to find a solution. As for the countermeasures of the conspiracy, of course, he will do it himself. Only he can do this, no one can help him. He began to focus on the truth virus. There is no need to worry about the virus getting out of control and hitting the 7 wounds fist. Because the genes of the truth warriors are very different from those of mortals, there is a strong reproductive isolation between the two sides, and they are no longer considered a species. I make this virus contagious through respiratory droplets. Since there's a racial segregation wall, I use RNA viruses this time, which mutate quickly and are difficult to treat. After infection, the incubation period is set at 7 days. There are no symptoms within 7 days, and it can infect more individuals. As for the symptoms, they become weak and tired, gasp for air when talking, and their heart rate goes off the charts when they exercise a little, but they won't die, just dragging on in a half-dead state. With 3 golden warriors as basic samples, and Dora's detailed transformation information provided at any time, plus the help of the tree branch of life, this thing is not difficult to deal with. About 10 days later, Rosen made this good thing. Then, he phased to the Storm Continent and began to poison everywhere. His current basic soul strength has been optimized to Legend 13.1, which is higher than 12.8 of Dryden. He also mastered a large number of concealment spells. At the same time, because of Dora and the efforts of the Imperial Foreign Affairs Bureau spies, he was very familiar with the movements of the elf army, so he poisoned silently. After poisoning, he returned to Whalon and waited patiently for Dora's news. After waiting for about 10 days, Dora really sent him a message. Master, good news. The Fusion Empire has created a very hidden and terrible toxin, specifically for the Truth Warriors. It is very effective, and has weakened the Truth Warriors' combat effectiveness by at least 90%. Rosen made a fortune in silence, knowing the answer but asking, TSK, it's really good news, how did Dryden deal with it? Dryden was furious, and then he was looking for a potion to remove the toxin, but the potion is not easy to find. After several days, there is still no result. Very good, very good. Rosen was very happy. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Animals can be infected with viruses, and so can plants. Can I put a virus on the core tree of life of the elves? If I can, it would be so fun. But after thinking about it carefully, I found that this was extremely difficult. Because the tree of life is in the core area of the endless forest, that place is not like a chaotic battlefield. It is watched by countless eyes, and Dryden is also paying close attention to it. It is difficult for him to sneak in. Furthermore, plants are not like animals. Plant life activities are weaker, and the virus spreads slowly, so the effect is not great. Let's forget about this for now. He continued to contact Dora. Are there any other important new news in the endless forest? 1. The power of the star god Sisai has been promoted to legendary, and it is still increasing at a very fast speed, which makes Dryden happy and worried. Rosen smiled secretly. He originally set the growth limit of Sisai to legendary 17, which greatly exceeded Dritton's legendary 12.8. Hee, I just see if you can accommodate her. Then he replied to Dora. Continue to observe. Master, when will Dritton be defeated? No, not defeated, but killed. If defeated, it can be done now. But I don't want this guy to live, so we have to set a deadly trap. Oh, I understand. This trap must be planned carefully, and it must be laid out bit by bit now, lest this guy run away. Chapter 286. Storm Continent. Bang. A powerful dragon of truth fell heavily to the ground, panting heavily. This dragon was none other than the dragon General Olai, who had shown great power in the Thunder Wilderness some time ago. After taking several breaths, he shouted angrily, "Bile fusion monster huff, huff, huff." This was not the first time that the fusion monster used poison. At the beginning of the battle, those ghosts also used a strange botulinum poison on them, turning many elves into extremely ugly monsters. Now that they have been guarded against botulinum poison, this more hidden and terrifying weak toxin has appeared. At this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable all over, as if he was going to die in the next moment. It would be fine if he died, his soul could return to the tree of life, and he would have a healthy body again, but he just couldn't die. Cough, cough. A tall warrior of truth walked slowly over with a cane while coughing. He was obviously very strong, but his face was full of sorrow. Such a strong guy, but he bent over and coughed violently while walking with a cane, which was quite absurd in black humor. General, how are you? Marshal, I should ask you this question. I feel you are weaker than me. The person who came was the former Legion Marshal Antalya. He was sick and had not recovered for a long time. Other truth warriors were also sick, but the Legion could not be without a commander. So, the commander was now replaced by an ordinary elf warrior. And without the help of the truth warriors, the battle situation became stalemate again, and the Legion's losses also increased significantly. The advancement of the front line became very slow, and many places were even pushed back by the fusion monsters. Antalya, who was full of confidence some time ago, is now as lonely as an old man. Alas, cough. With a sigh mixed with coughs, Antalya threw away the crutches and sat down next to Ol. Fate is really strange. Who said it wasn't? Ol sighed. I thought I had a strong body and could roam freely on the battlefield, but it withered in less than 2 months. I couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards the master, thinking that the new thing the master made was really unreliable. Similar phenomena are everywhere in the elf army. This weakness toxin is really insidious. It is everywhere, and it seems to have eyes, and it poisons powerful warriors. Not only did the truth warrior fall, but the original golden warrior was not spared. Anyway, the sharpest knife of the Legion is broken. Mortals are worried, while Dritton is irritable. At this moment, he is staying in the elf base camp behind the Storm Continent, controlling the body of the female elf Dora, holding the branch of life, and carefully studying the sick body of the truth warrior. In fact, he wants to control Sisai to do this job. Because Sisai is more perfect than Dora, but Sisai's soul is not strong enough, and she is not as good as Dora. So he can only suppress his obsessive-compulsive disorder for the time being. In fact, what he doesn't know is that no matter whether he uses Dora or Sisai, he will silently transmit information to someone. Back to the topic. Through the branch of life, he has discovered that this is not a poison, but a disease. Because after the poison enters the body, the amount will not increase, but when the disease enters the body, the amount will increase greatly in a short time, and it is also highly contagious. The problem is that the deadly pathogen is so small that it almost exceeds the perception limit of the branches of life. And the structure of life is so complex that it often affects the whole body, so it is difficult to find a good way to cure the disease. But this method must be found, otherwise his war trump card will be gone. Since the first symptom appeared, he has been looking for 6 days. He has found some ways to alleviate the symptoms, but he has not found a way to completely cure it. In addition to being irritable, Dritton was also confused. Is this disease natural? Or did Buck make it? It is not certain for the time being. But he thinks that if it is man-made, it is highly likely that it was not made by Buck. If he has the ability to do this, he will not be just a level 4 demon. It is very likely that the devouring demon Norma behind him did it. After all, Norma is a legendary 11 demon, and he still has some means. Thinking of the fusion demon Buck, Dritton felt a strong sense of disgust in his heart. How can there be such an ugly thing in the world? It's ugly, but it's also very good at hiding. He searched for him in the void for a long time, and found his traces several times, but he ran away every time. He simply gave up the search and planned to crush him with a large army in the mortal world, but this happened again. What should I do? There is no good way, so I can only try hard to find a treatment. As a result, this search took more than 3 months. Half by luck and half by strength, he finally found a cure. Immediately use it for the Truth Warriors. The effect is very good. The Truth Warriors immediately became strong, and once again conquered cities and territories in the Storm Continent, violently pushing back the originally stalemate and even some of the reverse fronts. On the other side, Rosen has been keeping an eye on Drutten's movements. As soon as Drutten found the solution, he immediately followed up and invested in a new Truth virus. So, before Drutten could breathe a sigh of relief, the Truth Warrior fell ill again. The symptoms were almost exactly the same as last time. The only change was that he spent more than 3 months to find the medicine, but it was useless. Drutten could only control Dora's body again, take the branch of life, and continue researching. This time, he felt something was wrong. It's obvious that this is definitely not a natural disease. Someone is secretly doing bad things to me. It must not be a mortal. Mortals definitely don't have this ability. It can only be a void demon, a big demon who is very good at hiding and very insidious. Damn it! Drutten was furious, and simply stopped researching, and turned around in the void outside the ring corresponding to the Storm Continent, trying to find the bad demon. He turned around, and even went to the incomplete magic ring, where the moon was to search carefully. After searching for half a month, he didn't find the big devil, not even the shadow of the little devil. But the illness of the Truth Warriors can't be delayed. Ordinary warriors can only defend the current front line, but it's hard to move forward. So he can only continue to study the solution to the disease. This time, his luck was not good. It took more than 5 months to find a treatment method. So, the Truth Warriors who had been withering for almost half a year rose again. This time, the number of Truth Warriors also increased greatly, reaching as many as 2,000. At the same time, the production of legendary crystals and legendary hats in the Endless Forest also increased greatly. After combining them, Drutten got more than 2,000 legendary Truth Warriors. With the help of this group of Truth Warriors, the elf army advanced the front line with an overwhelming momentum. But at this moment, only 3 days later, the same weak disease broke out again in the Truth army. The speed of spread was also amazingly fast. In less than 5 days, all 2,000 legendary Truth Warriors were defeated. What's more terrible is that there is more than one disease. Some have a more severe cough, some have a more severe fever, some are too weak to stand, and some have diarrhea all day long. And the more powerful the Truth Warrior, the more severe the disease. The Truth Dragon General Olai, because of the diarrhea that was almost like a flash flood, his body became skinny at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let alone fighting, he couldn't even stand up. Dryden was almost crazy. He was still a little suspicious. There are so many diseases all of a sudden, it doesn't seem to be man-made, because Adela is not that powerful. Could it be that there is no opponent, but the Storm Continent curses me? What should I do now? Draytan was very anxious and very angry. He returned this time to regain control of the plane, not to stay in the laboratory and treat a group of diarrhea patients all day long. When he stood among a group of sickly Truth Warriors, the thick smell of diarrhea filled the air around him, and his ears were either the heart-wrenching and violent coughing, or the sound of diarrhea. That feeling? Don't mention how bad it was. There were many moments when he wanted to run away and leave this damn place, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. Because the gate of creation in the lost plane can open at any time. It is not difficult to bring out 10 outstanding legendary saints, but if other gods know that he has no ability to retake the plane and can't even beat a level 4 demon, they will probably make fun of him. When he thought of being laughed at by his colleagues, Dryden couldn't stand it. Forget it, the Truth Warriors are not needed for the time being. Although this kind of warrior has strong combat power, it also has huge flaws. I have to make some changes. As for this fusion battlefield, I will use ordinary elf legions first, and use numbers to force it. He currently has a large number of souls, and a large number of resources. Use the Tree of Life to transform all the fighting souls into elf warriors, and create an army of millions of elves. I don't believe that I can't take down this damn fusion empire. He thought so and did so. When he did so, Rosen got the news at the first time. Well, you're not going to play after just playing for a while? It's really boring. He still wanted to fight with the other party for a while. Since the other party planned to use ordinary elf legions, Rosen gave up the virus tactics. After all, elves and mortals are closely related by blood, and diseases that can be transmitted among elves are likely to be transmitted among mortals. If you are not careful, you can easily get a 7 wounds fist. If you use ordinary elf troops, the war will be much longer, and it may take at least 5 or 6 years to defeat the Fusion Empire. If you are unlucky, it may even take more than 10 years. As for the Warriors of Truth, as long as Dryden uses Dora or Sisai as the mortal body, Rosen can ensure that they will have diarrhea until their intestines are pulled out. Therefore, in the next period of time, he can focus on domestic development. Coincidentally, the verification equipment of the heart of the ocean has been built, and we can try to create the sun on Earth. Chapter 287. Natural Empire, the northern coast of Kao. In the southern part of the newly divided Longming province, deep in the misty hills, there is a circular valley hidden. Because of the special terrain, it was nicknamed the Eye of the Earth. At this time, the valley with uneven terrain was turned into an almost absolutely flat open space, and was paved with a layer of special dull black cement. Then, on this flat ground with a diameter of more than 5 kilometers, there is a power ring that is directly more than 2 kilometers long. Amid the sound of fierce airflow, a medium-sized transport plane landed smoothly on the runway on the outer edge of the valley. After the plane stopped, there was already a lightning convoy waiting on the side. Then, Emperor Rosen, Assistant Alice, Minister of Magic Industry Anna, and some assistant mages came out of the cabin one by one. After entering the spacious lighting car, the three turned their heads to look at the huge power ring in the valley. The main ring is a perfect circle, 2 kilometers long and 25 meters high. The main body is made of black cement with extremely stable magic properties, and is matched with various precious metals and special materials. In addition to the main ring, a large number of auxiliary facilities are built around it. Some are responsible for detecting data, some are responsible for hiding power fluctuations, some are responsible for creating soul fog, and there is even a large blackstone power plant that provides starting power for the magic ring. In addition, there are a large number of redundancies for safety. In fact, according to theoretical calculations, a 300-meter power magic ring can meet the requirements of controlled fusion. The reason why it is built so large is to better study the characteristics of high-energy magic. Therefore, this is not only an artificial sun verification ring, but also a high-energy laboratory of the Empire in the future. Anna saw the Ring of Strength for the first time, and her face was full of shock. I was wondering why it consumed so much. It turned out to be such a magnificent thing. As the Minister of Industry of the Empire, she certainly knew the existence of the Ring of Strength. It was hard not to know, because in the past year, a quarter of the Empire's industrial capacity was occupied by this thing. She felt that there seemed to be a gluttonous demon hiding in the misty hills that devoured everything, and no matter how much it was fed, it could not be satisfied. Now that she saw this scene with her own eyes, she finally understood the reason. Alice said, "Aunt, it cost 28 million AUG to build this thing." The budget was 14 million, but it was found that it was not enough during the construction, so it was urgently added twice. What's more amazing is that this money was spent in 1 year, accounting for 1/10 of the Empire's fiscal revenue that year. In other words, most of the money earned from the glorious Empire was spent on this thing. The lighting team drove along the flat road outside the Ring of Power, and soon arrived at the control center of the Ring of Power. A large number of people were already standing at the gate of the control center to welcome them. There were 538 of them, the core mages responsible for the various nodes and hubs of the Heart of the Ocean project. This group of people not only had the best intelligence and wisdom in the Empire, but also the best mana cultivation, with an average of 7 rings, and 80 of them were already legendary mages. They were also quite young, with an average age of only 28, which was the most passionate and exciting time. But they were not all. In addition to them, there were at least 1 million people who were dedicating their strength to the Ocean project. With this group of people, they devoted all their talents and enthusiasm to exploring the mysteries of the world, and received almost endless resource support. It was hard not to expect results. Rosen got out of the car, and the first person to greet him was none other than Nana, the former Queen of Kao. Under the influence of the Imperial Integration Plan announced by Rosen, the royal family, and nobles of the former kingdom were gradually marginalized. They certainly didn't want to be marginalized, but they had no military power, the country's resources were not under their control, and the citizens did not listen to their commands. After a while, they naturally fell into decline. In this context, Nana's magic practice went all the way up. She is now a legendary wizard, and the strongest among the legendary wizards present, with a soul strength of legendary 6. In a moment, she completely got rid of the shackles of royal power, and returned to her original intention of pursuing the secrets of magic. The reason why this power ring was built in Kao was, first, because Kao was geographically suitable, and was the core of the natural empire, and second, it was Nana's insistence. The ring could be built so quickly and smoothly, and it was also inseparable from the multi-party coordination of her, the former Queen of Cow. Naturally, she became one of the 3 leaders of the Heart of the Ocean project. Outside the control center, the two shook hands in a formal manner and hugged each other. To others, everything seemed normal, and they seemed to be complete strangers, but in fact, they were still lingering in bed last night. Then came the construction supervisor of the power ring, Mage Cavendish. Cavendish focused on research and was a little behind in mana practice. Now he is a 9-ring mage, but no one knows the power ring better than him. At this moment, he tried to suppress his excitement and shook hands with Rosen as calmly as possible, but in the end, he couldn't help but blurt out a sentence. "Your Majesty, its performance will definitely surprise you." Rosen had seen the test run data of the Ring of Power, which was indeed very amazing, and he was looking forward to it. He smiled and said, "I wait and see." Next, Rosen shook hands with the heads of each department one by one, and then, under the leadership of Nana, went all the way to the control center. The control center is about 1,000 meters away from the Ring of Power. The main body is built deep underground and is very solid. It was built according to Rosen's requirements and in accordance with the requirements of defending against the explosion of the Big Sun. In fact, the buildings in the entire valley also adopt this model. Because the power of the Ring of Power is so huge, the artificial sun will burst out with amazing power once it is lit. If the experiment fails, the out-of-control power will be so amazing that it may flatten the entire valley in an instant. After everyone sat down, Cavendish began the first full-power operation experiment of the Heart of the Ocean. According to the planned schedule, it will continue to operate for more than 10 minutes. He was very familiar with the entire experiment and directed it in an orderly manner at this time. Begin preheating the ring. Preheat high-energy aggregation elements. Prepare the ultra-high-energy radiance array. Prepare the space-time collapse array. According to his command, a huge amount of power was poured into this super-large power ring, and gradually condensed into an amazing twisted light ball at the center of the ring. This is the force compression ball, which is also called the space-time collapse point, according to the New World cognition. The collapse intensity is so amazing that it can not only compress elements, but even the light passing through it will be clearly distorted. In the control center, through the observation array, it can be seen that a group of translucent, crystal-like flames appeared in the center of the magic ring. It was the deuterium gas that was constantly compressed and heated. With the continuous infusion of power, the compression intensity continued to increase, and the pressure and temperature of the deuterium gas also rose straight up, gradually reaching an extremely amazing level. Then, it broke through a certain critical point. The crystal flame shook suddenly, the luminous intensity suddenly increased, and it knocked the collapsing spacetime a little again. This collision did not make a big noise in the elemental field, but it had a huge impact on the surrounding plane magic ring. It can be seen that the pointer of the magic ring scale trembled suddenly, as if it was hit hard by a heavy hammer. The vibration of the magic ring also made the souls of all the mages present slightly shaken. Cavendish showed excitement and immediately said, "The element polymerization reaction has appeared." It just appeared, but the scale was very small, and it was difficult to sustain itself. Once the outside world stops supplying power, the polymerization reaction will stop. This is certainly not the purpose of the experiment. So, the ring continued to compress, the laser continued to heat, and the scale of element aggregation gradually increased. The whole process was very slow. After 5 minutes, Cavendish suppressed his excitement and whispered, "We have reached the balance point of power." He took a deep breath and said to Rosen, "Your Majesty, so far, everything is normal, but wait a while, there will be a shocking scene." Rosen certainly knew the content of the shocking scene. It is called the ring superposition state. It means that when the power density exceeds a certain critical point, an independent ring will be born and superimposed with a plane ring, producing a strange ring superposition phenomenon. After the magic rings are superimposed, many strange effects will be produced. For example, there will be a transfer of power, which will greatly charge the plane magic ring and increase the strength of the plane magic ring. When the plane magic ring is strong enough, there will be many benefits. For example, it can greatly improve the efficiency of the nearby mages in their practice. Another example is that it can greatly increase the difficulty of the void gods and demons interfering with the magic ring. Finally, there is an amazing theoretical prediction. That is, if enough power is infused into the magic ring, the structure of the plane magic ring can even become more complex, growing 11 rings, 12 rings, and even higher rings. In short, it is very wonderful. Rosen is looking forward to seeing all this with his own eyes, and immediately said, "Continue to increase the power." Cavendish immediately executed the order. Continue to infuse the aggregation element. Start the self-sustaining cycle of power, and increase the intensity of the aggregation effect. At this point, it is difficult to maintain the aggregation strength by relying on external power supply. Only by using the power generated by the polymerization reaction itself can the aggregation scale become stronger. That is, aggregation self-sustaining. This step is very complicated, and requires a lot of control and is very delicate. Otherwise, the self-sustaining will fail at best, the aggregation will stop, and the power will be out of control at worst, causing an explosion with an equivalent of about 500 tons of TNT. In order to get this step, the smartest group of people in the entire natural empire thought about it day and night, and spent at least 10 million odds of experimental materials. In short, Rosen alone cannot do it, and it must work together. It can be seen that as the aggregation enters the self-sustaining state, the aggregation scale becomes larger and larger, and the output power gradually reaches an astonishing level. When the scale broke through a critical point, all the mages present clearly felt a tremor in their souls. This was the tremor from the magic ring, and the initial vibration source came from the current aggregate element deuterium. Cavendish whispered, "It appeared, the macroscopic magic ring superposition state. This tremor has the same vibration frequency as the power of the sun. Under the sun, the same frequency of vibration can be measured with a precision magic ring meter, but because the Earth is too far away from the sun, the amplitude is very small and mortals can hardly feel it. But at this moment, they are very close to the sun, so they can clearly feel the power of the sun." Nana on the side whispered, "The superposition state of the magic ring has always existed, which is also the reason for the appearance of the magic ring. The difference is that in the past, it was superposition at the microscopic level, and could be almost ignored. Now, the superposition phenomenon of the magic ring has become very obvious. In this state, the power of the sun's core will escape into the magic ring in large quantities. The escape probability can be as high as 44%. So, if we only talk about power generation efficiency, it will become uneconomical." Rosen immediately asked, "What is the specific range of the superposition effect?" "Currently it is 10 kilometers in radius. If the scale is increased to the maximum, it can reach 20 kilometers in radius." On the other side, Cavendish also added, "Now, the maximum output power of the sun's core has reached the sum of 10 large Blackstone power plants, which is about 8% of the total power generation of the entire empire. But the amount of fuel it consumes is less than 1/10,000th of Blackstone. If it can be built on a large scale and kept running before the critical state of the magic ring superposition state, the power generation can be reduced to 1,000th of the current level. This power generation efficiency is indeed amazing. How long can this situation last? At present, as long as the power ring responsible for the constraint does not have any problems and provides enough polymerization elements, the core of the sun can continue to operate on its own. Don't you need to shut down to infuse the polymerization elements? No, we have developed a special phase infusion technique that can directly replenish the polymerization elements into the fusion pool through a special phase transfer technique." Rosen carefully felt the operation of the entire fusion ring. The operation was very stable, and the power output was also very stable. In other words, the experiment was successful. In this alien world with magic, the difficulty of lighting up the sun is indeed much lower than that of the Earth. Facing this group of precious mages in front of him, Rosen first praised them greatly, and issued a large number of rewards. Then, he began to arrange the next plan of the empire. Since the experiment is successful, let's move on to the second step. There are 3 plans for the second step. The first plan is called Mortal Sun. In the next 10 years, the entire empire will continue to invest and build at least 100 solar power plants to completely replace the current Blackstone power plant. It is called the heart of the ocean to confuse the opponent. Internally, it is naturally called the sun. This step is not difficult. The technology is available. As long as you give money and people, you can build it. When this plan came out, the mages all glowed, rubbing their hands, ready to do a big job. At their level, they don't care much about material rewards. They just want to do big things, use their intelligence to do big things that change the world. Rosen knew this very well, and immediately released the second plan. The second plan is called High Sky Blazing Sun. He looked around at the mages present, and said seriously, "The Empire has gathered the world's greatest wealth, and if you want to protect this wealth, you must build the world's strongest war weapon." So, the Empire plans to build a sky battleship powered by the core of the sun. How long do you think it will take for this battleship to go up to the sky? The mages in the control center looked at each other, and discussed in a low voice. About half an hour later, Nana concluded, if there is no problem with resource supply, we believe that within 10 years, we can raise a sky battleship of no less than 1 million tons to the sky. Rosen smiled and said, 1 million tons, this weight is a bit heavy, is it possible? 1 million tons is equivalent to the weight of 10 giant aircraft carriers. Lifting it into the air is no different from lifting a mountain. This is a weight that the Earth in the previous life dared not even think about. Nana said, if we use Blackstone as the power source, it won't work, but if we use the Sun core as the power source, and use the power ring to provide power, it will work. After a pause, she added, in fact, the bigger the better, the easier it is, and the smaller the better. Because the power of the Sun core is so huge, it must be balanced with a heavy weight. Rosen understood. Very good, let's do it. 10 years is not a short time, but he has his own way to slow down Druden's pace. He continued, the third plan is called World Shield. This is a super long-term plan, and an extension of the first plan. Rosen looked around at the mages again. Our enemies are not only mortals, but also gods and demons in the void outside the ring. As we continue to become stronger, we will definitely provoke more powerful gods and demons, and even attract the legendary 19th destroyer Gao Miller. Therefore, I require that the design indicators of each solar core built in the Empire in the future must be much higher than the daily operation indicators. In normal times, the solar core is mainly used for power generation. But when needed, the solar core must immediately enter the magic ring superposition state to provide energy for the plain magic ring to strengthen the magic ring. Let the magic ring become a solid shield to protect the Empire, and even the entire mortal world. Also let our Empire become the most dazzling sun in all planes. The words are really magnificent, containing a temperament that only the Empire is supreme in heaven and earth. It can be said to be arrogant, but it is also really heart-swaying. Every mage present is a group of people who only recognize the Creator, and have no respect for gods and demons. They chose to follow His Majesty the Emperor without hesitation. Chapter 288. Medacillin, Nevernight Palace. Queen Zoya is concentrating on reading the important documents submitted by the Central Secretariat. The elves of the Dragon Islands have greatly increased their military strength, and are constantly conducting probing attacks. The difficulty of defense has greatly increased, and they have requested assistance. The follow-up is the details of the battle in the islands. In the past 3 months, there have been 2 large-scale naval battles, 13 small and medium-sized naval battles, and 6 elves landing and attacking the island. The glorious Legion lost 2,282 soldiers, including a major general, 2 colonels, and 18 middle and low-level officers. 2 large warships, 8 medium warships, and 25 small warships were destroyed, and the number of aircraft shot down reached 67. In contrast, the Elf Legion was killed 54 sea dragons, 56 flying dragons, and 6,521 warriors, and lost a large black stone mining island. At first glance, the glorious Legion has the upper hand, and the gains seem to be considerable, but the losses have increased greatly. The spy said that the elves have the Tree of Life. As long as the soul is not extinguished, the fallen soldiers can be reborn through the Tree of Life, so the casualties must be far less than the battle report. The soldiers of the glorious Empire are really dead when they die, and the various damaged aircraft and warships are also real treasures. And judging from the current trend, the elf army will definitely continue to increase its troops. The loss is too great. If this continues, the risk of ruling Dragon Island will increase significantly, and the mining cost will also increase significantly. I also have to increase troops and increase firepower to try to destroy the souls of the elf warriors. As long as the elf's body, especially the head, is smashed, the elf's soul will naturally be broken, and there will be no reincarnation. After reading the battle report, Shuya looked at the domestic situation again. The main road of the lightning network has been built, and the 20th large Blackstone power plant has been successfully connected to the network. Currently, 500,000 sun electricity can be generated every day, and the cost of generating 1 sun electricity is 10 DRA. 10 DRA is equivalent to 15 clay in the natural empire, which is really a bit high. Because as far as Julian knows, the market price of lightning in the natural empire is 4 clay per sun, which means that the other party's power generation cost is less than 1/5 of hers. It will always be difficult at the beginning. When the number of Blackstone power plants increases, and the technology matures, the power generation cost will naturally decrease gradually. Julia thought secretly, and continued to read on. The natural empire expressed its willingness to sell lightning at a price of 1 DRA per sun, and there is no limit on the supply. Julia was a little confused. The domestic electricity price is 4 clay, but it only costs 1.5 clay to sell it to me. Is this going to start a trade war and squeeze out my Blackstone power plant? The price given by the other party is too cheap. It's almost like giving it away for free. And because of the existence of various conversion arrays, there is enough lightning power, which means that there are enough various magic powers. For example, the most important arcane energy can be converted on a large scale through lightning. So with the reduction of electricity prices, the production costs of large-scale transformation manufacturing plants and large-scale flour mills will be greatly reduced. Since the other party is willing to give electricity for free, Julia is naturally willing to accept it. I will take as much as you give. Who would complain about too much power? She felt that Rosen must have given subsidies to domestic power plants, otherwise the electricity price would not be so cheap. In a sense, the essence of the other party's doing this is to give her money. Since lighting power is so cheap, I will develop various factories that use electricity. I want to see how long you can keep giving. Julia thought so and did so. She decisively ordered the construction of 3 large docks, which were specially used to build warships. She thought it was not enough. She also built large flour mills, large chariot factories, large weapons factories, etc., all kinds of factories that can enhance war power, and open more than 50 factories. The purpose is to take advantage of the natural empire. Of course, her own Blackstone power plant must be built, and as many as possible. Otherwise, so much lightning power depends on the natural empire, and the glorious empire will really have no autonomy at all. Then she continued to read the documents. The natural empire announced that the Heart of the Ocean project was a complete success, and will build large ocean power plants across the country to gradually replace the current Blackstone power plant. Ocean power plant. Julia frowned, because she still didn't understand what this Heart of the Ocean was. The magicians in the magic department have been studying how to boil water. After more than a year of research, she has made some discoveries, but she has never found a way to generate electricity on a large scale using seawater. How did this guy do it? She was extremely curious and wanted to ask Rosen, but she had not yet finished her government affairs, so she could only endure it. She waited until the evening and got some free time. She immediately said to the Rosen puppet in the small compartment, "Sleep with me tonight." After a while, she got a reply, "Not tonight. I have an appointment with someone tonight. How about the day after tomorrow?" Julia knew that this guy's appointment was directly scheduled for 2 days later, and she felt a little resentful. "You are really a busy man." Rosen immediately said, "How about this? I come over in the second half of the night." Julia thought about it. She still had a lot of government affairs to deal with in the first half of the night. The second half of the night was just right. So she agreed. "Okay, but you have to take a good bath. Don't bring the other girl's perfume." "Don't worry, I won't." After patiently waiting until the second half of the night, Rosen arrived on time. After a good intimate moment as usual, Julia asked, "Can we tell you now, what exactly is the Heart of the Ocean?" Rosen smiled and changed the subject. "I asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs to hand you the marriage certificate. How about that?" Julia was a little dissatisfied. "Can't you tell me yet?" This time, Rosen kept his mouth shut. "It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that this matter is very sensitive. You are too close to the elves here, and there are many elf spies in the territory. I'm worried that things will be leaked." Seeing that Julia's mouth was still pouting subconsciously, Rosen considered it for a while, and gave her some sweetness. "Dear, I will provide you with unlimited endless crystals with a capacity of 10,000 Rosens, okay?" Recently, the war in the Dragon Islands has been fierce, and many soldiers of the glorious empire have died. Naturally, he has to express his condolences. In fact, this is called the Shield Plan, which is to try to strengthen the shield and delay the development of the natural empire. Julia was stunned. "You are willing to give such a good thing. Is the Heart of the Ocean really that important?" Rosen shrugged. "It's not entirely because the Heart of the Ocean is important. After all, we are allies." He added, "By the way, if you need it, our country can also help you build warships, tanks, airplanes, and rapid-fire artillery, all at cost price, as many as you want. If you don't have enough food or small commodities in your country, tell me, and I will supply you with all of them at the lowest cost price. In short, don't worry about anything, just focus on fighting the elves." Julia was more surprised. "Why are you so generous all of a sudden?" Even if she knew that Rosen used the glorious empire as a shield to resist the elves, the support was too great. "Isn't he afraid of draining his own family?" Rosen smiled and said, "Facing the returning Lord of Truth, the fate of our two countries is the same. The glorious empire is fighting the elves on the front line, and my natural empire certainly can't just watch. If it really comes to a critical point, my natural empire's warships, planes, and artillery will definitely come to help. Well, your words really make me feel relieved. Although I know I shouldn't ask, I still want to know the secret of the heart of the ocean, even if it's just a surface secret. She clearly felt that there must be something amazing hidden in the heart of the ocean, and it must be something that can change the world. She was very curious, and wanted to know what it was. Seeing her persistence, Rosen shrugged. What a curious girl. He thought for a moment and said, I will send someone to Meta Shilin to submit the marriage certificate. If the marriage is established, I will give you a little hint. It was just a little hint, and the real secret had to be guessed by Juya herself. Okay. Juya had long wanted to make the current relationship public, so as not to be sneaky all day. Chapter 289. Half a month later, Adrian, the diplomatic ambassador from the Natural Empire, Tuold, came to Meta Shilin, the glorious temple of the Nevernight Palace. He formally met with Her Majesty, the Empress Zoya of the Empire, in front of a large group of dukes, marquises, earls, and other nobles, as well as the imperial ministers. In the magnificent glorious temple, after a polite greeting, Tuold first showed a document. Your Majesty, 9 months ago, you issued 3 difficult math problems to test the wisdom of your future husband. And this document records the answers given by Our Majesty. As soon as these words came out, the ministers and nobles who were listening in the temple immediately talked about it. The ministers and nobles who were able to attend were all very smart, and vaguely guessed Tuold's intention, so they all showed confusion and surprise on their faces. Queen Zoya knew it well, and she immediately said, Send it up, let me see the answer. The maids immediately brought the document up, and handed it to the queen. Zoya also had some attainments in mathematics. After a careful look, she knew that it was probably correct. In order to convince everyone, she said, Duke Sistine, I can't tell for sure by myself, can you help me see it? Duke Sistine has now been promoted to the 9th ring of magic power, and he is a die-hard fan of the queen. After hearing this, he took the document, looked at it carefully, and immediately said, In my opinion, this answer is completely correct. The discussion in the hall suddenly rose 8 degrees. Then, the Minister of Magic of the Empire, and Master Nadak, one of the 3 dukes of the Empire, came up. Your Majesty, I want to see it too. Accurate. Nadak took the document, and looked at it carefully. He did not expect to find any mistakes himself, because since the Emperor of the Natural Empire could bring this out, there must be no problem. He just wanted to see if he could find any logical loopholes. As long as there were loopholes, he could raise questions. Why? Because his son also wanted to be the queen's husband. However, he was obviously disappointed. After a closer look, he found that the problem-solving process was extremely rigorous, and the logic was so strict that even water could not penetrate. Queen Zoya asked, Are there any problems, Master Nadak? No problem. Queen Zoya nodded and said loudly, Duke Sistine and Duke Nadak are both great mathematicians in the Empire. Since both of them said, there is no problem, then this answer should be no problem. She looked at Tuold again. Then, Mr. Tuold, explain your purpose. Tuold took out another document, but it was a cover with 3 colors of gold, emerald, and red, which was very gorgeous. He held it high with both hands and said, Your Majesty Juya, this is the marriage certificate of Our Majesty. Our Majesty hopes to marry you. Tuold's voice was loud and trembling slightly. He was full of fear, and didn't know what the consequences would be. He felt that this matter was very, very outrageous, and Rosen's actions were also very, very arrogant. Simply, the value was blasphemy. Because Rosen was already the husband of Mother Nature, and Your Majesty Juya was the mortal incarnation of the Lord of Glory. Now, Rosen married Mother Nature. It was not enough, and he even wanted to marry the Lord of Glory. This matter really subverted Tuold's imagination. When he commanded the fleet to the White Pelican Island and encountered artillery attacks, it did not cause a greater impact on him. Crash. There was also an uproar in the glorious temple. Some of the noble ministers looked surprised, some looked angry, and some looked helpless. The Duke of Nadak stepped forward and questioned Tuold in a harsh voice. Your Majesty Rosen has already married. How can he marry Our Majesty? This is a humiliation to our glorious empire. Although Tuold felt unreliable, he was already a qualified diplomat. He also made sufficient preparations before this mission. He immediately refuted. Monogamy is a restriction on mortals made by God, but whether it is Mother Nature or Your Majesty Juya, they are the incarnations of the true God in the world and are not bound by this worldly dogma. Duke Nadak did not expect the other party to come up with such a perverse logic, and subconsciously wanted to refute it, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that he could not refute it. So, he could only say from the side, Your Majesty Rosen is just a mortal. How can a mortal marry two true gods at the same time? This is blasphemy against God. Tut immediately corrected, no, Duke, you are wrong. Your Majesty married a shadow of the true God projected in the mortal world. This is definitely not the true God himself, but only a very small part of the true God's will. As a mortal, your Majesty certainly dare not blaspheme God. Not to mention marrying two true gods. Even one true God is not a match. But if it is a projection of a true God, that's another story. At this point, Tut cleared his throat, stood up straight, and showed a hint of arrogance on his face. As everyone knows, our Majesty Rosen is a mortal with the greatest power in the world. He not only manages nearly 600 million hardworking, loyal and intelligent citizens, but also manages the largest wealth in the mortal world and controls the most powerful mortal army. Immediately, a noble of the glorious empire stood up to refute. I agree with the first 2 points, but in terms of the army, our army is definitely not inferior to yours. Tuold smiled faintly and asked, then I would like to ask, how long will it take for your country to build 100 large warships? 3 months, no 4 months. Tuold smiled and said, but our country only needs less than 2 months. Not only that, our country's production of chariots, aircraft, and artillery shells far exceeds your country. And everyone knows that when a war breaks out, these new magic weapons are the key to determining the outcome of the war. No, it is people who determine the outcome of the war. It is the wise wizards and brave warriors. Another person loudly refuted. Tuold immediately said, our country currently has 1,500 mages above the 8th ring, and your country should not exceed 600, right? This data is not very public, but everyone knows it, so there is no way to refute it. Tuold said loudly, I have to add one more sentence. Our country also has the largest magic power in the world. His Majesty the Emperor of our country is the main creator of this magic power, and the supreme ruler of this magic power. So of course, a mortal cannot marry two true gods, but he is absolutely qualified to marry the will projections of two true gods in the mortal world. This makes people very angry, but people have no confidence to refute. There is no way, the national strength is not as strong as the other side, so naturally it is not tough to speak. On the other hand, after the initial trepidation, Tud suddenly found that the glorious empire was not as terrible as he had imagined. These kingdom nobles in front of him, and even the queen sitting on the throne, did not seem to be enough to scare him. Yes, what am I afraid of? At least 40% of the weapons of the glorious empire in the Battle of the Dragon Islands were supported by our country. The Blackstone power plant in the glorious empire has just started, but our country has already begun to eliminate these backward things. My natural empire is obviously stronger than the glorious empire. The power of the Mother of Nature is also obviously stronger than the Lord of Gloriousness. So, it seems that there is no problem for the emperor to marry the queen. At this time, the ministers and nobles in the temple were still talking, but the discussion became smaller and smaller, and finally they all looked at the queen sitting on the throne, waiting for her to make the final statement. Queen Joyal was full of emotion. Although she had expected that the natural empire would surpass the glorious empire, she felt a little disappointed when it really happened. She had done nothing wrong. She had a very high reputation among the nobles and the people, but step by step, she was surpassed by the natural empire, and even gradually crushed. It was not that she did not make progress. In fact, the development speed of the glorious empire was not slow at all, but the natural empire next door was faster, so she seemed to be slow, and even retreated in comparison. What to do? There is no better way except to accept the facts. There are many things in this world that will not change because of personal will, even if she is the queen of the empire. But she still felt a little unwilling. So she asked, since His Majesty Rosen has proposed to me, where is the gift for the proposal? Or did he come empty-handed? Tut immediately said, of course, he didn't come empty-handed. While speaking, he took out a gift list. Your Majesty's proposal is a state affair. So my country brought a contract. The contract stipulates that if your Majesty agrees to the proposal, then my country will provide the people of the glorious empire with lightning power for daily use at a price of 0.1 Clayson, and also provide the empire's lightning factory with electricity at a price not higher than 0.2 Clayson. That is to say, we will supply as much as the glorious empire uses. As long as the marriage lasts, the contract will remain valid, the price of lightning will remain unchanged, and His Majesty will never be the first to dissolve the marriage. To be honest, this gift is so generous that Tut feels it is outrageous, even more outrageous than the proposal itself. But for some reason, the top mages in the empire did not raise any objections, and each of them felt that they were making a lot of money. After asking the reason, He replied that with a large-scale deployment of the ocean core, the lightning power will become very cheap in the future. He wanted to ask what the ocean heart was, but no one gave him an answer. But he felt that even if the ocean heart was very strong, there were more than 600 million people in the glorious empire. It was too generous to only give 0.1 kl for the daily electricity of 600 million residents. Not only did he think so, but the glorious ministers and nobles in the hall also thought so. Many people even thought that His Majesty Rosen was crazy. Such cheap lightning power, what's the difference between this and giving it away for free? Duke Sistine couldn't help but say, Mr. Told, you better take a closer look at the contents of the contract. Don't pass on the wrong message. Tould shrugged his shoulders and took the contract with both hands. May Mother Nature and the Lord of Glory witness this contract together. The contract was handed to Joyeux. Joyeux looked at it carefully and nodded to confirm. The contents of the contract are true, and it is stamped with His Majesty Rosen's unique magic seal. After that, she looked at the ministers and nobles present. Obviously, this is an extremely generous gift. What do you think about this? Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and after whispering for a long time, the three dukes headed by Duke Sistine came out. These three are also the ministers with the highest status and reputation in the glorious empire. Except for Duke Sistine, the other two were a little reluctant, but in the face of huge interests, they had nothing to say. It is true that the queen can marry a domestic noble son as a husband, but except for children, she will get nothing. But if the queen marries the natural emperor, her reputation may be damaged, but she will gain huge benefits every year. According to the current lightning price of the glorious empire, if this contract is converted into money, it is equivalent to getting 50 million tira gold coins from the natural empire every year. This is 50 million tira, and there is still great potential for improvement. According to the contract, the more electricity the empire uses, the greater the benefits it gets from the natural empire. In short, the benefits are so great that people can't refuse them at all. At the same time, there is another important reason. The ancestor of Rosen, the emperor of the natural empire, is actually from the glorious empire, and he is also the blood of ancient nobles. So from the perspective of pure blood, there is no problem. After comprehensive consideration, the three dukes said in unison, it all depends on your majesty's holy judgment. But they have already tacitly agreed. In this case, Joyeux said to Tould, very good, I will accept the marriage certificate from your majesty. Let your majesty prepare for the wedding. On the other hand, Tould really didn't know how to describe his current feelings. He felt that this world completely broke his cognitive limits, and it was simply not real. 20 years ago, who would have thought that the high and mighty Queen of Glory would become the wife of a small baron of the natural alliance, and not the only wife? Who would have thought that a mortal could marry two true gods as wives? With thousands of thoughts in his mind, he followed his body's instinct, and bowed deeply to the queen according to diplomatic etiquette. As you wish, your majesty. Chapter 290. Dragon Islands. This archipelago is very wide, with an area of more than 1,200 kilometers. It is located in the Storm Ocean, northwest of the Holy Elf Empire, and southwest of the Wick continent. The continent east of the archipelago is the territory of the Holy Elf Empire. Further north is a steep mountain range running northeast, called the Tianju Mountains. The Tianju Mountains are not only high, but also very wide, forming a natural barrier between the glorious empire and the Holy Elf Empire. Because of the existence of this mountain range, although the two countries dislike each other, it is difficult for a large-scale ground conflict to break out. For the same reason, the geographical location of the Dragon Islands has become very important. It is the gateway for the glorious empire to enter the elf world on a large scale. If the elves lose control of the Dragon Islands, the glorious empire can use it as a springboard to block all the outlets of the elf empire in the Storm Ocean and pose a huge threat to the elves' homeland. So, this place has become a battleground for the power of the two countries. There are 21 large islands, with an area of more than 30,000 square kilometers in the archipelago, and countless small islands. At this moment, the glorious empire has occupied 9 large islands in the north. The 12 large islands in the south, especially the largest Moonlight Island, are still firmly controlled by the elves. The archipelago area is densely covered with reefs, and there are very limited safe channels for large warships to pass. During the war, the sea area where the channel is located became the biggest flashpoint of maritime conflicts. On this day, a fierce naval battle broke out again in the Star Sea, about 300 kilometers north of Moonlight Island. This time, the main attacker was the Elf Legion. The purpose is to block the support of the glorious fleet to Dragon Scale Island, and buy time for another elven army to recapture Dragon Scale Island. In the sky far away from the battlefield, The sun god Osella and the newly promoted star god Sisai sat on a giant dragon respectively, using spells to watch the fierce battle on the sea in the distance. In this naval battle, the glorious fleet had a total of 4 warships, 1 large warship of 100 meters long, and 3 medium-sized warships of 70 meters long, distributed in a sea area of 5 kilometers in radius. In addition, there were about 100 planes flying in the sky. The Elven army had no steel warships or planes, but dispatched a full 100 sea dragons, 100 flying dragons, 10,000 underwater fighting mermaids, and 10,000 flying banshees. The dragon warriors were the main attackers. Among them, the sea dragon was 35 meters long and weighed up to 120 tons, with various pure water spells as the main means of attack. The average wingspan of a flying dragon is 40 meters, and its weight is 10 tons. It uses dragon breath of various attributes as a means of combat. Because the physical and magic defense of human warships are extremely amazing, all flying dragons are poisonous green dragons. The poisonous dragon breath they spew can violently corrode everything they touch, including magic shields. As for the mermaid warriors and flying banshees, they serve as assistants to the dragon warriors. Some of them attract firepower for the dragon warriors and create attack opportunities, while others bless the dragon warriors with defensive spells, dispel harmful spells, and heal injuries. Others continue to infuse their own power into the bodies of dragon warriors, giving them more lasting combat endurance. At this moment, the 2 armies are fiercely fighting on the sea. Boom, boom! Thunderous sounds continued to come from the battlefield. The noise was louder than thunder, and the frequency was very high, almost continuous. Those were the black stone cannons of the human warships, and each ship had about 5. They could fire an average of 10 rounds per minute, and the range was very long, and the power was extremely great, but the accuracy was slightly poor. It looked amazing, but the threat to the Elves' navy and air force was very limited. Osella whispered, "Master, the black stone cannons of the human race are not a big threat to our army in naval battles, but they are a very terrible threat to the army. Their artillery can fire up to 15 kilometers away, and it is very accurate and powerful when hitting fixed targets. After a round of bombardment, it can often cause devastating blows to our coastal land facilities." Sisai, to be more precise, was the mortal body of Druden, and frowned slightly. The power of this artillery is indeed amazing. He estimated that even if the Dragon of Truth was hit head-on, it would be seriously injured and fall. I'm afraid only the Truth Terrain Shield Dragon, which is specially strengthened in defense, can defend against its attack head-on. When he thought of the Truth Dragon, Druden's mood suddenly became very irritable. This thing is indeed very powerful in frontal combat, but it's a pity that it is too easy to get sick. After getting rid of his bad mood, he continued to observe the battlefield. In addition to the amazingly powerful artillery, the human warships also have many powerful weapons. One is the light array. There are 2 on the medium-sized warships, and 4 on the large warships. These light arrays burst at an extremely high frequency, stimulating dazzling golden bright lines, dancing back and forth in the sky like sharp blades. Compared with the Blackstone cannon, the absolute power of these golden bright lines is much weaker, and the threat to the flying dragon is not great. But it is an extremely deadly threat to the flying banshee. Once hit by the bright line, the magic shield on the banshee can't stop it at all, and the body will be cut into 2 pieces directly. It is very accurate and difficult to dodge. Fortunately, there are not enough of them, and the effective range is not far. The power is greatly reduced beyond 2 kilometers, so although it causes terrible damage, it does not form a crushing advantage. Another weapon is a small ultra-high-speed artillery array. These things look a bit like Blackstone artillery, but the firing speed is very fast, and the firing speed is also quite accurate. Once fired, a large area of metal barrage will be splashed on the sea surface. Its power is much stronger than the light array, and it can cause considerable damage to the dragon warriors. If they resist for more than 5 seconds, they will be finished. It can not only hit the sky, but also shallow water. It beat the sea dragons and mermaids in the water so hard that they dare not show their heads, and also drove the flying dragons in the sky to hide everywhere. There is also a deep sea bomb. This thing can move forward in the sea, and explode violently after rushing to the target. The good news is that the forward speed is not fast, and the shooting is not accurate. The bad news is that the power is really great. Once it explodes, all the mermaid warriors within 100 meters of the explosion will die, and the sea dragon will also lose its combat effectiveness. In addition to these powerful weapons, the defense of the human warship is also extremely amazing. Not only does the warship body use a lot of steel, But the magic shield outside the ship is also extremely thick. Especially the large warship, the shield range is more than 20 meters. And there are various types, including pure water, force energy, and lightning. The strength is also extremely amazing. The corrosive dragon flame of the poisonous green dragon needs to spray for at least half a minute to break the shield. Facing the powerful weapons of the human race, the flying dragon simply could not have such a long attack time. What's more terrifying is that the power of this shield seems to be endless. As long as it is not broken in one breath, it will immediately recover as before, which makes people feel powerless. Compared with these thick-skinned and high-attack surface warships, the performance of the human race's aircraft is average. Its speed and flying agility are inferior to those of the flying dragon. After a fight in the air, the flying dragon can easily deal a 1-4-30 loss. So, after a short while, the human aircraft evacuated the battlefield far away. After a fierce battle, the elf army suffered heavy damage, while the human fleet, except for consuming a large amount of weapons and ammunition, was basically intact. In the elf army, the most eye-catching performance was not the dragon warrior, but the explosive fruit thrown by the flying banshee. Each of these explosive fruits is about the size of an adult's head. A flying banshee can carry 5 or 6 of them. After flying high in the sky, she can throw them far away at the human warships using the throwing technique. Because the warships are huge and not fast, they can often be thrown accurately. Druden can see clearly that every time the explosive fruit falls, the human warriors will definitely try their best to intercept it. But there are always some that fail to intercept. So, when 5 or 6 head-sized explosive fruits explode on the warship shield at the same time, they can often cause a huge shock to the warship shield. There were several times when they even briefly penetrated the shield. After watching for a while, Druden said, "Since the explosive fruit is so useful, why don't you make more?" Asura smiled bitterly. "Master, the explosive fruit is indeed powerful, but it is very difficult to make. We lack a tree that can grow explosive fruits efficiently." Druden immediately said, "This is not a difficult task, it will be available soon." He decided to produce a large number of explosive flame fruits and develop them into the main attack method of the elf army. At this time, the battle situation in front gradually became clear. Although the human fleet is very powerful, the number is small after all. Although the elf army suffered heavy losses, it has a great advantage in numbers. After a fierce battle, the human race consumed a lot of combat supplies, and the endurance began to be insufficient, and gradually fell behind. The human fleet began to turn around and retreat. Druden was not satisfied with the result of such a battle. The battle losses are too great, and the attack efficiency is too low. We must improve it. 5,000 years ago, when he left the plane, the elf army like today had the power to crush the entire plane. Even as long as a few flying dragons were dispatched, the small human country could collapse. But this time when he returned, the same combat army, with a greatly increased number, was greatly suppressed by a small fleet of mortals. From the beginning to the end, his side suffered heavy losses, but the other side was able to retreat with dignity. This kind of victory, at the cost of human lives, made him feel very depressed. Originally, he thought that although the elves were a little embarrassed, they still won. But at this moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Suddenly, there was a dense sound of wind and thunder in the distant sky. 10 seconds later, hundreds of white lines flew over at a very fast speed, like a white sword, piercing the battlefield. As soon as the white lines arrived at the battlefield, they began to turn at high speed in the air, specifically targeting the dragon warriors. Boom, boom, boom. In a burst of dense explosions, the number of flying dragons in the sky and sea dragons in the water instantly decreased by 90%. Druden could see clearly that after these white swords hit the flying dragon, they exploded extremely violently. They easily tore a huge bloody hole in the body of the dragon warrior, and in severe cases, they directly smashed it into pieces. With such injuries, not to mention survival, even the soul may collapse. The change was too sudden and too tragic. It can be seen that all the elf warriors were stunned, and many warriors even retreated uncontrollably. The human fleet quickly seized the opportunity and began to counterattack, which immediately caused astonishing casualties. In a few minutes, more than 1,000 elf warriors died. The situation of the battle turned around instantly. The human fleet did not linger in the battle, and quickly changed its course and rushed to the Dragon Scale Island that needed support at full speed. Druden frowned. What is this? Asula's face was also full of shock. It should be a magic weapon developed by the human race, called a high-speed explosive plane. It has appeared before, but the number was not so large, and it was not so agile, so the threat was not great. After a pause, The shock on Ocella's face turned into bitterness. Master, since we increased our troops, the glorious empire has also greatly increased its strength, and their strength has increased much faster than ours, so we are still at a disadvantage. If this continues, Moonlight Island may not be able to be saved. Druden listened expressionlessly. Is there any way to deal with it? Almost nothing, unless the Truth Warriors are dispatched. Druden actually thought of it. It's not that the Truth Warriors can directly resist this kind of explosive plane, but the Truth Warriors are fast and have a long attack range, so they can counterattack and knock it down before being hit by the explosive plane. He could see that as long as they could shoot down this kind of explosive plane at a distance of 500 meters, they would be able to remain unscathed. But the Truth Warrior had serious flaws, and was temporarily useless. After thinking for a few seconds, Druden made a decision. On the Storm Continent, we have occupied 60% of the land, which is enough for a short time. On the mainland, switch from offensive to defensive, and expand the forest to provide war resources for the Empire. At the same time, transfer the main force back to the Dragon Islands, and drive the glorious Empire out of the islands completely. Asura was delighted to hear this. Yes, Master. Then asked, Master, what about the battle in front of us? Retreat to the next line of defense. Yes. Druden asked again, aren't there two mortal empires? Why do we only see the army of the glorious Empire? And where is the natural empire? The natural empire has not participated in the war for the time being, but they have provided a lot of assistance to the glorious empire. Most of the planes are from the natural empire. Not participating in the war? Darrington frowned again, thinking of the extremely dense soul fog, and asked, how much do you know about the natural empire? Ocella showed a trace of embarrassment. Master, not much. Fearing to be punished, he immediately explained, the natural empire is hiding behind the glorious empire, too far away from us. Its domestic intelligence agencies have strong counter-espionage capabilities. Once our people infiltrate, they will be discovered immediately. Therefore, we don't know much about the natural empire. Darrington understood. In other words, we don't know what the natural empire is doing at all? Almost. Ocella nodded, but immediately said, but the power of the two mortal empires is not much different, and the glorious empire may be even stronger. Why do you say that? Because the natural empire has just been unified not long ago, at least 10 years ago. The glorious empire was obviously strong and had always suppressed the natural empire. Furthermore, although we are now mainly facing the warriors of the glorious empire, the natural empire has also provided a lot of assistance, so we are essentially going to war with the two mortal empires. This statement still makes sense, but it does not satisfy Driden. Ocella knew that Driden was in a bad mood recently, and worried about being punished, so he immediately added, Master, we have learned a piece of news recently. What news? The Emperor Rosen of the Natural Empire submitted a marriage certificate to the Queen Zoya of the Glorious Empire. The Queen agreed and planned to hold the wedding in 3 months. It is said that in order to take care of the self-esteem of the citizens of the Glorious Empire, the wedding will be held in the palace of Medacillon. After a pause, Ocella added, by then, Rosen will appear in the Glorious Palace. Well, interesting. Draytan was very satisfied with the news. He has never given up the decapitation tactic, but the other party is too good at hiding, and he has never been able to find the other party's hiding place. Now that this happened, he immediately had an idea. Rosen, this guy, still has some means. It is too risky for me to assassinate him alone. I will prepare well. Chapter 291. Medacillon. It is the midsummer of another year. In the Royal Summer Resort, Rosen, Zoya, Judea, and Zelaya gather again in the cool spring water. Last time, Rosen was the guest, and the 3 Sisters of Glory were the hosts. The natural empire has not yet been completely unified, and the national strength is far less than it is now, so Rosen is polite in his words and deeds. This time, as the fiancé of Queen Zoya, Rosen has become half the host, and his status is at least at the same level as Judea and Zelaya. Because of the status of fiancé, Rosen and Zoya are almost sitting next to each other in the swimming pool, and there is no need to avoid the eyes of others. This time, the 2 female generals Judea and Zelaya did not go to swim nearby to avoid, but sat nearby to chat with Rosen. Your Majesty Rosen, I am very curious. How did you convince Ziggerlana to let her agree to let you marry your sister? The question was asked by Judea. She and Rosen had fought against demons side by side in Platinum City, and they had a very good personal relationship. At this moment, she was wearing a new style sling swimsuit, revealing large areas of white skin, which showed her agile and slender figure. If Joyal was a rich peony, then this female general was a vibrant impatience, which was also very pleasing to the eye. Rosen held Julia's slender waist with one hand, smiling and appreciating the beautiful scenery. I didn't convince her with my mouth, but with my actions. Judea was startled. Convinced by actions? What actions? I made a bet with her, saying that I could make Julia agree to my proposal within 5 years. She didn't believe it, so she bet with me. In the end, I won the bet. This is a true story. Jediah, however, looked unconvinced. I have dealt with Zigralana before. She is a steady and reserved person. How could she make such an unreliable bet with you? Zelaya, who was standing by, also said timidly, yes, we have known her for a long time, and we all know her character. Without outsiders around, Rosen had no scruples and spoke without restraint. Under normal circumstances, I would not agree, but under special circumstances, I would agree, haha. In order to get Zigralana to nod and agree to the bet, Rosen spent a lot of effort. It was not easy to coax the other party to nod. Judea asked curiously, what's the special situation? Zoya had already understood, and her cheeks were slightly red as she said in a low voice, okay, stop asking. Even if Rosen and I get married, he won't live in the Nevernight Palace for a long time, and it has almost no impact on Zigralana. She doesn't care at all. If it was a formal occasion, Zoya would naturally obey her, but now it was a private occasion, and Judea was not so easy to restrain. She just had a lively and flamboyant personality, otherwise she wouldn't have become a female general. She smiled and said, sister, I'm not a child, I understand everything. After that, she looked at Rosen again. Your Majesty Rosen, when I was in Lavender, I heard that you had transformed the magic gun for many Lavender nobles, and even now, you are still keeping your promise and continue to help them maintain the magic gun. Is this true? As she asked, her eyes blinked and shone, as if a curious cat saw a new toy. Although Zelaya looked a little shy, she was eavesdropping quietly. Zoya was also quite curious. My dear, if it is true, then I have to admire your credibility. These past events, when you are in them, are actually somewhat risky, so you must keep them secret. But looking back at it now, it has become a fun topic, and Rosen naturally does not hide it. It is true that this happened, and the purpose is to find out the news of Lavender senior management. As for maintenance, it has indeed been maintained several times. But I find it troublesome, so I found a way to help them permanently fix the magic gun and guarantee that it can be used until 70 years old. As for after 70 years old, I can't control it. After all, no matter how dissolute a man is, when he is 70 years old, he should put the gun back into the sheath. Zelaya whispered back, that may not be the case. Judea immediately said, yes, I have heard of it, and even seen an old guy who was still sharpening the gun before he died. After saying this, she glanced at Zoya again, smiled softly, and a hint of curiosity appeared on her face. Sister, it is said that the Emperor of the Natural Empire has an amazing spear, and it is not transformed by transfiguration, but is born with it. Is it true? Julia's cheeks were hot when asked, and she said angrily, what kind of messed up questions are you asking? Don't you have husbands? Don't you know that the difference between this thing is just a little bigger, or a little smaller? What's there to be curious about? Judea giggled, I just want to broaden my horizons. Is it true, Sister Zelaya? Zelaya is the shortest of the three and looks the most timid, but this is all external disguise. Her real identity is the Shadow Guard General, a person who kills without blinking an eye. She nodded gently and smiled shyly. Yes, sister, there are no outsiders here anyway. Let brother-in-law open our eyes. If it were in the past, Shuya would definitely kick these two cousins out, but now she and Rosen have been intimate for countless times, and she has let go of that matter. Especially for those of them, who can live for 500 or 600 years and hold the highest power in the empire. Those moral rules used to constrain ordinary mortals have basically no binding force on them. So Shuya looked at Rosen. Dear, my two sisters want to open their eyes. What do you say? Rosen shrugged. He didn't care. Look if you want. After that, he showed his good stuff to the two female generals. The two female generals saw it, and were immediately full of disbelief. Judea couldn't help but say, oh, the Creator is really unfair. My husband's stuff is not even half as good as your Majesty's. Zelaya measured it with her hand, and then compared her belly. Who can bear this, sister? Have you tried it? After asking, she immediately muttered to herself, well, it must have been tried many times. I found more than a dozen times. Shuya was not thick-skinned enough after all, raised her hand, and patted the water. Okay, let's stop this topic. After saying that, she saw that Judea was hesitant. What else do you want to say? Judea hesitated. Sister, I just want to try it. Julia covered her forehead. I don't care, but don't ask me, asked Rosen. Rosen certainly didn't refuse, and directly performed a breathless crystal wall technique. Just do it here. Okay. Judea swam to the two of them, and experienced the divine spear of the natural emperor. Julia was a little uncomfortable at first, but soon she calmed down. She sat beside Rosen and talked about business with Rosen. The wedding in 2 months will definitely not be peaceful, maybe even more lively than my last birthday party. Rosen nodded. That's for sure, especially Dryden, who will definitely not miss such a good opportunity to assassinate you and me. After saying this, seeing that Judea put her slightly small, but upright chest close to his face, he fulfilled her wish, and then spoke in the language of the heart. My personal idea is to use this opportunity to set a trap for Dryden, and see if there is a chance to kill him. With Dryden's sharpness, this trap is unlikely to succeed, but it doesn't matter if it succeeds. Zoya has the same idea, but also has the same worry. Dryden has lived for so many years, he must be very smart. This trap is not easy to set. Rosen smiled and said, as for traps, you need to pay attention to the layout skills, but also see if the bait inside is sweet enough. My idea is very simple, that is, I will be the bait and lure him to attack me. This is too dangerous. Not only Zoya was talking, but Zelaya and Judea were also talking. Especially Judea spoke the loudest, so much so that she pinched Rosen hard on the mouth. Rosen was very pleased and said with a smile, fighting against the void gods and demons is always dangerous. If I can risk my life to bring complete peace to our plane, it will be worth it. Julia frowned. Rosen, although I admire your courage, you are not a warrior, you are an emperor. If something happens to you, this plane may never be peaceful again. Rosen shook his head. Don't take me so seriously, I have already planted the seeds. Even if I am not here, there are still countless mortals who will grow up and stand up against the gods and demons. After saying this, he smiled again. Dear, don't worry, I have made very, very thorough preparations. For no reason, how could he be willing to risk his life and live a good life? The main reason is that he successfully created a soul amplifier. Amplifier is a scientific name, because it also integrates the function of the legendary hat. Rosen called it Supreme Crown. This good thing deserves this name. It took Rosen a lot of time and effort to create this thing, and the final effect was much better than he expected. From the expected 6,000 times soul scale increase, it has been increased to 10,000 times, and has the function of basic soul strength plus 8.7. And because of his continuous optimization of his body structure, his basic soul has been improving. It has now reached legend 5.5, and the soul scale has increased by 3.2 times compared to before. After wearing this supreme crown, he had the soul strength of legend 14.2, plus a soul scale of 32,000 times. In terms of soul alone, he has caught up with, and even partially surpassed Dryden, who was in the void. But what really made Rosen fully confident was that when the soul scale expanded, Lai Fu's computing power skyrocketed by 5 orders of magnitude. With such computing power support, even the reaction speed of gods and demons was completely crushed by him. Even if there was an accident, he could use his amazing reaction speed to instantly phase transfer and run away, and Dryden had no reaction time to stop him. At this time, Judea had already lost the battle. The shy Zelaya immediately slid to Rosen's side and said timidly, Brother-in-law, I also want to try your magic gun. Then try it. Then you have to be gentle, brother-in-law. Don't worry, brother-in-law is very experienced. Julia felt very complicated, and her impression of Rosen was also very complicated. She admired his extraordinary talent, and respected his courage and responsibility. When the two of them were together, she also loved his gentleness and romance. But at the same time, she was speechless about his wildness. This extremely complex impression brewed extremely complex emotions, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Alas, fate is really unpredictable. If time goes back to 10 years ago, she couldn't believe that her husband would be such a person. Seeing that Zelaya surrendered after a few struggles, she immediately replaced him. You must tell me clearly what you are going to do this time, otherwise I will never agree to my husband taking such a huge risk. So, Rosen put his forehead against Julia's forehead and asked in the newly developed soul language, Do you feel it, dear? Julia felt it clearly, and her face showed an extremely incredible, and even terrifying look. Rosen, you are not a mortal. It is absolutely impossible for a mortal to have such a magnificent soul. Facing Rosen's soul, Julia actually felt a sense of humility, as if facing a towering mountain. But it was not a void god or demon, because this feeling was very different from that of a god or demon. She had felt the fluctuations of Darreton's soul, which was very huge, giving people a feeling of completeness and vitality. But although Rosen's soul is equally powerful, it has a sense of precise order similar to machinery, and does not feel like a living thing. She was completely confused. Rosen explained gently in the language of the soul, "We mortals are born weak, but we have the wisdom given by the Creator by chance. With this wisdom, we can control the power of external objects. Just like sailors drive 10,000-ton battleships, flying mages drive aircraft that exceed the speed of sound, and I drive this soul battleship. Such a soul battleship cannot be controlled by a weak soul of a mortal alone. Even a legendary strongman is far from enough. Just like a sailor cannot drive a modern Blackstone battleship. Even if it is barely driven, it has no combat power. But Rosen's situation is different. He has Laifu, and has trained the relevant battleship automatic driving ability, so he has almost perfect control of the huge soul battleship. In other words, this supreme crown can only be used by Rosen." Shuya understood, "But I didn't see the magic weapon." Rosen smiled. "This is a special soul magic weapon, without elemental entities. Although the initial inspiration came from the soul of life, various difficulties were encountered during the creation. As the difficulties were solved one by one, the final creation was completely different from what was originally expected. In fact, Supreme Crown applied a large number of new achievements from the high-energy magic laboratory, and also applied many high-energy creations from the core of the sun. So, this thing is the same as the branch of life, which is a divine weapon. A major feature of the divine weapon is that it can freely shuttle between the elemental world, the magic ring, and even the void outside the ring. So, although Rosen looks like he has nothing on him, he actually carries two divine weapons, Branch of Life and Supreme Crown. This is also the reason why he dared to enter the Nevernight Palace with his body, and dared to be so dissolute. When enjoying the greatest pleasure in the world in the cool spring water, he couldn't help squinting his eyes. Draytan, let's see who is the hunter, and who is the prey. Chapter 292. Deep in the Tianju Mountains, there is a valley of an unnamed snow-capped mountain. There is thick snow in the valley, and large snowflakes like cotton wool are floating in the sky. The cold wind in the valley is blowing non-stop, like the laughter of the mountain god. Swish, swish, swish. In an extremely harsh environment, a team of people is walking slowly against the wind and snow. There are 5 people in the team, all wearing thick leather clothes to keep warm, carrying a rattan basket with supplies, and tied thick wooden boards for snow walking on their feet. Despite being well prepared, the altitude of the valley is too high. Even though there is wind and snow everywhere, the air is still dry and cold, the air pressure is very low, and the road is steep and difficult to walk, so a group of people are panting and their faces are suffocated to a terrible purple-black color. "Captain, there seems to be a cave ahead, shall we take a break?" The leading man saw the cave, turned his head, and looked at the team members behind him, and felt that everyone was about to reach their physical limit, so he nodded in agreement. Then take a break. The cave was not deep, but it was sheltered from the wind. One of them took out charcoal and flint, and after a long time, he finally lit a charcoal fire, and the other immediately put the iron pot full of snow on it. During the break, a red-haired team member complained with some dissatisfaction. "Captain, this place is still far away from the glorious empire. Do we have to be so careful?" The captain took off his fur hat, and shook off the snow on the hat, revealing a purple-red face full of knife-cut wrinkles under the hat. "We are doing a life-threatening job, and no matter how careful we are, it is not too much." Putting the hat back on his head, he took out a pipe, filled it with tobacco, lit it on the fire, and took a puff. "Huh?" In the green smoke, the middle-aged captain made a low voice again. "I repeat again, we are not mercenaries, but herbalists in the snowy mountains. Before the final move, no mana or magic tools may be used. At the level of magic, you must be absolutely invisible." While speaking, he looked at the team members. "We have taken on a big job this time. The consequence of failure is that we will be finished on the spot, and even the soul will be completely dissipated. But if we succeed, then we will completely make a name for ourselves in this multidimensional world. In the future, it will not be business that chooses us, but we will choose business. This is very clear, but it is obvious that the team members have many ideas of their own. Captain, the Lord of Truth hired more than just us. It is said that he hired 15 teams with hundreds of people. In my opinion, he is using us as a death squad. Yes, I don't think we need to work so hard. We can do this job if we have the chance, and retreat if we don't." The middle-aged man Bazes took a puff of smoke and sighed. "Hey, you young people have no pursuit at all. But you still have to listen to me next. Otherwise, quit my team as soon as possible to avoid dragging me down." Seeing him say this, the young team members immediately fell silent. As legendary mercenaries, who do big business across plains, they still have brains. To do big things, you need not only force, but also experience. The middle-aged man in front of him is not simple. His nickname is Black Eel, and he has a legendary level 11. It is said that he also carries a legendary magical weapon with great power, and it is also the function of this magical weapon that gives him stable legendary power. In addition, he has personally participated in many tasks that shocked the various planes and played a major role in them. In the end, he successfully received the reward and completed a decent exit. The team members are still very convinced of his ability, so after a few complaints, no one said much. The snow cave became quiet, leaving only the beeping and popping sounds of the burning charcoal. After a while, the water became hot, and everyone got a bowl and began to drink it. After the hot water went down, the body became much warmer, and the resentment in the heart also dissipated a lot. The red-haired team member asked at first, "Captain, who is this natural emperor? How could a powerful god spend so much effort to deal with him?" Black Eel took a puff of cigarette. "He is an extremely powerful wizard emperor, a madman, and a ruthless man. The demons that died in his hands, I mean real demons, not demon minions, there are 4. The strongest one reached Legend 6. Another gray-haired team member smiled disapprovingly. "He is the emperor, with a large army. What's so great about killing a few low-level demons? Isn't it all the ability of his soldiers? Then you are wrong." Black Eel smiled. "As far as I know, every time he fights against demons, he always charges forward and faces the demons directly." When these words came out, the team members couldn't help but breathe in the cold air of the snowy mountains. The red-haired team member, who asked the question before, grinned. "Then this guy is really a ruthless person, and he is really crazy. He doesn't use so many soldiers, but insists on doing it himself." Another black-haired team member said, "In other words, this shows that this emperor has great confidence in his military power, and will not be a coward like most emperors. For this mission, it is a good thing." Black Eel nodded. "That's true, but we must not underestimate the target because of this." The red-haired team member asked, "Captain, you said he is a very powerful wizard, so what specific magic achievements has he made?" Black Eel pointed his pipe at the legendary magic weapon on the team members present. The most commonly used auxiliary magic weapon for promotion to legend, the legendary crystal magic weapon, was actually invented and promoted by this natural emperor. Hey, wasn't it made by Nawat? No. Nawat got it from this plane. Of course, the Nawat people have always claimed that they developed it themselves, but the quality of the legendary crystal cannot deceive people. The fact is that the best legendary crystal is currently in this plane, and it is likely to be in the natural empire. The emergence of the legendary crystal has increased the number of mortal legendary powerhouses in the multidimensional world by at least 1,000 times, and it is still increasing. This has greatly improved the status of mortals, and the void gods and demons who originally regarded mortals as ants have gradually begun to negotiate with mortals. The red-haired team member looked at his legendary crystal staff. "So, I have to thank His Majesty the Emperor." Black Eel smiled indifferently. "Who said not?" The gray-haired team member laughed. "What is there to thank? We fought for this staff with our lives. It was not given by him." After that, he looked at Black Eel. "Captain, it has been 6 years since the legendary crystal appeared, so the legendary magic power of His Majesty the Emperor should be very extraordinary, right?" Black Eel nodded, obviously. "How far do you think it has gone? To make Dryden so cautious, his strength must be at least equal to his, or even higher. But it shouldn't be too much higher, otherwise, with Dryden's character, he would have given up the assassination. That is the sole strength of around Legend 13. That's right." This made the legendary mercenaries present frown subconsciously. The red-haired mercenary chewed the dry food biscuits hard and said bitterly, "See, Dryden is using us as a death squad. The average strength of their team is Legend 5, and they have many powerful spells at hand. They are also first-class strongmen among mortal legends. For those small-scale mortal countries, they can easily subvert them. But this time, the opponent not only has the cultivation of Legend 13, but is also the emperor of a great empire. The legendary spells he masters are absolutely amazing. Not to mention that he has countless generals and soldiers to protect him. It feels like this assassination is simply a life-threatening operation." The gray-haired team member laughed again. "We are the Suicide Squad, we earn money by risking our lives, and the compensation given by Dryden is quite generous." Black Eel nodded in agreement. "Lorcan is right. Leslie, your mentality is wrong." The red-haired team member shrugged. Okay, I admit my mistake." After that, he laughed again. "Captain, you forgot to mention something just now. I heard that this natural emperor is also a romantic wanderer." Black Eel smiled. He can't be called a romantic wanderer, but it can be said that he is at the normal level of the emperor, or even a little lower. He tapped his pipe and refilled it with tobacco. This emperor is very young, and he is probably less than 30 this year. He didn't get the throne from his ancestors, but fought for it himself. If it were me, I would have done such great things when I was young, and I would have tens of thousands of women. Looking at the team members present, he shrugged his shoulders when he saw everyone's mocking expression. Don't laugh. If you have this ability, you will probably have more than me. Of course, except Lily, she doesn't have the good stuff that we men have. Before he finished speaking, a dissatisfied female voice came from the innermost part of the cave. You black eel, you are joking, but why are you pulling my weight? From the sound, he is probably less than 30 years old, but considering the blessing of legendary power, his real age is at least around 100 years old. In fact, the real age of everyone present is not young, and the average age is estimated to be around 110. For mortals, this is an age worth looking up to, but for legendary strongmen, it is still very young. Black Eel laughed. I apologize to you, Ms. Lily, I am too talkative. He treated Lily with much more respect than other team members, not because of her identity as a lady. In fact, legendary strongmen do not have much difference between men and women. His respect comes from the other party's ability, because the other party is a soul hunter, proficient in a very powerful and rare soul hunting technique. The strength of mortals lies in spells and magic tools, but the soul is weak. Soul hunting is to use secret methods to grab the soul of the other party out of the body to deal with it from dozens of kilometers away. Therefore, no matter how noble the earthly identity is, no matter how powerful the spells and magic tools are, they all become decorations. Therefore, this Lily is the core figure of this assassination mission. Lily is a silent person. Seeing that the black cat gave in to her, she nodded and stopped pursuing it, and continued to look down at a spell book with a black cover. A group of legendary mercenaries were resting in the cave, waiting for the wind and snow to stop. They had basically recovered their strength. Captain Black Eel extinguished his pipe and stood up. Let's continue our journey while the weather is good. Chapter 293. Deep in the incomplete magic ring of the moon, inside the chaotic energy like nebulae and dust, there is a temple made of pure white spiritual essence. The so-called spiritual essence is a relatively stable soul power precipitated from the chaotic energy, and there are many types. Spiritual essence is somewhat similar to the elements outside, which can form various complex existences, and will also be affected by the distortion of time and space, but the restrictions are far less than those of elements. In fact, almost all existences in the void are made of spiritual essence, including void life. Let's look at the temple again. Its appearance is very simple, similar to the sloped roof-long house in the mortal world, but the four sides of the sloped roof extend out and are supported by thick columns. At the main entrance of the temple, there is a tall and long staircase, and on both sides of the staircase stand a row of exquisite sword-holding sculptures. The sculptures seem motionless, but they exude a breathtaking breath of power, as if they can come alive at any time. At this moment, at the entrance of the temple, on the top platform of the steps, stood a tall man wearing a simple dark blue robe and with a gaunt face. It was the Lord of Truth, Dryden. On the ground in front of him, there were three short, ugly monsters with very distorted bodies and faces. If you just look at the three monsters, you can find that they are quite big and strong, but compared with the tall Dryden, who has a lot of power runes looming around his body, they suddenly become three insignificant little ghosts. Dryden put one hand on his waist, and held a dark green branch in the other hand, nodding at the head of the little ghost on the far left, who was covered with black smoke. A ray of emerald green light sank into the little ghost's head, and the little ghost trembled, not daring to resist. Plague Messenger Doroth, I order you to go to the glorious empire in the mortal world, spread the plague everywhere in the mortal world, and let the mortals of the glorious empire die in pain and wailing. Yes, great Lord of Truth. The little ghost with black smoke knocked his head hard on the ground, and then turned into a ball of extremely dense black gas light, quickly left the temple, and rushed to the distant plane world. Because of this action, the little ghost showed his true power, which was a legendary three-void demon. In the mortal world, such a demon could easily plunge a country into chaos. But now the times have changed. Deruitin did not ask this guy to cause much actual damage to the glorious empire, but only asked him to spread more plagues in the mortal world to make the situation more chaotic, so that he could do things more conveniently. Of course, a single Legend 3 demon is not enough. Once caught, it will be easily killed by the current mortal empire. So Dryden tapped the dark green branch on the second little devil, who was taller and stronger, and had reached Legend 4 strength. Asarai, the messenger of famine, I order you to go to the glorious empire of the mortal world and kill the crops, weeds, and trees on the mountains and its fields. In short, as long as it is a plant, let it wither. This legend for demon Asarai was a nightmare in the ancient times of Druiden's Plain. Later, he lost interest in the mortal world and lived in the moon ring. Originally, he lived a good life, but met Druiden and became his captive. In fact, all three demons present were in the same situation. Asarai had not paid attention to the situation in the mortal world for a long time, so he did not quite understand Druiden's order. Master, a large-scale withering spell requires a lot of power. Why waste power on trees and weeds when you can just use it on crops? Druiden wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he was too lazy to say more, because these demons were just consumables. Do as I say, Asarai. Yes, master. Asarai obeyed, then turned into a ball of deep purple light and left the temple. Finally, there was another demon, the strongest one, reaching Legend 5. The human form it transformed into was a small giant, with a curled horn on his head, dim red eyes, and a lion's tail. Sagakar, the doom spreader, I order you to go to Medicillin, the capital of the glorious empire, to find those lonely mortals and let them die miserably in doom. Remember, it doesn't matter how many people die, but they must die tragically, and let as many mortals as possible see the scene to make them feel fear and despair. Yes, master. The power of the legendary 5 demon has begun to take shape, and the scale of its soul has reached more than 500 times that of the legendary mortals of the same level. The surface of its body is also wrapped with a layer of dim red flames composed of countless soul runes, which looks quite terrifying. In the past mortal world, such a powerful demon could easily cause a terrible catastrophe. If the brain is good enough, it can even easily destroy a plain world without the protection of a legendary wizard. But times have changed. Druiden watched the great demon go away, silently thinking in his heart, I hope you can live longer. Although this demon is the most powerful, the place he goes to is also the most dangerous. He is not sure how long he can live. After standing in front of the temple for a long time, Druiden turned around and returned to the temple hall. The hall was very empty, with only a tree with emerald green light growing at the top. The tree was a little pocket-sized and very simple in shape. It had no leaves, but 2 strange fruits with runes hanging on the branches, the size of an adult's head. Druiden walked under the tree, raised his hand and carefully picked a fruit, put it to his mouth, but did not eat it, but chanted some vague mantras softly. The chanting lasted for a very long time, about half an hour. At the same time, the strange fruit was constantly changing, and finally turned into a person exactly like Druiden. At first glance, it was hard to tell the real from the fake, even the aura of power was exactly the same. The only difference was the expressions of the 2 people, one was as dull as a sculpture, and the other was a living person. When this Druiden appeared, the real Druiden sat on the floor of the hall, feeling a little proud. This soul fruit is really a good thing, but it's a pity that there are only 2. This was not made by him, but by Adela. There are only 2, and they will be gone after they are used up. He immediately closed his eyes. After a while, Druiden's face showed the same expression as a living person, and the rune light around his body became lively, becoming exactly the same as the real Druiden. Then, this Druiden strode out of the temple, turned into a ball of dark blue light, and quickly rushed towards the azure dark blue magic ring in front. Meta Shilin. The wedding date is getting closer and closer. As the bride and the host, Queen Zoya naturally has to take on the security of the wedding. The most important opponent is Druiden. In order to guard against his assassination, the soul fog covering Meta Shilin has become 3 times thicker. After entering the fog, the void vision of any legendary strongman will be invalid, and all soul-related detection techniques will also fail. Then, there is the security of the mortal world. The huge capital is divided into a large number of areas with streets as the dividing line, and each area is directly responsible for the corresponding shadow guard officer. All areas are patrolled 24 hours a day, and the latest lightning communicator is used for real-time communication. If there is any abnormal situation in the capital, even if it is just a small matter such as drunkards making trouble or shrews cursing in the street, the security team will definitely arrive in 3 minutes at most. If the security team can't solve the problem, then the capital garrison will be sent. If they still can't solve the problem, they will be upgraded to elite shadow guards immediately. Try to nip all unstable factors in the bud. Tourists from other places are also subject to huge restrictions. It's best not to come. If you have to come, you will be subject to a lot of identity checks, and all your ancestors will be found out about bedwetting. As for tourists from other planes, they are completely banned. The entire Medicillin, as well as the 100-kilometer range around the capital, are arranged with phase confinement arrays, and any phase transmission is strictly prohibited. Of course, due to the lack of magic power, the confinement array is difficult to confine high-level phase transmission. For example, Rosen's current infinite phase transfer technique can basically be ignored. These security tasks are very tedious. Shuya was busy for more than a month and felt annoyed. She couldn't help but complain secretly in her heart. It sounds so nice to take care of the national self-esteem, but in the end, I am doing all the work, but I am very cool. I have never heard that a woman has to organize the wedding by herself, decorate the wedding room by herself, and even complete the wedding at home. She couldn't help but contact her fiancé, who was wandering around in Medacillin. Rosen, I'm tired and annoyed, I want to go out and play too. Rosen immediately responded, aha, dear, you have persisted for a lot longer than I expected. Then come on, I'm just bored shopping alone. Shuya just vented a little, and after venting, she immediately regained her sanity. Forget it, I just said it casually. Someone has to do the work. Yes, someone has to do the work. Let my puppet do it. The first half of the sentence was said by Rosen, but the second half was replaced by a female voice that was exactly the same as Shuya's, and it came from the small compartment of the study. What's going on? One of the benefits of a strong soul is that the thinking speed is very fast, and you can do many things at the same time. I have been watching you for so many days, and I probably know your style of handling government affairs. As long as nothing serious happens, my puppet can handle it completely, and no one will notice anything unusual. Oh, I am a little envious of what I heard. Shuya certainly didn't envy the puppet, but the benefits brought by the huge soul. Rosen naturally understood. If you want, I will make you a similar magic weapon, but the effect will not be as good as mine. Because this is a soul magic weapon, it needs to be matched with the soul at a very deep level. But you know, it is difficult for one person to understand another person's soul. Shuya does not have the obsessive-compulsive disorder of pursuing the ultimate, and immediately said, it's better than nothing. She immediately began to look forward to it. How long will it take? About 3 months. This thing is more difficult to make. How many times can it make the soul bigger? I guess 1 or 2,000 times. If it is bigger, it must be matched with the soul deeply, otherwise you will not be able to control it. After all, this thing is essentially a magic weapon. The one made for Shuya cannot be called the Supreme Crown. It should be called Glorious Crown or Queen's Crown. Shuya is already satisfied. Then I will start counting the days and waiting. Since there is a puppet to help handle government affairs, Shuya is also happy to be idle. After confirming that the puppet does have enough ability, she put on ordinary casual clothes, sneaked out of the palace, and followed Rosen to go shopping in the capital. Walking on the street, Shuya stretched herself with great effort, looking very happy. Ah, this is the first time in my life that I can go shopping without any worries. Rosen smiled and said, it just so happens that I just found a relatively powerful void demon in this city. Should we go and play with it? Ah, relatively powerful, how powerful is it? It's a legendary 5 demon. Shuya suddenly felt guilty. Will this work? The legendary level of the void demon is different from that of mortals. Maybe legendary 5 is not high, but it can't stand the opponent's huge size. Although Shuya's soul is now legendary 9.5, she feels that facing such a big demon, she can only protect herself. She knew Rosen could definitely deal with it, but the demon was in the void, and Rosen was a mortal after all. Although his soul was elevated by the magic weapon, his soul could not leave the magic circle, and his actions were definitely not as flexible as the void demon. So, she felt that it should not be a problem to drive it away or even kill it, but teasing it would be too casual and easy to get into trouble. Rosen was extremely perceptive now, and he knew what Shuya was thinking as soon as he heard her words. He smiled and comforted. Of course it can be done. Shuya was still worried. Will Dryden notice it? She was worried that it would alarm Dryden and scare him away. Rosen laughed again. The soul fog in the capital is so thick that he can't see anything. How can he detect it with his asshole? Shuya thought about it, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Well, dear, you are so rude. Why don't you try to say a few swear words, such as the most commonly used folk swear words in the glorious empire, limo ruda. The meaning of this word is probably similar to the Earth's your ancestors. It is very rude. Usually, as long as one person curses, the other person will either rebound on the spot or defend the chastity of his ancestors with his fists. Just listening, Shuya felt very embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed, and she shook her head repeatedly. I won't say it. Then she had another worry. The soul fog is so thick, how can we find this void demon? Don't let him run away. If this demon runs away, there will definitely be citizens who suffer because of it. Rosen was prepared. He took out a hat and handed it to Shuya. Put it on. What is it? The hat of insight can penetrate the soul fog. Shuya put on the hat as she was told and found that it was pretty good looking. It was similar in style to the hat on Rosen's head, and they were a perfect match. This made her like it at once. But she still couldn't stop her surprise. Ah? Can the soul fog be penetrated? Rosen patted the hat on his head and explained half-truthfully. The way to generate soul fog is to release soul fluctuations of multiple frequencies, and then let them continue to spread in space. Then, as long as you find these soul fluctuations of specific frequencies, and use some mathematical methods to eliminate them, you can see the existence behind the fog. Seeing that Julia was still full of curiosity, Rosen immediately made a patch. The principle is very simple, but it is very difficult to implement. It requires an extremely large soul. In fact, this is live fusibility, which requires extremely huge computing power as support. Therefore, only Rosen can see through the fog. Strictly speaking, I shared my vision with you through the inside hat. Did you see it? Shuyan nodded. I saw it, and it was quite clear. I could probably feel a 2-kilometer radius, but it was a little worse than when there was no fog. The fog must still have an impact. Do you see the void demon now? When everyone was blind and could only see 50 meters around, a 2-kilometer radius was enough, but Lai Fu's limit was about 10 kilometers. I saw it. It was in the void in the alley ahead, less than 500 meters away from us. Well, this is really a big demon. It's really big. Julia felt both excited and scared when she faced the void demon for the first time. Her body trembled subconsciously, and one hand couldn't help but tightly grasp the corner of Rosen's clothes. Her cautious personality made her worry again. Honey, if we just stare at him, will it alarm him? She knew that demons were very sensitive. If this big guy charged at them, it would be terrible. Rosen felt that Julia at this moment was like a little girl watching a horror movie for the first time, which was very interesting. He didn't have the habit of teasing little girls. He immediately grabbed Julia's hand and comforted her in a gentle voice. Of course not. The soul fog completely blocked its perception. It can't see us at all. We are very safe. Julia was relieved and felt that this matter was very interesting. Let's go and play with it. Okay. Julia no longer worried and followed Rosen with great interest. Chapter 294. What the hell is this place? After 3 days of wandering in the 11 magic circles corresponding to Metacillin, Sagakar finally couldn't help but curse. The situation here is more complicated than in the moon magic circle, just like a maze. It would be fine if there was no one in the maze, but the maze is full of people. In the thick fog, people appear and disappear, a big guy rushes out at a fast speed, and a spell suddenly explodes around him. Compared with the mortal world 3,000 years ago, this world in front of him can hardly find any similarity. Even though he has been here for 3 days, he still feels very confused. It is precisely because of this that he has not carried out the Master's orders. The Master wants him to spread fear and despair in the mortal world, but he has no idea at all. He is often startled by the sudden appearance of strange things, and has no intention of doing business at all. He also thought about staying away from the mortal world and looking down at it from a higher angle, but the damn fog was too thick. If he was a little away from the magic circle, he couldn't see anything clearly. Only by getting close to the 10th magic circle could he barely figure out a little bit of the situation. At this time, Sagakar was slowly walking in a narrow and remote alley. He liked this place because there wouldn't be a strange thing that ran very fast, exuded a non-life breath, and rushed like a wild bull. Although this strange thing was difficult to cause him harm, it always made him feel very uncomfortable when it rushed towards him and passed through his body. There were few living people in the alley. It took a long time to see one, and sometimes even half an hour without seeing a single figure. This kind of place is quite suitable for creating bad luck. Just find a living person, control his soul, and then let him end his life in a weird way, which is enough to cause a huge wave of panic in the mortal world. More than 3,000 years ago, when he was young and strong and curious about everything, he loved to do this kind of thing. He once asked a person to cut off his legs, and then swallowed them into his stomach bit by bit. He also asked a mortal to grab his stomach with his hands, pull out his intestines, and tie them around his neck, so that he suffocated to death. Or let 2 living people bite each other, eat each other's body into their stomachs bit by bit, and eat until the stomach bursts and dies. But these are not his masterpieces. The most satisfying time for him was to let a group of men and women get lost in the mountains, let them vent to each other, and then suffocate to death in extreme pleasure. After the death of these people, Their expressions were very strange, with both pleasure and pain. In addition, the various inhuman movements they made before death could scare the weak souls of the living people to collapse on the spot. While wandering, Sagakor recalled the past games he played in the mortal world, and gradually he felt like teasing the mortal world. When I meet the next living person, I will think of some new tricks and do some good things. With this in mind, he was looking forward to meeting the next living person as soon as possible. The surrounding fog was very thick, and Sagakor could only sense the situation within a radius of less than 3 meters. Because he was close to the 10th ring, he could vaguely see the situation in the alley. There were high brick walls on both sides, and occasionally a round pole of unknown function could be seen. Floating up along the round pole, he would always encounter a huge lightning force. Occasionally, you can see forks on both sides of the alley, but the forks are wrapped in thick fog, and you can't see where they lead to. Just floating like this, you can't see a single living person. Strange, where are the people? Shouldn't I be in the capital of an empire? Why are there so few living people? He has been floating for more than an hour, and he hasn't seen a single person. It's even quieter than a cemetery, and even quieter than the moon ring. Although there are no living souls in the moon ring, there are many kinds of free souls floating around, and it's unclear whether they are familiar or not. Since demons are living things, they naturally have the most basic instinct of danger. Sagakor felt that this alley was wrong, and it might be hidden in some danger, so it's best to leave immediately. He thought so, and he did so. So, he increased his speed and floated forward. Just floating and floating for more than an hour, and he was still in the alley. Not only is there no living person in this alley, it seems that there is no end. What's going on? Sagakor couldn't figure it out. Maybe I'm going in the wrong direction. I changed direction. There are many forks in the alley, so he found one and continued to float. After floating for more than an hour, he was still in the alley, and at the same time he found something extremely strange. Why does this place look familiar? No, I remember this wall. The windows on the wall are big and the style is very strange. I seem to have passed here several times. Am I lost? Sagakor was still very courageous. At this time, he still didn't think of running, but thought of relying on his own ability to get out of this strange alley. He continued to float. Half an hour later, he returned to the familiar brick wall, and saw the familiar big window. I'm back again? Am I in a maze? Sagakor had no heart, so his heartbeat certainly wouldn't speed up, but he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. I'd better leave this damn place first. He still had a way out, which was to leave the 11 rings and escape into the higher level of the void outside the ring. So, he began to float upwards. There was naturally a thick layer of fog above, and apart from the fog, no reference objects in the mortal world could be seen. Sagakor kept floating, and after an unknown period of time, he actually saw the familiar brick wall and big window again. He was still in the 11 rings, and he didn't even leave the alley. Sagakor began to panic. The fear in his heart was rising, almost overflowing. Why is this happening? Where am I now? Did I accidentally go to hell? There was no answer, only endless thick fog, silent and deserted alleys, and familiar walls and windows. Sagakor's sanity almost disappeared, and he began to rush left and right, jumping up and down like a trapped beast. But no matter which direction he ran, after some effort, he would eventually return to the familiar alley. He had never experienced such a weird thing in his life, and subconsciously sent out soul fluctuations similar to screams, and fled more desperately. He didn't know that behind the big window, Rosen and Zoya were standing side by side, watching the good show of this big devil. Zoya looked at the big devil who kept turning in circles, and almost collapsed, and clearly felt the other party's fear. My dear, your spiral maze is really terrifying. If you continue like this, I guess this big demon will be scared into a madman. Rosen was multitasking. While he was manipulating the maze spell to scare the demon to death, he was observing the surrounding situation and smilingly responded to Zoya. Don't worry, the demon's soul is very tough. He won't go crazy, but he will never forget this in his life. Zoya was stunned. In this life? Don't you plan to kill him? Rosen shook his head. Demons have nothing to do with race. Void life can become demons, and mortals can also become demons. The common reason is that there is no rule to restrain them. Now, we have a way to restrain void life, so this void life can become our servants deployed in the void to protect the mortal world, rather than a demon that harms the mortal world. Zoya listened carefully, many thoughts turned in her mind, and then looked at Rosen with a strange look. My dear, I suddenly feel that you are a little bit different from mortals now. Oh, in what way? Mortal souls are far less powerful than void life. When facing void life, it is impossible to be calm and composed. For example, I still think this big devil is terrible. But you are different. I feel that in your eyes, this unfortunate guy in the alley has become a toy. Rosen carefully experienced it and nodded. You are right. My mentality when facing the devil has indeed changed a lot. But I think my change is not a special case, but has always existed. Shuya thought about it and nodded. It has always existed, but the magnitude of your change this time is relatively large. When mortals encounter demons, it is probably similar to when our ancestors encounter wild beasts. At first, our weak ancestors were hunted by the powerful wild beasts, but when our ancestors mastered the power of fire, bows and arrows, steel, etc., the situation was completely reversed. Now, Rosen has mastered a powerful soul magic weapon, which is essentially the same as the ancestors mastering fire, so the demons have gradually entered the situation of the wild beasts in the past. She was looking forward to the powerful soul weapon more and more. I really don't know what it feels like when the soul is strong. Rosen smiled and said, I can let you experience it now. While talking, he built a soul bridge between him and Shuya, and then asked, Do you feel it? Shuya nodded gently. Suddenly, I felt that I became a giant overlooking the earth, and ordinary mortals became ants under my feet. No, even that big demon is an ant. She fully understood Rosen's change of mentality, so she was worried. Such a great power may make mortals arrogant, so that mortals become demons? Rosen nodded. Of course it will. Just like the captain of the Blackstone battleship. When he boarded the battleship and mastered the great power of the battleship, he became the contemporary god of war. If there is no restriction from the Empire, then this god of war, and the devil of war. It's a synonym. What about you, dear? Will you become a demon? Rosen shook his head, at least not now. He pointed at himself. My body is still mortal. If I leave this mortal body, my soul will dissipate instantly. This means that my mortal body needs the support of the Empire, and I can't leave the magic ring and escape into the void outside the ring. Finally, I also deeply understand that I may have achieved some magic, but I am far from invincible. There are countless secrets in the world that I don't know, and countless powers that can easily destroy me. Shuya listened carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. Dear, I'm glad that you have this wisdom, but to be honest, I think you should be the greatest mortal now. The greatest? No, it's still a long way off. Rosen shook his head with a smile, and the story of the three abysses told by the goddess of life Adela came to his mind. He was sure that there must be countless strong people who were much stronger than him in the three abysses. At this time, Sagakar, who was trapped in the soul maze, finally ran out of strength. He huddled in the corner of the alley, like a helpless kitten cornered by someone. It's almost done. You wait here for me. I go and subdue him. After saying that, he floated out of the window. As soon as he appeared, the demon roared furiously. I knew someone was playing tricks. Die! His body, which was covered with dim red flames, turned into a dim red sharp blade and stabbed towards Rosen fiercely. Rosen was well prepared. He developed the Supreme Crown, and of course, he also developed many soul fighting skills. These soul fighting skills were not invented out of thin air. Some of them came from the demons he had confronted head-on in the void in the past, some of them were knowledge from the high-energy magic laboratory, and some of them came from the what? Facing the dim red sharp blade, he stood still, but Lai Fu condensed a huge soul shield at the fastest speed. A giant shield appeared, blocking the attack of the crimson blade head-on, and at the same time began to deform rapidly, transforming from a giant shield into a spherical soul cage, directly locking Sagakar inside. Sagakar immediately struggled frantically, and the crimson blade shot and collided at high speed in the soul ball. Buzz, buzz, bang, bang. The momentum looked quite terrifying, but it was meaningless. The attack strength of the crimson blade reached Legend 7, but the soul spell focused by Rosen was directly as strong as Legend 19. At the same time, the scale of the demon's soul is about 500 times that of a mortal legend, but Rosen's soul spell directly consumed 5,000 Rosen's strength. It is equivalent to pressing a 1,000-pound iron block on a mortal body with only 100 pounds of strength. No matter how the big demon rushed and collided in the soul ball remained motionless. After struggling for 10 minutes, Sagakar was completely desperate, and his body shrank into a ball, motionless. Rosen asked, surrender or destroy? I surrender. Sagakar chose the latter without hesitation. In this case, Rosen raised his hand and pointed at the soul ball. With a thought, a green force poured into Sagakar's soul. It was the power of the tree branch of life, and it was more delicate and deeper than the power of Dryden. In order to avoid exposing the fact that he had the tree branch of life, Rosen did not dispel Dryden's control power, but left a deeper, more controlling, and more secret soul mark on Sagakur's soul. Just like what he did to Dora and Sisai. At the moment of the mark, Sagakur calmed down, lying in the soul ball, calling himself the master. Rosen nodded, raised his hand and pointed at the demon, and through the hidden soul mark, gave it the vision to penetrate the soul fog. From now on, you are my Void General. The first thing you have to do is to help me find Dryden's other minions. Chapter 295. The foggy Medacillin, East Suburb. Plop. 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 In an inconspicuous hotel room, 3 guests fell to the ground. After a while, a team of shadow guards entered the room, stripped the 3 unconscious guests of their clothes, searched them from head to toe, and searched the room carefully. Soon, a lot of strange magic tools were found. After that, Rosen walked into the room and spent 3 minutes casting a soul imprisonment spell with a strength of 19 and a scale of 10,000 Rosens on the 3 unlucky guys. The 3 unlucky guys were just ordinary legendary strongmen, with a soul scale of less than 10 Rosens at most. When they encountered such a powerful imprisonment force, they had no chance of escape. It's safe. Joyal walked in, followed by Jadea. Jadea ordered her shadow guards. Throw them all into the dungeon and keep them well. Don't let them die or run away. After the shadow guards took the 3 unlucky guys away, Jadea asked excitedly, Brother-in-law, are there any more? Rosen was using the magician's hand to check the magic weapons these guys carried. There is another team, but this team is hiding very well. My Void General has not found them yet. Joya stood by and looked at the spoils, with some fear on her face. I didn't expect that Dryden would hire so many legendary mortal mercenaries. These mercenaries are very good at hiding, and they all have very powerful spells. If they are not found in advance, they really cooperate with Dryden to attack at the wedding, and it is possible that something big will happen. Rosen has checked the magic weapons, and has almost figured out the functions of these magic weapons. They are all unconventional and definitely not very strong. It is a sharp weapon for sneak attacks and assassinations, but it is almost useless in frontal battles. This is understandable. Mercenaries are tasked with assassinating the Emperor. There is no point in direct confrontation. Only sneak attacks have a chance of success. The effects of these magic weapons are mysterious and insidious. Many of them are terribly poisonous. Be careful when studying them. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Shadow guards are the most experienced in this matter. Rosen said to Joya again, Let's go, let's continue shopping, and find the last team of mercenaries by the way. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. But because of the large-scale construction of the lightning network, Medacillin has added a large number of electrical equipment. Street lights were even set up on both sides of many main roads. As a result, Medacillin, which was originally known as the city that never sleeps, is completely worthy of its name. Even at this time in the suburbs, the streets are very bright, and there are still many pedestrians shopping on the road, and many of them are young lovers talking about love. Walking on such a street, there is quite a romantic mood. Joya found it very interesting. After walking around with Rosen for a while, she remembered the Queen's duties. This team of mercenaries is really good at hiding. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and the curfew was about to start. They had the huge advantage of having a vision in the void, and there was a big demon in the void to help find people, but they still couldn't find this group of rats. Rosen's face showed a trace of solemnity. It's true that they can hide, and they are deliberately hiding from us, as if they can always find out our location. Ah? Joya was slightly surprised by Rosen's expression, because they caught hundreds of rats in the afternoon, and Rosen had always been joking. Do they have void vision? Rosen nodded. Sagakur has found some traces they left behind. From the current situation, this team has 5 people. At least one of them has a void vision that is not inferior to ours. But this person should not be the captain of this mercenary team, because he is taking an indirect influence to change the direction of this team. Only half of this information was discovered by Sagakur, and the other half was discovered by Lai Fu. With the support of a huge soul, Lai Fu's detection sensitivity has reached an incredible level. What should we do? We have to speed up, and use flying to get there. If we are lucky, we may be able to attract Deruitan who is hidden in the void. As he spoke, he flew into the sky, and Joya immediately followed. She was not idle either, and immediately marked the friendly spell marks for herself and Rosen. In this way, they can get the cooperation of the city's defense forces. On the contrary, this team of hidden mercenaries cannot reveal any spells, so their movement speed will be much slower than the 2. Immediately afterwards, Rosen expanded the range of the void vision from the initial radius of 2 kilometers to the maximum of 10 kilometers. This expansion speed was very fast, obviously far beyond the opponent's reaction. Rosen immediately discovered the existence of the target. See it, 7 kilometers east by north. Shuya did not find anything unusual. Is there? 5 people, driving a lightning car. The speed is quite fast, but not as fast as our flying speed. Rosen immediately flew towards the fleeing lightning car. They are escaping the range of the phase confinement array, and they obviously want to abandon the mission and run away. Shuya followed Rosen. Then let's just drive them away, there's no need to risk fighting them. This is the safest way. But Rosen was very curious about the fact that the other party had a void vision. Of course, it would be best to do so under normal circumstances, but I feel that there is a very valuable good thing hidden in this mercenary team. Shuya, contact Judea and ask her to send shadow guards to intercept the lightning car in front. But be careful, and don't rush up yourself. Okay. Shuya took out the lightning communicator and started to contact. At this moment, elite shadow guards were distributed everywhere in the entire Metasiren. Soon after the news came out, the shadow guards within 5 kilometers around the target lightning car immediately responded at high speed. A full 2,000 shadow guards formed an airtight encirclement, completely blocking the escape route of the lightning car. If you want to escape, you have to fight head-on. Rosen and Shuya used the void vision to closely observe the opponent. Shuya kept informing the shadow guard of the specific location and movement of the target, while Rosen mobilized Lai Fu's maximum computing power to carefully analyze the power of the 5 targets. The 5 people were very well hidden, and their souls and mana were almost leaking out. Even if the great gods came, they would probably not be able to find them. But Lai Fu was an exception. His detection ability was so sharp that it far exceeded all life in the world. And this was as it should be, because life ability was limited. And Lai Fu was not considered life, it was a powerful soul tool to expand life ability. Just like the eyes of life, they can't see as far as an astronomical telescope. The ears of life can't compare to sonar. Soon, the investigation had preliminary results. 5 people, the strongest one has a soul of Legend 11, the remaining 4 are Legend 7, Legend 6, Legend 4, etc., and there is one that is a bit strange. Shuya immediately asked, how strange? Strange, I can't see this person's soul, it's like an elemental shell that can move, but it has very, very huge mana. The mana strength is not high, about Legend 8, but the scale is about 5,000 Rosens, far beyond the scale of ordinary mortal legendary strongmen. At first glance, it looks a bit like a puppet substitute, but its mana does not have the stiff mechanical feeling of a puppet at all, but is full of vitality, showing characteristics similar to the soul. There is mana but no soul. No, it seems that mana is used to replace the soul? Is this okay? In the eyes of low-level mages, soul and mana are exactly the same power, but in the eyes of high-level, and even legendary strongmen, these two are completely different things. Just like liquid water and water vapor are both water, but life can only be made of liquid water, not water vapor. Just as he was wondering, another change occurred. Oh no, he found me, and is casting a spell on me. At this moment, the two sides were 4 kilometers apart, far beyond the attack range of ordinary spells. But legendary spells, especially legendary soul spells, have a feature that visible means reachable. That is to say, as long as you can sense the existence of the other party, you can attack the other party's soul. In a sense, the upper limit of the legendary wizard's attack range depends on the upper limit of his perception range. The strange soulless mage could obviously sense Rosen, so Rosen naturally did not dare to underestimate him. At this time, he could definitely fight back. With the speed of Lai Fu's Heart of the God of War, he could definitely come first after attacking. But just when Heart of the God of War mobilized its power to fight back, Rosen adjusted its strategy. Execute the strongest passive defense strategy. The reason is very simple, because he saw Daruitan in the void. This guy was hiding in the void, and was thinking that he was stealthily moving towards him. Little did he know that Rosen could see everything clearly. Want to sneak attack me? Then I will pretend not to know, and sell you a flaw. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Rosen fell to the ground at the first time. At the same time, Lai Fu also faithfully executed the strongest passive defense strategy. That is, mobilize power to build a shield of the ultimate scale, and strength on Rosen's body and soul. At the moment when Rosen's feet touched the ground, the attack of the soulless mage arrived. He landed in a square next to a fountain, with a flat stone floor. But after he landed, his feet felt nothing, as if he was stepping on air. Then, he felt the light around him dim rapidly, turning dark, as if he had fallen into thick ink. At the same time, he found that he could not feel the existence of his body. Rosen was familiar with this feeling. Was it a soul attack similar to the dream realm? In another moment, he heard a loud bang in his ears, and a bright lightning flashed through the thick darkness and struck him directly. No, not on the body, but on the soul. The opponent has no soul, but uses soul spells. At this moment, Rosen's soul is covered with a soul shield of 10,000 Rosens and legendary strength 19. Facing this soul attack, he felt his mind shake slightly. It felt like driving a lightning car over a stone, nothing big. Snap, snap, snap. The bright lightning struck one after another, and within 1 second, it struck 36 times. Rosen also felt his soul shaken 36 times. Lai Fu sent a message. Encountering a soul attack, the soul shield was slightly damaged, consuming about 300 Rosen strength. This information surprised Rosen slightly. This attack is quite fierce. If I were an ordinary mortal legend, this would be enough to break my soul countless times. It has never been his temper to not fight back when being beaten. Although the current situation is a bit weird, he can't feel the opponent's position, but strength will never come out of thin air. Since this soul lightning can strike him, Rosen can naturally follow the lightning to find the position of the caster. Well, you actually use ghost resonance to transmit power, which is really cautious, but I have also studied ghost resonance. With a thought, he instantly condensed 1,000 Rosen soul power and condensed it into soul blast. Following the path of the lightning, he poured this power all over. As soon as the power was poured over, the thick ink dissipated, and Rosen felt the existence of his body again. He was standing firmly on the ground. After the soul and body were reconnected, the little soul power that had just been lost was instantly replenished. The entire confrontation process was secretive and swift, lasting less than 5 seconds. He checked the target's situation again. He found that the lightning car the target was riding in had overturned on the ground. Of the 5 people in the car, the souls of 4 of them had collapsed, and it was obvious that they were finished. The remaining strange existence had a mana scale that was about 50% weaker than before, but it was still moving. Soon, Rosen deduced the previous battle process through the traces of the battle. This soulless mage himself has no soul, so my soul attack cannot directly cause damage to him. But the huge soul power must be released, otherwise once it decays into mana, he will be completely finished. So, the released soul power caused the 4 companions to suffer, but he himself saved his life. At this time, the strange soulless mage appeared with the power of phase transfer. He was able to run away. Can't let him run away. Rosen thought. Infinite phase transfer started, and his body arrived 50 meters away from the overturned lightning car in an instant, and then an enhanced phase confinement array was cast. Immediately afterwards, he cast a fierce mind shock spell on the man, and the spell scale reached 300 Rosen. It could have been stronger, but Rosen was worried about killing the other party. After 2 spells, the other party's phase transfer was interrupted, and his body shook violently, and he fell in the car and didn't move. But he could still feel his breathing and heartbeat, which meant that he was still alive. Even at this time, Rosen still couldn't feel the soul of this person, as if he was just an empty mana shell. He became more and more curious. Where did this guy come from? He was ready to go forward to check it out, but before he could act, a voice with joy in the coldness rang in his mind. Aha, I finally caught you. Draytan finally arrived. Rosen was also happy. I've been waiting for you. A powerful god close to Legend 13, his attack speed far exceeds that of mortals, and Rosen himself has no time to make any response. Therefore, he had already delegated the relevant combat authority to Lai Fu. Lai Fu's Heart of the God of War has also been preparing. Its reaction speed is faster than Draytan. The defense is enough, and the Soul Giant shield just activated has been maintained, which is enough to resist Draytan's attack. So, Lai Fu divided a full 20 lines of operation. In a very short time, he condensed 20 Soul Oath swords with a scale of 500 Rosens and a strength of Legend 19. Because it is a parallel operation and the scale of the spell is small, the speed is extremely fast. At the same time, the Heart of the God of War used the Ghost Resonance Staff to quickly absorb a large amount of legendary mana from the Endless Crystal Array, and used the Conversion Array to convert this mana into pure soul power to replenish the soul power consumption of the main body. When Lai Fu finished these actions, Draytan's attack followed. Because Rosen's soul was hidden inside the magic ring, and the soul fog was so thick, Draytan could hardly see the specific situation inside the magic ring. The only thing he could see clearly was the power connection point between Rosen and the 11 magic rings. If you keep hiding in the magic ring, I may not be able to kill you. But you actually connected the 11 magic rings without knowing the consequences. If you don't die, who will die. Because he can directly attack Rosen's soul through this connection point. He thought so, and did so. In the 11th ring, his attack was a thick and strong spiritual lightning, with the intensity focused to Legend 17, and the scale was about 500 Rosen. This spell was not large in scale, but it was already too heavy for mortals to bear. The advantage of small-scale spells is that they can be activated quickly. After a hit, he fled into the void, and waited for the mortal world to fall into chaos and civil war. Druden was secretly proud in his heart. I made such a sudden sneak attack, with such a fast attack speed, I don't see how you can stop me. The next moment, something changed suddenly. On the wall of the 10th ring, 20 lightsabers suddenly pierced. The speed was even faster than Druden, so that he had no time to dodge. Chi. The lightsaber was also extremely sharp, and it penetrated Druden's body in one go, poking him into a hedgehog. The next moment, Druden's spiritual lightning struck Rosen's soul fiercely. Then, nothing changed. Rosen's soul still existed, and the soul lightsaber he activated was still poking into Druden's body, and quickly turned into runes, wreaking havoc in his body. In the void, a human face appeared in the deep blue light group representing Druden, with a look of astonishment on his face. How could it be like this? This was completely different from what he expected. On the other side, the moment Rosen hit Druden's soul, he immediately felt something was wrong. This is not the body of a void life, this is a puppet substitute. He stabbed the Soul Covenant sword into the body of a void life several times, and he knew very well what it felt like. Lifu, jump and kill. Rosen himself is proficient in puppet substitutes, so how could he not be on guard against his opponent using this trick? The so-called jump and kill is a newly developed combat soul spell. It is to use the residual soul on the substitute as a pedal for ghost resonance, and directly infuse the power into the main soul behind the control. At this time, the consumed soul power has been replenished into the soul. Taking advantage of the moment when Druden was stunned, the heart of the god of war condensed as much soul power as possible, violently infused it into the puppet substitute, and used it as a springboard to project it into the distant void. Almost instantly Druden, who was sitting under the ancient pocket tree far above the moon magic ring, suddenly opened his eyes, and immediately covered his forehead. His body could not control, and fell forward to the ground, lying on the ground and shaking violently. As soon as he felt something was wrong, he immediately disconnected the soul connection with the substitute, but it was still a step too late. A small amount of extremely concentrated power entered his soul. He lay on the ground, and trembled violently for half an hour before he gradually regained his composure. When he sat up again, the rune light and shadows around Druden were obviously much dimmer, and the blue light emanating from his body was a little unstable. There was a deep shock in his eyes. I actually lost. If he hadn't used a substitute, if the moon ring was not far enough away from the plane ring, causing the power of the opponent's last soul spell to greatly decline, he might have died by now. Although he didn't die at this moment, he was seriously injured. When he thought about it for a while, his soul would feel a sharp pain. I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 years for him to recover. He couldn't figure it out. Why did I lose? What means did he, a mortal, use? I couldn't figure it out. I really couldn't figure it out. I had no clue at all. But there was one thing that was beyond doubt. The road of void assassination could not be taken, otherwise he would really die. Chapter 296. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In a dimly lit room, Rosen sat beside a grindstone, concentrating on sharpening a hardened Krypton gold dagger. 5 meters to the right of his body, there stood a large rune rack, on which a young woman was tied. The woman was naked, and her forehead, neck, wrists, waist, thighs, and ankles were all covered with a layer of imprisonment chains connected by mana runes, in the shape of a large character, firmly fixed on the rack. Although she had a beautiful face and a graceful figure, Rosen did not look at her at all, but only focused on sharpening the Krypton gold dagger. My dagger is not only sharp, but also very delicate, and its ability to break spells is almost perfect. It can ignore the shielding of mana and accurately make you experience the greatest degree of pain. But I don't like to torture, so I hope you can take the initiative to tell me your origins. The woman on the rack did not feel the slightest fear, but a faint smile appeared on her face. Go ahead and torture me. It's just a life. But remember, no matter how you torture me today, someone will tie you to the rack in the future and torture you in the same way. Her expression was calm, her tone was calm, as if she had seen through life and death, and was a saint who had completely awakened. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. There is almost no way to pry open her mouth. Usually, if you catch this kind of person, the only way to deal with it is to kill her quietly. But Rosen was very interested in the magic used by this woman, and was very curious about her origins. Even if he had to kill her in the end, he would kill her after trying every possible way to no avail. He was still concentrating on sharpening the knife. So your goal is to kill me. And Deruitan's mercenary mission just happened to coincide with your goal. Even if there is no mission, you will find a way to kill me, right? The woman closed her eyes and said nothing, looking like she was letting herself be dealt with. Rosen was not disappointed, and continued, "You come from the abyss, right?" The woman still didn't speak, but her body tensed slightly. The amplitude was very small. Rosen didn't see it, but of course it didn't escape Lai Fu's observation. "This is enough to show that he guessed right." He continued, "I heard that there are 3 abysses in this world. Their former names were Endless Power, Eternal Life, and Glory. Which one are you from?" There was no reaction, but Rosen didn't need her to take the initiative to respond. Her body's instinctive stress response was enough. Lai Fu's observation showed that after the names of the 3 abysses appeared one after another, their reaction to the word glory was slightly unique. So he tried again. Endless power? Eternal life? Glorious glory? The result was still the same, so Rosen confirmed, "I see, you come from glorious glory." The woman finally couldn't hold it anymore. "Wrong, I come from endless power." "You are lying." Rosen's voice was calmer than boiled water. He continued to sharpen the knife and continued, "Glorious glory is a beautiful name that has disappeared, and now more people like to call it a nightmare place." The above information was obtained bit by Rosen using the power of the country, and according to the clues provided by Adela. In addition, the Starry Sky Observation Bureau has also calculated the approximate orbits of the 3 abysses based on the observation results. Why is it calculated? Because the 3 abysses are almost completely invisible in light, magic power, and even magic rings. Ordinary sky survey mirrors cannot see them at all. In other words, the abyss hardly exchanges information with the outside world and exists almost completely independently, except for the effect of gravity. By using the tiny disturbances caused by its gravity on the operation of other planes, the observation wizard was able to calculate the approximate orbits of the 3 abysses. However, that's all we know for now, and if we say more, we will be exposed. But this information successfully pried open the woman's mouth. She opened her eyes and stared at Rosen with a pair of strange dark golden eyes. "How did you know these things?" Rosen smiled. "I won't tell you." Although the news about the abyss has been said, it doesn't mean that he can't continue to get the woman's secrets. I have carefully examined your body and found that there is indeed no soul, but your magic power is organized in a very strange way that does not even conform to the basic rules of magic. There is a mysterious force that is restraining the magic power in your body. I guess you should be an elemental projection of someone in the abyss. This restraining power should come from your projection body, right? Without the other party's answer, Rosen has confirmed this from the stress response. He continued, "According to my research, the magic of projection is very wonderful. No matter how you project, you can only obtain a part of the structure of the body. And after the projection is successful, the projector is a relatively independent existence, and there is almost no connection between it and the body. But every life is an extremely complex polyhedron. So, a great demon may be projected into a saint. A great monarch, when his cowardice is projected, will become a coward. I can roughly guess that, apart from the belief that you want to kill me, and some necessary magic power and common sense of the world, you may not know more about the abyss than I do." The subconscious stress reaction told Rosen that he guessed right again. The same reaction also told Rosen that there was a crack in the other party's defense. He immediately seized the opportunity. "Then, tell me your name, assassin." "Lily." Rosen raised his hand to scoop up some clean water and clean the sharpening powder on the dagger. "Then, Miss Lily, I have to tell you a bad news. I found that the mysterious power in your body used to restrain the magic power also has a countdown function. As time goes by, the power will gradually dissipate. After about half a year, the power will completely dissipate, and your magic power will be lost instantly after losing its restraint. And your life will end. So, your essence is just a killing tool created by a certain existence in the abyss." "I know," Lily said. "As a tool, assassinating you is the meaning of my life." Rosen chuckled. "Hatred without reason is like a house without a foundation. It is difficult to last. You and I are complete strangers, and your assassination is meaningless." Lily laughed coldly. "Not everything in the world needs meaning. As long as I know what I want to do, it is enough." "You're right." Rosen nodded in agreement. "This mysterious power is the shackles that control you. If someone can help you unlock these shackles, don't you want to continue living?" A trace of misery appeared on Lily's always cold face. "My original body is projected to be an irresistible great existence. Her will is the meaning of my existence, and my personal thoughts are not important at all. Rosen immediately said, but I have a way to free you from the shackles and let your life continue. Lily frowned. I don't believe that my original body is irresistible. Rosen interrupted her. Your thought is another shackle that your original body has deeply rooted in your soul. The purpose is to prevent you from betraying, not the existence of facts. Because logically speaking, if your original body is really irresistible, then she should come to assassinate me personally, and I will definitely not have the power to fight back. But this is not the case, so your original body may be a strong person, but it is still a long way from being irresistible. I think she is most likely not even able to leave the abyss. Lily's face showed an expression of collapsed belief, and her fluctuating mana also showed that her emotions were in a state of agitation. Rosen did not urge her, but waited patiently. About 10 minutes later, Lily calmed down a little. What is your purpose in saving me? I want to study this projection technique in depth, and you are obviously an excellent sample. In the process, I will try my best to save your life, and find a way to give you a complete soul, so that you can completely break free from the control of the projection body and become a truly independent individual. Studying projection? Do you also want to create loyal and miserable puppets? As she spoke, the female assassin had a hint of sarcasm on her face. Rosen shook his head. No, I have no interest in creating a real puppet. As the Emperor of the Empire, I have countless loyal warriors. I don't need to use this inefficient and unreliable spell to get assistance. Without waiting for Lily to ask, he continued, I am very interested in all unknown spells, and I also have a better way to use elemental projection. But I'm sorry, I can't tell you what it is. In his opinion, since elemental projection can project complex life, it must be able to project simple magic creations. This is a brand new and very powerful manufacturing spell. So, he is very interested in elemental projection and attaches great importance to it. Lily naturally didn't know what Rosen was thinking. She was silent for a long time. You said you wanted me to stay alive. Aren't you afraid that I will continue to execute the assassination order of the original body? Rosen shook his head. Obviously, your original body greatly underestimated my power, resulting in the power she gave you being greatly insufficient. Even if you insist on assassinating me, it is far from threatening my life. Just like a rabbit can hardly threaten the life of a lion no matter how hard it tries. Lily sneered disdainfully. You are so confident. If you can really recast my soul for me, then you are not a mortal, but a true god. Rosen was too lazy to talk too much, so he stood up and walked to Lily's side, and put the polished and hardened Krypton gold dagger against the chest of the elemental projection. I am not a very patient person, and I don't like to listen to nonsense. Either you nod to agree to the deal, or you shake your head to refuse. Lily looked down at the sharp blade, knowing that if she shook her head, the other party would end her life. She certainly didn't want to die, nor did she want to continue to execute this assassination order that had no logical support, so after a few minutes of silence, she nodded and agreed. I choose the deal. A very wise choice. Rosen's dagger gently moved Lily's body a few times, breaking most of the confinement runes that bound her body, leaving only a circle of runes on her neck. He threw a set of exquisite dresses over. Put it on, and then you will be my lab assistant. Lily did as she was told, and said while putting on her clothes, I still have a very strong belief in my mind, which is to assassinate you, and reason tells me that the assassination is unlikely to succeed. But if you show enough loopholes in front of me, then my reason may not be able to resist the push of this belief. I understand, but believe me, I will soon eliminate this belief. I don't think you can do it. Let's wait and see. Using the branches of life, as long as he wants, he can change the microscopic structure of anyone's body. And for an elemental life, any firm belief must correspond to a stable elemental structure. As long as you find this elemental structure and eliminate it, the belief will dissipate. Of course, for mortals, this is extremely difficult, almost an impossible task. Because the brain structure is extremely complex, trying to find a set of connections that represent a specific meaning among a vast sea of neural connections, like an endless sea of stars, is like looking for a needle in a haystack, which is enough to exhaust a mortal's life. But this kind of tedious and repetitive tasks is Lai Fu's strong point, so as long as Rosen wants to, and is willing to invest computing power and time, he can really find the element entity corresponding to the belief. Of course, this is very costly and requires the other party to actively cooperate, so he will patiently persuade them to surrender. Soon, Lily put on her dress. The dress is made of azure silk, simple but exquisite. After putting it on, the female assassin becomes a young and beautiful college girl. It can be seen that she is very satisfied with the new clothes. My original body wants me to know as little as possible, but it is difficult to control the projection perfectly, and it will always leak some information that should not be projected. Rosen nodded to show his understanding. It is just as I expected. So what information did she leak? There are three. First, the three abyss planes have the same ancestor, which is the result of the continuous expansion of the same civilization, and eternal life is the birthplace. Ironically, the eternal life that once existed is now called the death abyss, which is also the most terrifying abyss. Second, the former glory is now the nightmare abyss, and there is an extremely terrifying master named Antawanji, also known as the nightmare ancestor. Third, the reason why the abyss is closed is that the greatest generation of ancestors arranged a crisis non-spreading strategy at their greatest moment. The first two are okay, the third one is a bit strange, but Rosen understood it at once. So, the beings in the abyss try their best to regain their freedom. Lily nodded. Logically speaking, it should be like this. Rosen sighed. Interesting. After the two came out of the torture room, Julia, who was waiting for news, came up and asked with concern, "Did you find out anything?" Rosen nodded. "I found out some strange information, but not much. I will tell you in detail later." He said, "By the way, this time Druden was seriously injured. I am afraid he has no time to care about the Elven Empire in the mortal world, so we can take this opportunity to increase the attack on the Dragon Islands." Zoya smiled and said, "I am also preparing to do so." She saw Lily, who followed her out again, and was immediately puzzled. What is going on? This time Rosen did not hide it, and explained it briefly in the secret language of the mind, and finally said, "For unknown reasons, I was targeted by someone." If what Adela said was true, then he could roughly understand the reason for the assassination, which was to curb the advancement of the new civilization. Of course, it is also possible that the information given by Adela was wrong. Then he would not understand the reason for the assassination at all. After all, he is the emperor of a country, and his behavior is quite erratic, and there must be countless people who want to assassinate him. All he could do was to try his best to improve his own strength. He asked back, "Did you get any news from other legendary mercenaries?" Shuyan nodded. "Most of it is not important. But there is a piece of news that is not very relevant to us, but it is very shocking." She handed a transcript to Rosen. It is about Nawat. Nawat was divided into 3 countries. The Glory Republic established by the original Sasmar faction began to prepare to reunify Nawat. They used all means, and did many things that lost their bottom line, pushing the Sky Republic and the Sant Empire together, forming an extremely fierce confrontation. Under this situation, the Glory Republic completely abandoned the Nawat tradition, and began to openly cooperate with the Void Life. Rosen sighed lightly. "I didn't expect that the Glory Republic finally abandoned glory. I'm afraid that we will receive a letter for help from the Sky Republic soon." The Glory Republic is very similar to the military empire of another world, full of aggression, and will do anything to achieve its goals. Based on his understanding of the Sky Republic and the Sant Empire, even if the two put aside their prejudices and cooperated closely, they would most likely not be the former's opponent. Shuya whispered, "If you ask for help, will you help?" "Of course I will help." Rosen nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course." The battle between mortals and gods and demons is essentially the opposition between mortals and the abyss. If Nawat completely falls into the hunting ground of gods and demons, the next one will definitely be their plane. Since there must be a battle with the abyss, it is best to set up the battlefield outside the door. However, this does not affect our wedding. Chapter 297. The Nightless Palace. The Glorious Temple. The temple has a new throne, which has been widened a lot, from a single seat to a double seat. On the throne, Rosen and Juya sat side by side. In the hall under the throne, the nobles and ministers of the glorious empire stood together. The royal ceremonial officer said loudly, "The 2 saints are here," and the mortals kneeled down to worship. So, a group of the upper elites of the glorious empire, who were wearing dark gold or bright red, bowed down to the emperor. On the throne, Rosen looked down at the nobles and ministers of the glorious empire, who were kneeling below, and clearly felt their many emotions. Reluctant, but helpless. He laughed in his heart. Most of the nobles are a group of capricious and soft-boned cowards, who only care about their mothers. He despised the noble class of blood inheritance the most. Perhaps some special cases with outstanding abilities will be born among them. But as a class, this is a group of social parasites, who can't do big things, but have the ability to do bad things. When he completely grasps the situation of the glorious empire, the first thing he will do is to drive the nobles of the glorious empire out of the core of the country. Of course, the time is not yet ripe. Soon, the noble ministers perform 3 kneeling ceremonies. From this moment on, Rosen is both the emperor of the natural empire and the husband of the glorious queen. If you don't consider the detail that the glorious queen is the mortal incarnation of the Lord of Gloriousness, this matter is not particularly outrageous. In the aristocratic era, marriages like this occasionally occurred, so there are many mature precedents to follow. For example, Rosen and the queen's children will only have the right to inherit the throne of the glorious empire, while Rosen and Ziggerlana's children will only inherit the throne of the natural kingdom. For another example, although the leaders of the two empires became husband and wife, they still represented the interests of their respective empires. The two empires were still relatively independent, and could not interfere in each other's internal affairs. Of course, the relationship between the two countries naturally entered a honeymoon period, and they would cooperate more closely and deeply in politics, economy, and military. After the ministers paid homage, there was still a lot of red tape to be carried out. But Rosen and Joyal were already tired of it. So Rosen made a substitute puppet for both of them to perform the cumbersome and boring etiquette on their behalf, and then they stayed in the bedroom of the Nevernight Palace to enjoy the legal sweet time of the newlyweds. After a fierce exchange, the two leaned side by side on the big bed, letting the maids help them clean up the mess after the storm. "Dear, can you tell me the secret of boiling water now?" Joyal has been thinking about this. For the sake of confidentiality, she asked in a more secret soul language. Rosen also answered in soul whisper, "Of course." He adjusted his posture and let the young and beautiful maid wipe his magic gun with a soft white cloth. The academic expression of this matter is called basic element aggregation. Joyal was stunned when she heard it. After thinking carefully, she finally figured it out, and her face suddenly changed. What will happen after the basic elements are aggregated? Rosen smiled slightly. "Dear, I can tell you everything, but this is the highest achievement of my country's magic. So you have to pay a huge price." "Well, what do you want?" "The two empires must be completely merged into one, unified into a mortal country." Joyal was not surprised at all by this. She and Rosen have been together for a long time, and Rosen did not hide his intentions. With her intelligence, she naturally guessed his ambitions early on. She looked at Rosen with a smile, not saying anything. "It doesn't count if I say it alone. Besides, even if the empire is unified, who will be the next emperor of the empire? Our child, or yours and Ziggerlana's child?" Rosen had already thought about it. The next term, don't build an empire. Just open a national parliament, reorganize it into a republic, and let the talented and powerful mortals jointly govern this country. Joyal immediately felt unreliable. Then this country will definitely split rapidly like no what. Rosen naturally knew this. If there is no external enemy, of course it will split. But there is, and the enemy is very terrible. After that, without waiting for Joyal to ask, Rosen carefully told Joyal about the abyss, and finally said, "If you want to continue to move forward, you will face the full force of the abyss. To be honest, I am not sure that I can resist this group of powerful enemies relying on the natural empire alone, even with the glorious empire. If possible, I even hope to add the elf empire, and integrate the resources of the entire plane to build a truly great plane civilization. Even the power of one plane is not enough. It is necessary to connect several planes, and connect all the powers that can be connected to defeat the powerful enemy." Joyal didn't expect that there was such a terrible secret hidden in the depths of the plane world. She originally thought that Rosen was ambitious, and she was thinking about how to restrain her husband's ambition. Now, she found that she was wrong, extremely wrong. Her husband did not have narrow personal ambitions, but grand ambitions to change the world. She asked in a serious tone, "Are you sure this is true?" Rosen also answered in a serious tone, "I am sure that the abyss really exists, and I even know its exact trajectory. I am also sure that the void gods and demons came from the abyss. But I don't know what the inside of the abyss looks like. I also know that there was indeed a lost great plane that was once extremely glorious, but it was reduced to ruins in a very short time in the flames of war. I think that at least half of the reason why this plane was lost is due to the abyss. Now, if we want to build a higher civilization, we may face the same challenge." Joyal exhaled lightly and said seriously, "Well, if this is the case, then we really have to find a way to integrate the power of the entire plane world. But I am still very curious about how strong the power of the aggregation of basic elements is, so strong that it can be called great." Rosen could feel that Joyal was speaking from the heart. In other words, as long as he completely convinced this smart new wife, she would sincerely help him unify the natural empire and the glorious empire. So, he smiled slightly, waved his hand to let the maid leave the room, and then set up a powerful magic barrier to completely isolate the inside and outside of the palace. Then he said a short sentence, It is the source of the power of the sun. Julia was shocked and speechless. After a long time, she swallowed hard and made a gurgling sound. So, the natural empire has mastered the power of the sun? That's right. How much does it cost for you to get 1 cent of lightning now? We generally don't calculate the price of 1 cent of lightning separately now. We usually calculate it together with 10,000 sen. The price is 400 kale, that is 0.04 kale per sen. But this is the current price, it will be cheaper in the future. Julia couldn't help but slap her forehead. So you sell lightning to us at the price of 0.1 kale, and you can actually make money? That's right. The Holy Elf Empire is actually not a threat at all. If it's just elves, it's not a threat, but gods and demons come from the abyss. Before creating a truly powerful solar weapon, you must keep a low profile. Really powerful solar weapon? Rosen nodded. We are currently exploring, and no one knows what it will look like in the end, but it will definitely be far beyond the power of this era. Julia nodded slowly. The power of the sun can certainly far exceed this era. She curled up in Rosen's strong arms, like a wife relying on her husband, and the last thought of competing with Rosen in her heart disappeared. Her mind was full of one idea, which was how to help her husband and unify the plain power to fight against the abyss. After that, Rosen stayed in the Nevernight Palace for more than a month. Not only was it a honeymoon for the newlyweds, but it also laid many hidden pieces for the subsequent merger of the two empires. With Julia's cooperation, things went very smoothly. More than a month later, Rosen returned to the capital of the natural empire, Mondania, and continued to be his natural emperor in a low-key manner, coordinating and planning various large-scale construction projects in the natural empire. At the same time, he also studied the secrets of the magic of the projection body Lily. Such peaceful days lasted for about half a year. On this day, Rosen was debugging the newly built experimental equipment in the underground laboratory, and was about to start a new day of projection experiments, when he suddenly received a letter from the what? To be more precise, it was a letter from the Republic of Sky, and the sender was none other than Master Naya. The letter said, Your Majesty Rosen, thank you very much for your help to Nawat in recent years, but this time, I have to be thick-skinned and ask for your help again. The specific information is very sensitive, so it is not convenient for me to say it in the message. I hope you can open the phase transfer array in half an hour, and let me come to meet with you. Naya is going to come, so Rosen will certainly not refuse. He immediately replied, I will send you the latest secret key of the transfer array. About half an hour later, the underground phase transfer array was slightly illuminated. Then Naya, wearing a simple cotton work skirt, appeared in the array. Compared to the last time, she looked much more haggard, and her face was full of fatigue, revealing a feeling of exhaustion. Rosen hurriedly came forward, supported her body, and infused her with pure faith power. Master Naya, why do you make yourself so tired? Naya sighed lightly. After I left last time, many things happened in Nawat, and countless changes have taken place. We have become much stronger in fighting against demons, but we ourselves are so intoxicated with the new powerful power that we have become more and more arrogant and lose more and more respect for gods and demons. I even feel that many mages in Nawat are rapidly degenerating into more terrible human demons. Rosen had been paying attention to Nawat's situation, so he naturally understood the deep meaning of her words. He helped Naya walk towards his lounge in the underground laboratory. No matter how bad the external environment is, you must pay attention to your body. If your body collapses, you can't do anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that Naya's emotions became a little excited, and a trace of mist appeared in her crystal blue eyes. Thank you very much for your comfort, but the situation is too bad. Our Sky Republic has been forced to the edge of the cliff. Rosen had taken Naya to the underground lounge, helped her sit down, and poured her a glass of her favorite strawberry wine. What happened? Naya sighed deeply, looking miserable. The Republic of Glory became the Kingdom of Glory. Sasmar became a saint of Atumen, the Lord of the Sun. At the same time, the Emperor of the Sant Empire, Glier, Sant, also became a saint of the Sun. Naturally, the Sant Empire was also renamed the Holy Sant Empire. Our Sky Republic has become the only mortal kingdom in Nawat. Chapter 298. Underground Lounge. Rosen and Naya sat opposite each other, quietly listening to her narrating the detailed changes that had taken place in the Nawat Plain in recent years. There were originally two factions in the Guardian Council, one Republican and one aristocratic. The Republican faction was fine at the beginning, but as the aristocratic faction continued to decline, it split into two groups because of different ideas. The death of the demon pleasure mistress made all of us feel relieved, and we thought that the nightmare was finally over. The parliamentarians have different ideas, and the country is so big. Instead of quarreling in the parliament every day, it is better to live separately. At the beginning, the Glory Republic did not cooperate with the Void Life, but he tried every means, even without any bottom line, to compete for more resources. Population, land, minerals, water sources. If there is an opportunity, they will directly rob. If there is no opportunity, they will sneak attack and assassinate, and create opportunities by any means, showing a very strong desire for conquest. When the two countries split, the Republic of Glory was the largest and had the strongest national power. In order to protect ourselves, we became allies with the Sant Empire. Although the Republic of Glory is the strongest, it is certainly no match for our alliance. After experiencing several major failures and failing to reverse the situation, it broke the last bottom line and contacted the Light God clan of Atumen, the Lord of the Sun. At the beginning, the Light God clan did not directly participate in the war, but only provided some limited assistance to bring the three-party war back to the balance line. We fought back and forth between the three parties. At the beginning, we were restrained, but as the number of casualties continued to increase, the scale of the war gradually expanded, and the situation quickly got out of control. The older members of the Sky Council knew that this would not work, and they still tried to restrain their anger, but the young members of the council, the young officers in the army, and even the civilians were blinded by hatred. Speaking of this, Naya sighed deeply, her face becoming more miserable. In the end, a completely out-of-control battle of Baishewin broke out. This battle was huge in scale, and the losses were huge. A total of 1.58 million elite warriors were killed in the three countries, including 243 legendary wizards, accounting for 80% of the elite combat power of the three countries. After saying that, she glanced at Rosen, with a guilty look on her face. "Do you think we are stupid?" Rosen shook his head. "No, stupid people can't unite the great Nalwut Republic. I guess the biggest reason why the situation got out of control so quickly was the continuous promotion of the Light Protoss behind the scenes, right? The power and wisdom of the powerful gods are beyond the reach of mortals. Not to mention their extremely fast reaction speed. Under normal circumstances, they also show the intelligence of multi-line operations. The number of powerful gods generally exceeds 500, and some even exceed 1,000. When the mortal kingdom is gathered into an iron plate, and when we are always highly vigilant, we can still resist, but if we relax a little, they will take advantage of us. Yes. Naya's expression is very complicated, with deep hatred and deep helplessness. Compared with those powerful gods, our vision is still too short-sighted. There are too many individuals, and each individual is too weak and too scattered, so we are easily played by them. The Light God clan once helped us force Gao Miller to retreat in the War of Annihilation. We subconsciously thought that they were all kind and righteous void gods. We believe they have no intention of hurting us, because they had the opportunity but didn't do it. We were also blinded by hatred, so that we could not see through the incitement of the Light Protoss, which seemed very obvious in hindsight. When we finally realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Nalwut was no longer able to resist the invasion of the Light Protoss. Naya took a big sip of strawberry wine, and then asked, "Your Majesty, this wine is too light. Do you have strong liquor here? I want to drink strong liquor now." Rosen poured her a glass of frost and fire wine produced from the White Sturgeon Island. Naya took a big sip, and coughed repeatedly because of the spiciness, and coughed out tears, and two bright red spots appeared on her pale cheeks. She let the tears slide down her cheeks, and Rosen thought for a while, walked up, and gave her a hug. There was no extra thought, just to comfort the mood of the old friend. Naya did not refuse, and lay in Rosen's arms, and continued to talk about the past. After the Battle of Baishewin, the Light God clan only sent out 30 saints, but they successfully forced Sasmar to kneel down and beg for mercy, and disintegrated the Glory Council of the Glory Republic. Similar methods were used in our country and the Sant Empire. The Sant Empire could not hold on, and also announced its surrender. Only our country is still struggling to hold on. But the civil anti-war wave continued, and the ignorant people were instigated by the Light Saints to put all the blame on the Sky Council. They demanded that the Sky Council be dissolved and the Light Council be established. But this is absolutely not possible. Not only does this greatly violate the original intention of the Saints, but the mortals of Nalwut will also completely lose their independent status, and become slaves of the Void Life. The pressure is too great. My husband Spencer couldn't sleep for 10 days and nights, and half of his hair turned white. I have tried all the ways I can think of, but it's useless. Now, I can only ask you for help, Your Majesty." The legendary wizard said this, broke free from Rosen's arms, stepped back a few steps, and knelt directly in front of Rosen. "Your Majesty, please help us." Rosen sat diagonally on the chair. His body did not move, and calmly accepted Naya's kneeling ceremony that abandoned the dignity of a legendary strongman. He did not help Naya up, because he felt that the other party was wrong, very wrong. Master Naya, I have asked you many times if you need our help, but you refused. I have also reminded you many times that all void gods and demons are untrustworthy, but you told me that some gods still retain mercy. To be honest, it is completely within my expectations that Nawat has fallen into this situation. More than half a year ago, after he learned about Nawat's recent situation from the legendary mercenary, he contacted Naya several times to ask about Nawat's recent situation. But Naya gave a simple introduction every time, showing that she did not want to be interfered with by the outside plane. Rosen had nothing to say about this. After all, the two planes are far apart, and the other party does not want to intervene. If he forced himself to get involved, he would not only get nothing but also be hated. In addition, he had a lot of things to do, so he did not care much. If he intervened earlier, the White Sand Plain War would not have broken out, and more than 1 million elite mortals would never have been lost. Naya looked ashamed and helpless. In fact, I have wanted to ask you for help for a long time. Before the Battle of White Sand Plains broke out, I proposed to do so many times in the Sky Council. But the members of the Sky Council disagree. Even now, there are still many members who feel that you are a much greater threat than the Light God clan. Rosen was a little confused. Are you afraid of me? Why? Naya smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, we have also been paying attention to your situation. We found that there is an even more terrifying true God Mother of Nature behind your country. We all agree that it is a great person who is comparable to the destroyer Gomeler, and even greatly exceeds it in some aspects. Then, we also heard many of your personal deeds, and believe that your desire for control is no weaker than that of Sasmar. Once your power enters Nawat, it will easily dominate Nawat, but we don't. There is no chance of resistance. In comparison, the Light God clan at least saved Nawat. So, Rosen didn't expect this, shrugged. Then why are you here now? Because there is another group of people who don't think completely the same way, and I am one of them. Not completely. Naya nodded. I'm not worried about you. Even if Nawat is controlled by you, I think it's okay. The only thing I worry about is the Mother of Nature, the true God. Rosen smiled. There is no Mother of Nature, the true God. It's just a puppet magic tool I created to manage faith. Today, the folk puppetry of the natural empire has flourished greatly, and the universal intelligent puppet has also appeared, but the function is still a bit primitive. The smart mages have already vaguely guessed some of Rosen's methods, and gradually it is time to announce the truth to the elite of the empire. So, he didn't hide it from Naya. Naya was shocked when she heard this. Can it be like this? If you don't believe me, I take you to visit it later. In fact, I'm planning to find an opportunity to rename this thing, and call it Citizen Soul Healer. Naya immediately believed it for the most part, and a look of extreme admiration appeared on her face. Oh, so that's how it is. I was wondering how there could be such an open-minded and tolerant god, but it turned out to be a puppet magic weapon. Then my last doubt is gone. Your Majesty, please help us. Rosen used a wizard's hand to help Naya up from the carpet. He said gently, as a mortal country, we also hold the belief of mortal independence, so I will naturally help. Naya's eyes were hot, and tears welled up again. Rosen then hugged her in his arms again, and gently stroked her back to comfort her. When the other party calmed down a little, he asked, the situation has reached such a bad point now. What kind of help does Master Naya need me to provide for you? Naya had naturally thought about it a long time ago. I hope that the natural empire can provide some high-end magic materials, and then provide a group of legendary strongmen to help clean up the Saints of Light, who have infiltrated the Republic to stabilize the situation in the Republic of Sky. It was a very practical request. If it was just for Rosen, then Rosen would help because of their past friendship, but now that it was for the help of the natural empire, that was cooperation at the national diplomatic level. Rosen would certainly help, because he wanted to open up the battlefield outside this plane. But this was only one of the strategic goals. He also had another strategic goal, which was to control Nawat and prop up the collapsed Nawat again to distract the attention of the void gods and demons. Perhaps Nawat lost a large number of elites in this battle, but Nawat's broad mortal base still exists. As long as these stupid upper-class elites are replaced with a group of clear-headed leaders, and with his assistance in magic and technology, they can immediately rise again as a mortal kingdom that makes the void gods and demons tremble with fear. Therefore, he has to figure out the specific situation of the Sky Republic. Master Naya, so this time, do you represent the ideas of some members of the Sky Republic, or the consensus of everyone? If it is the former, Then he has to help the Sky Republic unify its thoughts. If it is the latter, things will be much simpler. But the situation will definitely not be so beautiful. Sure enough, Naya whispered, it is the idea of about 1/3 of the members. Among the remaining 2/3, 1/3 have given up resistance, and another 1/3 may have defected to the Light God clan. The expected answer. Rosen picked up the wine glass and drank the remaining wine in one gulp. He already had a specific action plan in his mind. The elemental projection technique has achieved initial results. It is still far from being possible to project life, but under extreme conditions, it is already possible to project small and medium-sized war instruments weighing less than 100 tons. He is not worried about insufficient energy. He can allocate a solar power plant to provide energy for plane projection. So, when necessary, he can project a large number of heavy-duty war instruments to Nawat. But before doing so, someone needs to lay the foundation for receiving projection materials in Nawat. After a little thought, Rosen felt that no one was more suitable for this than him. His basic soul strength has been optimized to Legend 14.9, and the Supreme Crown has been strengthened. At present, the amplification strength has also taken a big step forward, reaching more than 60,000 times that of mortals. In terms of soul alone, it is almost comparable to the 15th level Great God of the Void God, and in terms of frontal combat power, it is greatly exceeded due to the blessing of Lai Fu's heart of the God of War. And his biggest opponent, Atumen, is a powerful god of level 14. Finally, there are spells. He has mastered and improved the Dream Realm of the Dream Lord Nari, and developed targeted defensive spells. Nawat's most skilled Soul O sword has also been improved many times by him, and some high-energy magic results have been applied, which has completely changed its appearance and become very, very powerful. Below level 15, powerful void gods can definitely be killed with one sword. The natural empire is thriving, the government is clear, and the people are harmonious, and the glorious empire is also firmly suppressing the holy elf empire. In addition, Joya is pregnant, so he doesn't need to sow seeds every day. He had long disliked the Light God clan, so he might as well go to Nawat and give these hypocrites a good beating. So he stood up and said, "Let's go, Master Naya. I happen to be free recently, so I go with you in person." Naya was startled. "Your Majesty, you're going in person?" Now it's different from the past. In the past, the Republic of Nawat was strong, and the other party was just a duke of a huge island. But now, the Republic is falling apart, wars are frequent, and the other party is the emperor of a powerful empire. The status of both sides has been completely reversed. Besides, how can an emperor have to take risks to participate in a war? Rosen saw Naya's thoughts and smiled lightly, and then the smile sank into icy coldness. "Master Naya, the night battle by the lake in Anwemer province, I still remember it to this day." At this point, he looked into the void, as if he saw the soul burning in the dark again. That was the only regret he had since he came to this world. "I used to be helpless in the face of gods and demons. But now I..." Speaking of this, the young mortal emperor narrowed his eyes, and a fierce light flashed in his deep black eyes. "I will let the gods and demons taste the same taste." Chapter 299. 5 days later. The new capital of the Sky Republic, Ulai City, the phase teleportation array in the suburbs. Buzz. In the flow of light and shadow, Naya the first to appear. She immediately left the magic circle, and in less than a minute, another man in an ordinary gray cloth robe appeared in the magic circle. It was Rosen. As soon as he appeared, he first cast a shadow secret spell to cover up the breath of power, and then used the soul-burning ring he carried with him to replenish the mana consumed by the phase transfer at the maximum speed. The replenishment speed was very fast, but because the soul was too powerful after being amplified, it still took more than 3 minutes to replenish. During these 3 minutes, the magic ring experienced violent shocks, but most of the secrets were shielded by the shadow secret spell, and the waves that finally rippled in the magic ring were only about the same as an ordinary 3-ring spell. After the mana was replenished, its strength and scale also corresponded to the huge soul, far exceeding that of ordinary mortal legendary wizards, reaching an incredible level. But all of this was hidden by the shadow secret art, and what was finally revealed was just a mortal legendary wizard with a Legend 7 strength. He was naturally much stronger than the average mortal legendary wizard, but compared to the void gods of the light Protoss, he was just an ant in front of an elephant. Naya was currently a Legend 3 power. Of course she couldn't see through Rosen's hidden secret art, and she didn't understand why Rosen came to Nawat alone. But she also understood Rosen's character, and knew that he would never act impulsively, so she felt that the young emperor in front of her was very deep, like the bottomless ocean. Rosen naturally felt Naya's emotions, but of course, he would not reveal his trump card. His body is still immortal after all. Once he takes off the supreme crown, he has nothing to do with the word great. The situation in Nawat is not clear now. The more mysterious and inscrutable he is, the safer he is. Walking out of the hidden phase transfer point is a small town on the outskirts of the city. The streets of the town are crowded with people, and various Blackstone cars can often be seen. Overall, it is still prosperous. But compared with the Republic of Nawat many years ago, the spirit of pedestrians on the street has completely changed. In the past, the whole people of Nawat fought against demons, and everyone was a noble warrior with a glorious mission. At this moment, ordinary people have obviously become much more indifferent, and their expressions are hurried, and their eyebrows reveal confusion and anxiety that cannot be hidden. Rosen took a few glances, and knew that if he came later, the guarding faith would collapse. After walking for a while, he saw a missionary in a white robe on the corner of the street. The power attribute and the content of the missionary prayer in his body told Rosen that this was the priest of Atumen, the Lord of the Sun. Rosen observed for a while, and found that many people were listening, but most of them were questioning. But they were just questioning, not resisting, and not hostile. Naya said before that 1/3 of the people in the Sky Council were ready to surrender to Atumen, the Lord of the Sun. The missionary priests who appeared in the small town on the outskirts of the capital now clearly demonstrated this. Opening the void vision and carefully sensing for less than a minute, Lai Fu counted the sole details of about 1,200 missionaries of the Light God clan within a distance of 500 kilometers. At least 60% belonged to Atumen, the Lord of the Sun, and the other 40% belonged to the 3 subordinate gods of the Lord of the Sun. They are the powerful God Moon Lord with 12th level power, the Lord of Fiery Flame with 10th level power, and the Lord of Judgment with 9th level power. At the same time, we can see that the people's belief in protection is still there, but it is dim. And there have been many faith connections leading to the Light God clan, indicating that a group of light believers have appeared. There is a plain 500 kilometers around Ulai City, which is the core area of the Sky Republic. There are about 91 million mortals living there, of which the number of faith connections is about 1.5 million, which is not a high proportion of the total population, and most of the connection strength is not high, indicating that it is only a shallow belief at present. Naya's voice came to my ears. The Light Protoss never directly participates in battles. On the surface, they have always been in the image of a compassionate healer. The public's impression of them is positive, and even many Sky Senators are deceived by them, which makes it impossible for us to force their missionaries out of the Republic. Rosen nodded. It is indeed a very clever strategy, which disintegrates the national will to fight against gods and demons from the bottom. The trick used by the Light Protoss now is exactly the same as that used by the Shadow Lord. Unfortunately, the Shadow Lord was too weak, and was killed by Rosen before he succeeded. Now the Light Protoss is not only powerful, but also much better than the Shadow Lord in terms of territory. In terms of territory, the Light Protoss has successfully eroded about 4/5 of the Nawat Plain. If there is no external help, it is only a matter of time for the Light Protoss to control this plane, and gain a total of more than 1.6 billion mortal believers. The good news is that the God of Light has not infiltrated this plane for long, and the generation that once belonged to the Republic of Nawat are all still alive. As long as a powerful hero appears and reawakens the protective faith of these people, it is possible to reunite the great mortal republic from the fragments. But obviously, even Naya, a staunch member of the fighting faction, showed pessimism on her face. Do you think we can succeed, Your Majesty? Rosen nodded. It depends on how you define success. Naya looked at Rosen in confusion. If it is just to expel the Light God clan, it is very simple. But if you want to rebuild the former Nawat Republic, it will take some effort. Naya's confusion became more and more intense. Your Majesty, compared to the last time you left, you have become much more confident. She even felt a little arrogant. Rosen avoided the topic. Where are we going next? Let's go to my house first, and meet the remaining 38 pro-war members of the Sky Council. Naya led the way. Let's go to the town government to get a Blackstone car, and I drive you there. The situation was somewhat similar to the last time, which made Rosen's heart move slightly. Are we taking a Blackstone car again? Naya immediately understood what Rosen said, and she sighed lightly. The Saints of Light disguised themselves as assassins and assassinated Sky Counselors, who did not cooperate everywhere, so we might really meet assassins on the road. Soon, the two got a Blackstone car, driven by Naya, all the way to the main city of Ulai City. Sitting in the car, Rosen carefully experienced the Blackstone car. It has become much better. Naya felt a little embarrassed. I have learned a lot from your lightning car, but the time is still too short, and the lightning power core has not been developed yet, so we can only use the old Blackstone core. She now felt that this Blackstone car was not very good. Fortunately, the road was very wide and flat, so the riding experience was not bad. After driving for a while, Rosen suddenly felt a little moved. There really is an assassin to deal with us. Naya's heart was slightly shocked. Where? She immediately increased the speed of the car. Rosen smiled and said, "It's okay, you keep driving, I deal with it, just in time to catch it and make a big publicity, so as to expose the true face of the Light God clan." Naya was stunned, and then shook her head. "This is a good idea, but I'm afraid it won't work. Because many Sky Counselors think that this will anger the Light God clan, and make them completely tear their faces apart." After a pause, Naya smiled bitterly. "You know, after the White Sand Plains War, we no longer have the power to confront the Light God clan head-on." Rosen smiled. "We didn't have it before, but we do now." As he spoke, he had already located the position of the Light Saint, and with a thought, his magic power shook slightly, and he raised his hand to grab the void in front of him, and used the soul hunting technique learned from Lily. A golden ball of light appeared out of thin air in front of Rosen's palm, and was caught in his hand. It was the legendary soul of the Saint of Light. Its basic soul strength was legendary 5, but its mana strength was at the scale of legendary 9,500 Rosen. It was the Saint of the Lord of Judgment of the Sun God. Because of the special soul hunting technique, the Saint's mana did not follow, so what Rosen held was the pure soul of legendary 5. This was certainly not the entire soul of the Saint of Light, because the soul of a mortal could not leave the elemental body. Therefore, this soul was like a stretched bubble gum. The root was still in the body, but the main body was pinched by Rosen. Ah! The soul body emitted a series of violent soul fluctuations, which translated into human language is a hysterical scream. He was obviously scared crazy by the unknown situation in front of him. Rosen pinched him mercilessly and said to Naya, "Turn right in the alley ahead, there is a black stone car parked on the side of the road, and the body of this assassin is in the car." Naya was also shocked by Rosen's spell, and immediately turned into the alley according to Rosen's instructions, and indeed saw a black stone car. Because it was summer, the car window was half open, and a middle-aged man could be seen slumped in the driver's seat. He was motionless, and a layer of light mist was shrouded around his body. It was the mana that automatically dissipated after the main soul was gone. Is he dead? Not yet. Wait a while, wait for his mana to dissipate, and then put his soul back. Under normal circumstances, the speed of mana dissipation is extremely fast, and it will be gone in a dozen seconds, but the legendary mana bestowed by the void life is slightly different, and the evaporation speed will be much slower. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the light mist on the body completely disappeared. Rosen let go of his hand, and the stretched legendary soul automatically retracted into the body. Immediately afterwards, the Saint of the Lord of Judgment woke up. Rosen got out of the car and knocked on his car window. "Open the window honestly, and don't move the rune fire gun at your hand." After the car window opened, Rosen glanced at the Saint of Judgment, only to see that his face was pale and blue, and there was a strong stench from under his body. Rosen asked, "Are all the big and small ones out?" "Yeah." The Saint nodded, as honest as a 3-year-old child. "I give you 2 minutes to clean yourself up, and then get in my car, and we have a good talk." The Saint nodded again. 2 minutes later, he and Rosen sat side by side in the back seat of the Blackstone car. "Naya, the road is safe now, go ahead." Naya was also shocked and speechless. She could see the method used by Rosen, and even guessed the general principle of the spell, but she was shocked by Rosen's calmness in casting the spell. It felt like he was not dealing with a legendary strongman, but pinching an ant. She couldn't help but think, I don't know how strong this guy is now. He must be very, very strong, otherwise he wouldn't come back with her alone, and he wouldn't seem to be in control of thousands of troops when he was obviously alone. I just don't know what method he used to become so strong, and I don't know how strong he is, but there is one thing that Naya is sure of. The Light God clan is in trouble. Chapter 300. Woo! The Blackstone cart passed through a thick city wall door and entered the inner city of Uli City. As soon as he entered, Rosen found himself in an extremely solid war fortress. The city wall was made of special blunt magic materials, which was integrated and extremely thick. It was about 20 meters thick and 25 meters high. It was generally a perfect circle with a diameter of about 5 kilometers. After entering the city wall, Rosen felt a very thick layer of mystical magic barrier, which tightly wrapped the magic circle in this area. Its effect was basically the same as the soul mist developed by the Natural Empire. The mist was also quite thick, and the soul perception range was reduced to 10 meters around. It was just that the range of action was too small, only less than 5 kilometers. In addition, there was a giant magic barrier covering the entire fortress. After a little exploration, Rosen saw that this barrier could not only isolate the detection of magic, but also had extremely strong defensive capabilities. It is estimated that if this barrier is operated to the extreme, even if he brings the Empire's 210mm inner diameter cannon, it can still withstand it for a while. In addition, an elite army is stationed directly in the inner city, with a small post every 3 steps and a large post every 5 steps, and detection towers are everywhere. In short, the inner city of Ulai is armed to the teeth. This is normal. After all, it is the capital of the Mortal Republic, and to some extent, it is also the last base of the Nawat mortals. About 3 minutes later, Lai Fu completely explored the defense of the inner city, and used the huge computing power to see through the secret barrier here. In Rosen's opinion, the overall defense is very good, enough to resist the direct prying of powerful gods, and also to resist the raid of the elite minions of powerful gods. But there are also many shortcomings, one of which is very fatal. He pointed it out directly with Soul Whisper. Master Naya, the power supply of the large defensive barrier is too dependent on the magic ring, which is not good. Naya can certainly understand this, but she doesn't think it is a big shortcoming. Or rather, she doesn't think there is a better solution than now. Seeing that she didn't understand, Rosen said, gods and demons above Legend 6 have the ability to block the connection of a single target to the magic ring, and powerful gods have the ability to block the connection of regional magic rings. The scope of the inner city is not small. In principle, it is difficult to be completely blocked by powerful gods, but through the cooperation of powerful gods outside the ring and saints inside the ring, a large-scale imprisonment magic array can be formed, which may greatly weaken the connection between this area and the magic ring, or even achieve complete isolation. Once this happens, all the defenses of the inner city of Ulai will collapse. Naya thought for a moment and said, Atumen may have the ability, but we won't let them succeed. Seeing her so confident, Rosen said nothing more. That's good. After a while, the Blackstone car stopped in the backyard of a relatively remote manor. Naya explained, at present, only my husband and I know that you are here. Other Sky Counselors only know that someone from the Dryden Plain has come, but they don't know their specific identities. Rosen had guessed this a long time ago and smiled. It seems that the Parliament's resistance to me is much stronger than I expected. Naya sighed lightly. There is no way. Although the firm fighters of the Sky Council agree that I seek support from you, they still don't want you to get involved too deeply. That is to say, even at this moment, the Sky Council is still hesitating and has not formed a unified thought. This is probably the disadvantage of the parliamentary system. Or more accurately, it is the disadvantage of a parliamentary system without the highest authority. Since only Naya and her husband know the inside story, this manor should be the private residence of Naya and her husband. Get out of the car and follow me. This is what Rosen said to Saint Azuna. By the way, Azuna is the name of the captured Saint of Judgment. At this time, Azuna was as docile as a sheep. He said whatever Rosen said, without saying a word, and followed Rosen closely, as if he was his most loyal servant. Following Naya into the hall of the main building of the manor, Rosen saw Naya's husband, Mr. Spin. He was slightly surprised after taking a look, and couldn't help saying, Mr. Spin, I haven't seen you for 6 years, you have changed a lot. 6 years ago, Master Spin looked like a refined young man under 30 years old. 6 years later, half of his hair was white, his forehead was full of deep wrinkles, and the corners of his eyes and lips were drooping, as if he had become a little old man with a miserable life. At the same time, it can be felt that his magic power is still only 9 rings, and even regressed a little from 6 years ago, from the peak of the 9th ring to the middle of the 9th ring. It seems that the drastic changes in the Republic of Nawat really made him worry. On the other hand, Master Spin was also full of emotion. 6 years ago, Rosen was just over 20 years old, and his identity was just the lord of an island. Although he was tall and strong at that time, and had some majesty of a lord, he was still just a small lord who had something to ask of Nawat. But now, the other party is still young, but with a neatly trimmed beard, he looks much more mature. At the same time, his every move and demeanor have changed greatly, from a refined young man to a dignified and deep one, completely like an emperor who dominates the fate of all people and holds the power of the world. He deeply felt the huge gap between the two sides, and subconsciously saluted respectfully, Greetings to you, Your Majesty Rosen. This reaction made Rosen slightly startled, but he immediately adapted to the change of their identities and smiled. I just captured an assassin and just asked a few questions in the car. Let's find a secret room and have a good trial. Master Spin nodded. Let's go to the underground secret room in the backyard. Soon, the three of them arrived at the secret room. Rosen was the guest, and Naya and his wife were the host, so the couple sat in the main seat. Rosen sat in the guest seat next to them, and the captive Azuna stood in the middle of the secret room. As the Master Spin asked, Azuna, tell me, how many light assassins have infiltrated Ulai City? What are their identities? How to contact them? Azuna snorted coldly. Old mage, you don't even have legendary magic power, you are not qualified to interrogate me at all. Spin frowned, but did not refute, but turned to look at his wife. Naya said coldly, recognize your situation, Azuna. Azuna chuckled. In fact, it is you Sky Counselors who should recognize your situation. In my opinion, Sky Counselors are simply useless. Most members lack foresight, and you, Ms. Naya, you have foresight and ability, but you are too naive. You are bound by the rules you set yourself and lack the courage to break the rules. In this regard, Sasmar is much better than you. As for you, Master Spin, you may have some achievements in alchemy, but you are completely useless in mana cultivation. In this era, only legendary masters are qualified to speak at the table. What can the Nine-Ring Mana do? You actually have the nerve to sit here. If it were me, I would have hit my head and died by now. The words were very unpleasant, and Master Spin's face turned pale. His back, which was already a little hunched, became even more bent. Naya was also pale, and she certainly knew her problem. In the era of the Nawat Republic, everyone was united, and she gained a high reputation for her open-minded sharing and following the rules. But in this chaotic era, the old rules have long been out of date, so she was confused and could not see where the right direction was. She also had no ability and courage to open up a new path by herself. So, facing the mockery of the captives, the two were speechless. Rosen had intended to respect his master, but seeing the situation turn out like this, and his master being useless, he had to speak up. Okay, Azuna, that's enough nonsense, answer the question quickly. Azuna's body tensed up, and he saluted Rosen respectfully. As you wish, the great emperor. This performance was completely different from before. He felt a little embarrassed, so he explained, it was the emperor who defeated me, so I only submit to the emperor, but I don't submit to the two of you. This attitude made Rosen's heart move slightly, and he remembered the words of the Saint Larigia of the Forest God. We saints have independent thoughts. We follow the Void God only because they are strong enough. In other words, the so-called saints are just a group of good dogs. Now, the performance of this Azuna fully confirms this point. Rosen came to Nawat alone, and was in need of thugs. Of course, there are many legendary mages in the Natural Empire, but they are all talented, knowledgeable and wise research mages. They are all great treasures, and their best use is in the rear laboratory. It would be a great waste to take them to the battlefield. And this Azuna in front of him has a legendary 5 soul, which is not weak among mortals. He can be an assassin, and must be very good at fighting. So he said, since you are willing to submit to me, I will pardon your assassination crime. If you are willing to fight for me, then I will give you the status of an honorary citizen. At Azuna's level, he knew Rosen's thoughts as soon as he heard this, and he also knew that this was probably his only way to survive. So, he knelt down in front of Rosen very neatly with a plop. Your Majesty, it is my greatest honor to fight for you. However, I still have the soul imprint of the Lord of Judgment in my soul. Rosen smiled and said, it's easy. Just move your head closer. Azuna was very nervous, but he still walked a few steps on his knees and came to Rosen. Rosen's attitude was very casual. He crossed his legs, put down the wine glass with his left hand, and gently grabbed the air with his other hand. A very exquisite and gorgeous staff appeared in his hand. It was a new appearance disguised as the branch of life, which Rosen called the natural scepter. He looked at Azuna's head, glanced at the oily Mediterranean Sea in the middle of his forehead, and frowned slightly. Clean your head. Yes, yes, yes. Azuna immediately cast more than a dozen high-ring spotless spells on his forehead, cleaning his scalp as bright as a mirror. Rosen then placed the scepter of nature on his head, and silently said in his heart, Lifu, find the judgment mark. If it was the soul mark of the great man, it would be difficult to find at that time, but the Lord of Judgment was only a legendary 9 void god. The precision of his perception of power was far inferior to that of Rosen, who had reached a strength of 14.9. This also meant that the soul mark he created was far less precise than Rosen's perception limit. At the same time, in order to ensure that it was difficult to crack, the Lord of Judgment would definitely operate at the upper limit of precision. This is called good steel is used on the edge, which is a reasonable logic of behavior. Therefore, as long as Rosen searches Azuna's brain within the opponent's ability limit, Lai Fu's workload can be greatly reduced. Sure enough, after a while, Lai Fu found the elemental entity of the soul imprint in the vast brain neurons. He easily touched it, but did not leave his own imprint. It's not impossible, but it's unnecessary. With Lai Fu's current computing power, he can directly infer the inner thoughts of the soul through the external manifestation of the soul, so there is no need to do such a jealous thing. At the same time, he can also use this as his biggest competitive advantage over the Void God. From now on, your soul is completely free, and no one can restrain your free will, including me. Not only will I not restrain your thoughts, I will not probe your thoughts, because I respect everyone's personality. I don't care what you think, I only look at your specific actions. If your actions are loyal to me, I will reward you, otherwise I will punish you. As a legendary strongman, he is very sensitive to his soul. Azuna vaguely felt that his soul shackles were indeed removed, and there were indeed no new shackles. At least, he did not sense the existence of new shackles. For a time, he was very happy, but at the same time, he was more and more in awe of this extremely powerful emperor of the natural empire. He could feel that the other party had an extremely great soul, compared to which, he was as insignificant as an ant. He also personally experienced the other party's terrible magic. What's more terrible is that the other party is not like the Void God, far outside the magic circle, but in the magic circle. In other words, this is a great man inside the magic circle. As a saint of God, he knows the horror of God, but at least there is a magic circle to isolate the perception of God. But now, there is such a God who can go deep into the inner circle of the magic circle. He is undoubtedly an invincible existence in the mortal world. He didn't know that Rosen's body was actually immortal, and he could be killed by destroying his body. He only subconsciously thought that the other party was a great God who sneaked into the mortal world through some amazing secret method. Now, such an almost invincible existence is willing to accept him as a dog, not as a subordinate, so of course he must seize the opportunity. So, this legendary strongman, with a legendary soul, knocked his head on the carpet very simply, making a thump. Your Majesty, the great Rosen, I am very honored to be an honorary citizen of the Natural Empire, and I am also very honored to fight for you. Rosen was very satisfied with Azuna's tact, and pointed to the chair beside him. Sit down, tell us about the plan of the Light Assassin, and then we will discuss countermeasures. Yes, Your Majesty. Azuna quickly adapted to his new identity, and sold his former comrades without hesitation. Chapter 301. There are 4 gods of light, and there are 4 saints of light. They are the Sun Saint, the Moon Saint, the Flame Saint, and the Judgment Saint. The Lord of Judgment is the weakest, so we, the Judgment Saints, have the lowest status, and we are the ones who do all the dangerous work. Because of my low status, I don't know much about the situation. I only know some local specific actions. I only know a general idea about the news related to the core, and the overall situation. In the underground secret room, Azuna's face was full of self-mockery. Rosen nodded, without disappointment or contempt on his face. He summarized the news he brought. The commander is the Saint of Light Terrania, who has the power of Legend 12, and holds a sun scepter that can summon a powerful sun field when needed. And you are currently carrying out a purification operation. The goal is to eliminate the 38 staunch militant members of the Sky Council. That's right. Rosen nodded. Then, he suddenly raised his right hand, palm facing the sky, in a virtual gesture. Just when the 3 people present were somewhat confused, they saw a condensed ball of light appear out of thin air in Rosen's hand. The ball of light quickly deformed and stretched, and the light gradually converged, and finally 3 exquisite rune gem forehead ornaments appeared. He took off a forehead ornament and flicked his finger at Azuna. The effect of the learned forehead ornament is +4 soul strength, plus 400 times soul amplification, and comes with advanced phase transferability. It is one of the most powerful magic weapons created by my natural empire. This is naturally the youth version of the Supreme Crown. When making the Supreme Crown, Rosen spent a lot of effort, because it was indeed complicated, but also because it was a pioneering work. Every small step, you have to keep exploring. After successfully taking the first step, you have enough experience, you have the right tools, and Lai Fu's computing power has also been qualitatively improved. So, you can make various youth versions of the Supreme Crown at a relatively low cost and relatively quickly. Of course, this is still a very expensive and rare treasure, so you have to choose the wearer carefully. Azuna put on the learned forehead ornament with some hesitation. The moment he put it on, his eyes opened wide, revealing a strong sense of disbelief. Your Majesty, this is simply a divine weapon. The Lord of Judgment enhances the power of the saints, which is to grant a large amount of legendary mana, but this natural emperor directly enhances the soul. After wearing this magic weapon, Azuna felt that his soul was elevated to an incredible strength that he had never thought of before. He even produced a feeling of being separated from mortals and becoming a god. Rosen smiled faintly. It's not a divine weapon, but it's a unique magic weapon of my natural empire, so you don't have to worry about it being taken away. Because it has bound your soul, it only works for you. For others, it's just a beautiful gem headdress. It can also be perfectly hidden so that no one can see it. The specific hiding method is hidden in the forehead ornament. I believe you have figured it out. Azuna has indeed discovered it. With a thought, the gorgeous and mysterious gem forehead ornament disappeared on his forehead, and using the usual detection method, it is completely impossible to find its trace. Suddenly, he had a greater respect for Rosen, the natural emperor, and his majesty's natural empire, and felt that this mortal empire located in the Gerutan plain had become very unfathomable. Rosen continued, I heard that all saints have free thoughts. So, the task I assign to you is to find your former comrades in arms, and tell them that as long as they are willing to fight for me, I will forgive their crimes, and completely free them from the control of the Void God. If they don't want to, don't force them. Just tell them that when we meet on the battlefield one day, I will be merciless and completely destroy all obstacles from the body to the soul. Do you understand? I understand, Great Majesty. How many days will it take to complete the task? 3 days at most. Very good, then I will wait for you for 3 days. Be safe and act now. As you command? Azuna activated the phase transferability of the learned forehead ornament as soon as he thought about it, and then ignored the phase confinement array of Ulai City and disappeared directly into the underground secret room. The whole process was seen by Naya and his wife. They looked at each other with extremely shocked expressions in their eyes. Because the magic achievement shown by Rosen has exceeded their common sense of magic to an incomprehensible, almost miraculous level. Rosen knew this very well, because this is a fact. The natural empire that successfully created the core of the sun and began to explore the field of high-energy magic has gradually surpassed the cognition of magic and began to crush the magic kingdoms of other planes. Not only the emperor, but also other legendary wizards in the empire have far surpassed their peers in terms of magic. At this time, he still had 2 learned forehead ornaments in his hand, but he was not in a hurry to explain their uses. He played with these 2 powerful legendary magic weapons and smiled. Master Naya, Master Spin, there are only 3 of us now, I will tell you the truth. Now I have the power to easily kill the Sun God clan, even if they all come together, even if I compete with them in the void, I can kill them all. So, as long as I want, I can easily help the Republic of the Sky and even the entire Nawat get rid of the crisis of the invasion of the Void God. However, the Light God clan is just a group of hypocrites who can't stand up to the stage, and I don't want to see a mortal country that follows me and begs for mercy. What I want to see is a great hero country again, a great country that can fight side by side with our country and fight against those great gods together. While speaking, Rosen shook the erudite forehead ornament in his hand, and the fiery red ruby on the forehead ornament reflected the light, showing a dazzling fire. So, 2 mages, are you willing to fight side by side with me? The Naya couple was shocked, but at the same time, they also had many doubts. After all, everything developed too fast and too suddenly, and they were a little confused. After a moment of silence, Naya asked, Your Majesty, assuming that what you said is true, is the reunited Nawat Republic completely independent? It depends on how you define the word independent. If it is relative to the void gods and demons, then yes. If it's immortal, then it's not. Because in the rebuild Guardian Council, I will serve as the Supreme Speaker and have the highest veto power. Or, I will serve as the Guardian Grand Mage. Naya frowned. You want to control Nawat and make Nawat part of the natural empire? No, I don't plan to control it. But I want to make sure that the new Republic of Nawat always stands by us mortals, and points out the way forward for the country when everyone is confused. Instead of being like this, the fire has burned your eyebrows, but you are still discussing whether to shit or pee first. To be honest, I just want to laugh. I also sincerely think that your current performance is simply humiliating Saint Femont. I don't know how you have the face to call yourself a disciple of Femont. These words made Naya and his wife ashamed. Yes, the performance of the Sky Council is indeed too bad. But shame is shame, things have to be made clear. Mage Spin wanted to speak, but he seemed to lack confidence. He opened his mouth, but still couldn't say anything. In the end, he chose his wife to speak for him. Rosen waved his hand. Just say whatever you want to say, Mage Spin. In my empire, I never distinguish status by strength. I only look at whether a person has enough courage. Mage Spin gritted his teeth and said with courage, Your Majesty, how will we Nawat people play a role in the newly established Guardian Council? Under the Supreme Speaker, I will set up 3 executive speakers. They will all be Nawat mages, and will be responsible for the daily management of the Republic. Normally, I won't interfere with the work of the Speaker. But if things go off track, I will use the Supreme Veto to get things back on track. Master Spin is a man of faith and talent. He immediately asked, Your Majesty, you are far away in the Dritten Plain. How can you ensure that the Supreme Veto can be implemented? The veto without power as a guarantee is just a joke. Rosen smiled slightly. Guess where these 2 learned forehead ornaments were before? Where? Master Spin was indeed very curious. It's in my palace, but I can take it anytime if I need it. I can take not only these 2 small things, but also many big things. Based on this large-scale cross-dimensional transfer technology, I will build a military base near the capital of Nawat and station an army of our natural empire. This army will exist independently, and my natural empire will guarantee all material supplies, and will never have any communication with the local residents of Nawat. But when necessary, I will draw this sword. Mage Spin was shocked and fully understood Rosen's plan. He took a deep breath. I'm fine, Your Majesty. Rosen looked at Naya. What about you, Mage Naya? Naya had been thinking all the time, and now she had her own ideas. Who exactly is our enemy? The 3 abysses. After saying this, Rosen waved his hand, and the star map of this solar system appeared in the air in front of him. He pointed to 3 apparently empty tracks and said, Here, here, and here. 3 huge abyssal planes are hidden in these 3 adjacent tracks. They are the origin of all void gods and demons, and the ultimate enemy of us mortals. The Naya couple showed a hint of surprise on their faces, but more of it was contemplation. Obviously, as the leaders of a huge mortal kingdom, they are not completely ignorant of the abyss. After a few minutes of silence, Naya looked at the forehead ornament in Rosen's hand. Your Majesty, are you planning to make us your helpers? Rosen shook the magic weapon in his hand again. Yes. He looked at Master Spin and smiled. One advantage of my magic weapon is that it has a low threshold for use. As long as the basic mana is higher than the 8th ring, you can become a legendary mage. Master Spin's talent stops at the 9th ring, unless Rosen is willing to spend a lot of effort to help him optimize his life. But optimization is particularly troublesome, and Rosen is too lazy to bother, so he simply uses the magic weapon to improve. Sure enough, the inability to be promoted to legend has become a huge heart disease for Master Spin, and it is almost a demon in his heart. When he heard that Rosen's magic weapon could help him advance to legendary, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes were fixed on the magic weapon in Rosen's hand, unable to move away for a moment. Rosen shook the magic weapon in his hand again, letting the fire of the magic weapon gem attract the sight of Master Spin. The magic weapon I prepared for you is much better than Azuna. Legend plus 7, soul amplification 800 times, can be freely teleported within the plane 8 times a day. After Master Spin wears it, he can even face demons below legendary 5 head-on. If Master Naya wears it, you will be the strongest among the Nawat mages, and one of the executive chairmen of the Guardian Council in the future. I assure you that the motto of Saint Fedmont will always be the code of conduct for the Guardian Council. I, and the Guardian Army I stationed in Nawat, will always abide by the motto of the Saint. Naya was still a little hesitant, but Master Spin stood up and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty Rosen, I am willing to follow your footsteps. Naya was still a little hesitant, and she didn't expect her husband to be so straightforward. She was surprised and said, Spin, you? Master Spin took a deep breath. Dear, the country's beliefs, personal dignity, and the pursuit of truth all require strength as support. I have no power, so I can only watch the Republic of Nawat collapse in time, but Your Majesty Rosen has it. Naya, I actually know a lot of things. I even know that you have been intimate with Your Majesty, because you once talked in your sleep and asked me to forgive you. Naya was shocked and her face was full of tears. Shame, dear. Don't interrupt me, I don't blame you. I pursued magic too much and ignored your feelings. I am sorry for you. I don't care about this, because in my heart, the country and the truth are the most important, and personal feelings are just an optional supplement. He turned to look at Rosen. Your Majesty, if you are willing to love my wife, then love her. But I hope that you can do what you say and always abide by the precepts of the saints. These words are completely sincere. He was a little sad at first, but after a while, he found that he didn't care much. In addition, he was obsessed with alchemy, and did not fulfill his husband's obligations, so naturally he couldn't blame his wife for being unfaithful. At this point, Rosen also became serious. I swear on my personality that I will always abide by the saint's precepts, and always lead to what to fight against the void gods and demons, as well as any power that intends to destroy mortals. Master Spin breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of his drooping eyes and mouth rose. Your Majesty, then, I will also firmly follow your footsteps. Rosen personally put a learned forehead ornament on Master Spin's forehead. I will also always abide by the oath. Wearing the powerful magic weapon on his forehead, Master Spin immediately felt the legendary power that he dared not even think about. He let out a long breath and was directly satisfied. Oh, so this is the legend. The realm that he had always dreamed of but could never get. Once he got it in his hands, his inner demons finally dissipated, and the gloomy breath on his body quickly dissipated. Rosen looked at Naya again. What about you, Master Naya? Naya also figured it out, so she knelt in front of Rosen. Your Majesty, I am willing to follow in your footsteps. Rosen also put on the learned forehead ornament on her personally, and after putting it on, he gently stroked her smooth cheek with his right hand. Naya's body trembled slightly, raised her eyes, and looked at Rosen, but immediately lowered her eyes. Rosen retracted his hand and said, Now, let's wait for 3 days. After Master Azuna brings back enough Saints of Light, we will start to expose the hypocritical mask of the Light Clan. He said again, Oh, by the way, shouldn't you arrange a place for me to live? Naya woke up as if from a dream, and immediately said, I arrange it right away. Chapter 302. If we don't draw power from the magic ring, where can we get power from? In the guest room on the top floor of the main building of the manor, Naya and his wife were tidying up the room. Rosen was lying on the balcony of the guest room, aimlessly watching the pedestrians coming and going on the street outside the garden. The couple did it themselves, not because there were no servants in the manor to take care of their daily lives, but because Rosen's identity had to be kept secret for the time being. The question was asked by Naya. In the Blackstone car, she didn't think deeply about Rosen's words, but after seeing Rosen's various magical methods, she carefully recalled his previous insights, and the more she thought about it, the more profound it seemed. Rosen got bored after looking at the street scene for a while, so he shook his head and looked at the sun in the sky. He felt that the sun was very big, and its diameter was at least 30% larger than that of his plane. This was also natural, because the Nawat plane was much closer to the sun than their plane. Facing Naya's question, he smiled. Of course, it is obtained from the elements. Master Spin was performing a cleaning spell on the entire room. Because they rarely had guests, the guest room had been empty and accumulated a lot of dust. He was also very interested in this question and immediately asked, Element acquisition? Is it through black stone burning? After that, he said to himself, This is a good way. But the various conversion arrays are very immature. In addition, the power of black stone burning is still not strong enough, nor stable enough, far less than the absorption of the magic ring. Rosen smiled. The power of the magic ring is of course good, but the power of the magic ring actually has an upper limit. If too much is extracted in a short period of time, the magic ring's shielding effect on the world will be weak, and even a magic ring hole will appear. Normally, this hole will not exist for a long time, and will be closed quickly, lasting no more than half a second, but powerful gods with legendary levels higher than level 12 have the ability to seize this loophole. Speaking of this, Rosen turned his head and looked at the busy couple in the guest room. Didn't you find that because of the excessive absorption of the power of the magic ring in Uli's city is obviously more fragile than other places? Naya was spreading a brand new quilt on the bed, and at this moment she was sticking her butt out to smooth the wrinkles on the sheets. This appearance made Rosen take a closer look and his heart warmed slightly. But then, he felt an unusual gaze next to him, accompanied by a very weak soul surge. It was Master Spin. Lai Fu immediately detected this abnormal movement and deduced the truth behind the surge. Rosen glanced at Lai Fu's report and was slightly startled. 5% sad, 5% painful, 90% expectant? What to expect? Men understand, it goes without saying. Has this Spin mage been abused so much that he has developed a masochistic habit? These thoughts flashed through his mind in a flash, and soon, Rosen heard Naya's voice. Have you become more fragile? Rosen looked at her again and asked, Hasn't it? Naya used to have only the soul strength of Legend 3, but after getting the learned forehead ornament, it was upgraded to Legend 10, and her perception became much sharper. After experiencing it carefully, she was surprised and said, It really is. The strength of Spin Mage is just a little less than Legend 7, and he also came back from his reverie. After concentrating on sensing it, he also had a vague discovery. What should we do? We can't use magic, right? Rosen smiled faintly. The best way is to find a way to replenish the power of the magic ring. Of course, this is difficult. Speaking of this, it is a bit ironic. When mortals need to draw mana from the plain magic ring, they can't find any way to charge the magic ring. And when mortals have the ability to charge the plain magic ring, they don't need to draw power from the magic ring. It's really a drought and a flood. So, Rosen didn't go into this topic for the time being and comforted the two. Don't worry, the absolute strength of the plain magic ring is still very high. Although this place is slightly weaker than other places, it is enough to stop the invasion of powerful gods. He added in his heart, the great god may not be able to stop it. But it's useless for Naya and his wife to worry about this matter. He will find a way to deal with it. So, he immediately got down to business. We can't just sit there and wait for 3 days. We must get an army loyal to us to control the situation. Do you have such an army? Naya shook her head. The mobilization of the Sky Guard must be jointly decided by the Sky Council. That is to say, no. Rosen didn't think this system was ridiculous, because he knew that the original intention of this system was to prevent the army from being used for private purposes. When fighting against demons, this system can effectively reduce the harm caused by corrupted counselors. But there is no fixed pattern in the world. In order to deal with unexpected situations, any system will leave a backdoor to deal with unexpected situations. He immediately asked, are there any wartime exemption regulations? Yes, if a demon invasion is discovered, the Sky Guard can be urgently mobilized to expel the demon. Rosen understood. The light Protoss are not demons, they are even friends. So it is difficult to mobilize the army to deal with their saints and missionaries. Yes, the Light God clan is really good at disguising themselves. Rosen thought for a moment and said, then we can only bypass the system temporarily. Do you have any Sky Guard officers that you are familiar with? It would be best if they were senior officers, but if not, mid-level officers would be fine. Naya nodded. Although the system stipulates that senators and officers cannot get too close, I have a distant cousin who is a centurion in the Sky Guard. The legion he leads is stationed in the suburbs of the capital. In the Sky Guard military system, a centurion is equivalent to a colonel in the Natural Empire, and is considered a senior officer. As can be seen from the name, such an officer commands about 1,000 soldiers. That's almost enough. Rosen said, then bring him to talk to me. Naya nodded. He's on vacation tomorrow. I go find him. Rosen looked at Master Spin again. The Sky Guard's weapons are too weak, and a centurion is not enough for us to fully control the situation. So, I also need a secret site to send a batch of high-end war materials to arm the army brought by this centurion. Master Spin immediately asked, how big a site do you need? A basement? The bigger the better, at least not less than 400 square meters. Spin immediately said, I will immediately expand my underground alchemy room. Very good. After a while, Naya asked again, Your Majesty, how do you guarantee Azuna's loyalty? Is it by the learned forehead ornament? After hearing this, Rosen felt the worry in Naya's heart. Obviously, she was worried that she would use this powerful magic weapon to control the wearer's soul. At the same time, it can be felt that Master Spin has the same worry. This is human nature. No one likes to be controlled by others. Rosen certainly knows this. He smiled faintly. Of course not. He looked at the pedestrians coming and going on the street with a blank look, and said in a strange tone, in fact, I am watching Azuna's every move. And the facts also prove that he is determined to follow me, and is meticulously executing my orders. Lai Fu's ability of void vision has reached an incredible peak after nearly 6 years of constant training and supercomputing power. This ability can be reduced to see into the subtleties of people's hearts, and can be enlarged to look down on the world. When the panoramic exploration is carried out, the void vision, with a diameter of 500 kilometers, can be sensed. But if the exploration in a single direction is combined with the unique soul fluctuation stimulated by the erudite forehead ornament for positioning, it can see 5,000 kilometers. As long as Azuna moves within this range, Rosen can see his every move clearly. Of course, he could also escape, or even escape from this plane, but Rosen had carefully observed Azuna, and knew that he was a man who knew the current situation very well. Escape is like being a dog. Stay is also like being a dog. Of course, he is a dog for a stronger person. The Naya couple certainly didn't know the limit of Rosen's ability, so they didn't quite understand what he said, but they all knew how strong Rosen was, so the awe in their hearts became stronger. Master Spin was thinking about building a secret venue. Seeing that the guest room had been cleaned up, he immediately went to the alchemy room in the basement of the manor and began to cast spells to expand it. Even if it was 9th ring mana, it was a very easy thing, not to mention that now he had mana close to Legend 7, so he naturally did it quickly and well. It is worth mentioning that before leaving, he glanced at Rosen and his wife as if unintentionally, and the inexplicable expectation in his heart became stronger. Rosen saw it clearly and thought to himself, "Hey, this guy is really interesting." On the other side, as soon as her husband left, Naya suddenly found that she and Rosen were alone in the same room again, and she felt a little uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, I will tell the servants to prepare dinner." Rosen raised his eyebrows. "No need to bother, Mr. Spence has already told them on the way." As he spoke, he got up and walked into the room from the balcony, closing the balcony door, and walked a few steps behind Naya, raised his hand to hold her slender waist, lowered his head, and whispered in her ear, "Master Naya, I have missed you since we last parted." Naya had stayed in Swan Castle for 5 days, and rested for 5 days. With her powerful body, as a legendary wizard, she had long been exhausted and radiant. At this moment, Rosen embraced her, and her white jade cheeks suddenly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She whispered, "Your Majesty, my husband is still downstairs." Rosen chuckled. "Master Spin has clearly stated before that he doesn't care." Naya smiled bitterly. "How can you take this seriously? He will hate you. If you still want to borrow his power, you must respect him." Naya said that it is common sense, but specific issues should be analyzed specifically. Although Rosen has only been here for less than half a day, he has surpassed Naya in terms of understanding Master Spin. Rosen chuckled and changed to whispering in a hidden soul. "Naya, you are wrong. Master Spin is a very contradictory person. He does feel sad, but at the same time he also admires me, and even looks forward to me comforting his wife." This was the conclusion he came to after observation and analysis, otherwise he would not have done such a ridiculous thing. Naya was a little confused. "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" Rosen smiled gently. "This is mutual understanding between men." As he spoke, he continued to act, but Naya's mood was very contradictory, with resistance and expectation. Half pushing and half accepting, a fierce storm gradually blew up in the guest room. When the storm was halfway through, Naya suddenly felt that her husband, who was busy in the basement, was eavesdropping and listening very attentively. She was immediately ashamed and said coquettishly, "Your Majesty, you are humiliating me." Rosen smiled and asked instead, "Master Naya, is Master Spence a quick shooter?" Naya was stunned, but still nodded gently, "Yeah." Every time it was very fast, and it would never exceed 2 minutes, and the longest time was 1 minute and 59 seconds, so every time she was in a dilemma. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have betrayed her husband in Swan Castle. Rosen smiled and said, "No one likes to be a quick shooter, but this thing is a talent, and there is a strange rule of experience." "What rule?" "Most of the smart people who are more useful in their brains, more focused, and more alert are quick shooters, who can make quick decisions. Because they are too sharp, they can do everything quickly." Naya thought this made some sense, but also felt strange. "Then why is your Majesty not?" "There are always exceptions to the rule of experience." Rosen plowed back and forth on the fertile land. "This is a man's dignity. Master Spin can't do it himself, so he will naturally feel inferior. At the same time, he also looks forward to having the power of fierce galloping. And I fulfilled his wish." Naya understood. "He made you his own?" "Yes, he made me his perfect self in his mind. So, not only will he not hate me, but he will also worship me." Naya, with a legendary soul of 10, felt her husband's current state, very excited, as if immersed in a strange dream. This situation is very absurd, but Naya is not an ordinary woman. She used to be a guardian wizard. So, she knew that Rosen was right, and this made her feel complicated. She had both sympathy for her husband and admiration for Rosen. "Your Majesty, your eyes are really sharp." Rosen laughed. "If I didn't have this pair of giant eyes that see through the world, how could I control the people of the world and become the supreme of the empire? Controlling more than 600 million mortals, and turning their power into one's own use is absolutely impossible by brute force." Naya bowed down, relieved the pressure in her heart, and focused on enjoying it. Rosen was happy, and used all kinds of martial arts to beat Master Naya to death. He also watched Master Spin, who had been watching the battle secretly, almost exhausted his energy. When the storm finally stopped, Rosen walked to the wine cabinet, opened a bottle of Nawat's unique amber honey wine, poured himself a glass, and poured a glass for Naya. "Master Naya, I'm going to take a walk in the garden. Let your husband come up to help you clean up. Naya was embarrassed and said angrily, Your Majesty, you are such a bastard. You know he likes it. Naya knew that Rosen was right, so she was speechless and did it. Rosen did what he said and turned to go to the garden. But he didn't really satisfy his bad taste, but because someone unexpected contacted him. He had to talk to this guy alone. Chapter 303. No, what was not rich, and the war consumed a lot of wealth. Even the capital of the Sky Republic was in a state of shortage of supplies. Therefore, the back garden of Naya's private manor was very small, and there were no flowers planted. It was just an empty mud field with some weeds growing on it. There was a small pavilion in the corner of the mud field to shelter from the rain, and there was no one in the pavilion. But Rosen felt vaguely that the pavilion was shrouded by a very secret and very condensed power. There must be something else in the seemingly bleak pavilion. There might even be hidden danger. He took a deep breath and raised the alert level of Heart of the God of War to the highest level. At the same time, he added a layer of power condensed and large-scale defensive spells on both the magic and soul levels. The power condensed because Rosen had focused the power intensity to the extreme of legendary power, about the level of the last 3 nines of level 19. If he continued to move forward and condense to 12 nines, he would break the limit and break through into the field of high-energy magic. At this realm, the mana and soul will be reunited into the same power, and begin to freeze into a very wonderful high-energy element. Because of the condensation of power, even if the scale of the magic is very large, reaching 10,000 Rosens, its appearance is very ordinary. It's just that there is a layer of condensed light about 1 millimeter thick on the surface of the body, which looks like a layer of metallic luster. After preparation, Rosen stepped into the pavilion. When passing through the pavilion, you can feel a faint force brushing against your body. Obviously behind is a slightly bleak garden. In front of it has become a magnificent stargazing hall built on the top of the boundless snow mountain. In the middle of the hall stood a huge rune telescope. Next to the exquisite and huge rune mirror, stood a woman with snow-white skin, black hair and black eyes, wearing a white robe. In the air around the woman, countless runes, like broken jade, loomed and exuded an extremely amazing breath of power. It was none other than the goddess of life Adela. When she saw Rosen, she raised her left hand and flicked it gently at Rosen without saying a word. Her slender middle finger suddenly ejected a jade-colored leaf. The leaf flew out and suddenly turned into thousands of broken leaves, sweeping towards Rosen. The speed was so fast that Rosen's mortal soul had no time to react, but the heart of the God of War condensed a golden rune sword that was as solid as a substance and extremely gorgeous in the first time. It was the attack spell Soul O sword that Rosen had improved many times. The golden sword stabbed out, and halfway through it turned into countless golden sword shadows. Ding 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 ding. A burst of extremely dense soul-shaking sounds appeared, and at the same time, there were wisps of power waves spreading in all directions, but they were all blocked by the domain barrier around the pavilion. After a fierce battle, thousands of sword shadows condensed into one again, and the tip of the sword just hit a jade leaf. The sword and the leaf were still fighting fiercely, neither giving in. In the battle, Lai Fu came to the conclusion. The target power strength is 19.999, and the power consumed by the party is higher than that of the opponent. In other words, Adela did not reach the realm of high-energy magic, but went further than Rosen. Snap. Adela snapped her fingers, and the jade leaf turned into broken stars and disappeared. Rosen did not attack either, but danced a sword flower casually, and in the sword flower, the golden rune sword turned into light and shadow and dissipated. He secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, Adela didn't use any special methods to deal with me, otherwise Lai Fu might not be able to deal with it. Lai Fu's Heart of the God of War is of course extremely fast, but his brain is not flexible, and it may have bugs when facing unfamiliar moves that he has not trained. This is probably the second serious flaw left by Rosen, a mortal soul driving great power. Therefore, he can crush powerful gods with his strength, but he still maintains a very cautious mentality when facing great gods above level 15. Anyway, time is on his side. As long as he is given time to develop, he will be able to fully enter the field of high-energy magic soon. So, don't fight as hard as you can. Adela spoke up. Rosen, I didn't expect you to understand the method of making artifacts so quickly. Rosen smiled and looked around the stargazing hall. I didn't expect you to be able to squeeze your power directly into the magic ring. He could feel that he was still in the pavilion, or in the elemental plane, but it was not a normal elemental plane, but an elemental plane without the protection of the magic ring. The reason for this is that Adela used her huge soul to forcibly squeeze the plane magic ring out of shape, forming an inward concave void bubble. So, Rosen is now equivalent to standing directly in the void outside the ring without the protection of the magic ring. If a mortal is in this situation, his soul will immediately collapse and die. But the legendary strongman can connect the 11 magic rings and gain power from the magic rings, so he can naturally keep his soul immortal. Adela smiled and said, "My method is nothing special. It relies on brute force, and the magic rings in this area are relatively fragile. You, on the other hand, are making progress at an astonishingly fast speed." Rosen smiled and said, "This is not my personal ability, but the result of the joint efforts of countless learned mages in the Empire. This is the truth. If the reasons are divided into 10, Lai Fu accounts for 3 points, the new knowledge created by the Empire mages in various experiments accounts for at least 6 points, and Rosen's personal inspiration accounts for only 1 point." Adela still looked Rosen up and down. "You already have enough power to match me. I am not sure I can defeat you." Rosen immediately said, "I am even less sure to fight you, Ms. Adela." He could vaguely feel that the person who came this time was most likely Adela's substitute, but even if it was a substitute, its power scale was not much different from the original body. In terms of soul scale alone, the opponent was nearly 10 times larger than himself. If the two sides really had to fight to the death, he would most likely lose. So, he would not fight, but would immediately turn around and run back to the magic circle. As long as the Green Mountains are there is no fear of running out of firewood. But obviously, Adela had no intention of fighting Rosen to death. She waved her hand and said, Okay, we are friends. Don't talk about fighting and killing as soon as we meet." "Do you know why I came to you?" Rosen shrugged. "Ask me to customize a divine weapon?" Adela nodded. "You guessed half right. I do have this idea, but I guess your current ability may not be enough." Rosen nodded. "You guessed right. It is not enough. Although there are many high-energy magic results, the development time is too short, and he still has not mastered the method of creating life branches except nuclear explosion. Not to mention creating other artifacts." Adela raised 2 fingers. "I have 2 things to do. First, I want to tell you that the Light God clan is actually the servant of the Supreme God Gomrel." Rosen's eyes flashed. So, the Light God clan forced Gomrel away not because of mercy, but because they found that no one had the possibility of defeating Gomrel. Adela shook her head, not defeated, but injured, and the injury may be serious. Faced with the terrible oppression of Gomrel, Nawat was forced to fight to the death. They have already activated the soul-burning array, and nearly 3 million mortal warriors are ready to burn their souls. If it is really launched, Gomrel will find it difficult to completely resist, so he had the idea of retreating, but he was the supreme god after all, and he had to save face. So he let the Light God clan come out to give both sides a way out. Rosen immediately asked, "Why is Jaemil afraid of being injured? Is he worried that you great gods will take the opportunity to attack?" "He is not worried about us, but worried about the witch Palominas. This witch has a very mysterious origin and a very strange temperament, but one thing is certain. She is Jaemil's enemy. Once she finds that Jaemil is injured, she will definitely not miss this rare opportunity." Rosen really didn't know these secrets. When he heard it at this time, he felt that the relationship between the great gods must be very complicated. After all, these great gods have existed for countless years. Adela continued, "Jaemil is still asleep, but if you kill his servants, he will definitely wake up and cause trouble for you. This is definitely not a good thing." Rosen chuckled, "Then I will fight him to the death. Even if I don't win, I will definitely seriously injure him. Then, let the witch go to trouble him." Adela frowned slightly. "You will be fully capable of defeating him head-on in the future. There is no need to be so anxious. I think the best way is to give in, defeat those gods of light, but let them go." Rosen thought for a while. "Okay, if there is a chance to catch them, I won't kill them, but I will keep them imprisoned." This answer did not satisfy Adela, but she gave in. "What an arrogant emperor, but as long as you don't let the Saints of Light awaken Gaum Miller, you can do whatever you want." Then, she pressed her second finger. "The second thing is that in about 2 years, the Gate of Creation in the Lost Plain will be opened, and I hope you can join my expedition team. If you can get the artifact, I will give it to you to study first, and then give it to me after you understand it." Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he smiled. "Madam, I am honored to receive your invitation. But I heard that you have 2 artifacts, the Endless Compass and the Gun of Annihilation, so why not lend them to me now for research? If you understand it, I will return it to you in its original form, and I will also make 2 artifacts for you for free in the future." Adela laughed when she heard it, but there was no smile in her dark eyes. "That won't do. If you keep the artifact, I won't be able to ask you to give it back." Rosen spread his hands, looking disappointed. I thought that you should have basic trust in me given our friendship. After saying this, he raised his hand and gently grabbed the air, and the natural scepter, with the branch of life hidden in it, appeared in his hand. As soon as the thought came, the soul power was poured into the natural staff, and a little emerald green dew condensed on the tip of the staff. Madam, how about the exchange? When I control the Nawat plane, I will mortgage this thing to you. With Adela's eyesight, she could naturally see the essence of the natural staff. Even with her huge and tough soul, she couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on her face. This is the branch of life, but how could it be? Isn't it in Dryden's hand? Rosen put away the natural staff again and laughed. Dryden's hand is the female branch, and mine is the male branch. Mine is much more powerful than the one in his hand. Of course, Adela would not believe this nonsense. She immediately said, You have mastered the method of making the branch of life. Yes, who made me study this thing the longest? Rosen continued, How about it, exchange? He wanted the artifact very much now, but the artifact was very difficult to make. Of course, he could explore it himself, but it would take a long time and cost a huge price. The best way is to find ready-made samples to imitate. So, he really coveted Adela's 2 artifacts. Of course, the main reason why he dared to propose an exchange was because he now had the confidence to exchange. With his current strength, as long as he hides in the magic ring, the great god can't do anything to him. On the other hand, Adela was not surprised that Rosen could make artifacts, because this was what she expected. The reason for being surprised was that she felt that the other party was much faster than expected. She was also very moved by Rosen's proposal. After a few seconds of silence, she said, I agree to the exchange, but you have to make 3 artifacts for me for free. Finally, I like the erudite you made for your saint. I need you to provide me with the method of making the erudite. Rosen couldn't help but spread his hands. Madam, your price is too high. Adela smiled slightly, raised her hand and gestured to herself. What if I am included as a gift? Rosen didn't quite understand what he said. Adela made it clearer. The soul of the great god is composed of elemental spiritual essence. She walked to Rosen, took Rosen's hand, and pressed it on her porcelain white cheek. Do you feel it? Rosen nodded. The skin feels exactly the same as a living person. Adela said, Not only the skin, but everything is the same. Because my soul body is originally a projection of the elemental body. At this point, it is clear enough. But Rosen shook his head and told the truth. Madam, I really want to, but I dare not. Adela covered her mouth and chuckled. Everyone says you are a playboy, but in my opinion, you are a coward. Rosen didn't care at all. It's better than a playboy. Adela changed the exchange conditions. The secret method to crack the solar domain? Rosen thought about it and nodded in agreement. Deal. The Lord of the Sun is a powerful god of level 14, and his solar domain is still quite powerful. It is said that in the domain, the Lord of the Sun can turn sunlight into a physical entity and create the so-called solar legion. In short, Rosen was a little unsure about this trick, and was also very curious about the means of the photochemical legion. So, the two completed the knowledge exchange in the pavilion. After the exchange, Adela giggled, Young man, then I will wait for your male branch. After saying this, she turned and left. As she left, the squeeze magic ring returned to its original state, and the illusion of the stargazing hall disappeared. The pavilion also returned to the mortal world. Rosen secretly sighed. The means of the great god are still powerful. Returning to his guest's room, he found that the mess on the bed had been cleaned up. After a short rest, the servant called Rosen to enjoy dinner. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was normal on the surface. But Naya's cheeks still had a trace of red, and when Master Spin faced him, his eyes were full of complicated emotions. A little jealousy, a little annoyance, but most of it was yearning and admiration. It has to be said that human nature is really complicated. In the next few days, Rosen made preparations while waiting for Azuna, and by the way, he had a romantic relationship with Naya for 2 nights, almost plowing the fields. On the morning of the 3rd day, Azuna came back. He was not alone, but brought back 18 saints. They were all saints of judgment. It was said that the Lord of Judgment had only 20 saints in total, and he brought almost all of them. Rosen felt that this Azuna was a really good talent. Chapter 304. The Light God clan has a plane called the Light God Realm. It is said that there are a lot of mortals in the Light Plane, more than 1.5 billion, which is equivalent to the Nawat Plane. But among the 1.5 billion mortals, no more than 200 people can eventually become Light Saints. This is enough to show that the Light Saints are geniuses among geniuses, and the most capable people in the entire plane. Whether it is their personal talents or their talents in mana cultivation, They are the most top-notch existences in the plane. Now, there are 19 such top talents in the plane. In the underground secret room of Naya Manor, Rosen sat on the chair at the top, looking at the 18 saints brought back by Azuna one by one. 18 people, 12 men and 6 women, with an average soul strength of Legend 4, with different looks, but each with outstanding temperament, and they are all very powerful people at first glance. Lai Fu has also been quickly and continuously understanding the thoughts of each saint through the other party's soul fluctuations. At this time, they have basically reached a conclusion. Of the 18 people, 17 were determined to betray the Lord of Judgment. But betraying the Lord of Judgment did not mean that they had to follow Rosen. They were all arrogant, and would not serve as slaves if there was a better choice. At this moment, they all took a wait-and-see attitude. In the end, there was still one exception. But he was still determined to be loyal to the Lord of Judgment, and he came here to gather intelligence. At the same time, the 18 saints were also looking at Rosen. But of course, they had no ability to see through Rosen's situation, and they couldn't even see through the surface. This was an extremely rare situation for them. So, everyone was full of trepidation. Rosen spoke. He first looked at the saint, who was going to be the insider. She was a woman who looked to be in her mid-20s, with a charming face and figure, and a pair of blue eyes that were like a pool of autumn water, rippling with light. Miss Guliwin, since you have made up your mind to follow the Lord of Judgment, why did you follow Azuna to see me? Guliwin's face always had a hint of natural charm, and her face froze when she heard the words, and she immediately denied it. No, your majesty, I have decided to leave the Lord of Judgment. Rosen smiled faintly. Very good, then come here, kneel in front of me, and let me remove the Lord of Judgment's soul mark for you. Guliwin showed a hint of hesitation, but under the attention of the saints, she still did as she was told. Rosen took out the scepter of nature and quickly removed her judgment mark, then asked, now that you are free, what choice will you make? Greven's eyes were a little complicated. She didn't dare to look Rosen in the eye and bowed her head and said, I will firmly follow your majesty. Rosen sighed lightly, but your soul told me that you still have your heart set on the Lord of Judgment. I don't know why, but I respect your choice. Azuna, we are doing a secret business, which cannot be easily leaked. Let's imprison her first. Yes, your majesty. Azuna did it immediately. Because of the learned forehead ornament, his power greatly exceeded that of Greven, and he also knew the methods of the Saint of Judgment very well, so he easily subdued her. Greven was still unwilling to give up, and shouted, No, your majesty, I am willing to follow you. Please trust me. Rosen didn't speak, but another female saint came out of the crowd. Greven, don't lie, we all know your loyalty to Godfrey. Godfrey is the name of the Lord of Judgment. After saying this, the female saint took a few steps forward and knelt in front of Rosen. Your majesty, I, Sid, am willing to follow in your footsteps. This female saint named Sid has beautiful features and smooth skin. She is a middle-aged beautiful woman with great charm and elegance. However, although she said she was willing to follow Rosen's footsteps, her inner thoughts were to regain her freedom through Rosen's hands and then take the opportunity to run away. Everyone has their own ambitions, especially for such top figures. Forcing them to follow will only backfire on them in the end. So Rosen said, Ms. Sid, don't force yourself. I will remove the soul mark for you, but if you want to leave, then leave. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to answer, he helped him remove the judgment mark. Sid was shocked, looked up and stared at Rosen. Your majesty, are you really willing to let me regain my freedom completely? Rosen smiled gently and looked at him frankly. As long as you betray the Lord of Judgment, you have weakened the power of the Light God clan. If I force you to serve me again, what is the difference between me and the Light God clan? So go, lady, pursue the freedom in your mind. These words are really very open, and as soon as these words came out, the saints present had a very obvious improvement in their impression of Rosen. Rosen had the confidence to say these words, because even without the help of these saints, he could still defeat the Light God clan. In this case, there is naturally no need to leave a group of unwilling followers around. Saint Sid was also shocked, but did not get up and leave, but asked, Your Majesty, are you really a mortal? Of course I am a mortal. But your power far exceeds that of a mortal. That's because I carry the crystallization of the magic wisdom of the natural empire. Speaking of this, he looked up at the saints. The wisdom of a single mortal may indeed be inferior to that of a powerful void god and demon, but the wisdom of countless mortals gathered together can create incredible power. With this power, I have killed several demons head-on, and I have also confronted the so-called Lord of Truth, Dryden, and defeated him head-on. This surprised all the saints present. The saints are very sensitive to the information of the void god. They know that Dryden is a powerful god, and they also know that he has returned to the Dryden plane. Now, Dryden not only did not destroy the natural empire, but even allowed the other emperor to have spare power to help Nawat, which is enough to show that the natural empire does have the power to fight against powerful gods. Dryden is also very likely not the opponent of the natural emperor in front of him, and he is very likely to be seriously injured by him. This emperor must have terrible power, otherwise he would not dare to come to the Nawat plane alone. Azuna had personally experienced Rosen's power, and had long been determined to follow him. At this time he said, "Brothers and sisters, we may have some power and may have seen a lot of the world, but in this multidimensional world where the weak are the prey of the strong, our power is not enough to allow us to gain true freedom. Only the great ones who pursue justice and mercy can have some true freedom and dignity. So what are you hesitating about?" "That's right." Sid took a deep breath. "I am willing to follow in His Majesty's footsteps." This time, her mind was firm. Rosen was also ready. He once again raised his palm, and used the elemental projection technique to condense a large string of learned instruments in front of all the saints, a total of 10. My instruments have levels, divided into 7 levels, corresponding to the colors of the soul gems inlaid on them: red, orange, gold, green, blue, blue and purple. You are all talented combat mages, so I will give you a level 3 learned instrument from the beginning. Because the soul gem is gold, everyone who obtains the instrument is also called a golden scholar. Its strength is legendary plus 3, soul amplification 300 times, and 6 times the high-level phase transfer ability within the plane. He put the level 3 learned forehead ornament on Sid's head, and drew a big pie at the same time. If it is level 7, it is the purple gold scholar, which will have the effect of legend plus 7, 1,500 times soul amplification, and 18 times high-level phase transfer ability. The saints originally thought that the golden magic weapon was already very powerful. Now hearing the performance of the purple gold magic weapon, everyone was dumbfounded, and couldn't believe that there was such a powerful magic weapon in the world. This is simply turning mortals into gods. They couldn't help but believe it, because Sid, who was given the golden magic weapon, had a dreamy expression on his face, and obviously felt the power of the magic weapon. For a while, all the saints were yearning. Rosen felt it, and he shook the string of learned magic weapons in his hand, and the soul gem swayed left and right, showing a dazzling fire. These instruments are the crystallization of the magic wisdom of the natural empire. If you make contributions to the empire also has a very strict promotion system to ensure that all contributions to the empire will not be in vain. This so-called promotion system is what Rosen made up based on the promotion system of the mages in the natural empire. He looked at Azuna. "Mage Azuna, you have exceeded the task and proved your loyalty and ability with your actions. According to the promotion system of the empire, I will promote you from the 4th level Emerald Scholar to the 5th level Azure Scholar." As he said this, Rosen handed over the Azure Scholar instrument. "Exchange it with your Emerald instrument." Azuna was overjoyed, and immediately handed over his Scholar instrument in exchange for a higher level instrument. After wearing it again, he reached the soul strength of Legend 10, and the soul amplification of 1,000 times, and immediately felt that his strength became extremely powerful. This performance was seen by the Saints of Judgment, and each of them was excited. The Lord of Judgment is not treated so well. That guy is not fair at all, and is rarely seen. He is totally incomparable with the natural emperor who is personally on the battlefield. Moreover, they all know that behind this emperor is a mortal empire with a population of 600 million, and the empire has such high achievements in magic. The country must be very rich and prosperous, and its power must have reached an incredible level. As a mortal, joining such a great mortal empire, becoming a member of it, and fighting side by side with other mortal mages, the sense of honor and achievement is far beyond the comparison of working for the Void God. Even Greven, who firmly followed the Lord of Judgment, showed obvious hesitation in her heart. In her eyes, the Emperor's courage, ability, and even financial resources far exceeded the Lord of Judgment Godfrey. Greven found that she could not find the meaning of pursuing Godfrey. So, the remaining saints chose to follow Rosen without hesitation, and they also received the golden learned forehead ornament. After +3 legendary levels, the strongest saint has reached legendary 11, and the weakest has reached legendary 6. The power has obviously increased a lot compared to the past, and all of this power belongs to them, without the gift of others. This kind of independent power is completely different from the power that relied on others in the past. Rosen clearly felt that after his operation, these saints became very determined to follow him. It can be said that they all became disciples of him, the Emperor. Only Grevin was left. Rosen actually had a dispensable mentality towards this saint. But since they were already here, it would be a pity to just let them go, so he planned to continue to use some tricks. He extended his hand and said, "Everyone, please sit down, let's discuss the next plan." After everyone sat down, Rosen looked at Gullywin with a very indifferent attitude. "Oh, by the way, Miss Gullywin, I have to wrong you for a few days." Gullywin was of course very concerned about her own fate. Wrong for a few days? Then, are you going to kill me? Rosen shook his head. Kill you? Of course not. He looked around at each disciple and said seriously, "You are all the most outstanding mortals. There are more than 1 billion people in a plane, and there are less than 300 of them. You are the elite among the elites, and the masterpiece of the Creator. To destroy it so easily is a huge blasphemy to the Creator. Our natural empire respects life, and has a lot of laws to protect the right to life. Even I, the Emperor, have no right to deprive others of their lives at will. So, I only plan to restrict your freedom for a few days. After we defeat those hypocritical demons of light, you can go wherever you want." This remark made the disciples feel very impressed. They felt that the Emperor's spirit was really magnificent, and they felt that the distant natural empire was a mortal kingdom that made people feel extremely at ease. They couldn't help but feel a strong yearning in their hearts. Grevin was very confused, because she found that she couldn't hate this opponent at all. Not only did she not hate him, she even had a lot of respect for him. She also had a feeling in her heart. The master seemed to be no match for this mortal emperor. This made her feel very disappointed. After all, she was not an ordinary person, but the most outstanding elite in a plane. This kind of person would never admit her own way. The negative emotions in his heart flashed quickly, and his thoughts changed. He knelt on the ground with a plop. "Your Majesty, I realize my mistakes, and I am willing to follow your footsteps." Hearing this, Sid immediately said, "Humph, you must be lying." Azuna also whispered to remind, "Your Majesty, Grevin is very flattering and may not be trustworthy." Most of the other saints also had similar ideas, and tried to persuade him. Grevin was very uneasy, not knowing what fate she was about to face. At this time, Rosen smiled slightly. The light demon is best at disguise, and it is understandable that he was deceived by it for a while. Since Miss Gullywin has corrected her mistakes, come forward, put on this golden erudite magic weapon, and discuss the demon-killing plan together. Everyone has emotions and rationality. Usually, at the level of saints, emotions are very few and rationality becomes very much. But Rosen can see clearly that this Gullywin is an exception. She is still very emotional, and even occupies a dominant position in thinking. This kind of person, as long as you treat her well, will gain much more loyalty than other saints. When his words reached Gullywin's ears, she was greatly relieved. She walked a few steps on her knees to Rosen, lowered her head, and let Rosen put the magic weapon on her head. When the magic weapon took effect, she immediately felt that her soul became incredibly powerful. While she was shocked, she couldn't help but look up at Rosen. But she saw that this unfathomable emperor was looking at her with a gentle and encouraging look. The two looked at each other, and Grevin felt as if a warm current flowed into her heart, washing away all the anxiety and confusion in her heart. With just one glance, the dependence she had on her former master Godfrey was almost completely transferred to Rosen. Unable to help herself, she grabbed Rosen's hand, kissed the back of his hand passionately, and swore excitedly with the language of the soul, "Your Majesty, I will never betray you. I am willing to do anything for you." Rosen raised his hand and touched her head, just like an elder comforting a naughty younger generation. "I believe in your loyalty. Now, find a seat and sit down." Grevin became more and more excited. "No, let me sit at your feet and listen to your teachings." This performance made the other saints unhappy. "How can others deal with you fawning on the emperor like this?" Sid said angrily. "Grevin, why do you always do this?" Other saints also frowned, thinking that Grevin's loyalty was too much. Rosen naturally knew how to coordinate the relationship between his subordinates. He pointed to an empty seat and said solemnly, "Ms. Grevin, I treat every saint's personality equally. I regard you as loyal comrades. Don't degrade yourself to a slave." "Your Majesty, but I am willing to do this." Muttering softly, Grevin obeyed Rosen's order very meekly. Rosen knew from her appearance that this woman had changed so thoroughly that she was probably willing to do anything. He thought to himself, "This kind of personality is interesting. I will have fun with her when I have time. As for now, of course, business is important." After everyone sat down, Rosen began to get to the point. The first step of the plan is to reveal the true face of the light demon to the people of the Sky Republic to clarify the identity of their enemies. I need you to list the crimes committed by the light saints in the past. Tell everything you know, write it into a book, publish it in the newspaper, and distribute it nationwide. Since the saints have completely changed sides, they will certainly not hesitate at this moment. Azuna took notes, and the other saints spoke one by one, revealing evil deeds done by the light Protoss in Nawat. And just as these former judgment saints did this, the Lord of Judgment Godfrey finally noticed the changes in the mortal world. He was very panicked and immediately went to find the Lord of the Moon. Chapter 305. The Light God clan has its own base plane, which has been in operation for more than 5,000 years, and has tamed all the mortals in the plane to be extremely docile. It is right to attack the Nawat plane now, but the base camp must not be lost. The distance between the planes is far, and the Void God cannot achieve rapid phase transfer, so the 4 Light Gods divided the work. The main bodies of Atumen, Lord of the Sun, and Drakik, Lord of the Flame, are still in the Light God realm, and only sent saints to enter the Nawat plane. The ones who really came to Nawat were Shar, Lord of the Moon, and Godfrey, Lord of Judgment. Godfrey had a problem, so he naturally went to the Lord of the Moon to discuss it. There are 2 moons in the Nawat plane, one silver and one blue, called Silver Moon and Sea Moon respectively. Now Shar occupies the Silver Moon, and the Lord of Judgment occupies the Sea Moon. There is still a little distance between the 2 months. When Godfrey, the Lord of Judgment, realized something was wrong and rushed to the Moon God Court of Silver Moon, it was already 4 days after Azuna surrendered. At this time, Godfrey had lost contact with most of the saints, and even the loyal Gliven had no response. Shar, all the saints I sent to the Nawat plane have lost contact. I only have 1 saint left now. The reason why the saint did not get into trouble was not because of good luck, but because the other party stayed in the realm of light. Shar, the Lord of the Moon, is the Void God of Legend 12, one of the 2 powerful gods in the Light God clan, and the power is second only to Atumen, the Lord of the Sun in Legend 14. Her form is a young woman wearing a black-bottomed silver-patterned long skirt, with long silver hair, and a pair of silver runes and silver eyes. Her temperament was cold and clear, like a sharp blade immersed in ice water, reflecting cold light. After hearing what Godfrey said, her pair of silver eyebrows that flew diagonally into her temples raised, and her sharp phoenix eyes glanced down at Godfrey, who was a head shorter than her. 19 saints all lost contact, and you don't even know what happened? And you come to me to discuss countermeasures? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Godfrey raised his hand and touched his Mediterranean bald head, smiling awkwardly. Of course, his head was not naturally like this, but a hairstyle he gave himself, called the Light of Judgment hairstyle. In the mortal world, this Mediterranean hairstyle is the standard for judging male saints. He also knew Sarah's temper, and had long been prepared to be ridiculed. At this time, he smiled with a dead pig, lazy and not afraid of boiling water. Shar, I have no other choice now. I can only ask you for help. You still have the nerve to laugh? Shar wanted to slap him, but doing so would only increase the hatred between the 2 sides, and would not solve the problem, so she suppressed her anger. I will contact Tyrania now, and ask her to check the situation in the mortal world. Tyrania is a sun saint, the soul of Legend 11, and one of the 3 sun saints of the Lord of the Sun. Her power in the mortal world is very great, and sometimes even Shar has to avoid her edge. Not to mention Godfrey, who is often ordered around by Tyrania, and even mocked by cold words, but dares not resist at all. Soon, Shar opened a soul window to the mortal world in the Silver Moon Divine Court. The background opposite the window is a brand new and glorious sun temple. That was the Great Temple of Light, built in the former Nawat Republic, now the capital of the Kingdom of Glory, Nadelin. It was just built, and the address is just opposite the Saint Stele of the Republic of Nawat. It is far less magnificent than the Saint Stele, and occupies a much larger area. It is said that there were many voices in the Kingdom of Glory to overthrow the Saint Stele, and move the Hall of Valor of the Republic, but they finally gave up due to the huge protests from the people. Back to the topic. In the soul window, Tyrania wore a golden crown, a golden skirt, and held a white jade scepter. She sat on a throne made of gold and diamonds, and responded to Shar's call in an indifferent tone. Your Majesty Shar, I am very busy now. Please describe your purpose in the shortest possible words. Seeing this, Godfrey on the side couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, Atumen has spoiled this little girl. Shar glanced at him, suggesting that he shut up, and then quickly repeated the problem Godfrey encountered. Tyrania was a little impatient to listen. After listening, she looked at Godfrey indifferently. Lord of Judgment, I am very surprised at your slowness. You only discovered the loss of contact with the mortal saints now, which makes me wonder what you have been doing these days. You are not fishing in the divine court, are you? Godfrey wanted to defend himself, but the other party's third sentence immediately made him feel guilty, because the other party guessed right. His Blue Moon divine court is very rich, and there are a large number of free soul fish living in the incomplete magic circle. Not only are there a lot of them, but they are also very delicious. He often chases fish in the chaotic energy of the incomplete magic circle, enjoying both the delicious food and the process of hunting. Terenia knew Godfrey very well. As soon as she saw his flickering eyes, she knew that this guy was indeed not doing his job, so she scolded him mercilessly. Godfrey, Lord of Judgment, please remember your identity and duties. His Majesty Atumen sent you to Navart to conquer the plane, not to catch that damn fish. Godfrey was far away in the void, so he was naturally not afraid of Terenia's scolding. He spread his hands. It has already happened, don't rush to scold me, tell me what to do. He had a rogue expression of I am so unlucky, what can you do to me? Terenia was indeed not qualified to punish Godfrey. The only thing she could do was to complain to her master. Of course she would complain, and her master would punish Godfrey, but these were all things for the future, and did not solve the current problem. No matter what, things must be done well, which is the basis for her current status and favor. So, she took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and talked about business. I got the news that the natural empire from the Druden Plain has come to help. The Emperor Rosen is probably in the Oli city of the Sky Republic. When this was said, both Shar and Godfrey were slightly surprised. Shar asked curiously, didn't Druden go back? Why is the natural empire still concerned about the air traffic control of Nawat? Godfrey also nodded repeatedly. Yes, at this time, shouldn't the mortal emperor be busy dealing with Druden's elves? Terenia shook her head. The latest news says that Druden's return journey was not smooth, and it can even be called bumpy. Druden was even seriously injured in the latest assassination plan against the mortal emperor. Without Druden's command, the Elven Empire in the mortal world also suffered a heavy blow on the battlefield. It is said that even the portal of the Empire, the Dragon Islands, is about to be lost. So, the current situation is that the natural empire has enough time and energy to intervene in the situation of the Nawat Plain. Shar doesn't care about the situation of mortals, she cares about Druden, who injured Druden. I got the news that he was injured by Rosen, the emperor of the natural empire, and was almost killed. Terenia is very well informed, and her news also made Shar feel really shocked. She is the power of Legend 12, just stepping into the threshold of a powerful god, while Druden, with a power of 12.8 and holding the artifact life branch in his hand, is still not the opponent of the mortal emperor. Then she is probably not either. Godfrey was also shocked, even scared. He couldn't help but say, why is this mortal emperor so powerful? I have always heard that demons were constantly killed by him, but those demons were just small characters after all, so they did not attract real attention. Now even Dryden was almost killed, and Godfrey, who only had the legendary 9 power, suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Although Terenia was well informed, there was still a limit. She shook her head. I don't know how he did it. If he really went to Nawat, we would be in big trouble. Hearing this, Shar suddenly said, some time ago, Atumen said he was a witch saint. Could it be because of this? Godfrey was startled. Which saint, which witch? He then reacted by himself. Could it be that witch? Shar sighed. Who else could it be besides her? Godfrey felt his body getting even colder. But Terenia gave him good news. I got the latest news. The witch has nothing to do with him, so we don't have to worry about the witch. Instead, the natural emperor has to worry about the witch causing trouble. Terenia showed a gloating expression on her face. But this expression lasted for a moment, and then turned serious. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with the current situation for the time being. She looked at Godfrey again. I think your saints are likely to have been instigated by the natural empire. Godfrey didn't believe it at all. How is it possible? I have put the mark of judgment in their minds. How dare they betray me? I think they were either killed or imprisoned. This time, Shar agreed with Godfrey's words. Yes, either killed or imprisoned, it is impossible to be instigated. Terenia immediately said what she guessed. Reason, my people didn't find any traces of fierce fighting, everything happened quietly. Of course, this evidence is not sufficient. But no matter what happened, it shows that the natural empire has mastered a very terrible method. I have also sent the Saint of Light to the Republic of Sky for an in-depth investigation, but Your Majesty Shar, Your Majesty Godfrey, I need your cooperation. Shah immediately said, I will send Adali over now. Adali, the legendary 10th full moon warrior, is one of the two strongest holy warriors under Shar's command. He is also the second strongest person after Turania on the current Nowet plane. Gofri, however, has no saints. Although he is unwilling and even a little afraid, he can only grit his teeth and say, "I will go to Ulai City in person." After all, he still has to give Atumen some instructions, otherwise he will be beaten by him. He will not get too close, just wander around in the void to see the situation. No matter how strong the mortal reinforcements of the natural empire were, or how powerful the emperor's methods were, they would not be able to defeat him easily. Chapter 306. Naya Manor. Mage Spin stood at the door of the underground secret room and reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, the secret room is fully prepared. According to the drawings you gave, it is divided into two rooms. The inner room is a cube with a side length of 30 meters. The outer room is 20 meters high. The length and width are more than 80 meters, and it has been strengthened with specific runes. It can be said that the entire underground of the manor has been hollowed out." Rosen stood at the door, looking at the layout of the secret room, and then released a detection spell into the secret room, and then carefully experienced the power resonance effect in the secret room. After a few minutes, he nodded. "The precision is a little worse, but it can still be used overall. I still have to repair it carefully. You stand guard at the door, and don't let anyone disturb me from casting spells." "Yes, Your Majesty." After Rosen entered the secret room, he began to cast the transformation spell. Mage Spin's transformation level is still very good, but he only knows the drawings, not the specific principles of the spell, so he didn't do it in many details, especially the precision. What Rosen had to do was to carry out a fine-tuning, and on the basis of the fine-tuning, to carry out the final construction process, to completely complete this large element projection room. The amount of work was not large, but the construction requirements were extremely high. Rosen took more than an hour to complete it completely. After finishing, he immediately entered the inner room of the element projection room. This is an element resonance cavity with a side length of 30 meters. The volume is quite large, but the precision of the spatial shape has reached the level of 10 microns. Just one look gives people a sense of super precision of God's creation. After everything was done, Rosen came to the safe casting position reserved in this resonance cavity. First, cast a defensive spell of 10,000 Rosens to prevent the projection from being disturbed. After the spell was completed, the inner wall of the secret room showed a strong metallic glow. Immediately afterwards, cast another coordination spell of the same scale to neutralize the slight interference caused by the defensive spell to the large-scale elemental projection that was about to begin. Then, Rosen opened his arms widely, and with a fierce thought, he contacted the flesh and blood substitute in the Empire through the power of faith. Control the substitute, and activate the large elemental projection artifact set up in the mountains north of Swan Castle step by step. The so-called elemental projection is essentially the same as the phase transfer technique, which is a kind of time and space transmission technique. But the principle is the same, the implementation method is different, and the difficulty is also very different. According to the different objects of transmission, there is a difference between elemental projection and spiritual projection. According to the different degrees of completeness of transmission, there is a difference between global projection and local projection. According to the degree of refinement, there are two types of non-life projection and life projection. The traditional phase transfer technique belongs to global life projection. It is extremely difficult, has great restrictions, and consumes a lot of energy. Currently, it can only be achieved by self-casting by living organisms. What Rosen achieved was the global projection of large-scale, non-living elements, commonly known as the plane teleportation technique. In terms of projection itself, the difficulty of casting is not that high. It's just that the threshold for entry is particularly high because it requires a huge amount of power as support. Back to the topic. Buzz, buzz. As the projection progressed, huge power fluctuations continued to ripple in the secret room, so that circles of ripples, like heat waves, appeared in the air. However, due to the giant protective barrier and the special structure of the secret room itself, this huge movement was almost completely obscured, and the movement that was finally transmitted to the outside of the secret room was only equivalent to a low-level spell. After the ripples lasted for about 5 minutes, a giant light and shadow that reached 20 meters suddenly appeared in the air. After the light and shadow appeared, it quickly turned from virtual to real, and finally turned into a spherical polyhedron with a large number of strange runes carved on the surface. This is the superpower core that Rosen specially built for this operation, which he called the Heart of Eternity. At the critical moment, it can provide tremendous power. Not only can it provide Rosen with a huge amount of mana, but it can also greatly strengthen the magic ring within a radius of 10 kilometers, and when needed, build a huge magic ring cage. So where does so much power come from? Of course, it comes from the fission of heavy nuclei. In other words, this is a small fission reactor. It weighs nearly 100 tons. In order to complete this cross-dimensional projection, the power consumed is about the same as the complete annihilation of 10 kilograms of elements. In other words, it is roughly equivalent to the explosion of a supernuclear bomb with an equivalent of 8 billion tons of TNT, or the explosion of 160 Tsar bombs. In order to obtain this power, the 3 giant solar cores newly built by the Natural Empire in Whalon have been running continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. If it were placed in the era of burning black stone, it might be able to pay for this power, but the cost would be unacceptable. After the Heart of Eternity appeared, Rosen quickly checked its performance and activated it after confirming that everything was normal. Buzz. In the low but magnificent humming sound, the cube slowly started and began to output pure mana. In this way, Rosen has his own power source, and does not need to obtain mana from the Nawut Plane Magic Ring. Naturally, there will be no interference to the Plane Magic Ring. Therefore, from the perspective of the Void, it is completely impossible to perceive the movement of this secret room. But this is not enough. In order to prevent the Heart of Eternity from being destroyed by the enemy, Rosen made some settings to put it into safe operation mode. In this mode, the Heart of Eternity will establish a magic shield of unprecedented scale, and extremely close to the high-energy magic field around it. To break through the defense of this shield, it is only possible for the Great God to rush forward with the artifact. Until this moment, Rosen was completely relieved. He turned and came to the outer room of the secret room. First, the inner secret room was completely sealed, and then he connected the inner Heart of Eternity in the form of ghost resonance. Because the distance is close, the loss is very small, and the power transmission efficiency is as high as 99%. After everything is ready, Rosen began to project elements on a larger scale. Woo woo! Round after circle of air ripples continued to spread in all directions with his body as the center, and small rectangular light and shadows began to emerge in the air. The light and shadows turned into boxes with numbers, and these boxes were neatly stacked in this underground secret room. About half an hour later, the entire secret room was almost filled with square boxes, which were filled with individual weapons for mortal combat. Only then did he say to Master Spencer, who was guarding the door of the secret room, "I'm ready here. Go and notify Armonk to come and get the weapons." "Yes, Your Majesty." While Master Spin was calling for help, Rosen checked the weapons for the last time, and after confirming that everything was normal, he waited patiently in the secret room. About an hour later, a deep male voice came from outside the secret room. "Your Majesty, I'm here." It was Naya's cousin, the captain of the Sky Guard of Uli City, Armonk. As soon as Rosen thought about it, the protective spell covering the secret room disappeared without a trace. "Come in, Captain." The door of the secret room was pushed open, and a short but very strong man walked in. His facial features were somewhat similar to Naya. His soul strength was at the peak of the 9th ring. Although he practiced magic power, most of his magic power was used by him to maintain his physical strength and various defensive spells. He was a typical combat mage. After seeing Rosen, he saluted and called him Your Majesty. He did not come alone. There were 5 trusted adjutants behind him, and these people also saluted Rosen. Rosen nodded in response, and as he thought, an ammunition box slid over from the side. He opened the lid of the ammunition box, and inside the box, a row of shiny black firearms were neatly placed. At first glance, it looked a bit like a traditional musket, but the workmanship was obviously much more sophisticated, and the materials used looked more high-end. Rosen picked up a firearm from it, pulled the bolt, and a metallic click sounded, and began to introduce the weapon's performance. High-precision automatic rifle, codenamed Blazing Sword, with a spiral rifling high-pressure barrel made of hardened krypton gold, a high-precision active dead light sight, an effective range of 2 kilometers, and an attack strength of legendary +5 within a kilometer. Hula. Rosen pulled over another bullet box and opened it, which was filled with blue-black rune bullets. This is the rune bullet that comes with the flame sword. It is made of a special alloy and has very powerful armor-breaking and spell-breaking performance. While speaking, he used the magician's hand to quickly press the bullet into the magazine, and then loaded it with a click. The flame sword is the main weapon of my Natural Empire Special Forces. Each rifle comes with 10 magazines, and each magazine holds 100 rounds of bullets. As he spoke, he held the rifle horizontally, and built a special force field spell target in front of the muzzle. The way of use is basically the same as the know-what fire gun. But there are two modes. One is the automatic rapid-fire mode. Look at this button. After it is pulled into place, just pull the trigger. Thump, thump, thump. The rifle made a dull and powerful vibration sound, which was not harsh, and could hardly be heard from a distance of 50 meters. At the same time, a small ball of faint blue flame spewed out of the muzzle. After the bullet rushed out of the muzzle, it immediately entered the range of the force field spell, and its speed suddenly slowed down significantly, showing a clearly visible spiral trajectory in the force field. See, my weapon is a single-shot bullet, which spins in at high speed in the air, which is completely different from the scattering pattern of the musket. Because of this, its reaction force is much smaller than that of the musket, the range is much longer, and the accuracy is much higher. If you hold it still, you can fire a maximum of 800 rounds per minute. Of course, it's best not to do this, because it's meaningless. After firing a round, Rosen adjusted another firing mode. Now it's a high-precision single-shot mode. With the dead light sight turned on, it can achieve a nearly perfect straight trajectory in all weather conditions, and a deviation of no more than 5 mm within 1,000 meters. The reason why this can be achieved is not only because of the extremely high accuracy of the firearms, but also because of the rune bullet's ability to break spells. This specially refined bullet can ignore the influence of gravity and air resistance on the trajectory, and achieve a perfect straight-line attack within a kilometer. As a centurion, Armonk is naturally very familiar with firearms, and the more he listens, the more shocked he is. He took the rifle handed over by Rosen, followed Rosen's instructions, and fired a few rounds at the force field spell, and felt that this weapon was very easy to control. It is much more docile than a musket, but the power is amazing. It can be said that every gun is a blazing fire, and every sword is a legend. But he had some doubts in his heart. Your Majesty, such a good rune bullet doesn't look cheap. He felt that this was not a war, but throwing gold. I'm afraid that the bullets are not enough. Rosen saw his worry, and pointed to the pile of bullet boxes on the side. Time is a bit tight. There is no time to prepare more. There are a total of 2,000 flaming swords, and 1 million rune bullets here, which should be enough for a while. Armonk shuddered and almost dropped the gun in his hand. How much more? He seemed to hear the number of 1 million. But such a fine rune bullet, each of which is a good treasure, can it be measured by 1 million? The adjutants behind him were also stunned, shocked by the generosity of His Majesty the Emperor. This is the effect Rosen wants. His Natural Empire's magic industry has been developing for nearly 10 years since its inception. The scale of the industry, and the high production capacity, are beyond the imagination of poor Nawat. Clatter. He pulled over another ammunition box and opened it. Inside were things that were more than 1 meter long and as thick as an adult's arm. Directional explosive bomb, also called whistling spear, points the tip at the target, activates the attack rune, and it will fly over by itself. The flight speed is 200 meters per second, and the maximum distance it can fly is 4 kilometers. It can burst out a flame shock wave with a power of Legend 10, and comes with metal fragments attack. This weapon is used to attack positions, or deal with legendary strongmen. There are not many, so I prepared 10,000 of them. Use them first. A monk was a little confused after hearing this, and felt that the Natural Empire was really rich. Voila! Rosen pulled over the third box, which was an equipment box. After opening it, it contained a set of sophisticated individual equipment. Single soldier War God suit. War God helmet. After wearing, the warrior soul strength is legendary +1, and immune to soul attacks below legendary 10, and comes with a night vision goggles. War God armor. Can withstand elemental and spell attacks below legendary 10 strength, weighs 10 kilograms. War God gloves, fireproof, moisture-proof, heat insulating. Wearing it, you can directly fish things out of the lava. War God leather boots, fireproof, moisture-proof, heat insulating. You can walk directly in the lava. Time is tight, so I prepared 2,000 sets, and prepared 2 sets of each soldier size, 1 set for use, and 1 set for replacement. A monk swallowed his saliva, and thought to himself, then I brought 1,000 legendary warriors. It feels fake, not real. Rosen can see it, but he doesn't explain much, because facts are the best explanation. He got to the point. In the Sky Council in half a month, Naya will propose to expel the light demons, but there must be many members in the council who have been confused by these void demons, or even brainwashed. They may not listen to reason, and may even think of joining forces with the light demons to raid the Sky Council. What you have to do is to protect the normal convening of the meeting and resolutely repel any invading light demons and their accomplices. At that time, he will also participate in the council, and talk about reason first. If reason doesn't listen, then talk about firepower. Is it okay? Armonk originally felt that there was a big problem. After all, they were only 1,000 people. But now, with so many powerful war instruments, he feels that he is terribly strong. Voila! He saluted Rosen again. Your Majesty, glory to you, leave the enemy to us to deal with. But Rosen shook his head. He looked around at the soldiers and said in a serious tone, we are all disciples of Saint Fenmont, and Nawat will always be a mortal plane. Any void life that attempts to invade Nawat, whether he claims to be a god or a demon, is our enemy. So glory should belong to all mortal heroes. These two sentences made the officers present excited, raised their fists, and shouted, glory to all mortal heroes. Chapter 307. With the Eternal Heart, 1,000 more war gods were armed. Rosen immediately launched a war of public opinion in the Republic of Sky. The printing level of Nawat is very high, and many newspapers have been developed among the people. Under the promotion of Nyan's spin, the book The Devil of Light in the World quickly began to be printed on a large scale, and put into the market of the Republic of Sky. At the same time, the Olai Times, Sky Morning News, Sky Evening News, and other major newspapers began to report in great detail the evil deeds done by the Light Protoss in Nawat. The details of these evil deeds are very rich, and the time, place, and character dialogues are all explained clearly, just like the confession of the security team, which makes people have to believe it. Finally, in the major provinces of the Republic of Sky, especially in the streets and alleys of the capital city of Olai, many propagandists appeared, constantly promoting the evil of the Light Protoss among the people. The Light Protoss will certainly not sit idly by. They immediately responded tit for tat, publishing books and printing newspapers, and began to fight a war of public opinion with the staunch resistance represented by Naya. But the books they wrote and the newspapers they printed were all lies. Lies have a characteristic, which is that they cannot withstand the scrutiny of knowledgeable people. For a time, the public opinion of the Republic of Sky was gradually reversed. The ordinary people's vigilance against the void demons was awakened, and their attitude towards the missionaries of light gradually changed from neutrality to rejection and hatred. Even the public opinion of the Holy Sant Empire and the Kingdom of Glory was greatly affected. Of course, this cannot go on. At present, the strongest saint of light in the Republic of Sky is the full moon warrior Adali. Some time ago, he was sent by the Lord of the Moon to search for the missing judgment saint near Ulai City, but he never found any clues. Now, after he carefully read the book The Bright Devil in the World, he understood the reason. Pa. In a secret room, he threw the book to the ground and cursed loudly. The Lord of Judgment is a fool, and his saints are all fools. They have all been turned against. Of course, there is not only him in the secret room, but also 5 moon saints. Their lowest power level has reached Legend 6, which is obviously much stronger than the Judgment Saint. Someone said, Adali, scolding is useless. The most important issue now is how to deal with the counterattack of the Republic of Sky. Adali snorted coldly, and his cold features, which are similar to those of the Lord of the Moon, showed a deep coldness. Some words, once spoken, will arouse the suspicion of the people no matter how the debate goes. The vigilance of Nawat mortals is much higher than that of other planes. If this continues, the former Nawat Republic will return again. The former Nawat Republic was not only terribly powerful, but its existence itself also established a spiritual monument in the hearts of mortals in all planes. As long as the Nawat Republic stands firm, mortals in all planes will never really crawl at the feet of the gods. So, the best way at present is to make the speaker shut up completely. Someone else immediately said, but the reason why this counselor named Naya dared to do this must be that he got the support of the Natural Emperor. The Natural Emperor is not easy to deal with. If it were in the past, they would not dare to do it even if they wanted to. Adali snorted coldly. No matter how powerful he is not a native of this plane. The support he brings is definitely limited. As long as we gather enough forces and launch a sharp knife-like raid, it will be enough to completely turn them into the dust of history. Of course, this is the Republic of the Sky after all, and it is the place that inherits the spirit of the Republic of Nawat the most. Although the White Sand Plain became very weak after the battle, the power of the Light Protoss here is also very limited. So, they have to seek help from local forces. Because of the efforts in the early stage, there is still some such power. After gathering together, they can condense a strong force, which is enough to launch an amazing raid. However, before seeking help from outsiders, they must first unify their own ideas. The Moon Saints all listened to Adali's command, so there is no need to worry, But the Lord of Judgment in the void has been wandering around the periphery of Ulai City. It seems to be looking for someone, but it's actually shopping. It makes people angry just looking at it. But Adalia is not qualified to order the Lord of Judgment Godfrey, so he can only contact his master. He took out the moon sculpture from his arms, clasped it with both hands, and began to pray in a low voice. A few minutes later, he received a response from the Moon Lord Shar. My loyal servant, tell me about your recent discovery. Adalia then reported to the Moon Lord what had happened recently in the Republic of the Sky, what he had recently investigated, and the performance of the Lord of Judgment. At last, he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, Master, because of the betrayal of the Saint of Judgment, our good situation in the early stage has almost disappeared. In order to make up for this loss, many devout believers paid their lives. Now, the Lord of Judgment said he was looking for his saints, but he has been wandering aimlessly outside the city of Ulai, which is of little help to the current situation. I can't help but wonder if this honorable Lord of Judgment is a member of our Light God clan. Be careful, Shar rebuked softly. Adalia immediately took a half step back. Master, I made a mistake, but everything I said is true. Shah was also somewhat dissatisfied with the Lord of Judgment. She was dissatisfied with his ability to control the saints, and also dissatisfied with his lazy attitude afterwards. However, she was not the main god of the Light God clan after all, so she could not force the Lord of Judgment. But this would definitely not work. So, she replied to her saint, You plan the raid first, and I will handle the Lord of Judgment's affairs. Yes, master. After Adalia left, Shah immediately contacted Terania in the mortal world. But this time, he was not talking to Terania, but directly contacting the Lord of Light Atumen through Terania's body. In the soul window leading to the mortal world, Terania's face was indifferent, and a pair of blue eyes showed a faint golden light. This means that Terania has been controlled by Atumen. Shah immediately saluted, Lord Atumen, I salute you. She called him Lord because he was the Lord God, and because of the appointment of the Supreme God Gamal. Atumen nodded lightly, Shar, I salute you. Then, Shar carefully told Atumen about the situation reported by Adalia. After that, she sighed lightly. In the current situation, if we don't do something, the natural emperor may have to gain a foothold in the Republic of the Sky. Atumen was silent for a long time, and said, Although Rosen is not a witch saint, he has some strange skills, and is very good at calculations. He is not easy to provoke. Shar was stunned. Atumen, what do you mean? Are you going to give up what? Then all these years of planning have been in vain? Atumen shook his head. Of course not. Since he dared to support the Republic of Sky, it means that he has made many calculations and believes that his strength is enough to fight us. What's amazing is that his calculations are probably correct. Shar was even more surprised. In other words, we will fail in the end. Then she felt that Atumen was exaggerating. My lord, he is just a mortal emperor, not the creator. How can he see through fate? Atumen sighed. I used to think so, and the Lord of Truth, Dariton, must think so too. 4. Therefore, I sent someone to contact Dritton. From him, I learned about the battle between him and Rosen that day. Dritton told me that the fighting power of this mortal emperor is not inferior to that of a powerful god, and even greatly exceeds it, to the level of a great one. He is also very cautious, good at planning, and likes to set traps. There is almost no hope of victory in fighting with him, and the slightest mistake will lead to death. Shar was more and more surprised as she listened. Mortal. Great one. Aren't these two antonyms? How can they be used together? Atumen sighed again. I know why you are surprised. I am also surprised, but respecting the facts can go further. In the soul window, Terania's sacred, exquisite face like a porcelain doll showed a trace of sadness, but a pair of blue eyes shining with golden light revealed a strong desire to fight. If we rely on ourselves, we are likely to lose. The only way to break this situation is to introduce a new force, a force that is not within his calculations, and the stronger the better. Shah immediately understood. Are you going to find reinforcements? Atumen nodded. Yes, in fact, when Terania reported the situation to me, I was already looking for it. Fortunately, I really found a powerful helper. Who is it? The master of the Lord of Darkness, the great Lord of Night, Saramani, agreed to send a team of Night Knights into Nawat. Shar was delighted when she heard this. Oh, this is really good news. The Night Knight is the ace fighter among the Night Saints. Not only is he very powerful, but he is also given very powerful power by the Lord of Night. A combat team composed of 10 Night Knights has the ability to confront powerful gods head-on, and is likely to win. So, they are equivalent to a powerful god who is particularly capable of fighting. What's even better is that the Night Knight is a mortal legendary warrior, which means that this powerful god can enter the magic circle and directly attack the natural Emperor Rosen. So, this help is very powerful. But there is no free lunch in the world, and Shar immediately asked, "What is the price?" "There is a little price, but for the sake of the master, it is within the acceptable range." After saying this, Atumen said, "The Night Knight is a surprise force, don't show it easily, so everything in the mortal world remains the same, and never let Rosen see the problem. As for the Lord of Judgment, he did make a big mistake this time. I will order him to find an opportunity to attack Rosen." In this case, Shar had nothing to say. "Then do as you say, Lord Atumen." Chapter 308. Time passed day by day, and the date of the Sky Council was getting closer and closer. With the continuous propaganda of various newspapers, books, and street speakers, the light missionaries in the streets and alleys of Uli's city gradually disappeared. The Light God clan seemed to have admitted defeat. But this was of course just an appearance, just the calm before the storm. The small actions in secret were increasing day by day. The Light God clan not only did it themselves, but also commanded the Surrender faction in the Sky Council to fight various secret battles with the firm fighting faction where Naya was. Naturally, all these small actions were seen by Rosen one by one. He fulfilled the original agreement, and made almost no command on the details, leaving it all to the Nawat people to handle. He stayed in Naya Manor peacefully, as if he knew nothing. As the Emperor of the Natural Empire, he certainly would not be idle. Through the connection of the power of faith, he always paid attention to various situations within the Natural Empire, and handled various complicated government affairs. Except that the main body was not in Swan Castle, everything else was exactly the same as before. 10 days before the meeting, the Natural Empire had good news. The high-energy magic laboratory was lucky enough to obtain a breakthrough result. Soon, the result came to Rosen. He looked at it carefully, and then used Lai Fu's computing power to deduce and analyze it. The final result made Rosen's eyes light up. Hey, this thing is good, really good. In short, with this result, he can create a very powerful magic weapon. Naturally, there is no condition to create it in the Nawat plane, but no one stipulates that he must stay in the Nawat plane all the time. With his current soul strength and his understanding of phase transfer, even if it is a cross-dimensional transfer, it only takes 3 hours to recover. 3 hours, nothing will happen. So, he secretly teleported back to the Empire High-Energy Magic Laboratory, using the various high-energy magic equipment available in the laboratory, and spent 3 days to create a high-energy magic weapon with no cost refining techniques. Or, it can also be called a divine weapon, because it is made of high-energy spiritual essence of elements, just like the branches of life. The divine weapon is called Tsunami Wristband, and it looks like 2 rune bracelets, worn on Rosen's left and right wrists respectively. The divine weapon is to use the superconductivity of mana to greatly shorten the casting time of spells. High-energy spiritual essence, like elements, has many types and exhibits different properties. The breakthrough result of the high-energy laboratory is the discovery of a high-energy spiritual essence with superconductivity of mana. Because of superconductivity, there is no resistance to the transmission of mana, so the flow rate of mana can be greatly increased, thereby speeding up spells, especially the casting speed of giant spells that consume a lot of mana. For ordinary mortal legendary wizards, the effect of this artifact is very ordinary. Because their mana scale is small, the casting speed is already very fast. Even if it is shortened 10 times, the casting time saved may only be a few tenths of a second. But for Rosen, a wizard with a huge source of power and a huge soul, this thing is simply tailor-made for him. It takes him at least 3 seconds to cast a giant spell of 10,000 Rosens. In a battle with a strongman, this speed is really too slow. With the Tsunami Wristband, it only takes 0.3 seconds, directly shortening the casting time by 90%. So, with just a wave of his hand, he had the power to move mountains. Good stuff, really good stuff. However, it is only useful for spells below the high-energy magic field. In the field of high-energy magic, mana and soul are unified into elemental spiritual essence, so there is naturally no so-called mana superconductivity phenomenon. Full of emotion, Rosen silently set back to Naya's manor. At this time, there were still 4 days before the Sky Conference. As the leaders of the firm fighting faction, Naya and her husband's manor became a temporary base, and became very lively. 38 firm fighting Sky Counselors gathered in her manor for a meeting. Not long after Rosen arrived, he heard the soul whisper from Naya. "Your Majesty, the counselors are still a little bit unconfident, and would like to see the envoy from the Natural Empire. How about you give them some encouragement?" Rosen thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. All right. At this point, it was almost time to show off, and there was no point in hiding it. So, he walked out of the guest room on the 3rd floor, and went to the meeting room on the 1st floor of the manor. The room was not big, only 150 to 160 square meters, but there were not many counselors, only 38, so it was not crowded. When Rosen arrived, a group of counselors were sitting around a round conference table chatting. 38 people, but with different expressions. Some bowed their heads and kept silent, some shouted angrily, and some leaned over to whisper. But all of them had one thing in common, that is, their brows were furrowed, their expressions were heavy, and they had a solemn look as if they were going to the execution ground. The round table was large, with several empty seats. Rosen walked to an empty seat and sat down, took off his hat, threw it on the coat rack, crossed his legs, and knocked on the table with his other hand. The sound was neither light nor heavy, but it was enough to attract everyone's attention. The parliamentarians turned their heads and looked at Rosen with confusion and curiosity. Someone whispered, "Who is this gentleman? Never seen him before. But he doesn't look like an ordinary person. Should he be the envoy of the Natural Empire?" "Definitely, but this envoy is a bit rude." Rosen smiled and said, "Gentlemen, ladies, you guessed it right. I am the envoy from the Natural Empire. I also know that you have many speculations about my specific identity, and there are many rumors outside that I am the Emperor of the Natural Empire, Rosen. What I want to say is..." Rosen paused and looked around at everyone present. After making sure everyone was looking at him, he grinned. "Yes, I am Rosen." As soon as the words fell, the parliamentarians couldn't help but let out various low cries, and their faces showed various expressions. Some were shocked, some were suspicious, and some looked at Rosen with scrutiny. Rosen waited patiently for a while, then asked, "Do you have any questions?" An old woman with gray hair stood up immediately. She pushed her presbyopic glasses and asked, "Your Majesty Rosen, how many soldiers did you bring?" "Just me." Another middle-aged parliamentarian stood up immediately. "Excuse me, this is not consistent with your status as an emperor. I've never heard of an emperor of any empire going to a dangerous place alone." As soon as this was said, many members of parliament nodded in agreement. This matter was indeed outrageous, and was not conducive to increasing the confidence of the members of parliament. So Rosen smiled and said, "Aha, I was joking with you. In fact, I brought an elite guard team." While speaking, Rosen clapped his hands lightly, and at the same time located the original saints of the trial, who had just been subdued, and whispered to them, "My golden scholars, come here, come to my side, and help me hold the scene." The golden scholars' erudite instruments all support free phase transfer within the plane. So Rosen had just completed the summoning, and the golden scholars were teleported to the yard of the manor one by one, and then lined up to walk into the conference hall. A total of 19 people, all legendary mages, with an average soul strength of up to legendary 8, and faintly showing a huge soul far beyond that of ordinary people. 19 people appeared and surrounded Rosen, showing a powerful momentum. "These are my royal guards. In our country, they are called scholars. Normally, they will not follow me, because everyone is assigned an important task. But as long as I call, they will come to support immediately. Okay, scholars, it's almost done. You all go, and don't scare these distinguished gentlemen and ladies." The golden scholars teleported away one after another, and the whole process completely ignored the phase confinement array of Uli City, showing incredible magic power. Looking at the Sky Counselors at the scene, no one doubted Rosen's identity. 38 Sky Counselors, including Naya, stood up and saluted Rosen, addressing him as Your Majesty the Emperor. Rosen nodded. "Let's sit down and talk. After all, I am not the Emperor of the Sky Republic." The Sky Counselors sat down one after another, and the sadness on their faces disappeared a lot, and their confidence increased a lot. Rosen began to express his thoughts. "To the Sky Republic, I am a loyal ally, and I will help you resist the invasion of the light demons. You may suspect that I have ulterior motives. Yes, I do have some selfish motives." Rosen looked around the congressmen and saw vigilance and confusion on their faces. He smiled faintly. "My selfish desire is that I hope the great Republic of Nawak can be reunited." You must be asking why. The reason is very simple. Speaking of this, Rosen put away his lazy look, sat up straight, and said word by word, "Because I was also inspired by the Saint Fedmont, and I consider myself a disciple of Fedmont." As soon as these words came out, the vigilance on the faces of the parliamentarians disappeared by 90%, and they showed respect and recognition from the bottom of their hearts. Those who can risk their lives to resolutely fight against the Light God clan in such a difficult environment are basically pure idealists. Idealists are difficult to buy with those vulgar things in the world. The best way to gain their recognition and support is to recognize their ideals. That is the so-called like-minded. Coincidentally, Rosen already recognized this point, so the two sides are naturally fellow travelers. Feeling that it was almost done, Rosen continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, as allies from the outer plane, I don't care what you do specifically. I only care whether we have a common destination. And now it seems that our destination is indeed the same. Then, please continue to move forward, and those enemies who try to prevent the return of the Republic of Nawat, please rest assured to leave them to me." After saying these words, without waiting for everyone to respond, he stood up, took back the hat from the coat rack with his hands, put it on his head gently, and turned to the door of the conference hall. The whole process was done in one go, without any delay. After he left, the members of the conference hall came back to their senses. Someone subconsciously said, "I don't know how to describe it, but he doesn't feel like a mortal to me, but like a real god." After saying that, he immediately added, "I'm not referring to those false gods in the void, but great figures like Fedmont. I feel the same way. Thank the Creator for sending another great mortal at the most critical moment. I'm afraid the meeting in a few days will be very turbulent. Not only that day was not peaceful, but these days are not peaceful. The real terrible conflict may break out at any time. Yes, it may even break out in the next moment. May we succeed in upholding the Saint's last wish." The Sky Counselors present are all super elites of the what. They have a deep understanding of the current situation. At this moment, they all have the idea of sacrificing for their ideals at any time. Outside the meeting room, Rosen clearly felt this. He stood on the balcony of the guest room, looking at the endless sky, and seemed to see the burning soul again in a trance. He silently said in his heart, "Ms. Elena, I do have selfish motives, but I will never let the flame ignited by the Saint go out. There are countless mortals in the world, and there are many mortal kingdoms, but not every mortal kingdom is worth his personal risk to save. Only this place has the qualification." Chapter 309. Early night. The storm is coming. In the darkness, a pack of wolves gradually approached Naya Manor, intending to completely extinguish the holy fire. Every guarding wizard and every sky counselor in the manor vaguely felt the approach of danger. The whole manor was silent, and it seemed that even the air had become very heavy. But Rosen still stayed safely in the guest room on the 3rd floor. Mortals have divinity and animality. Divinity guides mortals to become gods, while animality pushes mortals forward, and both are indispensable. The great emperor is a mortal, and naturally has the bad habits of mortals. "Miss Goliwin, do you know what I asked you to do?" Rosen leaned lazily on the recliner. Griwen's blue eyes, like autumn water, flashed with ripples, and nodded gently. "Of course I understand, my majesty." In order to blend in with the Nawat, she wore a simple gray cotton dress in the Nawat style, and her thick red hair was neatly tied behind her head. While speaking, she raised her hand to untie her hair, but she was still somewhat rational. "Your Majesty, the battle could break out at any time. Isn't it too hasty?" Rosen smiled slightly. "Not hasty at all. The enemy has not yet fully arrived. And according to my guess, there are at least 4 hours before the battle breaks out, so we have plenty of time." While speaking, he looked up and down at Goliwin and praised sincerely. "Not bad, really good, just like white jade soaked in hot springs." Under the dim light, the white jade reflected a delicate soft light, and as the white jade moved, the light flowed like water, which was very beautiful. Griwen smiled. "Master, 4 hours is not too hasty. If a fight breaks out suddenly, it would be so undignified to get up and fight hastily." Although she said so, she had already walked to Rosen's side and began to execute the Emperor's order. Rosen squinted his eyes and felt it carefully. He seemed to be concentrating, but in fact, his soul was always looking at the void outside the ring. He could see clearly that in the void near the manor, there was a very powerful void life hiding. He hid well, but he could not escape Laifu's void vision. The slight power fluctuation he leaked also exposed his identity, that is, Godfrey, the Lord of Judgment. From the overall situation observed by Rosen, it can be inferred that Godfrey should be the pioneer of the raid tonight. And from the amplitude of the fluctuations emitted by his soul, he obviously has some ability to penetrate the secret art barrier. And this ability allowed him to discover Rosen and Glywin in the mortal world. Obviously, he still has some love for Glywin, the mortal saint, and now this saint has become someone else's pet, which has caused great fluctuations in his mind. Rosen also clearly felt that when Godfrey discovered Glywin's actions, his soul was obviously shaken. "Master, is this okay?" Greven naturally couldn't feel the situation in the void. She only cared about the feelings of Rosen, the Emperor. "Not bad, but there are some flaws in the details. You have to do it this way. Rosen smiled and pointed, and the latter humbly accepted Rosen's suggestions and did it as he was told. Such actions further stimulated the Lord of Judgment in the void, causing his emotions to fluctuate more. But the amplitude of this fluctuation was still far from enough to break his reason. And the reason why Rosen chose to do things at this time was certainly not for the sake of doing things itself, but to capture Godfrey. The war is imminent, and if the opponent loses a powerful vanguard, not only will the opponent lose a powerful enemy, but the opponent's tactical arrangement will also be greatly disrupted, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Since the current mental blow is not enough to shatter his sanity, let's increase the intensity. So, Rosen began to instruct his followers in various ways. The latter admired him so much that they couldn't help but exclaimed again and again, like a boat tossing in a storm. In the silent night, the original Saint of Judgment completely forgot his dignity, and his exclamations spread throughout the nigh manor. In the dark night, the entire manor seemed to be more and more silent. The sky counselors gathered in the manor listened silently, and had a more comprehensive understanding of the young emperor of the other plane. In the void, the soul fluctuations of the Lord of Judgment were also stronger, showing a kind of anger. He quietly approached the 11 rings and stared at Rosen's soul node connected to the 11 rings. Obviously, Rosen's actions greatly stimulated him, and made him almost control. Your Majesty, you are simply the most courageous emperor in the world. Greven praised from the bottom of her heart. Rosen laughed and asked, how does it compare to Godfrey? Godfrey is just an ugly freak with very vulgar tastes. He has an ugly bald head, and calls it the light of judgment. I want to vomit when I see it. Oh, great Majesty, you are 100 times more powerful, and 100 times wiser than Godfrey. No, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Godfrey is not worthy of being compared with you. You are the sun in the sky, and he is a pile of dog shit in the gutter. Rosen laughed heartily. Okay, well said, I will reward you well. In the void, Godfrey took a step closer. His soul was getting more and more furious, as if it would burn up in the next moment. But his reason had not completely disappeared, and he was still a little short of the trap set by Rosen. Rosen was already a little tired of playing. His means were almost exhausted. It seems that Greven alone is not enough to stimulate us. After thinking about it, he had an idea and began to summon another scholar. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, the door was knocked, and the voice of Saint Sid came from outside the door. Your Majesty, can I come in? Come in, the door is not locked. Click. Sid pushed the door open, and immediately saw the horrifying scene in the room. She was greatly surprised and turned her back to the two of them. Your Majesty, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Rosen laughed. No, Sid, you came at the right time. Sid, the saint, was about 35 or 36 years old. Of course, this 35 or 36 is the age of temperament, but the body age is very young, still with a jade face and rosy cheeks, and a light body, not inferior to Glywin at all. If Glywin is a blooming red rose, then Sid is a lily blooming quietly under the moonlight. Each has its own merits. On the surface, she is dignified and elegant, conservative and reserved. But Rosen knew at a glance that there was a fire hidden deep in her heart. A wildfire that was tightly wrapped and suppressed by secular rules, and could never break through, so that it burned more and more vigorously. At the same time, he also knew that Godfrey admired Sid very much. He felt that she was a perfect moral model among the light gods, like a fine work of art. Now, Rosen was going to smash Godfrey's most admired exquisite artwork to the ground and break it into pieces in front of him. It depends on whether he can bear it. Sid, I tell you the truth, I hope you can join us. The wildfire deep in Sid's heart shook violently, which made her body tremble slightly. She immediately used anger to cover this up. She shouted, Your Majesty, you are humiliating me. You also said that you respect our personality, but what are you doing now? Are all your previous words lies? Rosen smiled and said, Because I said so, I didn't force it, it was just a wish. If you don't want to, forget it, but don't leave in a hurry, just stand at the door, turn around and look at us carefully. Your Majesty, I don't want to see. Sid's voice trembled a little. It's not that she doesn't want to see, she is afraid of losing her composure. In the eyes of others, she is a dignified lady, but she certainly knows what's wrong with her. Miss Sid, I order you to turn around and open your eyes. No, Your Majesty, please don't force me. Sid held on weakly. Rosen was also worried that being too tough would cause the situation to get out of control, so he immediately changed his words. Sid, a truly pure heart can withstand any fire in the world, and only a heart that has been tempered by fire can become pure. So, turn around and face the wildest fire in the world. Sid was speechless, and could only turn around and watch. Seeing that she obeyed, Rosen continued to burn the wildest fire in the world. He could also feel that Godfrey was also very concerned about the situation in the mortal world, especially Sid's performance. Rosen roughly guessed what Godfrey was thinking, which was nothing more than hoping that Sid could hold the bottom line. He laughed in his heart. Lord of Judgment, you are far inferior to me in understanding mortals. You are destined to be disappointed. On the other side, Sid watched quietly. At first, he looked at it with resistance, then he looked at it seriously, and finally, he stared at it intently. Rosen felt that the time was almost right, and said, Ms. Sid, what are you insisting on? In the past, you were a saint of judgment, so you had to adhere to the so-called morality of the Church of Light, but now you are a scholar of my natural empire. My natural empire does not pay attention to these hypocritical morals. What we pay attention to is the pursuit of the natural nature of life. Come on, Ms. Sid, let me reveal to you the most precious gift given to us mortals by the Creator. The morality in Sid's heart was still struggling, but his legs could not help but walk towards Rosen as if they had their own consciousness. In a daze, she didn't know how she got there, but she took Grieven's place. But she didn't say a word. Grieven felt pained watching her, and couldn't help but ask, Sister Sid, why are you doing this? Godfrey's doctrine of trial is just a bunch of shit. Why bother to follow it? If you ask me, Godfrey is an irresponsible and useless idiot. Let the damn Godfrey go to hell. But Sid still forced herself to keep silent. The moral fence formed over a long period of time is not so easy to break through. But ordinary people always overestimate their own reason, but they don't know that when facing the surging wildness, reason is as fragile as a piece of paper. Facing the constant impact of the torrent of the world, the dam in her heart gradually collapsed. Seeing that the time was ripe, Rosen took the opportunity to ask, Sid, Godfrey said you are a perfect moral model. What do you think of this? Oh, to hell with that ugly bald guy. This was shouted out, and after shouting, Sid felt that he became very relaxed. The most hurtful thing in the world is not lies, but the truth. The evaluation from Sid's mouth broke Godfrey's defense. Rosen clearly felt that his soul's anger was instantly several times more intense. He laughed heartily, and added the last knife. Ha ha ha, Godfrey is really ugly and stupid. This sentence really became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The anger in Godfrey's heart erupted violently like volcanic lava. He let out a terrifying soul roar, rushed out from his hiding place in the void, and rushed towards Rosen at full speed. You die? Just as he was about to attack his opponent, the power in the 11 magic rings shook violently, and 2 golden rune hemispheres suddenly appeared. It was the soul-trapped demon cage that Rosen secretly set up in the 11 magic rings. He used this trick to catch the level 5 great demon Sagakar. Now he used the same trick to set up a secret trap, waiting for Godfrey to step in. I saw 2 huge golden rune hemispheres close together, covering the Lord of Judgment. The Lord of Judgment was shocked, but not scared. You want to trap me with a small spell? Wish. He was furious, and many incandescent blades suddenly appeared around the huge soul body, and then rotated and cut violently. Chi. The soul-blazing blade cut the inner wall of the demon cage, like a high-speed chainsaw. At this moment, the level 9 void god Godfrey not only has a much stronger soul, but also has a soul size that is more than 20 times that of Sagakar. His struggle intensity naturally far exceeds that of Sagakar. The soul cage was cut by him, and the light flashed and the fragments flew everywhere. But Rosen was prepared. He moved faster than Godfrey. Under the effect of the tsunami wristband, the huge power from the eternal heart surged like a tsunami, and was guided by Rosen to pour into the demon cage, violently strengthening it. In 1/10 of a second, about 10,000 Rosens of soul power close to the extreme level 19 were poured in. Godfrey's total soul size was only 15,000 Rosens, and his strength was much worse. He struggled violently, causing damage to the cage equivalent to about 1,000 Rosens per second, while the cage's recovery speed was as high as 100,000 Rosens per second. The 2 sides were directly 2 orders of magnitude apart. So, all the efforts of the Lord of Judgment were in vain. 3 seconds later, Godfrey was exhausted. He stayed in the demon cage, motionless. Rosen laughed happily. Haha, I finally caught you. This guy has been wandering in the void near Uli City for half a month, always cautious. Rosen was itching to see it. Fortunately, the goddess of victory always likes to favor patient hunters, and he finally did not endure in vain, and the play tonight was not in vain. Of course, Godfrey is just a pioneer. The battle tonight has not really started yet. Lai Fu is still meticulously monitoring the subtle movements in Uli City. The fighting between him and Godfrey is not small, but the inner city of Ulai is covered by a thick mystical barrier, and the movement will not be transmitted far. Therefore, other assassins did not notice the abnormality here. But of course, this cannot be hidden from the two golden scholars in front of him. Although Gu Liwen was reluctant to part with the Emperor's mighty gun, she still made a rational suggestion. Master, how about we come back another day? After defeating the enemy, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Sid was wandering in the clouds. Although he was extremely reluctant, he also advised, Your Majesty, business is more important. Rosen laughed. Don't be nervous, it won't take a while. The subsequent light assassins, including a powerful 12th level god hidden in the outermost part of Ulai City, are still busy making plans. Ulai's inner city is heavily guarded. Even with the help of the fallen counselor, it is still difficult to complete the surprise assassination of the Sky Counselor quietly. So, it may take another 3 hours to wait for the other party to arrive completely. There is plenty of time. He can play for a while, and interrogate Godfrey to see if the other party has any hidden tricks. Chapter 310. The bottom of the 11th ring. There is a huge and solid soul cage. In one corner of the cage, there squatted a bald middle-aged man with a dark golden glow all over his body. He was the captured Lord of Judgment, Godfrey. Buzz. Suddenly, the bottom of the cage began to surge, and gradually squeezed out a bubble. The bubble was in the shape of an oblong spheroid, with an independent upper part and a lower part connected to the 10th ring. Or to be more precise, the essence of the bubble was a distorted 10th ring. There were 3 clear figures inside the bubble. One was Sid, the other was Greven, and the last one was Rosen, the main assassination target of this operation. Rosen leaned on the recliner, staring at Godfrey in the cage with a smile, and spoke in the demon cage with soul whispers. Godfrey, you have failed completely this time. Godfrey looked up at the scene in the mortal world, his eyes swept around the almost crazy Sid, and a burst of blazing anger erupted in his heart again. Rosen, now you are still humiliating me? Rosen laughed. I humiliated you. What can you do to me? Ah. Godfrey was furious, jumped up and violently rammed into the bubble where Rosen was. His power was still strong, but the demon cage was extremely solid, and this deformed 10th magic ring was much stronger than the magic rings in other areas. No matter how he rammed, the cage only trembled slightly, and the magic ring was simply motionless. In 1 minute, Godfrey ran hundreds of times in a row. He was exhausted again, and had to stop to rest. Rosen looked at him with a smile, and then said, Now, tell me all your raid plans tonight. Don't even think about it. My patience is very limited. As he spoke, the runes on the inner wall of the demon cage began to glow slowly. At first, Godfrey didn't feel anything unusual, but soon he felt the inner wall of the runes began to heat up, so hot that he couldn't stand. Rosen smiled faintly. My spell has several names. It's called the demon cage, and it can also be called the soul oven. If you don't tell me, I will roast you with the soul fire little by little until you are cooked, haha. Rosen's voice was a little playful, and when Godfrey heard it, he felt an astonishing sense of terror. You demon! He cursed and jumped off the inner wall of the cage. But as soon as he escaped, the cage began to shrink. The shrinking speed was not fast, but it was very firm, and it came towards Godfrey little by little. Finally, Godfrey had nowhere to escape, and was tightly wrapped in the scalding cage. His body was constantly destroyed by the cage, and the intense pain made the Lord of Judgment scream uncontrollably. Rosen threatened with a smile. If you don't tell me, I have a new trick. Speak. I tell you. Godfrey collapsed. Huh? The demon cage expanded instantly, and the temperature dropped immediately. Godfrey's appearance became extremely embarrassed, and the spiritual essence that made up his body was violently destroyed, showing terrible scars. He looked at Rosen with fear. There are 36 Saints of Light participating in the battle, led by the full moon warrior Adali. He has a level 10 soul, and is very powerful. Rosen already knew this. He could see Adali and his men clearly in his void vision. What then? Shar is the supreme commander of the assassination tonight. She will also join the battle when needed. Rosen laughed. Well, the Lord of the Moon, Shar, is said to be a proud beauty. I am a little moved. Godfrey's heart trembled when he heard this, and then he suddenly felt a very secret excitement. He couldn't help thinking, if someone as proud as Shar was caught by this mortal emperor and tortured a little bit, the scene would definitely be very interesting. He couldn't help thinking this, because among the 4 gods of light, he was the weakest and had the lowest status. He was often looked down upon, and even bullied by the other 3 gods. Everyone has a temper, let alone a god. Over time, Godfrey naturally accumulated a lot of negative emotions in his heart, and these emotions could not be vented for a long time, and they brewed into a kind of secret resentment. So, stimulated by this strange emotion, he immediately agreed. Yes, yes, Shar is indeed a great beauty. Not only is she arrogant, but she is also very competitive, and she also cherishes her saints very much. Your Majesty may be able to use this to deal with her. While saying this, he secretly made up his mind. Humph, it would be best if both of you were seriously injured. As soon as the thought came out, he heard Rosen say, Are you hoping that both Shar and I will be seriously injured so that you can regain your freedom? Godfrey trembled in his heart and hurriedly denied. No, I never thought of that. After a simple knock, Rosen continued to ask, There must be more than these people in the raid. Continue to tell me other news. Godfrey was already very wary of Rosen, the mortal emperor. Now that he had seen his many methods, his fear turned into fear, so he confessed honestly. He also mobilized an elite sky guard, about 3,000 people, led by a general named Martin Lisbon. By the way, this general has an ally in the Sky Council, named Valeris. He is a legendary wizard close to Legend 4. It is said that he is one of the most powerful wizards in the Sky Council. Without the help of magic tools, he has a soul close to Legend 4, which is really amazing. Because Naya, the former guardian wizard with outstanding talent, currently has a basic soul strength of only Legend 3.2, and Rosen's soul strength has only been optimized to a level close to Legend 7. And the 3,000-man elite Sky Guard, with excellent weapons and well-trained, is indeed a very powerful force. It is really difficult to deal with it, by relying on Rosen and his 19 disciples alone. But now, they have the 1,000-man army of the Centurion Armonk, so this army is not a big problem. Rosen continued to ask, Any other news? Godfrey shook his head very straightforwardly. No, that's all. I personally think that this force is enough to launch a terrible raid. But a hidden soul fluctuation betrayed him. Rosen stared at Godfrey with a mysterious smile in his eyes. Godfrey also smiled humbly. As he smiled, Rosen's tone suddenly turned harsh. You lied? I didn't. Godfrey's soul trembled, and he denied loudly with a guilty conscience. Rosen's thoughts urged, and the runes on the inner wall of the demon cage began to shine again and became hot. It seems that you want to continue to taste the taste of being roasted. Godfrey gritted his teeth and persisted. Although he had resentment towards other gods of light, they all served the supreme god Gomeller together. The fear of the supreme god penetrated deep into Godfrey's soul, far deeper than the fear of the body. Rosen understood it at once and smiled. You must still have a secret in your heart, but you dare not betray your real master, right? I don't have any real master. You lie again. At this moment, Rosen had knocked both Sid and Greven unconscious, and he began to focus on interrogating Godfrey. Your real master is the destroyer Gomeller, right? Godfrey's body trembled violently, and he looked at Rosen with incredible eyes. Where did you know this news? I guessed, and from your performance, I guessed right. Swish. Rosen took out the natural scepter, stretched out his hand, and the natural scepter directly penetrated the 11 rings, entered the interior of the demon cage, and hit Godfrey's forehead. The ability to freely travel through elements, magic circles, and the void is a feature of all artifacts. The scepter of nature is a disguised branch of life, so it can directly enter the void and attack Godfrey's soul. Obviously, Godfrey also knew the artifact, and he exclaimed, Artifact? Rosen grinned. It's good to know the artifact. Since you know it, you should know the great power of the artifact, and you should also know that I can easily ravage your soul and let you taste the most terrible pain in the world. My patience is also very limited. I will count from 10 to 1. If you still don't say anything after counting 10, then I will let you taste the best bitterness in the world. 1096. Godfrey was shocked and shouted, Why did you miss 2 numbers? I set the rules. I can count however I want. 53. I said. Godfrey's defense collapsed. There is another special force lurking in the dark. The Saints of the Lord of Night Alamani, also called the Night Knights, and there are 10 of them. The reason why we chose to launch a raid at midnight is, on the one hand, for secrecy, and on the other hand, because at midnight, these Night Knights have the strongest combat power. After a pause, he said, The Lord of Night is a great one of level 18, and his saints are given a very terrifying domain power called Midnight Coming. A team of 10 Night Knights is almost an invincible force in the mortal world, and can even compete head-on with the Tumen. Rosen knew the news was true as soon as he heard it, and what made him a little shocked was that Lai Fu's void vision did not find the existence of this group of dark knights. This is definitely not because the other party is not there, but because the other party uses an unprecedented method to hide in the dark, thus successfully avoiding Lai Fu's empty vision. The reason for avoiding is probably not because Lai Fu did not find it. It is because Lai Fu found it, but did not recognize it, or the other party disguised himself as a background fluctuation, so Lai Fu was filtered out as useless information. At this juncture, there is no time to train Lai Fu's detection ability. The only thing that can be done is to list this Knights of the Night as an unexpected factor, leaving enough power margin in the subsequent battle to deal with its sneak attack. This is good news. I am very satisfied, so I want to reward you. Reward? Godfrey was stunned. Rosen activated the life branch with a thought, allowing his power to enter Godfrey's soul, and then began to carefully explore the deep structure of Godfrey's soul. The Supreme God Gamal has left something in your soul, right? Yes, that's right. He has imprinted a mark in the souls of all the light gods, and we have no power to resist him. Rosen said, I look for it, maybe I can remove the mark for you. Don't. Godfrey shouted, don't do this, please. No one in this world can remove the soul mark of Gamal. I don't believe it. Your Majesty, you must believe it. Gamal is called the Supreme God, but he is actually a demigod. There are 7 great ones in the void, so there are 7 demigods. And we, the so-called powerful gods, are just a group of false gods who deceive mortals. You don't know the gods at all. I know the true meaning of this title. I also know that the power of the true God is incomparably great. Once the true God descends, we pseudogods, even demigods, are just dim stars beside the sun, not worth mentioning at all. Rosen was surprised. It sounds like you have seen the true God? Yes, I have. What is the name of this great true God? Antoine G., the Nightmare Tyrant, the Soul Devourer, and the master behind Gown Miller. I haven't seen all of him, but I have seen the power he has shown. That is truly great power. In a snap of a finger, it can turn us pseudogods into ashes. This is the second time Rosen has heard the name Antowanji. The first time was from the projection body Lily. There is fear, but there is no fear. Because the so-called true gods that Godfrey talked about, in his understanding, are a group of powerful people who master high-energy magic power. And he is also mastering similar high-energy magic power bit by bit. So, he ignored Godfrey's objection, condensed the power of the tree branch of life, and directly entered his soul. Then, he activated 80% of Lai Fu's computing power, and began to search for special structures in his soul. 80% of Lai Fu's computing power is very, very huge. Although Godfrey's soul is huge, only a small part of it actually involves consciousness, which is not much larger than that of mortals. After searching for about half an hour, Rosen really found a strange soul structure. Intensity 19 level strength followed by 8 nines, only a little short of the high energy limit of 12 nines. This should be the mark that Gown Miller left in Godfrey's mind. The mark is indeed very complicated. I am afraid I can't solve it for a while. However, I can isolate this part of the soul area. In this way, Gown Miller will not be alarmed, and Gown Miller's control over Godfrey will be cut off. He did it immediately. After finishing, he still did not stop and engraved his own mark in Godfrey's soul. This process is naturally very painful. Godfrey screamed and almost collapsed. But fortunately, Rosen had a thorough study of the soul structure of void life and kept operating within Godfrey's endurance limit. Half an hour later, the new soul brand was completed. Because life is active, no brand can be effective all the time. But Rosen carved this brand very deeply, which can at least maintain the binding effect for 100 years. After the brand was completed, Rosen opened the demon cage and ordered, "Go hide in the void, continue the previous pioneer mission, and be my insider." "Yes, your majesty." Godfrey became very docile. Rosen gave him a large wave of faith power to replenish the power he had previously consumed, and promised, "I am a person who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments. If you serve me and do a good job, I will never treat you unfairly." "Okay, your majesty." This made Godfrey feel much more comforted. He slowly hid back in the void. After watching him go away, Rosen immediately began to adjust his own forces and made some targeted arrangements for the unexpected force of the Night Knight. A mortal force comparable to a powerful god is indeed very powerful. If they are attacked first, it is really dangerous. But if they lose the advantage of first move, then for Rosen, who has the Heart of Eternity as a backup, it is just a group of super soldiers. At this time, it is 11 o'clock in the night. The raid of the Light God clan is about to be arranged. It will be launched soon. Rosen looked through the soul mist, and looked at the void about 50 kilometers away. There was a huge ball of light emitting silver light floating there. It was the 12th level powerful god, the Lord of the Moon, Shar. Squinting at it, he said in his heart, "Madam, the cage has been arranged for you, come quickly."